Chapter 1, The Timeline 8 Years Later. I walked along the dilapidated streets, surrounded by ruins and rubble, under a sky so gloomy it was impossible to tell day from night. This time, let's try the eastern streets. Muttering to myself, I trudged through an alleyway flowing with vile black liquid that reeked of decay. Inside the alley, there was a shop with its rolling shutter closed. The signboard above was missing half its letters, leaving only the characters Yuan Convenience Store visible. The Yuan character was crooked, as if part of its supporting structure had broken. Is this the Yuan Convenience Store? I recognized it. Just 10 minutes ago, I had bought 4 pairs of socks here. This was indeed Jiangcheng, the place where I'd lived for over a decade. Having experienced time travel before, I wasn't too surprised. I stepped onto the cobblestone path of the alleyway and arrived at a watch shop called Chronos Timepieces. The glass door of the watch shop was already shattered, leaving the interior pitch black. I bent down and squeezed through the broken doorway. I had passed by this shop a few times in reality. Though I'd never entered, I had a rough idea of the layout inside, where the watch display counters should be. On the innermost wall of the watch shop hung a limited edition new electronic watch. I'd heard the salesperson say earlier that this watch's built-in battery could last 100 years. Of course, that expensive digital watch wasn't the purpose of my visit. The shop's lighting was dim. It took my eyes about 10 seconds to weakly adjust to the interior lighting. I walked straight to the very back and took that limited edition electronic watch from the display case. I remember the clerk mentioning something about pressing this switch. I found a small button on the side of the watch and pressed it gently. Ding! The watch suddenly emitted a bright light. It still had power. I stared at it nervously as, after a faint sound, it glowed dimly in the darkened store. When I saw the display, my pupils constricted sharply. It showed, April 20th, 2030, 11:12 a.m., a date 8 years in the future. Gwa! Gwa! An eerie noise suddenly sounded from behind me. Damn it, not this thing again. Hearing that familiar cry, I instinctively cursed. Then, a sharp pain shot through my back, and my consciousness began to fade. Faintly, I heard the gurgle growl sound behind me become much more vibrant. The unnamed creature seemed particularly excited about killing me. June 19, 2022, Jiangcheng, 21:40 at night. Uncle Lin, can I leave early today? I approached the barbecue stall owner, looking visibly unsettled. The man called Uncle Lin set down the skewers in his hand, wiped the grease from his fingers with his apron, and studied me curiously. Xiao Xian, you've seemed distracted all day today. Is something bothering you? It's nothing, Uncle Lin. I quickly waved my hands, flushing with shy embarrassment. It's my little brother's birthday today. I want to hurry to the cake shop before it closes to get him a birthday cake. Half a kilometer from the barbecue stall, the lone bakery on the commercial street closed its doors promptly at 10 p.m. It's your little brother's birthday, isn't it? Uncle Lin lowered his head and rummaged through his apron pocket, pulling out a 100 yuan bill. He grabbed my hand and pressed the money into my palm. Take this to buy him a cake, consider it my birthday gift to him. Uncle Lin, I really can't accept this. I hurriedly tried to return the money. Be good now, this is Uncle Lin's birthday present for your brother. Uncle Lin firmly grasped my right hand. Seeing no way out, I finally closed my fingers around the money in silent acceptance, committing this kindness firmly to memory. Alright now, hurry and go buy that cake. If you keep fussing with me any longer, the bakery really will close. Uncle Lin gave me a push. Just then, a customer shouted, Boss, are my 2 skewers of lamb kidneys ready yet? Coming. Uncle Lin wiped his hands and hurried into the kitchen to get busy. Seeing I hadn't left yet, he waved his hand. Go on, I'm letting you off early today. Well then, Uncle Lin, I'm heading out. Uncle Lin didn't seem to hear me, just waved his hand from the kitchen to signal me to leave quickly. I lowered my head, weaving through the bustling crowd of diners, and made my way to the small room behind the barbecue stall. There, I took off my work uniform and changed into my faded school jacket. From under the bed, I pulled out a small backpack and carefully tucked it inside my clothes. The small backpack looked rather full, stuffed with something. Why I hid it inside my clothes instead of wearing it on my back, well, I guess that might seem curious to people. Xiao Xian. Just as I was finishing up to leave, I heard someone call my name. I turned to see Auntie Lu, the owner of the barbecue stall. Her hair was tied back neatly, and she wore clean clothes, with faint wrinkles lining her cheeks like traces of time. Aunt Lu, I called out. The proprietress was quite a formidable character. She had married Uncle Lin by the time I started working here. Rumor had it Uncle Lin used to be quite the playboy, but after marriage he never had more than 200 yuan to his name. That 100 yuan he gave me was already from his meager private savings. Xiao Xian, haven't you quite scraped together enough for your university tuition yet? Aunt Lu looked me straight in the eyes. I subconsciously touched the small bag against my chest and shook my head. Still short by a bit, I'm afraid. Aunt Lu knows your family situation too. You're such a good student, it'd be such a shame if you couldn't go to university. The landlady spoke as she opened a small locked box on the table, taking out something wrapped in white cloth. Carefully unfolding the cloth, she revealed a stack of banknotes. take this money for your studies. Aunt Lu, I can't accept this. I hastily waved my hands, feeling both touched and helpless. After the college entrance exams, I'd come here to help out. This kind-hearted couple had been finding excuses to slip me money ever since they learned about my family's circumstances. Your younger brother will be starting high school soon too, right? There'll be so many things to buy then. If not for yourself, think of him. Just take the money, consider it in advance on your wages. Auntie Lu, I hesitated. I've only worked here for 12 days, yet you've already paid me 3 months' wages. Would I even last 3 months here? And now the boss lady was handing me what felt like 4th month's pay? That doesn't matter. You can pay us back the extra when you're doing better, she insisted. Auntie Lu firmly stuffed the money into my arms. I know you're a good kid, so young yet already working alone to support yourself and your little brother. Her voice thickened with emotion. If my worthless son had half your sense, I'd probably wake up laughing from happy dreams. I could only force an awkward laugh, unable to withstand the proprietress's persistent coaxing, and reluctantly accepted this 4th month's pay. As I took the money, I secretly vowed to repay this couple twofold when I had the means in the future. Once she had finished complaining about her bratty kid, the proprietress resumed her work, while I carefully tucked the money into the small bag inside my coat and then left the barbecue stall. Tonight I'll probably enter that dream again, won't I? I muttered to myself, recalling the strange change that had occurred 2 months ago. I'd suddenly developed a supernatural ability to travel through time. Chapter 2, Special Ability, Time Travel? It happened at exactly midnight on April 20th. I was sitting in my bedroom as usual, reviewing content for the college entrance exams. I distinctly remember glancing at the alarm clock on my desk when I suddenly felt something unusual. The moment both the hour and minute hands pointed precisely at 12, an overwhelming dizziness swept through my entire body, and I collapsed into unconsciousness. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in an utterly bizarre place. This place somewhat resembled the rented apartment I lived in, yet differed in many unsettling ways. For instance, many pieces of furniture in the house had changed, the sofa had been moved to another spot, and layers of dust coated everything, as if no one had lived or cleaned there for ages. After searching everywhere to no avail, I stepped outside the house and was met with a city in ruins. As I passed by several landmark buildings, I realized this was indeed Jiangcheng, the city I'd lived in for over a decade. My name is Yi Changxian, and recently I'd encountered a series of eerie occurrences. That day, I discovered Jiangcheng seemed to have suffered some catastrophe. The entire city was devoid of people, like a lifeless ghost town. First, I ruled out the possibility of dreaming, since dreams aren't that realistic. Then I began suspecting I time-traveled to a place resembling Jiangcheng but devastated as if by war. I wandered the streets looking for someone to ask, but the more I walked, the more unbelievable it became. This city was nearly identical to the Jiangcheng I'd lived in for over a decade, except it looked like it had suffered an apocalyptic attack littered with human and unrecognizable creature remains, the ground slick with reddish-black liquid resembling blood. After walking about 10 minutes, I suddenly heard guagua sounds, then excruciating pain shot through my back. I died. That was my first death. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in the rental apartment I shared with my younger brother. It was already the next morning, and I ended up being late for school that day. I initially thought it might be something like sleep paralysis. After all, the blue star I lived on was just an ordinary technologically advanced planet without any magic. Since there was no plausible explanation for the incident, I eventually stopped thinking about it. But at exactly midnight on May 20th, precisely 1 month after the first episode, that bizarre event happened again. Drawing from my previous experience, I wasn't as panicked this time. After calming down, I went to a watch shop and checked the time clearly, 11:12 a.m. on April 20th, 2030. This city, eerily similar to Jiangcheng, appeared to be Jiangcheng's timeline 8 years in the future. Yet once again, I was killed by that unknown creature with its haunting Goa cry. After 2 instances of time travel, I began to form some speculations. First, that something catastrophic will happen to my city in 8 years, possibly leaving no survivors, or perhaps the survivors will have relocated to other cities. Second, that I'm traveling to what seems like a parallel universe, a version of Earth in 2030 where Jiangcheng has become a city without living souls. I have a growing suspicion that the source of the city's transformation into a ghost town is connected to those unidentified creatures emitting that gurgle squawk sound. Both times I died at their hands, and they're not solitary beings, they're scattered throughout the city. All this shattered my worldview. Having grown up in a peaceful era grounded in materialism, these events felt utterly unscientific. I even mocked myself, wondering if superpowers were about to become a reality in this world. Returning to reality, after leaving the barbecue stall, I wandered into a dimly lit alley. Opening my backpack, I found it filled with scattered bills, still about 2,000 short of my tuition fees. My younger brother and I rely on each other for survival. Our parents disappeared when I was 14, so while attending school, I worked part-time jobs. Now that the college entrance exams are over, university tuition fees are too high for me. I plan to take on multiple jobs, but if I can't scrape together enough, I'll give up going to college to support my brother's education. I was thinking that if I enter that dream again tonight, maybe I could find a way to make money inside, like memorizing lottery numbers. Leaving the alley, I headed toward the commercial street. The barbecue stalls were set up at the night market, and not far away stood an upscale nightclub called Beehai Club. It's said to be one of the top establishments in Zhengcheng. After work, I often saw important figures from television coming out of there, proof of the powerful forces behind it. As an ambitious young man of the 21st century, I never imagined I'd encounter criminal situations like the ones I'd only seen on the internet. Passing by the Beehai Club, I saw two suspicious-looking strangers carrying a slender figure out through the side door and darting into an alley. It seemed to be a tall girl. Was this a kidnapping, murder, or that kind of assault? Instinct told me I should just call the police. In the past, I would have simply reported it and left, but after the bizarre events of these past 2 months, an unfamiliar sense of responsibility had taken root in me. I felt if I'd only called the police, the girl would most likely meet with misfortune. After an internal struggle, I chose to call the police first, then follow them to investigate. Rewind 30 minutes earlier to the VIP room of Beehai Club, where three figures stood divided into two opposing factions in the spacious, lavishly decorated room. On one side stood a graceful and strikingly poised young woman, while facing her were two foreign-looking men. The girl placed two small bottles containing pale red liquid on the table, saying they were vials of awakening serum. The girl's delicate features carried a chilling aura, making it difficult to meet her gaze. The two foreigners immediately turned their attention to the small bottles on the table. I noticed the men's eyes blazing with greed, and Kong Yuro caught it too. A flicker of disgust flashed in her eyes as her tone grew even colder. Now that you have this, can you release the Dawn Academy students you captured? The moment they saw the awakening serum, the two men grinned and said, of course, of course. The previously tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. One of them looked at the small bottle on the table and said to Kong Yuro, Lady Yu, we need you to verify whether these two serums are products of your esteemed institution. After all, the awakening serum produced by your academy is in a league of its own worldwide. Kong Yuro responded coldly, are you questioning the credibility of Dawn Academy? The man replied in clumsy Chinese, Lady Yu, you should understand, this time we've offended your institution quite severely. Even if today's transaction goes smoothly, I doubt your academy will let us off easily, no? Kong Yuro said, fine, I'll prove it to you. Her expression was calm, as if completely unaffected by this offense. She extended her fair and slender right hand, hovering over the two small vials containing the awakening serum. The two foreigners stared at the liquid in the small vial when something miraculous happened. The pale red fluid inside began boiling as if heated, bubbling and frothing with a gurgling sound. Yet Kong Yuro merely placed her hand on it, without any further action. Then, the number awakening level, 8.41%, suddenly appeared in the minds of the two men. Their bodies trembled slightly. They were well aware of Kong Yuro's strength. Her ability was rated S-class, and an awakening level of 8.41% for an S-class ability was truly formidable. They hastily pleaded, Lady Yu, you can stop now. Kong Yuro ceased her movements, her gaze calm yet dismissive as she regarded them, though her internal vigilance remained undiminished. She had previously investigated these two men's habits and knew that despite their current deference, they might very well be plotting something sinister in their hearts. It's extremely impolite and offensive to test an awakened individual's serum concentration, as it exposes the degree of their awakening, their greatest hidden card. One of the men spoke. We've already notified our personnel to release those 5 lost students from your academy. They should be returning safely soon. Lost? Kong Yuro's beautiful lashes trembled, her eyes flashing with anger. The term lost was utterly laughable. These Japanese were too hypocritical. She said coldly, I hope you'll keep your promise. Just as she was about to leave, a sudden dizziness overwhelmed her when she stood up. She thought to herself, these two bastards actually drugged me. Her eyes flickered momentarily before she calmly said, I need to use the restroom. The two Japanese men didn't stop her, watching as she entered the private bathroom in the VIP room. Kong Yuro immediately locked the door behind her and swiftly took out a pair of compact earpieces, putting them on. Soon, Ouyang Mo's voice came through. Yuro, the antidote is on the nail of your right ring finger. If you feel you've been drugged, just bite off that nail polish to detoxify. Kong Yuro protested indignantly. Ouyang Mo, when did you tamper with my newly done nails? Ouyang Mo replied, Miss Kong Yuro, I must ask you not to make such ungrateful remarks. Though the nail polish I applied may have some flaws, such a feminine detail would never catch the attention of those two rough men, now would it? Kong Yuro extended her right hand and noticed a flaw in the glass manicure on her ring finger, instantly knowing it was Ouyang Mo's doing. Gritting her teeth, she muttered under her breath, I spent quite a bit of money on this. Ouyang Mo added cheekily, nail biting really doesn't suit your aloof goddess image in public, but you can always sneak off to the restroom to chew on them. Don't worry, there's only one hidden camera in there, and the blind spot is right behind the bathroom door. His insufferably mocking tone made Kong Yuro's teeth itch with irritation. But as her dizziness intensified and footsteps approached outside, Yang Imo warned, "You'd better hurry. Those two little devils are already at the restroom door. They could burst in any second." Clenching her jaw, Kong Yuro raised her hand to bite the nail on her right ring finger. Just then, Yang Imo spoke again, "Yuro, whatever you do, stick to the plan. Remember, under no circumstances should ordinary civilians get dragged into this mission." Things went smoother afterward. Kong Yuro took the medicine and pretended to faint. Those two Japanese men barged in, carried her unconscious body through a side door, and left Bihai Club. The people in Bihai Club were no strangers to such scenes, so no one stopped them. But I witnessed their actions, and I defined them as criminal. Kong Yuro never expected a good Samaritan like me to intervene. We were students at the same high school, though in different classes, and I had no idea when she had memorized my name. She silently pleaded, "Don't follow us," but I trailed them into a dead-end alley. A Japanese man said to another, "Boss, that sneaky kid following us is quite a nuisance." "Should I?" He made a throat-slitting motion with his hand. Kong Yuro was barely holding back her fainting spell, already planning how to protect me and simultaneously incapacitate both Japanese men if our cover was blown. The other Japanese man pondered briefly before replying, "Don't cause unnecessary trouble within China. Just knock him out and bring him along." When I confronted them, I declared with righteous indignation, "You're breaking the law right now. Release that girl and leave immediately, and I can pretend none of this happened." "What, you actually plan to fight me? Don't do anything reckless, I've already called the police." Bang! The Japanese assailant remained silent as he quickly dragged my genuinely unconscious body towards Kong Yuro's location. June 19, 23:50 China Standard Time, 10 minutes remaining until my next timeline jump. When I woke up, I found myself in a dimly lit enclosed space, assaulted by a faint yet strangely familiar fragrance. Someone was beside me. Instinctively turning my head, I saw the unconscious Kong Yuro lying there. I exclaimed, "Kong Yuro!" A surge of joy welled up inside me, but then I snapped back to reality, wondering how I could feel happy when I'd been kidnapped. I started surveying my surroundings. It was indeed a suicide mission. It seemed the kidnapped girl was Kong Yuro. Who had she crossed to end up here? She was our university's campus belle, adored by countless male students, myself included, which was why I'd recognized her instantly. But what exactly had happened earlier? I still remembered tailing those two kidnappers, only to be discovered by them. I thought I could buy some time, but it seems I only encountered one of them before passing out. As for how I lost consciousness, my mind is completely blank. I have no memory of those final seconds before blacking out. Suddenly remembering something, I frantically patted my chest. When my fingers touched the small pouch containing all my savings, I let out a sigh of relief. Looks like those two kidnappers didn't discover my money pouch. Then again, since they'd already kidnapped the campus belle Kong, they probably had plans to extort money from her parents instead. I've heard more than once that Kong Yuro's family is extremely wealthy. Don't move around, stay put. Suddenly, a cool voice reached my ears. I turned my head and saw Kong Yuro's glistening eyes. Apparently she was awake. "School prefect Kong, classmate Kong, you're awake," I said awkwardly, feeling slightly embarrassed. I'd meant to save her, but instead ended up becoming her prisoner. "Close your eyes and rest. You'll be rescued soon," Kong Yuro said coldly before closing her eyes again to feign sleep. I froze. How could Kong de Xiaohua remain so composed while being kidnapped? How could a pampered young lady from a privileged family remain so calm? I opened my mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing her icy expression, I ultimately swallowed my words. Her aura was too domineering, with that aloof demeanor that screamed "stay away." I honestly didn't dare speak up. Hugging my little backpack tighter, I shifted slightly and moved to sit farther away from Kong Yuro. At that moment, a wave of drowsiness swept over me. I suddenly realized, yes, around midnight tonight, I was supposed to enter that future world again, and it seemed the time was almost up. I turned to Kong Yuro, leaning forward as I began to speak. "In a moment I'm going to..." Boom! My entire body lurched forward, my head collapsing into Kong Yuro's arms. "You!" Kong Yuro nearly slapped me away but ultimately caught my falling body, preventing me from crashing straight to the ground. "Hey, wake up!" She nudged my head, her voice trembling slightly. This was probably her first time holding someone of the opposite sex around her age, and an unusual feeling rose from the depths of her heart, causing her fair, delicate face to blush faintly. "Wake up!" She nudged me again, but I still showed no reaction. Did he pass out? After a moment, she reached this conclusion. If I was faking it, she could easily tell with her abilities, but she could sense that I genuinely lost consciousness. Just a moment ago he was perfectly fine. How could he suddenly faint? After realizing I wasn't faking a faint to take advantage of her, her gaze involuntarily fell on the small backpack in my arms. I seemed unusually protective of this backpack earlier. Could there be something inside? I shouldn't rummage through others' belongings. I should be a well-mannered person, she thought to herself, yet curiosity ultimately got the better of her. Like a thief, she stealthily reached her hand into my embrace. Soon, a somewhat worn small backpack came into her view. Seeing the little backpack's appearance, she was slightly surprised. Hadn't this old-fashioned style been outdated for ages? Her curiosity grew heavier. Carefully, she unzipped the backpack, and then, stacks upon stacks of aged banknotes came spilling into view. Ahem! The moment I materialized in my rented room, a cloud of dust promptly choked me. Surveying the familiar surroundings, I couldn't help but grimace bitterly. With my real-world body kidnapped, I had absolutely no mind to explore this future world. Based on previous time travel experiences, by the time I returned to reality, it would already be the next morning. If a grown man like me faints on the way to being kidnapped, what should a delicate woman like Yuro do? Thinking of this, I couldn't help pacing back and forth in the rental apartment, my mood extremely agitated. Whatever. In reality, I can only resign myself to fate. Maybe we'll wait for the reinforcements Yuro mentioned who would save us, though the most likely outcome is those two kidnappers executing both me and the campus Belkong. Sounds like star-crossed lovers dying together underground. That actually sounds kinda nice. Nice my ass. I'm still young. I don't wanna die yet. After composing myself, I got up and left the rental apartment. The previous 2 times I came here, I'd searched the entire place but found nothing. These 2 experiences made me realize the timeline might not have changed. It's like reloading a game save, each time returning to the resurrection spawn point. This time I skipped inspecting the apartment and went straight out the door. My mission now was to visit the lottery shop 200 meters away and try to memorize some winning numbers from late June 2022. If those numbers matched the actual final lottery draw, it would mean this world truly is the reality 8 years later, and 8 years from now Jiangcheng would become this barren, uninhabited dead city. Truthfully, compared to this being the future of reality, I'd much rather believe this is just a parallel world with no connection to our own. Holding on to this thought, I left the rental apartment. The scene outside was essentially the same as before, utterly dilapidated, buildings that appeared to have suffered inhuman assault, wreckage and broken walls everywhere, roads stained blood red where blood had soaked into the pavement. Standing at the intersection looking around, I felt that overwhelming sense of drawing one's sword only to be lost in aimlessness. At this moment, I noticed a trail of footprints outside the small convenience store at the neighborhood entrance, human footprints. Excited, I stepped forward and crouched down to examine them closely. Judging by the size, shoe patterns, and number of footprints, there were probably 7 or 8 people who had passed by here recently. I was absolutely certain that during my previous 2 time travel visits, there had been no such footprints outside the store. That meant these humans had only appeared during this particular trip. This was my best chance to encounter other humans in this world. If I could meet someone, I might finally be able to figure out what this world truly was. But the next moment, I fell deep into thought again. Would the owners of those footprints be friendly? There was also the possibility that these shoe-wearing creatures weren't human. If I rashly followed the footprints, what greeted me might not be humans, but another kind of strange creature, perhaps even the same creatures that killed me twice before, the ones that made those gua-gua sounds. After standing there weighing my options, I gritted my teeth and decided to follow them anyway. Even if the odds were slim, I had to try. I couldn't keep coming back here empty-handed every time, could I? The first 2 deaths were meaningless this time. It had to mean something, no matter what. Once I made up my mind, I followed the footprints down a street. My boots splashed through puddles with a rhythmic tap-tap sound. My frown deepened as the footprints grew fainter. After 10 minutes of tracking, they vanished completely. Had I lost the trail? That didn't make sense, they had been there just moments ago. Get him! A sharp shout rang out. Suddenly, 6 figures clad in specialized tight-fitting suits surrounded me, each gripping bizarre weapons aimed directly at my head. One wrong move, and those weapons would pierce right through me. These people looked about the same age as me. Instinctively, I raised my hands in surrender. I'm one of the good guys. Senior Yi Changxian? A voice called out from the crowd surrounding me. I turned toward the speaker, a super kawaii girl who appeared to be around my age. You, know me? I pointed at myself, stunned that this little girl had actually called me by name. At that moment, a young man suddenly spoke up excitedly. As soon as his words left his mouth, all the weapons that had just been lowered were raised again, all pointing straight at me. What the hell? I stared at the group treating me like some dire threat, goosebumps rising all over my body. For a fleeting moment, I even wondered if I was actually some hidden powerhouse who didn't even know my own strength. Everyone, stand down. Just as the standoff reached its peak, that same voice that had commanded my capture earlier rang out again. This time, I finally met the leader who commanded these youths wielding strange weapons. The leader was a scruffy bearded man, roughly in his 30s. His unkempt appearance made my slightly obsessive-compulsive self frown involuntarily. Seeing someone so casually sporting such a beard truly unsettled me. Trainee Yi Changxian died 3 years ago. So, will this beast surrender quietly, or choose to be executed on the spot? The bearded man curled his lips into that trademark Dragon King smirk. What the hell is a phantasm demon? I felt things were getting a bit off. None of these terms the other person mentioned sounded familiar to me. Heh, seems like you insist on putting up a desperate struggle. Wait, I surrender. Seeing the man look dead serious about killing me, I hastily raised my hands. Better to be mistaken for some shape-shifting demon than to be killed outright. So it really is a phantom demon. The real Yi Changxian would never surrender. The man sighed, sounding almost disappointed. I was utterly baffled. These strange people all acted like they knew me, but I'd never met them before. I had so many questions to ask them, but they kept their weapons trained on me vigilantly, intimidating me into silence. Captain Huang, should we take him back now or continue with the mission? The young man who had first called me a phantom demon earlier stared at me nervously. Take this phantom demon back to Hall Master Kong with Xiao Xiao for handling. The unshaven man pointed at me and said decisively, the rest of you, follow me to continue the mission. I was tied up with a rope that had special abilities. Not only could I not move my body, but I couldn't even speak. This rope is a bit magical. Perhaps using it for other purposes would be more meaningful. I've developed intense curiosity about this rope. Like when you forget your voice at home, no matter how hard you try, you just can't speak. After the bearded man led the crowd away, only the kawaii girl who first recognized me and the boy who warned everyone I was a shapeshifter demon remained. This pretty girl was called Xiao Xiao. Damn shapeshifting demon, how dare you imitate Senior Yi Qingxuan's appearance? Xiao Xiao seemed to hold great respect for the senior she mentioned. Seeing my identical resemblance to him, she puffed her cheeks angrily and grumbled, even if you're going to imitate him, at least do a decent job of it. Senior Yi is such a gentle and refined big brother, yet you've made him look like. Unable to speak, I could only grumble internally. Okay, but, is there any chance that I am the Senior Yi you're talking about, just from 8 years ago? Yet I couldn't voice these words. I couldn't even ask what a shapeshifting demon was, or why they mistook me for one. Moreover, is this world truly the timeline 8 years after the real world? Will my real self die someday in the future, only for my past self to travel to this timeline where the original me is already dead? If that's the case, I need to find a way to learn the cause of my death in this timeline so I can change the inevitable outcome after returning to reality. Thinking this, I began taking this time travel seriously. No matter where these two kids take me, I must find a way to extract information about Senior Yi from them. After the scruffy man and the others left, Xiao Xiao and the boy shoved me into a car, an ordinary family sedan, identical to those in the real world. I was tossed into the back seat like a sandbag, while Xiao Xiao and the boy took the front seats, with Xiao Xiao driving. They seemed to treat me as one of their own and started chatting. Never thought we'd encounter a shapeshifter in the Lost City. I was sure this place only had those disgusting bugs left by the worm demons. Xiao Xiao sat stiffly upright while driving, her awkward grip betraying her as a novice who must have just gotten her license. Shapeshifters are highly intelligent, almost on par with humans. We got lucky this time. The one we ran into was probably just a juvenile. The boy adjusted his glasses and said, after all, adult morph demons aren't as dumb as this one. I thought to myself, the damage wasn't great, but the humiliation was extreme. Seems they're dead set on treating me like a morph demon. True, this one's imitation isn't very good either. Senior Ye's gentle appearance was copied so poorly it looks like. Xiao Xiao fully agreed with the boy's comment. I rolled my eyes internally. That's enough already. I have my dignity too, you know. Later, they said some things I couldn't understand, but I learned that the boy around my age was called "You good kid. I'll remember you." Unable to comprehend their conversation, I turned my gaze outside the window. 8 years in the future, Jiangcheng had completely lost its former prosperity garbage and collapsed buildings everywhere, with occasional cries of unidentified creatures in the distance. From Umo and Xiaoxiao's conversation, I understood this road had been secured by their Dawn Academy organization, so it was safe. They kept mentioning insect demons in their chat, and I guess those unknown creatures whose gurgle shrieks I'd heard during my previous 2 crossings, the ones that killed me both times, were these insect demons. The insect demon is currently the primary parasitic monster in Jiangcheng. I've heard sect leader Khan leads a team to exterminate them every month, but they can never fully wipe them out. These damn things reproduce way too fast. Umo sighed. Indeed, that guy with the creature's sensitivity was truly formidable. The insect demons he created ended up destroying the entire Jiang city. Xiao Xiao said, I heard that 2 years ago when the Institute went after that guy, they lost 3 A-rank superhumans. Umo said, in the end, it was only when Hall Master Kong unleashed his full power that we barely managed to kill him. The late stage, creature of sensitivity, is truly terrifying. It must be said, even among A-rank awakened individuals, there are gaps. My mind had wandered for half an hour before the car's deceleration jolted me back to reality. I instinctively glanced outside the window, but the futuristic high-tech cityscape I imagined was nowhere in sight. Instead, sprawling before me were enormous tents, scattered across the landscape like Mongolian yurts on the inner Mongolian plains. These makeshift structures looked utterly out of place on the fringes of this ruined city. Yet the area appeared remarkably clean, virtually no litter in sight, clearly the result of dedicated maintenance. 2 soldiers in military uniforms were standing guard at the outermost edge of the tent cluster. During my first 2 visits to the city, I had no idea such tents existed at the fringes of Jiangcheng. Get out! Umo roughly yanked me from the back seat and dragged me toward the tents. The two soldiers at the entrance gave me a puzzled look, bound as I was, and asked, "Hey kid, what did this guy do to deserve being tied up with demon restraining ropes?" "Brother Yen, this is a shape-shifting demon we found in the lost city. The captain ordered Umo and me to bring him back for sect leader Kong to handle," Xiao said honestly. "A shape-shifting demon?" The soldier called Brother Yen was shocked. "There really are such demons in the lost city. Wait a minute, how did you identify him as a shape-shifting demon?" As he spoke, he examined me carefully, sensing the human aura emanating from me, his expression turning somewhat odd. Shape-shifting demons are very cunning. How could a C-rank team possibly find one and bring it back? Chapter 7, Kong Yuro 8 years later? He was impersonating Senior Yi Changxian, who sacrificed himself 3 years ago, so we immediately recognized him as a shape-shifting demon, Umo explained. Yi Changxian? At that moment, another soldier beside Brother Yen spoke up in utter astonishment. "Isn't Yi Changxian Hallmaster Kong's former Lo?" Ahem! Brother Yen cut off his death-wishing comrade with a deliberate cough. And this person seemed to realize something too, quickly shutting his mouth. However, Yi Changxian, Umo, and Xiao all grasped what he had been about to say. If they weren't mistaken, what this guy nearly blurted out were the words "old flame," right? Umo and Xiao reacted better, having previously heard certain rumors about sect leader Kong and Senior Yi. They weren't particularly shocked by this revelation. But Yi Changxian was different. He knew that Senior Yi was himself in this timeline, and the Hall Master Kong these people mentioned was his past lover in this timeline? So who is this Hall Master Kong? It couldn't possibly be the school belle Kong Yuro, could it? At this thought, he couldn't help but chuckle. He was truly indulging in wild fantasies. How could someone like the school belle Kong possibly have any connection with him? Normally, he would feel too insecure to even glance at Kong Yuro, let alone be with her. Captain Kong is away on official business and not at the camp. You can temporarily confine this demon in the tent at the back. I'll inform her when she returns. Brother Yen gave Yi Changxian, who looked utterly bewildered, a complicated glance before pointing to a relatively smaller tent behind him, signaling for the two to lock this shapeshifter demon inside. Despite the restraining effects of the demon binding rope, he remained guarded against Yi Changxian, who now appeared harmless as a lamb. The tent was right before their eyes so that if any unexpected situation arose, the two on watch could react immediately and regain control over this demonic creature. Got it. Xiao and Umo asked no further questions, leading Yi Changxian into the tent indicated by Brother Yen. And so, Yi Changxian was taken into a dimly lit room. Inside the room, there was only a simple bed and a single chair. Umo had somehow gotten his hands on another rope, and he could only watch as this fellow tied him securely to the chair. Whether this kid had watched too many movies or what, not only was his body firmly strapped to the chair, but all 10 of his fingers were also tightly bound with rope, as if to prevent him from using any method to free himself. Unfortunately, he had no blade nor the skill to dislocate his joints. Even if they hadn't tied him up here, he wouldn't have dared to make the slightest ripple. He was already unable to move, and after what Umo did, now he could only blink his eyes. Innocent, he blinked his eyes, trying to show that he really wasn't that scary. Unfortunately, after tying him up, Umo and Xiao seemed to have completed their task. They sighed in relief and left the tent, leaving him alone in the dimly lit room. What kind of mess is this? He wanted to cry but had no tears left. He stared weakly at the ceiling before him, boredom weighing heavily as he waited. Truth be told, some anxiety gnawed at him, because this was the first time in this timeline he'd managed to survive for a full hour. In the previous 2 timelines, his survival span had been just 20 or 30 minutes. If he lingered too long here, would it delay his awakening in reality? Inside the crude little room, Yi Changxian contemplated alone the unforeseen variables of crossing over this time. Without a watch, he had lost all sense of time. An unknown span of time passed before drowsiness swept over him, and he sank into a heavy slumber. Locked in here, are we? A frigid voice pierced the distance, drilling into Yi Changxian's ears and jolting him violently awake. Had someone come? He eagerly tried to turn his head, but that damned Umo had tied him far too tightly. Unable to move his head even slightly, he could only maintain his original posture. Yet his eyes kept flickering intermittently, casting faint, ghostly glimmers in the dimly lit room. Hall Master, this one. He recognized the owner of this voice. It was that fellow called Brother Yen. But why did the man's voice sound so shaky? The owner of that icy voice spoke again, sharp as a blade's edge. A woman, perhaps? Yi Changxian felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Why did he feel like he knew the owner of that voice? This shape-shifting demon has taken the form of a deceased old friend of yours. This time Yi Changxian heard clearly Brother Yan's voice was genuinely trembling. But judging by the content, could it be that oft-mentioned Hallmaster Kong had finally arrived? Hallmaster Kong is a woman? Then, an utterly astonishing face appeared before his eyes. The tent flap was lifted aside, and then, an exquisitely beautiful face peeked in from outside. Chief Kong was a devastatingly gorgeous woman, appearing to be around 25 years old. Wait a minute. Yi Chengxian narrowed his eyes as he observed this stunning woman radiating in extreme chill. A name surfaced in his mind. Kong Yuro. Yes, this woman bore an 80% resemblance to the Kong Yuro from his memories, with an almost identical aura. Both women were exceptionally aloof, though the real-world Kong Yuro still carried a hint of warmth about her. The one before him now was entirely different. Her flawless face betrayed no emotion whatsoever, as still and unreadable as a frozen lake. Like someone with a complete poker face. Was she, Kong Yuro 8 years in the future? Yi Changyuan opened his mouth, only to realize he was bound by demon restraining ropes, rendering him speechless. After bringing Chief Kong inside, Brother Yen had been carefully observing the magistrate's expression all along. Elder Kong is the renowned Ice Queen of Dawn Academy, someone who never shows joy or anger. She's nearly emotionless as if she were a machine. But what he had heard was that Chief Kong's transformation was due to the sacrifice of a Class B student named Yi Chengxian. Before this, he had often heard others say that Lord Kong appeared cold on the surface, but in essence was a lively, quirky, and mischievous girl. As a soldier who had served under Lord Kong for 2 years, he felt those rumors were complete nonsense. Apart from the occasional anger shown by Lord Kong when dealing with the insect demons in the Lost City each month, Yi Chengxian even felt Lord Kong never displayed any emotion at other times. Today, Yi Chengxian, who had been dead for 3 years, was transformed by an illusory demon. If the rumors were true, when Hall Master Kong encountered this old acquaintance, emotions would surely surface, wouldn't they? But to his disappointment, though hardly a surprise, the Hall Master Kong remained as aloof and icy as ever, her expression utterly unperturbed by the sight of Yi Chengxuan's face. It doesn't look like a juvenile shape-shifting demon. Hearing Chief Kong's words, Brother Yen, whose thoughts were wandering, instinctively glanced in his direction. He wasn't sure if imagination deceived him, but those long, curved eyelashes of sect leader Kong seemed to be trembling ever so slightly. This was captured by Captain Huang and his team in the Lost City. From what Yumo told me, this demon's consciousness hasn't fully recovered yet, and its mimicry isn't very convincing. No, it imitated perfectly. Kong Yurong rarely interrupted her subordinate's unfinished words. What it mimicked was Yi Chengxian from 8 years ago. Chapter 8. Injecting the Awakening Serum. Ah, Soldier Yen was momentarily stunned. Leave now. I'll interrogate him myself. Kong Yuro waved her hand, signaling him to leave the tent. The Soldier Yen didn't dare speak another word. After acknowledging the order, he quickly exited the tent. Outside the tent, he breathed in the fresh air beyond the confines of the room, feeling the weight on his shoulders lessen considerably in an instant. Sigh, standing beside Hall Master Kong still feels like an overwhelming pressure. Has Hall Master Kong's strength improved even further? Since Hall Master Kong's ability awakening level surpassed 50%, it seemed her strength improved by leaps and bounds every day. But why did he feel a vague sense of strangeness? After pondering for a while, he suddenly realized the source of that peculiar sensation. Today, the Hall Master Kong seems quite talkative. Ahem! After being freed from the binding demon rope, Yi Chengxian hastily swallowed to moisten his parched throat. This demon binding rope really wasn't meant for humans. It's absolutely terrifying. He looked at the magic rope that Kong Yuro had untied on the ground with a look of fear, and then looked up at the campus beauty Kong University who had grown up 8 years later. The school belle Kong Yu has blossomed into true beauty, even more stunning than at 18. Most importantly, those underdeveloped areas have now fully matured. This icy demeanor of hers hasn't changed one bit. In short, that's so Kong Yuro. You don't seem particularly afraid of me? A chilly voice rang out. He lifted his head and met those eyes shimmering with golden mist. He didn't speak, because he didn't know what to say. How could he possibly tell the other that he'd time-traveled, that he was actually that person from 8 years ago? It was absolutely absurd. Even he couldn't believe it himself. Still, seeing an old acquaintance here eased his mind somewhat, diminishing his earlier terror. Although I don't know where your sense of relief comes from, I want to tell you that you're celebrating too soon. Kong Yuro's detached, emotionless voice echoed in his ears. Sense of relief? Yi Chengxuan's eyes widened in shock. Could Kong Yuro read minds? She actually detected his emotions. Before he could even voice his question, a bone-chilling tremor surged from the depths of his heart. His throat felt as if gripped by invisible hands, and he gradually sensed his breathing growing weaker. His consciousness blurred hazily. In the dimness, he saw the woman who had been expressionless now brimming with tears. In the end, he couldn't make out anything clearly, instead succumbing to the agony of suffocation as he fainted. Physiological functions entirely resemble those of an ordinary 18-year-old boy, with no signs of awakening, no signs of demonization detected, completely inconsistent with the characteristics of a shape-shifting demon. Nothing special. His genetic profile perfectly matches that of Cadet Yi Chengxian who died 3 years ago. We can even confirm this guy is Cadet Yi from 8 years ago, before he ever took the awakening serum. Where am I? An excruciating pain spread through his entire body as Yi Chengxuan's consciousness gradually returned. Opening his eyes, he found himself inside a glass vessel, with various medical instruments attached to his body. His clothes had long been stripped away, leaving him completely naked. A wave of shame washed over him as he felt countless eyes scrutinizing his exposed form. Were these white-coated figures doctors? Or perhaps research scientists? He shows no difference from normal humans while awake, with heart rate 50% higher than during sleep. A voice pierced into his ears. Recommend attempting infusion with the latest awakening serum to observe physical condition responses. What the hell is all this about? Yi Qingxuan's mind felt heavy and muddled, and before long, he fell back into slumber. Yet in his deep slumber, he felt something icy cold being injected into his left arm. Soon afterward, he sensed an utterly mysterious energy being born within his body. Yet this energy felt strangely familiar, as if he could see it, even control it. Gradually, it felt as though he were drifting within a nebulous fog of chaos. Like a lost traveler, he kept walking forward, ever forward. I don't know how long I walked, perhaps just a quarter of an hour, or maybe an entire century. The mist gradually dissipated, and at what seemed like the endless road's end, he saw an object that oddly felt familiar. It was an enormous pair of jet-black eyes. Those massive black pupils seemed to contain some unimaginably terrifying power. The next instant, those jet-black pupils suddenly erupted, charging straight towards his consciousness. He has awakened an ability, and the ability is identical to that of the deceased cadet Yi Chengxian, who died 3 years ago. It was a man's voice. Has he not woken up yet? Leader Kong, he's been in a coma for 2 weeks now. It seems his physical constitution isn't quite compatible with the latest version of the awakening serum. Notify me when he wakes up. Awakening compatibility, 1.01%, the highest recorded initial awakening level among all humans who've taken the serum so far. His body appears to be rejecting this spatial dimension. The rejection grows stronger with each passing moment, yet his physique maintains extraordinary compatibility with the awakening serum. My God, we've never encountered a human like this before. Another 2 weeks passed. At this point, it had been almost a full month since Yi Chengxian traveled to this timeline, just 1 day short. The infirmary. A kind-faced elder sat upright on a chair in the room, smiling as he observed the noticeably more lifelike sect leader Kong before him compared to 3 weeks ago. Hallmaster Kong looks quite well these days, the old man teased with a faint smile. The headmaster flatters me, Kong Yuro's cool voice responded. Her gaze pierced through the glass container enclosing Yi Qingxuan's body, anxiously watching the young man sustained by nutrient fluids. A flicker of guilt and worry crossed her heart. He had been unconscious for nearly a month. According to that fellow Ouyang Mo, Yi Qingxuan's body seemed to be rejected by this spatial dimension. There was a significant probability he might soon be exiled into the river of time. Is he really a time traveler from the past? Her beautiful eyes gazed intently at the figure on the hospital bed, a soft radiance unseen for 3 years flickering in their depths. This time, she wouldn't let Yi Chengxian die before her eyes again. She had now become the youngest hallmaster in history, capable of standing independently against all odds. No longer would this guy need to sacrifice his life for her sake. Thinking about something? Wondering if he's a time traveler from the past and whether he'll leave again? The old man called the principal seemed to have read her mind. Ouyang Mo said his body is rejected by this space, so he'll leave eventually. Kong Yuro murmured, her voice tinged with loneliness. The principal cast a surprised glance at her. This was the first time in the 3 years since Yi Qingxuan's sacrifice that Kong Yuro had revealed any hint of emotion in her words. Due to the uniqueness of Kong Yuro's abilities, he hadn't detected any trace of mortal vitality emanating from her body in a long time. According to the instrument's readings, in 23 hours, Yi Qingxuan's body will be completely rejected by this dimension. If he hasn't awakened by the final hour, use electric shocks to stimulate him awake. After delivering these instructions, the principal left the infirmary. Only his aged voice lingered in Kong Yuro's ears. No matter what you do, as long as you have no regrets. Chapter 9, a conversation 8 years in the making. After hearing the principal's words, Kong Yuro sat silently in the infirmary for a long while. She understood the principal's implications. The current Yi Chengxian was the one from 8 years ago who hadn't awakened his supernatural abilities. Moreover, judging by the changes in this Yi Chengxian, it seemed his time traveling to this timeline had a strict limit, exactly 1 month. In other words, after staying here for a full month, he would be forced to leave. Because the 2030 Awakening Serum was the latest version, and Yi Chengxian was receiving this updated formula for the first time, his body's adverse reaction had kept him unconscious for nearly a month. If he still hadn't woken up by the time she left, she would resort to using electric shock to jolt Yi Chengxian awake from his slumber directly. Wake up a little earlier, I have so much I want to tell you. She silently repeated in her heart without making any movements, sitting quietly beside Yi Chengxian as she gazed at the boy's face. If any members of Dawnlight Academy were to see Kong Yuro's current appearance, they'd surely be left utterly speechless. Dean Kong, the famously frosty goddess and the unattainable ideal in countless Dawnlight students' hearts. How could this very same icy muse now be gazing at a young man with such tender, watery affection? Unfortunately, since the principal's departure, a hospital room contained only Kong Yuro and Yi Changxian, leaving no witnesses to this unprecedented softness from the Ice Queen. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Outside the ward, doctors in white coats passed by from time to time. When they saw sect leader Kong sitting inside like a statue, they all showed expressions of astonishment. Fortunately, no one dared to foolishly enter at this moment. Everyone was well aware of sect leader Kong's icy temperament. Beep beep beep. The ringing of an alarm clock snapped Kong Yuro out of her daze. She glanced somewhat dazedly at the clock on the bedside table. At this point, only 1 hour remained before Ouyang Mo's predicted departure time for Yi Changxian. Should we still use electric shock? Her crystalline, water-like eyes rested on the body lying on the hospital bed as she reached out to activate the device labeled electric shock beside it. Buzz, 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 ah. The electric shock sound and a peculiar agonized cry infused with complex emotions rang out in sequence. Under Supervisor Kong's expectant gaze, the boy on the hospital bed opened his eyes. Yi Changxian felt as though he'd dreamed an endlessly long dream. In that dream, he'd been locked in a cell-like room for what seemed like an eternity. Suddenly, he felt a tingling electric current surge through his entire body, racing from his toes straight to his brain. In short, it was incredibly intense. He opened his eyes to see an exquisitely delicate face before him. Colonel Kong. Kong Yuro, he called out cautiously. The other party's actions and attitude towards him from before are still vividly clear in his mind. It's me. Kong Yuro parted her rosy lips slightly. Whether it was Yi Changxian's illusion or not, he felt her lips looked especially pink today, stirring an inexplicable urge in him to kiss them. As if she had applied a light shade of lipstick. Yet the very next moment, he forcibly erased such an absurd thought from his mind. Are you kidding me? Always naturally beautiful, the school's top beauty Kong Yuro never wore makeup to school. How could she possibly be putting on makeup now? I'm not some shape-shifting demon, I'm just an ordinary human, he began to explain. I know. Kong Yuro's tone softened considerably, but she suddenly found this way of speaking oddly uncomfortable. It felt particularly awkward for someone of her disposition. So she abruptly changed her inflection, adding, I jumped to conclusions earlier and wrongly accused you. You know already? Yi Changxian opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately closed it again. On his first journey to this world, there were many things he didn't understand. If he happened to ask something inappropriate and got mistaken for a spy, it wouldn't be polite. I know what you want to ask. Kong Yuro struggled to suppress the passive release of her supernatural abilities as she spoke with emotional intensity. You must have realized by now that our world isn't as peaceful as it appears. In the shadows unknown to ordinary people, creatures called extraterrestrial demons constantly threaten the survival of all humanity. The existence of our Dawn Academy is precisely to eliminate these extraterrestrial demons that endanger mankind, and protect the survival of human civilization. Outer demons? Dawn Academy? Yi Changxian read aloud. Yes, there's a type of demon called mimic demons. Their ability is to imitate humans, taking on human forms to infiltrate human society. That's why we initially mistook you for one, because in this world, you're already dead. Your sudden appearance put us on high alert. Kong Yuro seemed unaccustomed to speaking such long paragraphs. After finishing, she actually began breathing slightly heavily, her shoulders rising and falling. The me in this world. What exactly have you found out? Yi Changxian revealed an expression of astonishment. You've traveled here from some point in the past, right? Based on your age characteristics showing 18 years old and the fact that your body hasn't been injected with special ability serum, we estimate your travel date was likely before June 21st, 2020. You can even guess that? Yi Changxian was genuinely shocked this time. Were these future people really this impressive? They'd completely seen through him. Unexpectedly, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Kong Yuro's lips as she placed a tablet in front of him. Yi Changxian lowered his head and saw the contents on the tablet. It was a personal profile, and the person being introduced was, unsurprisingly, himself. Yi Changxian, formally admitted to Dawn Academy on June 21, 2020, recommended by S-rank student Kong Yuro. On the same afternoon, ingested a 201 type awakening serum, new version at the time, awakening with B-rank ability, Demon's Eye. On August 1 of the same year, entered Jiangcheng Academy alongside Kong Yuro as a reserve member to safeguard the city's crises. Cadet Yi Changxian sacrificed himself honorously on April 21, 2027, during the fall of the Lost City, covering his teammates' retreat. In just a few minutes, Yi Changxian witnessed his entire life flash before his eyes. Yi Changxian was utterly dumbfounded, momentarily speechless from shock. The sheer volume of information left him struggling to process it all. What was the date when you crossed over? Kong Yuro asked softly, locking eyes with him. June 20th, the day you got kidnapped. I chased after you when those two thugs knocked me out too, Yi Changxian replied numbly. That day. Kong Yuro showed a surprised expression, I was on a mission that day, and I never expected an ordinary person like you would dare to butt in. Fortunately, everything turned out alright in the end. I managed to rescue you and a few other trainees. It was also on that day that I brought you into Dawn Academy. Yes, the kind of academy you might imagine, where everyone inside possesses extraordinary abilities, including you. So you were never actually in any danger, and my impulsive interference just messed up your mission, didn't it? Yi Changxian couldn't help but wryly smile. He hadn't realized there was such a backstory. Still, now that he knew the truth, he felt a weight lift from his mind. At least there's no real danger to my life now. So what's my special ability? Without waiting for Kong Yuro's reply, he pressed on with another question. Who would have thought supernatural abilities actually existed in this world? It's written right there, grade B ability, demon eyes, Kong Yuro said. You can try sensing it with your own eyes. A month ago in this timeline, you were injected with Model B001's new awakening serum. After lying dormant for a month, you've successfully awakened your supernatural ability. Chapter 10, Trust No One. I have powers now? Yi Changxian carefully focused on the sensations in his eyes. The next moment, he distinctly felt a peculiar energy activating behind his pupils, a force that seemed capable of stimulating his entire body. Without hesitation, he immediately channeled this extraordinary energy. Kong Yuro watched as the boy's pupils before her abruptly darkened into inky blackness, his entire eyeballs transforming into indistinguishable pools of darkness where iris and sclera merged. An awakening rate barely exceeding 1%? She frowned slightly, her brow creasing in contemplation. It wasn't that Yi Qingxuan's current level of awakened abilities was putting pressure on her. For her, even if Yi Qingxuan's awakened abilities reached 50% right now, he would still be equally weak in her eyes. Rather, the shocking part was how Yi Changxian, who had just awakened his powers, had already broken through the 1% awakening threshold. This seemed to have shattered many records, or perhaps it was related to his so-called chosen ability? Meanwhile, after activating his special ability, Yi Changxian felt his body brimming with power. However, once this ability was activated, his mental state progressively deteriorated, and his physical stamina continuously drained. This unbearable sensation forced him to deactivate the ability which he had only maintained for less than 10 seconds. Once again, he couldn't even last 10 seconds. At that moment, he heard Kong Yuro mention the term awakening progress of special abilities. What is ability awakening degree? He asked. Ability awakening degree measures how thoroughly an ability user has developed their power. The higher the development, the stronger the ability naturally becomes. However, abilities of different grades manifest differently in terms of power. Kong Yuro pondered as she explained. For example, there's a vast difference between an S-grade ability at 5% awakening and an A-grade ability at 5% awakening. Hearing about the different ability grades, Yi Changxian quickly asked, so does that mean my B-grade ability is very weak? A Class B ability is nothing to scoff at. Kong Yuro shook her head. Only abilities ranked number 1 through number 24 can be called S-class, while those ranked number 25 through number 99 are considered A-class. Your Demon Eye rank number 100 is the strongest among B-class abilities, you could practically call it B+. Yi Changxian could tell that Kong, the campus beauty queen, was trying her best to console him. But it was quite obvious that Miss Kong wasn't particularly skilled at comforting people. There are no weak abilities, only weak ability users, Kong Yuro said with solemn earnestness. Well, she really did her best. After feeling a little disappointed for a while, Yi Changxian quickly pulled himself together. He already possessed the superpower to travel through time, an ability that probably no other superpower could rival, right? It's my turn to ask you something. While he was deep in thought, Kong Yuro suddenly spoke up. Is this time-traveling ability of yours reusable, or is it just a one-time thing? As if fearing Yi Changxian hadn't understood, she further explained, is this your first time traveling here, or have you been here before? Hearing this, Yi Changxian prepared to pour out everything that had happened to him. But when he opened his mouth, the words that came out weren't what he intended to say. This is my first time here. I don't know how it happened either, I just woke up here. The moment he spoke, he froze in surprise. He didn't want to hide it at all. But just now, he had felt an overwhelming urge to conceal his ability to repeatedly travel through time, an emotion that compelled him to offer an alternative explanation. What's going on? I see. Kong Yuro's expression lit up with understanding. Yi Changxian felt increasingly peculiar inside. He stared into Kong Yuro's eyes, trying to discern something from the depths of her pupils. But Kong Yuro's gaze remained as calm as a still lake, without a single ripple. If his earlier perception wasn't mistaken, Kong Yuro's supernatural ability should be capable of altering others' emotions, right? He still vividly remembered the uncontrollable tremor that had surged within him when he first met her. This time, the tremor didn't appear. Instead, what surfaced was an urgent need to conceal the truth of his ability to repeatedly time travel. Was it Kong Yuro who wanted him to keep this matter a secret? Your body is rejecting this world. Perhaps before long, you'll be sent back to that time 8 years ago. Kong Yuro voiced his doubts. Wait, how long was I unconscious? A month. It took you a full month to awaken your abilities. Maybe this is a side effect of the latest version of the awakening serum, Yuro explained. While she was speaking, her gaze must have been fixed on Yi Chengxian. An entire month in slumber? Yi Chengxian was astonished. He only felt like he had slept for a very, very long time, but he never imagined it had been a whole month. An entire month had passed in this timeline. What about the timeline of his original self? If the real version of himself had also been asleep for a month, he didn't dare think further. Your time travel this time was highly significant. Yuro didn't know what Yi Chengxian was thinking, but that didn't stop her from expressing her point. You just saw it yourself. 5 years from your original timeline, you stayed behind at Jiangcheng Academy to cover our retreat and died heroically. So I hope when you return to your original timeline, you'll escape when the crisis hits the lost city 5 years later. Yi Chengxian raised his eyes and saw the solemn expression on the woman's face before him. The adult version of Yuro was truly beautiful, exuding an elegant and gracious temperament. At this moment, Yuro seemed to have shed that icy exterior, leaving only endless tenderness. This was the first time he had seen the second face of the renowned campus belle. I will. He nodded. Now that he knew the cause of his future death, he would definitely leave Jiangcheng on the day the crisis erupted 5 years later. But the problem is, what exactly happened in Jiangcheng? Don't ask. Before he could finish speaking, the beauty before him suddenly wrapped around him like an octopus, embracing him tightly. He caught a faint fragrance, feeling as if he were embracing a piece of warm, soft jade. He froze. Yuro actually took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. He suddenly remembered what the two guards at the entrance had talked about when he was captured and brought to the camp earlier. It seemed they mentioned that in the future, he would become Old Master Kong's, or rather, Yuro's former lover. Could that rumor actually be true? Did his future self really manage to win over the school belle Yuro? So he turned out to be this impressive, ahem. But the real question is, what should he do now? Just keep holding on to this woman whose combat abilities are terrifyingly limitless? Yi Qingxuan's mind had completely lost its capacity for rational thought. He'd even forgotten about his supernatural ability and his time-traveling predicament. All he could think about right now was Yuro curled up in his arms like a kitten. He maintained an extremely uncomfortable sitting posture, as Yuro had nearly her entire body pressed against him, forcing him to support himself solely with the strength of his waist. The two maintained this extremely intimate position for a full 10 minutes. Just as Yi Chengxian felt his waist was about to snap under the pressure, an extremely faint sound reached his ears. Yi, don't tell anyone about your time-traveling ability, not even the version of me whose awakened power hasn't exceeded 50%. These were the final words spoken by Yuro in this timeline. Chapter 11, Return to Reality. The script doesn't match. June 20th, 2022. When Yi Chengxian opened his eyes again, he saw the familiar infirmary. Didn't I return to reality? This was his first thought, but he quickly noticed something different about this infirmary. First, the hospital bed he was lying on lacked any high-tech equipment. Second, the overall arrangement of this room differed slightly from the ward he'd rested in 8 years later. The most obvious difference was that this infirmary's doorway displayed a cactus? Whose brilliant idea was it to place a cactus right outside the hospital room door? Knock, knock, knock. The hospital room door suddenly got knocked on. Someone's coming. He froze for 2 seconds before propping himself up and calling out, "Come in." The door opened, and two people walked in. One was the younger version of Yuro, familiar to Yi Chengxian, while the other was a young man wearing a white lab coat and glasses. A name tag was pinned to the man's chest, on which Yi Chengxian spotted the name, Ouyang Mo. Seems like there's nothing seriously wrong, probably just fainted from shock after what you did to him yesterday. Ouyang Mo spoke, though his words weren't directed at the freshly awakened Yi Chengxian, but at Yuro standing beside him. I've told you, he didn't faint from fright. Yuro frowned slightly before walking over to Yi Chengxian. She studied her newly awakened schoolmate carefully. Classmate Yi, do you recognize this number? She held up a 6 with her fingers. Yi Chengxian. Ouyang Mo. I think I just passed out, not lost my mind. He pondered for a moment before speaking. After saying this, he turned to the relatively reliable-looking Ouyang Mo beside him. May I ask how long I was unconscious? I hadn't seen this guy in the 8-year-ahead timeline, so he probably isn't an important character, right? But truth be told, I didn't encounter many significant figures in that future timeline either. The most important one might have been Yuro, whose paranormal awakening level had already broken through 50%. If Yuro's awakening surpassed 50% 8 years later, what's her current awakening level now? Following logical progression, he should soon receive an invitation from Yuro to join Dawn Academy, a school for awakened individuals, where he'd drink the awakening serum and activate his own supernatural ability, demonic eyes. Thinking about his special ability, he probed the area around his eyes. The moment he touched them, that familiar sensation of control returned. It seemed he could activate magic eyes whenever he wanted. You've been out cold since last night. Ouyang Mo glanced at his watch and said, it's currently 9:05 in the morning. You were unconscious for about 9 hours. 9 hours? Yi Chengxian breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't one whole month. Little did he know, his behavior appeared especially peculiar to the two people observing him. Con Yuro asked bluntly, don't you have anything you want to ask? Yesterday this guy passed out cold, and she had to haul this stinking fellow all the way back to the medical room at Jiangqing Dawn Academy's branch campus. What a hassle. Yet this guy slept like a log for 7 hours straight and woke up perfectly fine without a care in the world. Humph. And here she was considering recruiting this seemingly decent guy into the academy. Got questions? Yi Chengxian suddenly remembered that he should pretend to know nothing at this moment. So he tried his best to feign curiosity. Where are we right now? His crude acting left both Ouyang Mo and Con Yurong speechless. Especially Con Yurong, due to her special ability, she sensed that the person before her seemed to already know where they were. But she had just investigated this guy. With his level of experience, there was no way he should know about the existence of Dawn Academy. When she was investigating Yi Changxian earlier, she actually stumbled upon something completely unexpected. Could it be because of his parents? Con Yuro pondered inwardly. This is a private hospital. Since you've already woken up, you should leave now. After some deliberation, she decided not to allow such an unstable variable to join Dawn Academy. She initially thought the boy was kind-hearted. After all, he was just an ordinary person who dared to stand up against social injustice when he encountered it. But now it seemed the boy's behavior was suggesting to her that he might know far more than he let on. With this preconceived judgment, she naturally concluded that the boy's earlier heroic act of helping her must have been filled with ulterior motives. Okay, huh? Yi Chengxuan's eyes widened slightly. Why does it feel like something's not quite right? Looking at the indifferent girl before him, his mind suddenly flashed back to the scene just moments ago when she had been curled up obediently in his arms, clinging tightly to him. For a moment, a sense of indescribable loss welled up in his heart. He now understood one thing. When he traveled to the future timeline, if he didn't die by accident, the maximum time he could stay in that timeline was only 1 month. This aligned with the duration of his time travel. He could traverse once every month, with each stay lasting up to 1 month at most. Rest well before you leave. When you're ready to go, someone will guide you out. As for yesterday's kidnapping incident, my family has already secured our release, and the 2 criminals have been brought to justice, so you don't need to worry about your life being disrupted. Con Yuro spoke those words coldly before leading Ouyang Mo out of the infirmary. Wait a minute. Yi Chengxian grew anxious when he realized she genuinely had no intention of inviting him to join Dawn Academy. Just forget what happened last night. You should leave as soon as possible. Con Yuro paused mid-step but still walked away without looking back. And so, Yi Chengxian could only watch helplessly as Con Yuro's figure vanished from his sight. Where did things go wrong? After all, he was someone who had weathered countless storms, and he quickly regained his composure despite the script going off the rails. Judging from Con Yuro's attitude just now, she had no intention whatsoever of inviting him to join Morningstar Academy. The problem clearly lies with him. Judging by the timeline's progression, he must have done something significant to prompt Con Yuro to recruit him into Dawn Academy. Yet in reality, he'd been unconscious for a full 9 hours during yesterday's scheduled time crossing. Those 9 hours of inactivity meant he'd done nothing noteworthy to impress Con Yuro, which indirectly resulted in her not extending the academy invitation. Chapter 12 Yi Hongxian. Yi Chengxian still left Dawn Academy. Before leaving, the doctor returned his backpack filled with paper money to him. After opening and checking to ensure no money was missing, he took his wallet and hailed a taxi. As his figure disappeared into the taxi and the vehicle vanished down the road's end, 2 figures emerged from within Dawn Academy. The 2 who emerged were none other than Con Yuro and Ouyang Mo. Back then, I thought you intended to give your only Esper quota to this kid. Never expected you'd directly kick him out. Ouyang Mo shoved his hands in his pockets, glanced sidelong at the frosty Con Yuro, then curled his lips dismissively. Here we go again. Whenever this young mistress was in a foul mood, she'd wear that expression like someone owed her money. There are doubts about his identity. I can't let someone like him join the academy. Without the slightest emotion, Con Yuro said. Right, that expression he just had clearly showed he knew this place was Dawn Academy, yet he still tried to pretend he didn't recognize it. But it seems he has no idea how terrible his acting actually is. Did you find that lost gull demon torso yet? Con Yuro shot a cold glance at the mocking man. The moment he heard about the insect gull monster's remains, Ouyang Mo's smile visibly vanished from his face. Ahem, we couldn't actually find that thing. I suspect it most likely fell into some small drainage ditch somewhere. Probably nothing to worry about, it's just the corpse of an insect-type monster anyway. Even if ordinary people picked it up, they wouldn't know what use the insect gall remains have. Ouyang Mo shrugged helplessly. Jiangcheng had so many sewer pipes, where was he supposed to search for a few pieces of that insect gall monster's tissue? This was your mistake. If the folks at the Biological Research Institute demand accountability, Those guys from the Bio Research Institute? Upon hearing Kong Yuro's words, Ouyang Mo scoffed dismissively. The most noteworthy ability they have is Sequence 114's B-Class, Bioperception. Even if we handed over the Gall trunk to them, they wouldn't be able to make heads or tails of it. At this point, he clasped his hands behind his head and said, when the Biological Research Institute finally recruits a genius awakened with an A-grade ability called biosensitivity, forget about just sending over the carcass of those Gall monsters. I'd volunteer myself as a live research subject for that prodigy. If there really was a genius with biological sensitivity, they'd most likely look down on someone as messed up as you. Kong Yuro mercilessly mocked. Kong Yuro, your language is far too crude. How dare you call someone as refined as I, Ouyang the young gentleman, a deformed melon or cracked date? Yi Chengxian sat in the taxi, studying his supernatural ability. What he knew so far was that whenever he activated his demon eyes, both eyes would turn completely pitch black, making him look somewhat like he was infected with a zombie virus. Additionally, activating the demon eyes provided no improvement to his slightly nearsighted vision. He already had mild myopia in both eyes before. During college entrance exams, he wore glasses every day. But after the exams ended, since he no longer needed to study, he removed those troublesome glasses during work. Named Demon's Eye, yet it does nothing for the eyes at all, he muttered under his breath. To put it plainly, the name Demon's Eye was utterly misleading. However, after activating Demon's Eye, his physical prowess had dramatically improved, as if he possessed boundless strength. He planned to conduct a thorough test of his enhanced physical abilities after returning home, now that Demon's Eye was awakened. One more thing, buy a pair of sunglasses. Otherwise, people would easily notice the abnormality in his eyes every time he uses his powers. Feeling the genuine power within him, the disappointment of not being able to join Dawn Academy eased somewhat. Even without enrolling in Dawn Academy, at least he had awakened his abilities. Wasn't that something? In other words, he had already become a superhuman, and enrolling in Dawn Academy would merely be the icing on the cake. After 40 or 50 minutes in the taxi, Yi Chengxian clutched his backpack with heartfelt anguish. Young man, that'll be 134 yuan. Just give me 130. The taxi driver smiled warmly at Yi Chengxian. Uncle, are you sure you didn't misread the meter? Why is it so expensive? Every fiber of Yi Chengxian's being seemed to scream resistance. 130 bucks. That was 2 days worth of his salary. He had to work hard washing dishes, cleaning, and tutoring. Young man, that's not fair at all. I drove you all the way from downtown to the outskirts. If it were another driver who takes detours, seeing you don't know the way, they'd easily charge you 200 yuan. The driver seemed deeply offended, shouting angrily, almost spraying saliva onto Yi Chengxian's face. In the end, Yi Chengxian tearfully handed over 120 yuan to escape the driver's clutches. After paying, he felt the backpack in his arms instantly deflate by a chunk. Though obviously, it was just psychological. Damn that Sunrise Academy, why did they have to open a branch in the city center? Isn't that just daylight robbery? After several twists and turns, he finally arrived at the door of his rented apartment. With practiced ease, he pulled out his key and unlocked the door. The interior bore about 70% similarity to the spawn point he'd encountered during his time travel 8 years later, though this current apartment was spotlessly clean from being tidied by him and his younger brother, giving off a comforting vibe. Where the hell has that brat Yi Hongxian run off to? Yi Chengxian muttered to himself as he searched through both rooms. Their rented apartment had 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. Because the location was so remote, he had managed to haggle with the landlord and rent the place at a relatively low price. This rental was extremely far from his high school. Every day, he had to walk 40 minutes each way for his commute. So every morning he would get up early to prepare lunch for himself and his younger brother. He would pack the meals in thermal containers, bring them to school, then wait until all his classmates left the classroom at noon before taking out the containers to eat at his desk. After finishing, he would simply rest his head on the desk for a short nap. He didn't return home at noon. Yi Hongxian finished school earlier in the evenings, so whenever he came back at night, the kid had already prepared dinner. This was their routine from Monday to Friday during school days. On weekends, Yi Chengxian would take up odd jobs outside, relying on both his school stipend and earnings from part-time work. The brothers depended on each other this way. The elder brother Yi Chengxian consistently ranked in the top 10 of his grade in every exam. His younger brother was even more outstanding, consistently ranking first in his grade at junior high school almost every time. Oh, except for one instance when he wasn't top of his grade. Rumor has it that the perennial runner-up in Yi Hongxian's school made a deal with him. If the second-ranked student could take the top spot, his father would reward him with 500 yuan. After some negotiation between the two, Yi Hongxian deliberately scored lower to take second place and pocketed 200 yuan from the new top student. Chapter 13 Benefits of the Magic Eye. Yi Chengxian walked into the kitchen and saw the rice cooker steaming with its light on. Where the hell is that brat? He glanced at the timer on the rice cooker. The rice had been cooking for 15 minutes, which meant Yi Hongxian couldn't have left more than 15 minutes ago? Just as he was preparing to go downstairs to look for Yi Hongxian, the door to the rental flat was pushed open. Yi Hongxian entered with one hand carrying groceries and the other pushing the door open. Upon spotting a familiar figure in the kitchen, he froze momentarily before exclaiming in pleasant surprise, "Brother! I saw you hadn't returned yesterday, so I went straight to the police, but they said you hadn't been missing long enough to file a report." Yi Hongxian set the groceries on the cutting board as he spoke. "I'm fine, though I'm sorry I couldn't celebrate your birthday with you." Yi Qingxuan's tone carried a trace of self-reproach. "Brother, I know you must have run into some trouble last night, otherwise you wouldn't have even come home." Yi Hongxian was remarkably perceptive. The younger brother's maturity only made Yi Chengxian feel more remorseful. The elder brother is like a father. With both parents gone, Yi Chengxian became the pillar of the family. He always blamed himself for being unable to provide a better life for his younger brother, forced to live with him in this noisy rental apartment where the sounds of square dancing echoed every night. "I'll go cook." Yi Hongxian didn't ask about what happened last night, instead taking the groceries he'd just bought into the kitchen. While eating with his brother, Yi Chengxian briefly recounted the events he had experienced the previous night. Yi Hongxian didn't seem to react at all. He simply said, "Next time, make sure to be careful and don't push yourself too hard." After saying that, he returned to his bedroom. Watching his brother's reaction, Yi Chengxian sighed and picked up the dishes to wash them in the kitchen. Silence was the norm between the two brothers. After washing up, Yi Chengxian changed into sportswear and left the rented apartment. At a stationery store, he bought a cheap pair of sunglasses. More accurately, they were low-quality plastic toy glasses coated with colored pigment. But none of that mattered. As long as they could conceal the strange appearance of his eyes when his demon pupils activated, that was enough. After putting on the glasses, he found himself in a forest park not far from the rented apartment. The forest park was usually filled with elderly people exercising, playing ping pong, or taking walks, but it was now noon, the hottest time of day, when most seniors would have returned home for lunch. It was approaching July, and the summer vacation weather was scorchingly hot. Yi Chengxian briefly adjusted to the heat before quietly starting his jog around the park. Within minutes, he was drenched in sweat from the unbearable weather. Passers-by who spotted him jogging while wearing children's glasses couldn't help but gaze at him like he was an idiot. Yet Yi Chengxian had grown immune to such looks after all. These people didn't know him anyway. Besides, he had often endured scornful glances during his part-time work-study shifts. As he felt his body gradually warming up, he silently activated his demon eye ability. In an instant, that scorching sensation completely dissipated. A cold current seemed to circle through his body, dissolving most of that scorching sunlight sensation until he could no longer feel it. He took off his sun-shielding jacket, sensing the changes in his body. Since starting high school, his exercise time had decreased significantly, but because he often worked physical jobs, his physique was much stronger than his peers. His muscles were densely packed, and his strength was considerable. After activating his demon eye, his nearsightedness remained, but his body seemed to gain an inexhaustible reserve of energy. Is this the 1% awakened ability? He clenched his fist, sensing the changes in his body. Would these enhancements become greater if the awakening percentage increased further? Without delay, after activating his magic eye, he could feel his stamina draining at an alarming rate. Even standing completely still doing nothing but observing his bodily changes, the sensation of rapidly depleting energy was overwhelmingly palpable. Does activating the ability consume stamina? He slightly furrowed his brows, but soon relaxed them again. Abilities transcend scientific explanation, they must have limitations. How could they be used indefinitely? With this thought, he began jogging around the park. The next moment, he felt himself whoosh forward as if he were the wind. His legs seemed to move uncontrollably, swinging at an incredible frequency. Before he could even process it, he realized he'd already sprinted over 100 meters. After running several full laps, Yi Chengyuan finally stopped, flushed with excitement. Hands on knees, he gasped for air in huge gulps. This exhaustion wasn't from running, it was the physical toll of activating his superhuman ability. Even a champion sprinter couldn't match the speed, could they? He looked back at the distance he'd covered, his face brimming with exhilaration. If he entered an athletic competition now, he might just take home the gold. The only drawback was that he couldn't explain the unusual transformation in his pupils when using his ability. Sports competitions certainly wouldn't allow him to wear sunglasses during races. Though I didn't get into Aurora Academy, at least I've awakened my special ability. Looks like I'll need to intensify my physical training from now on. Yi Chenxuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Now he suddenly understood how crucial improving physical fitness was. The more stamina he had, the longer he could maintain his special ability, and the greater the explosive power he could unleash. Phew! He exhaled a long, turbid breath. In the following hours, he began training beneath the shade of the park trees. Push-ups, squat jumps, sit-ups. After a full hour of exercise, he pushed himself to complete exhaustion. He bought 2 bottles of mineral water from the convenience store by the park and downed 1.5 in one go before his parched throat was finally soothed. Working out was truly exhausting. Glancing at the clock inside the store, 1.5 hours left, he murmured to himself. Aside from his nighttime job as a waiter at the barbecue stall, he also had a 2 o'clock afternoon shift cleaning rooms at a hotel. Actually, he had a morning gig as a private tutor too, though that job was every other day, and today happened to be his day off. Otherwise, he'd have had to cancel on someone. He rushed back home, took a cold shower, and set an alarm before collapsing into bed. An hour later, the alarm clock rang, and he put his clothes back on before leaving the rented apartment. After he left, Yi Hongxuan's room door suddenly opened. Frowning, Yi Hongxian walked to the bathroom and saw a tracksuit soaking in a basin of water. He crouched down and sniffed at the scent on it. Such a handful, he muttered, then immediately sat down to help his brother with the laundry. Chapter 14, The Busy Holiday. Yi Chenxuan's afternoon workplace was a hotel located not far from Bihai Club. As for why this hotel was situated right next to Bihai Club, well, those who know. The hotel where he worked was called Ida Hotel, located not far from the barbecue stand. After finishing his evening cleaning duties and dinner at the hotel, he could go straight to the barbecue stall. Upon arriving at the hotel, he greeted the manager and then changed into his work uniform in the staff lounge. Xiaoxian, same as usual, you're assigned to clean the rooms on the 5th floor today. If you finish ahead of schedule, you can leave early, said the hotel manager. Understood, manager. Yi Chengxian acknowledged with a nod and pushed his cleaning cart onto the elevator. The 5th floor wasn't considered premium guest area, with only 12 rooms, making his workload much lighter compared to other servers. Yi Chengxuan's special treatment didn't provoke resentment among the other staff. Most people here knew about his family circumstances. Even the manager's son had been in the same grade at the same high school during Yi Chengxuan's time. Everyone knew Yi Chengxian was a top student, and seeing this academic star working part-time to support himself made it impossible to resent him. People felt nothing but admiration and concern for the young man. Yet Yi Chengxian failed to notice that the moment he stepped into the elevator, a gaze fell upon his retreating figure. The owner of this gaze sat on a couch in the hotel's first-floor lobby. Is this guy working as a waiter here? Yuro's eyes flickered slightly, her expression growing somewhat complicated. She slowly set down the hotel staff registration form in her hands and beckoned to the hotel manager. The manager noticed her gesture and quickly approached, calling out with utmost respect, Ms. Kong. Was that young man who just entered the elevator working here? That young man just now. The manager paused momentarily, then realized she was referring to Yi Chengxian, and promptly replied, his name is Yi Chengxian. He's been working here for several months now. Before the college entrance exams, he only worked Saturdays and Sundays. After the exams, he's been coming in every afternoon at 2 o'clock. When it comes to Yi Chengxian, he couldn't help but lavish praise. That boy is the most sensible child I've ever met, working part-time to pay his way through school while maintaining such excellent grades. I heard he works 3 jobs daily just to save up for university tuition. If my son were half as outstanding as him, I'd wake up laughing in my sleep. Midway through his words, he suddenly realized he'd been rambling and quickly clamped his mouth shut. After all, the woman before him was the daughter of a major shareholder, and he'd only gotten carried away because mentioning Yi Chengxian always made him effusive with praise. To his surprise, however, Yuro showed no irritation at his chatter. Instead, she seemed to fall into deep thought. He watched as various emotions flickered across the girl's delicate, pretty face. Regret, guilt, sorrow. Could the young lady actually know Yi Chengxian? A hint of surprise flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. It's only natural that her son, Yuro, and Yi Chengxian all graduated from the same school in the same year and knew each other. Perhaps this young lady was just curious about how Yi Chengxian ended up working at their family's hotel. Understood, you may go back to your duties. Yuro dismissed the manager with a complicated expression. She felt somewhat irritated now. Initially, she had assumed that boy had questionable character and that his deliberate approach yesterday had ulterior motives. But the truth proved her wrong. The fault lies in one's own preconceptions, projecting the parent's character onto the boy and instinctively assuming the worst about his nature. If the hotel manager hadn't just lied to her, then Yi Chengxuan's character would indeed be questionable. Missing parents, raising a younger brother, working while studying, excelling both morally and academically, courageously standing up for justice. If even someone like this can't qualify for Dawn Academy, wouldn't their admission standards be set impossibly high? Once I finish dealing with the Gauls, I'll take the initiative to ask him. Muttering to herself, she picked up the form on the table again. Yi Chengxian was unaware of his brush past with Kong, the school belle. He was currently immersed in his cleaning duties. The hotel's air conditioning circulated efficiently, so Yi Chengxian didn't feel too hot. In fact, he was in good condition. It was cooler here than at home. 12 rooms, not too many, but certainly not few. Took Yi Chengxian a full 6 hours to tidy up before he finally sat down for dinner. Dinner was provided by the hotel. After finishing his boxed meal, he dragged his exhausted body and quickly made his way to the barbecue stalls near Ida Hotel. The barbecue stalls weren't limited to Uncle Lin's, this was a whole street of them, with 7 or 8 vendors lined up. What Yi Chengxian didn't know was that as he changed into his work uniform and walked from Ida Hotel to Uncle Lin's barbecue stall, a shadowy figure was closely trailing behind him. The figure had a slender build, wearing a face mask and a baseball cap that obscured her features. Yi Chengxian didn't notice anything unusual either. When he arrived at the barbecue stall entrance, he saw Uncle Lin sitting at one of the tables. With only a handful of customers at this hour, Uncle Lin appeared quite relaxed. "Uncle Lin!" Yi Chengxian stepped forward to greet him. "You're quite early today. Go change your clothes in the back." Uncle Lin greeted Yi Chengxian with a smile and watched as he walked away. The moment Yi Chengxian's figure vanished, his expression changed. "Is it that S-rank girl?" he muttered under his breath, his eyes flashing with suspicion. "Why is she following Xiao Xian?" His peripheral gaze unconsciously flicked toward Kong Yuro's location not far away. "Old Zhao, hurry up and help me wash these skewers," the proprietress called from the kitchen. "Here he comes." Uncle Lin quickly stood up and scurried obediently toward the kitchen. Not far away, Kong Yuro frowned slightly as she looked at this barbecue stall. She just sensed her psychic ability warning her. Was there some danger nearby? Her S-rank ability gained an additional warning function after her awakening threshold surpassed 5%. Whenever she approached a creature or object capable of threatening her life, her ability would alert her. An ordinary barbecue stand owner and his wife, Yi Chengxian, a few random diners. Her gaze swept across the surroundings, brimming with utter bewilderment. Could these people possibly pose a threat to her? Chapter 15. When did he awaken? Yi Chengxian's regular work hours were from 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. Yesterday, because it was his younger brother's birthday, Uncle Lin let him leave early. While working at the barbecue stall until 10:30 p.m., 2 unexpected visitors arrived. Kong Yuro and her best friend Yu Yueling. Yu Yueling was an extremely kawaii-looking little girl. If not for the fact she was in the same grade as Yi Chengxian, he would have guessed she was only 13 or 14 based on her appearance alone. "Classmate Yi, you're here too?" Yu Yueling seemed genuinely surprised to see Yi Chengxian wiping down tables. Hello, what would you like to eat?" Yi Chengxian nodded calmly, casually glancing at the aloof Kong Yuro beside them. He didn't feel the slightest embarrassment about being seen working here by classmates. Earning a living through honest work meant he owed no explanations to anyone. He merely found it surprising that Kong Yuro and Yu Yueling, these privileged young ladies from wealthy families, would come to a barbecue street for grilled skewers. "You keep asking what we want to eat, but where's the menu?" Yu Yueling puffed her cheeks in protest. "Oh, right." Yi Chengxian snapped back to attention, tearing his gaze away from Kong Yuro as he clumsily grabbed a menu from a nearby table and handed it to Yu Yueling. "Oomph, I thought your eyes only had room for Yuro," Yu Yueling teased. At these words, Yi Chengxian's face flushed instantly red. Even Kong Yuro protested. "Yu Yueling, enough, enough." Yu Yueling stuck out her tongue, giving Kong Yuro a reproachful look. "You're the one who dragged me here for barbecue in the first place. Wasn't it just to bump into Yi Chengxian that you pulled me along so it wouldn't seem awkward with only the two of you?" She prided herself on understanding Kong Yuro's motives all too well. And under this deathly glare of hers, Kong Yuro felt her scalp tingle. "That look is way too flirtatious." "Hey, little Yi." Yu Yueling suddenly picked up the menu, scanned the items, and announced loudly, "Bring us 2 lamb kidneys, a portion of leeks, 5 oysters, basically anything fortifying, serve us all." Yi Chengxian. Is this flirting? Flirting with a decent married man like him? Couldn't he just call the police on this? Yu Yueling's loud clamor also drew the attention of other diners around the barbecue stall. Seeing that the speaker was an exceptionally pretty young girl, the crowd's eyes lit up with interest. However, their gazes soon shifted to Kong Yuro's face beside her. Compared to Yu Yueling's youthful beauty, people naturally preferred Kong Yuro's graceful and poised charm. In no time, many began to feel a restless stirring within them. "Don't listen to her, just put on whatever you want." Kong Yurong struggled to suppress the urge to glare at Yu Yueling as she maintained her icy tone while speaking to Yi Chengxian. "Great." Yi Chengxian grabbed the menu and fled in panic. Carrying the menu into the kitchen, Uncle Lin found him right away. "Are those 2 pretty girls your classmates?" Uncle Lin asked casually. "Yeah, we're from the same school, just different classes." Yi Chengxian nodded and handed him the menu. "Bring out all the expensive dishes, these 2 are loaded." "Who cares if they're pretty? Make that money first and ask questions later. These 2 girls are swimming in cash, famous at school for being loaded AF. If we don't fleece them, who else would we rip off?" Uncle Lin. This kid takes after his old man alright. Back when his dad was chasing after his mom, he could only force an awkward laugh. Why don't you go entertain them then?" "Not giving it. Now piss off." Yu Yueling's angry reprimand reached their ears, interrupting Uncle Lin's words. Yi Chengxian looked toward the kitchen entrance and saw 2 tall, burly men surrounding Kong Yuro and Yu Yueling. Though he knew these men couldn't possibly harm Kong Yuro, the sight still ignited a surge of fury within him. He felt his pocket, pulled out the multicolored plastic glasses, put them on, and strode outside. Demon Eye, activate. Behind him, Uncle Lin's pupils contracted sharply. This energy is a superpower. When did this brat Yi Changxian awaken his ability? His eyelids darkened slightly. He clearly doesn't carry the aura of those Dawn Academy guys, so how could he awaken supernatural abilities? Did he self-activate them? No disturbances allowed here. Yi Changxian, wearing toy glasses, stood blocking two burly men's path. His gaunt figure looked particularly frail in contrast to the two burly grown men before him. Who the hell are you? The nearest man impatiently lifted his head and took in Yi Chengxuan's eccentric outfit. At this moment, Kong Yuro, Yu Yueling, and all the onlookers nearby froze in stunned silence. This kid is seriously asking for trouble. You cosplaying as Piggy Hero or what? The man reached out to smack Yi Chengxuan's glasses, his body swaying slightly, clearly drunk. If that heavy-handed slap had landed on Yi Chengxuan's head, it might have knocked him out cold. Some bystanders couldn't bear to watch and closed their eyes. Kong Yuro almost stood up to intervene, but just as she was about to act, she suddenly sensed Yi Chengxuan's emotions. Confidence and composure? Feeling Yi Chengxuan's assuredness, she settled back down, watching the two with intense curiosity. Bang! The man's slap never reached Yi Chengxuan's head, a hand intercepted it midway through its arc. If you cause any more trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Chengxuan's icy voice pierced the man's ears. Let go. How could a heavily drunk man possibly reason with him? I told you to let go, can't you hear me? The other thick-browed man, loyal to his friend, saw his companion being grabbed and without hesitation swung his fist straight at Yi Chengxuan's face, without holding back in the slightest. Witnessing this scene, a flash of anger surfaced in Yi Chengxuan's pitch-black pupils. How utterly reckless. No longer holding back, he raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick straight to the bushy-browed man's chest with all his might. Bang! The bushy-browed man was sent flying 4 or 5 meters by his kick before crashing heavily to the ground. Holy shit! The surrounding crowd froze in shock at the sight. Even Kong Yuro and Yu Yueling were utterly astonished. The strength Yi Changxian had just demonstrated far exceeded what should be possible for someone of his age and build. Could Yi Changxian have also awakened an ability? This thought had barely flashed through Kong Yuro's mind before she quickly dismissed it. When she brought Yi Changxian back to the academy in the early hours of the morning, the academy had already conducted comprehensive tests on him. Apart from slightly better physical fitness than his peers, there were no signs of an awakened ability. He was completely and utterly ordinary. There's no way to say he awakened directly within less than a day, is there? Chapter 16, Cultivation of Superpowers. Is this Chinese Kung Fu? A foreigner in the crowd shouted excitedly. All eyes were fixed on Yi Chengxian. At this moment, no one dared mock his plastic toy glasses anymore. The grown man whose hand Yi Chengxian had seized watched as his companion was kicked flying several meters away. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, his drunkenness vanishing instantly. Clearly, he realized he'd kicked a metal plate this time. Scram! Yi Chengxian released his grip and barked the command. Yes, yes. He hurriedly hoisted his unconscious companion onto his back and swiftly left the barbecue stall under the stares of the crowd. He didn't even dare mention calling the police. They had thrown the first punch, and what followed was just self-defense. With all traces of drunkenness gone, his rationality returned, so he scurried away with his companion like a rat fleeing through the streets. Great! After the man left, the surrounding crowd erupted in applause. Yi Chengxian quietly deactivated his magic eye and removed the plastic glasses, revealing a pair of perfectly ordinary pupils. Amidst the surrounding applause, he couldn't help feeling somewhat embarrassed. Aside from school-wide award ceremonies, this was the first time he'd been stared at by so many people. Oh my, classmate Yi is so handsome. Yu Yueling suddenly exclaimed with exaggerated admiration. You're so good-looking, even my Yuro might fall for you. Yu Yueling, shut up. Kong Yuro's cheeks flushed slightly. This damned girl actually dared to tease her in front of so many people. Even with her usual composure, she could feel the heat rising to her face. This was the second time Yi Chengxian had seen Kong Yuro display emotions other than her usual icy demeanor. The first time was her dependency and admiration in the 8-year-later timeline, and now it was this bashful expression. The usually aloof school beauty looked so much more captivating when she was shy. Yi Chengxian thought to himself, unable to resist stealing a few more glances at the blushing Kong Yuro. Compared to 8 years ago, the current campus belle Kong still carried a touch of youthful shyness, and certain assets hadn't yet achieved the magnificent proportions they would in 8 years. Late bloomer indeed, he sighed with admiration. This farce finally came to an end. Uncle Lin, following Yi Chengxuan's instructions, grilled some of the more expensive cuts of meat and had Yi Chengxian serve them to the two women. But the women had only taken a few bites when they suddenly received a phone call. Then they hurriedly left after placing 1,000 yuan on the table. Holding the 1,000 yuan they'd left behind, Uncle Lin said helplessly, let's keep a tab for them this time. Next time they come, we'll subtract this amount from their bill. He wouldn't stoop to such petty advantages. Got it. I'll put it on the tab. Yi Chengxian picked up a pen and marked Con Yuro and Yu Yueling's names in the ledger. All in all, the barbecue for the two girls only came to around 70 yuan. Subtracting that, there was still over 900 left. Xiao Xian, come here for a second. Uncle Lin saw the landlady leave the kitchen and took the opportunity to wave at Yi Chengxian. What's wrong, Uncle Lin? Yi Chengxian wiped his hands on his apron and curiously moved closer to him. Uncle Lin's real name was Linizao, but because the Zao in his name sounded similar to the Chinese word for jujube, the landlady liked to call him Old Jujube. Linizao studied Yi Chengxian carefully, whispering in a low voice. Xiao Xian, when did you awaken? At these words, Yi Chengxuan's expression changed instantly. He looked up in disbelief at the familiar and affectionate Uncle Lin before him, for the first time feeling that this face had become utterly strange. Awakening special abilities was his greatest secret. It even involves his ability to traverse timelines, a secret he thought was perfectly hidden, yet it was discovered by Uncle Lin, the barbecue stall owner currently before him, who had always treated him so well. Yi, don't tell anyone about your ability to time travel, not even me, whose awakened ability hasn't surpassed 50%. Kong Yuro's words echoed in his ears. No matter whether Uncle Lin is from the Aurora Academy or not, he must never learn that Ye's awakening happened in a timeline 8 years in the future. Don't be nervous. I'm a life and death friend of your parents. I'm just very curious about where you obtained the awakening serum. Lin Yizhao smiled, using a gentle tone to ease his tension. My parents? This was the first time in 4 years that Yi Chengyuan had heard any news about his parents. Where are they? Why did they abandon me and my little brother? He couldn't help but demand. Both your parents were superhumans, Lin Yizhao said gravely. Hearing these words, Yi Chengxian fell silent. 4 years ago, for unknown reasons, your parents suddenly left Earth and ventured into the territory of the extraterrestrial demons. Lin Yizhao gripped his shoulders tightly and continued, the people at Dawn Academy claim your parents defected, but I know their character, they would never betray humanity. Moreover, I know how deeply your parents loved you and your younger brother. Even if they had truly betrayed humanity, they would never have left you and your brother behind. Extraterrestrial demons? Yi Chengxuan's gaze flickered slightly. This was the second time he'd heard about these so-called extraterrestrial demons. Kong Yuro had told him humanity's greatest enemy were precisely these creatures from beyond their world. Uncle Lin, are you saying my parents went into the territory of these extraterrestrial demons? He raised his eyes to meet Lin Yizhao's steady gaze. Yes, before this, your mother was an evolver from the Dawn Academy, but your father wasn't. Lin Yizhao didn't voice the second sentence. There was no need for the newly awakened Yi Chengxian to know too much at this stage. Uncle Lin, does that mean you're also an evolver from the Dawn Academy? Yi Chengxian shifted the topic abruptly. Xiao Xian, 80% of China's evolvers belong to the Dawn Academy, but there are still 20% who've broken away from it, and I'm one of them, Lin Yizhao explained. Evolvers outside the Dawn Academy? Yi Chengxian was somewhat surprised. At first, he had thought all supernatural beings in China were members of Dawn Academy. So does that mean he's also one of the 20% with special abilities? If I'm not mistaken, Xiao Xian, you haven't joined Dawn Academy, have you? Otherwise, that girl with special abilities wouldn't be so distant with you. Yeah, Yi Chengxian didn't deny it, and he knew the girl the other person mentioned was Kong Yuro. So it seems you don't know the method to enhance your awakened ability either. Method to enhance awakened abilities? Yi Chengxian widened his mouth in surprise. Could there really be some elaborate training methods for ability cultivation beyond physical exercise? Seems you're genuinely unaware. Seeing Yi Chengxuan's expression, Lin Yizhao instantly understood. Without another word, he turned around, opened the drawer beneath the stove, and retrieved a crystal white wristband. Wear this. He placed the wristband in Yi Chengxuan's hand. Just put it on your right wrist. This is an ability suppressor. It can mask the energy fluctuations when you use your powers. It'll also double your cultivation efficiency when training your abilities. An ability suppressor? Yi Chengxian curiously put on the ability suppression device. Next, I'll begin teaching you the cultivation method to enhance your awakened ability percentage. Chapter 17. The upper limit of a B-class ability. The awakened ability percentage is extremely important. When it reaches 5%, 10%, 20%, 50%, 80%, and 100% respectively, your ability will undergo qualitative transformations. Particularly when reaching 10%, you'll awaken the genetic lock, at which point your physical attributes will strengthen exponentially. Watching Yi Chengxian attempt the cultivation method, Lin Yizhao explained, ideally, I'd like you to join Dawn Academy for this year's new student training. Dawn Academy is not only the largest but also the only official superhuman organization in China. In fact, it could be said that Dawn Academy is the most powerful superhuman organization in the world, with Zeus Academy of the United States being a distant second. Abilities are also ranked in order. The top 10 sequences are called forbidden abilities, while abilities ranked from sequence 11 to sequence 24 are classified as S grade. and those from sequence 25 to sequence 99 fall under A grade. Beyond these, there exists another type of ability that is uniquely singular. This is known as the chosen ability. The so-called chosen unique ability refers to a power that, by definition, can be possessed by only one person in the entire world. All 10 forbidden abilities belong to this category, and apart from those 10, every other chosen unique ability possesses extraordinarily distinctive characteristics. Your supernatural ability, Demon Eye, ranked 100th, is known as the strongest B class and one of the chosen abilities. Hearing the name of his ability, Yi Changxian opened his eyes. Precisely because your ability is a chosen ability, throughout history, those who obtain Demon Pupil are exceedingly rare. Even I don't fully understand what unique characteristics make Demon Pupil a chosen ability. So, you'll have to research this yourself gradually, Uncle Lin shrugged and said. Demon Pupil is actually a chosen ability. Yi Changxian understood in his heart, yet no matter how much of a chosen ability it was, Demon Pupil remained a B-class ability, ultimately an absolute gap away from high-tier abilities. He spent a few minutes adapting to the ability cultivation method Uncle Lin had just taught him, feeling somewhat impatient already. Uncle Lin, could you tell me about the demonic creatures? Demonic creatures? They are potential enemies of Blue Star. They all arrive here through spatial rifts from other parts of the universe. Since they're not native to Blue Star, we call them extraterrestrial demonic creatures. Lin Yizhao took a sip of water to moisten his throat and continued, the extraterrestrial demonic creatures are categorized into soldier class, general class, king class, and emperor class. Generally speaking, the combat power of a soldier class demonic creature is roughly equivalent to an S-class superhuman with 10% awakening rate. Well, that would be about the same strength as your current 40% awakening rate. Yi Changxian? So from what Uncle Lin is saying, even if his B-level mutant ability reaches a 40% awakening degree, it's only equivalent to the combat power of an S-ranked mutant with 10% awakening? Don't underestimate yourself, Lin Yizhao reassured him. Although your ability is only B rank, at least you advance your awakening degree much faster than those S-rank mutants. Uncle Lin, what's your special ability then? Yi Changxian asked somewhat indignantly. My ability, it's just an ordinary B rank too, Lin Yizhao said after a pause, choosing not to reveal the name of his mutation. They're all just B-grade abilities. What are you trying to prove here? Yi Changxian muttered under his breath. Seeing Uncle Lin's earlier earth-shaking aura, one would think his ability was some forbidden power or something. Continuing from earlier, the Jiang-grade monsters above the Sure grade are a different story. First, Jiang-grade monsters have significantly higher intelligence than Sure grade ones, making them extremely troublesome to deal with. Their combat power is roughly equivalent to an awakened B-grade ability at around 80%, said Lin Yizhao. What? Yi Changxian was stunned. If that were the case, he wouldn't even need Y-grade or D-grade monsters to show up, just the Jiang-grade ones alone would already be pushing the limits of his B-grade ability? As for King-class and Emperor-class demons, I won't bother explaining those to you. You'll never stand a chance against them in this lifetime anyway. If you encounter one, run for your life. If you can't escape, you're as good as dead. Lin Yizhao shrugged. Once superpowers awaken, the gap between people begins to widen. This statement is painfully true. Yi Changxian fell silent. Was this truly the limit of his capabilities? Hey, the customers have been waiting for ages, and you two are just standing there chatting. Just then, the landlady's displeased voice came from outside the kitchen. Shoo, your aunt isn't an Esper, and she doesn't know about your parents either. Lin Yizhao made a silencing gesture to Yi Changxian. Aunt Lu isn't an Esper? Yi Changxian was surprised. Earlier, when Uncle Lin had told him about Espers, he'd instinctively assumed both Aunt Lu and Uncle Lin were among them. He glanced at the burly Uncle Lin, then thought of the gentle and graceful Aunt Lu, immediately feeling like a toad that had lucked into eating swan meat. Go on and get busy. Tomorrow I'll give you a pair of sunglasses, the toy glasses in your pocket. My son stopped wearing that stuff after he turned 5. Uncle Lin gave Yi Changxian a shove. Seeing this, Yi Changxian had no choice but to walk out and help the landlady Aunt Lu carry stuff. For the rest of the afternoon, he never brought up the topic of superhuman abilities with Uncle Lin again. He worked until 1 in the morning. At the end of his shift, Yi Changxian went into the kitchen to change clothes as usual. While changing, he saw Lin Yizhao grilling lamb skewers. Tomorrow at 6 in the morning, meet me at the north gate of Forest Park. Lin Yizhao's voice sounded beside his ear, and don't reveal my identity as an evolver to anyone. Even if you join Morning Light Academy, don't tell a soul. Understood, Uncle Lin. Yi Changxian changed into his own clothes and left the barbecue stall. As for what Uncle Lin asked him to do, he could just wake up a little earlier tomorrow morning. He only slept 5 hours each night and took an additional 1-hour nap at noon, which was already enough rest for him. But why did Uncle Lin say he would join Dawn Academy in the future? For now, it seems the script isn't progressing as it did in that timeline, the only constants being his awakening of a Class B ability and the sole difference being his non-enrollment in the Esper Academy. Based on the information Kong Yuro conveyed to me, there shouldn't have been an outlier like Uncle Lin appearing at all. He murmured this to himself, yet quickly concocted an explanation. Perhaps because Uncle Lin only possessed a Class B ability, he was too insignificant to leave any mark in history? Chapter 18, Lin Yizao's Secret Base. After arriving home, Yi Changxian took a shower and went straight to bed. His body was utterly exhausted. The moment his head touched the pillow, he immediately fell into a deep sleep. The night passed without incident. At dawn, the alarm clock rang on time. After getting dressed, Yi Changxian noticed his younger brother still sleeping soundly in the adjacent room. Moving with extra quietness, he picked up his tutoring backpack and carefully slipped out of the room. As soon as he left the room, he headed straight for the spot he had agreed upon with Lin Yizao. In the early morning, when the sky was just beginning to lighten, a cool breeze whispered through the air, rustling the tender green leaves of summer. Dewdrops glistened as they slid down flower petals. Yi Changxian walked through the tranquil park, which was exceptionally crisp and refreshing at this hour. He could already faintly make out a few figures strolling or jogging along the paths. The park already had people in it. Was Uncle Lin planning to train me here? After walking for a while, he arrived at the north gate where he had agreed to meet Lin Yizao. Barely made it at 6 in the morning, didn't you? A broad figure suddenly blocked his path. Uncle Lin! Yi Changxian recognized the man before him who looked noticeably different. Today Lin Yizao wore a set of loose, comfortable clothes, quite different from his usual chef attire at the barbecue stand. Should I compliment you on your punctuality or criticize you for being too rigid? Lin Yizao said irritably as he thrust his wristwatch in front of Yi Changxian, showing him the hour hand precisely pointing to 6 o'clock. Yi Changxian remained silent. His life was busy, so his control over time was strict and precise. For example, when Uncle Lin told him to come to the north gate of the park at exactly 6 in the morning, he would arrive precisely on time, never late, but never early either. You're nothing like your father. Fine, come see my secret hideout. Seeing Yi Changxian remain silent, Lin Yizao threw an arm around his shoulders. He was forcibly led to the bridge spanning the artificial lake in the forest park. Stay close, watch your step, don't fall into the lake. Lin Yizao released him and, circling along the gravel path by the bridge, unexpectedly jumped down. This was a rugged trail leading beneath the bridge, where one misstep could send you tumbling into the lake. Yi Changxian followed him to the underside of the bridge, where on a stone surface stood a small wooden door. Yi Changxian knew about this door. As a curious child, he had come here once, but the space inside was nothing more than a sealed-off, dust-filled hollow, just some scattered old wooden planks on the ground and nothing else. Could Uncle Lin's secret base be that small room behind the wooden door? He watched helplessly as Lin Yizao put on a glove and pulled open the wooden door beneath the bridge. Uncle Lin, there's nothing in here. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. The imagined scene behind the wooden door had completely vanished, replaced by a long passageway. Numerous small bulbs lined this passage, their glow illuminating the path and dispelling the gloom. Let's go, why are you just standing there? Lin Yizao rolled his eyes at him and stepped inside first. Yi Changyuan also snapped back to reality and quickly followed him inside, shutting the door behind them casually as he entered. After traversing a long tunnel, he followed Lin Yizao to arrive at an extremely vast open space. This place contained many peculiar instruments Yi Changyuan had never seen before. Alright, now that you've had a look, the training can begin. What kind of training? Yi Changxian turned his head and saw the sinister grin plastered across Uncle Lin's face. 10 minutes later. Ah, be gentle. Uncle Lin, no, don't hit me there. Shi Yangyan, age 27, graduated from Jiangcheng Medical University in 2018. Despite being a top student, unlike his peers, he devoted himself post-graduation to researching a specialized medication that could slow the spread of cancer cells. Just 3 months ago, he successfully developed the breakthrough drug. He thought his days of hardship were over and his career would skyrocket. But to his astonishment, the drug he had spent 5 years perfecting suddenly became unsellable. He had visited many hospitals, but the results were predictably disappointing. He kept running into dead ends. Most of the time, he was kicked out before he could even explain his purpose. Occasionally, someone would listen to him, but upon hearing he had developed a miracle drug that could suppress cancer cells, they assumed he was a fraud and threw him out. Just as he was preparing to keep searching for opportunities to sell his miraculous drug, devastating news struck. His only family, the grandfather who adopted him, was diagnosed with a new type of kidney condition. This condition emerged only in the past 2 years and has no cure, only palliative treatment. However, the cost of such treatment was astronomical for Qi Yangyan, who had no job. Second Hospital of Jiangcheng. Mr. Qi, please pay the subsequent fees as soon as possible, the white-coated doctor said apologetically to Qi Yangyan. Can you give me a little more time? Qi Yangyan pleaded, his demeanor utterly humble. I'm sorry, Mr. Qi, but hospital regulations state that if the fees aren't paid within 3 days, you'll have to take the elderly patient home. The doctor looked at Qi Yangyan's devastated expression with some sympathy. But as a physician, he'd witnessed far too many similar situations in the hospital, so many that he'd grown somewhat numb to them. Qi Yangyan begged a few more times, but the doctor remained resolute. No money meant leaving the hospital. The doctor refused to relent, and Qi Yangyan was driven out. In the end, he didn't even know how he left the hospital. Like a wandering ghost, he drifted aimlessly through the bustling streets of Jiangcheng. The noisy neighborhood and clamoring sounds around him made him feel utterly out of place in this world. Did I do something wrong? He murmured to himself, unable to stop thinking about how since his grandfather adopted him, from elementary school through university, he had always been the star student in his parents' eyes and the academic god among his classmates. But after starting university, he became obsessed with researching a cure, and even after graduation when all his classmates had found jobs, only he continued his research. If he hadn't immersed himself in researching the cure and had gotten a job to earn money instead, would he have had the funds to save his grandfather? A hint of bewilderment surfaced in his eyes as he began to question his earlier decision. He walked aimlessly until suddenly realizing he'd wandered into an unfamiliar narrow passage. Was this some urban village? By the time he regained his senses, he found himself completely alone with nobody around. Chapter 19: The Remains of Unknown Creatures. Lost? This was Qi Yangyan's first thought. Got to get out of here quickly. He began searching for a way out, but this urban village was like a maze, with twisting alleys and narrow paths. There was no quick escape. Unable to find his way out, he had no choice but to approach a small courtyard that seemed inhabited, intending to knock and ask for directions. Yet just as he passed by an alleyway, he suddenly caught the scent of something scorched and foul. As a top student at the medical school, he immediately recognized the source of that odor. This is the smell of scorched fireflies. During previous experiments, this particularly foul odor had left a deep impression on him due to its distinctive nature. How could fireflies possibly appear in a place like this? Qi Yangyan frowned as he followed the source of the smell. Finally, he stopped in front of a pile of garbage. As he approached the trash heap, a foul stench unique to rotting waste assaulted his nostrils. Yet the putrid odor seemed to have no effect on him whatsoever. Without altering his composed expression, he stepped forward and began rummaging through the refuse. That scorching reek still permeated the air. Found it. When he lifted a piece of tattered clothing stained with soup and food remnants, he saw a bloody strip of blackened leg muscle. What a massive leg! His pupils constricted. This leg was neither human nor belonged to any creature he recognized. What chilled him to the bone was how the leg still trembled slightly, as if it were a living creature. This leg, no, to be more accurate, this creature is breathing. Qi Yangyan's breathing quickened. It was a completely unknown organism, and with such incredible vitality. If he could bring it back for research. He glanced around. There was no one nearby, so he quietly covered the leg again with that torn piece of cloth and left the place. Half an hour later, carrying a black backpack, he came to the garbage pile, lifted the torn cloth, and wrapped the leg of that unknown creature before placing it in his bag. Zipping it shut, he slung the backpack over his shoulder. I can still smell it. Noticing this, his gaze flickered slightly. The backpack did little to block the odor. Even while carrying it, he could still smell the scorching stench coming from inside. It's still about 10 kilometers to home from here. A map of Jiangcheng appeared in his mind. Yes, he had no intention of handing over this limb tissue to the authorities. Even if he turned it in, the maximum reward he'd get would be just 2,000 yuan. And for the astronomical medical bills his grandfather needed, 2,000 yuan was merely a drop in the bucket. He left the urban village and walked the entire way on foot. Starting at 7 p.m., it took him until 1 a.m. to finally return to the residential complex where he lived with his grandfather. The originally bright sky had completely darkened by now. It was already midnight. Qi Yangyan's mind remained sharply focused. Due to the late hour, the neighborhood was extremely quiet. Even though he had softened his footsteps, the crisp click-clack sound still echoed loudly. Brother Qi? The sudden call made him jolt in fright. When he saw who had spoken, he couldn't help but exhale in relief. Xiaoxian, just getting off work? He wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked. Yi Chengxian cast a suspicious glance at Qi Yangyan's backpack. As he approached, he caught a whiff of something burnt. Brother Qi, how's Grandpa Qi's health doing? Grandpa, his condition isn't too good. Speaking of his grandfather, Qi Yangyan's demeanor visibly dampened. Still no improvement, huh? Yi Chengxian was familiar with Qi Yangyan and Grandpa Qi during the first 2 months after his parents left. It was Brother Qi who had taken him and his younger brother in. In those early days when he couldn't cook, the two brothers had often gone over to Grandpa Qi's house for meals. It wasn't until he learned to cook that their visits became less frequent. This was a debt of gratitude that needed repaying. After pondering for a moment, Yi Chengxian reached into his chest pocket for the small bundle. Brother Qi, he asked, how much more is needed for Grandfather Qi's medical treatment expenses? No need for yours. Qi Yangyan noticed Yi Chengxian's gesture, feeling both astonished and a surge of warmth in his heart. You're about to start university soon. That money is your hard-earned savings. I can't take it. Human lives are of paramount importance. Money can always be earned back. Besides, Grandpa Qi has helped my brother and me countless times before. Such kindness is beyond repayment. So Brother Qi, you really must take this. Yi Chengxian handed the bag in his arms to him. Qi Yanyan lowered his head and saw the bulging, slightly worn-out backpack, feeling his eyes grow hot. He understood Yi Qingxuan's difficult family situation, and he knew that this small backpack held years of the young man's hard work. But when he thought of his only family, he was in desperate need of money. Thank you, Xiao Xian. He accepted the small package with great reverence, saying solemnly, no matter what happens, I'll make sure to help you with your tuition fees over a month from now. This was his promise. Even though Yi Chengxian would soon attend university, there was still over a month left before then, and during this time, he intended to earn as much money as possible, and to figure out the secrets of that mysterious limb fragment hidden in his backpack. It's fine, Brother Qi, there's no rush to repay the money. Grandpa Qi's health matters much more. Yi Chengxian shook his head. During his last time travel, he'd originally planned to memorize lottery numbers, but encountering those future humans had ruined his plans. When he time traveled again on July 20th, he'd need to find another way to make money. Thank you. Alright, Brother Qi, what's that thing on your back? Do you need help with it? Yi Chengxian glanced at the backpack behind him, shifting the topic while burning with curiosity inside. Just a biological torso for experiments. It's not heavy at all. Qi Yanyan declined his offer without lying. Alright. Without giving it much thought, Yi Chengxian walked with Qi Yanyan for a stretch before returning to his rented apartment. In the corridor, Qi Yanyan watched his retreating figure enter the room, his gaze flickering with complex emotions. Then, his eyes grew resolute. Clutching tightly the backpack containing Yi Chengxuan's scattered change, he turned and left. Inside the rented apartment, Yi Chengxian, utterly exhausted, took a quick shower before collapsing straight into bed. He was dead tired for the entire day. In the morning, he endured 3 hours of training, getting beaten up by Lilia, then rushed to tutor an elementary school student. After returning home for lunch, he practiced the supernatural cultivation technique old Lin had given him. By 2 p.m., he was hurrying to the hotel, followed by an evening shift at a barbecue stall. After such a hectic day, he was exhausted like a dog. The thought of maintaining this grueling routine for over a month made even someone as strong-willed as Yi Chengxian feel on the verge of breaking down. According to Lin Yizao's advice, Yi Chengxian should quit one of his jobs, or he'd collapse from exhaustion sooner or later. He initially planned to resign from his tutoring job, but since he'd just given all his savings to Qi Yanyan, he had to abandon that idea. The tutoring job paid 100 yuan every morning. Chapter 20, the college entrance exam results are out. Running into Qi Yanyan was just a minor episode in Yi Qingxuan's life. His days fell into a monotonous routine. Each morning, Uncle Lin would take him for combat training, the most exhausting and mentally taxing part of his day. As Lin Yizao put it, the whole day's work depends on a good start in the morning. Those precious early hours were forcibly dedicated to physical conditioning, when his body and willpower were at their peak. Yi Chengxian encountered various futuristic training devices he'd never heard of: an AR-powered willpower simulator, muscle relaxation equipment, and other cutting-edge technological instruments. Whenever he asked Lin Yizao how he acquired these things, Lin would wear a profoundly meaningful smile on his face. The kind that makes you want to punch him. Yet these seemingly expensive instruments proved remarkably effective. After just about 10 days of training here, not only had his slight belly transformed into six-pack abs, but his muscles had also gained definition, appearing sharply sculpted. Even his originally somewhat dark skin had lightened considerably. Compared to his previously lethargic demeanor, he now radiated vitality. Though his looks had been merely average before, 10 days of training had noticeably enhanced his handsomeness. Of course, it helped that his facial features had always been quite decent to begin with. He knew all this was thanks to Uncle Lin's training. There was another thing: he had assumed that the small room under the park bridge had been transformed by Lin Yizao into a secret base. But one night, when he went to check, he found it still a dust-filled, locked space. He even searched inside, flipping over the dust-covered wooden planks to see if there was a hidden basement or anything, but found nothing. Eventually, he came to realize one truth: only when Uncle Lin was present could that small room turn into a secret base. One more thing worth mentioning: today, July 1st, is the day when college entrance exam results are released. Yi Chengxian was unaware of this. The time reached 10 p.m. on the evening of July 1st. As Yi Chengxian was carrying plates and serving skewers to customers as usual, he suddenly turned his head and saw a graceful figure wearing a mask standing beside the barbecue stall, watching him with hands clasped behind her back. Kong Yuro. He instantly recognized the silhouette's identity. Same as last time, just bring me whatever. This time, Kong Yuro was alone. She gracefully settled into an unoccupied seat in the corner, picking up the menu to peruse with feigned interest. Last time you ate here, you had over 900 yuan left, Yi Chengxian approached her and said while handing her the menu. So whatever you order this time will be deducted from that balance. Kong Yuro paused for a moment before realizing it was the money she'd left behind when departing last time. That 1,000 yuan had been left by Yu Yueling, because that girl had an especially enormous allowance. Though their family backgrounds were similar, Yu Yueling's father utterly doted on her, giving her a monthly allowance reaching 6 figures. Not like her own good-for-nothing father. Her pocket money wasn't much compared to Yu Ling's. When Ouyang Mo ruined her manicure last time, she had agonized over it for ages. To think this meal could be had for free. A faint glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes, though outwardly she maintained a calm and indifferent nod. We'll go with your suggestion then. Her attitude of treating money like scrap paper didn't surprise Yi Chengxian in the slightest. With the Kong family's substantial wealth, money was probably just a string of numbers to their precious school bell. You can't seriously say they feel bad about spending a mere $1,000 on such terrible-looking produce, right? Soon, Yi Chengxian left with the menu in hand, leaving only Kong Yuro puzzlingly resting her chin in both hands. Last time there was a superpower alert here, but this time there's nothing. She took out her phone and sent Ouyang Mo a message, instructing him to investigate the surveillance footage from this barbecue stall on June 20th. The reply from Ouyang Mo came shortly after the message was sent. Miss Kong, you're really giving me a tough one here. I don't even have access privileges for the surveillance footage around the barbecue stall yet. I'll need to apply for that first. But why do you need to check the footage anyway? Kong Yuro, last time I was here, my psychic senses gave me warning signs. This time there were none. I need you to filter through the people who were near me 10 days ago. I suspect there might be foreign psychic spies among them. Ouyang Mo, why didn't you mention this last time? Kong Yuro, it's all because you suddenly called me and you willing to help you find the corpse of that oak gull last time. That's why I forgot about this. Ouyang Mo, you're really good at shifting blame. Kong Yuro didn't reply anymore. She knew Ouyang Mo would obediently go check the surveillance footage. She turned her gaze to Yi Chengxian, who was focused on his work. This guy seems to have gotten more handsome. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as she curiously observed the changes Yi Chengxian had undergone over the past 10 days. The exposed arms beneath his short sleeves now showed visible muscle tone. Kong Yuro noticed some girls casting subtle, lingering glances in Yi Chengxian's direction. His charm has clearly grown stronger. But does he even know what his college entrance exam scores were? Kong Yuro pulled up the science track rankings on her phone. Yi Chengxian's name appeared at 89th place province-wide, 4th in his school grade. It was hard to imagine a teenager who, instead of vacationing like his peers that summer, worked 3 jobs daily in such grimy environments just to earn money. Putting everything else aside, his sheer determination alone commanded her admiration. Just as he was thinking, he saw Yi Chengxian approaching with a plate of grilled chicken wings. She instinctively spoke up. Yi Chengxian, do you know your college entrance exam results? College entrance exam results? Yi Chengxian placed the plate on the table before her, furrowing his brow. Have they been released? Kong Yuro. She's out, you can check now, she said through slightly gritted teeth. Oh, Yi Chengxian replied nonchalantly as he turned away to busy himself. To him, grades weren't that important. As long as he got into Jiangcheng University, that would suffice. Though not among China's top-tier institutions, Jiangcheng University was undoubtedly the best in Jiangcheng City bar none. Because he had to take care of his younger brother, there was no way he could go to college in another city. Moreover, during his last time travel, he had already learned from the mature version of Kong Yuro that he would later get accepted into Jiangcheng University, so he wasn't particularly worried about his college entrance exam results. Seeing Yi Chengxian's indifferent attitude, Kong Yuro felt puzzled. Did this guy not care at all about his grades? Which school are you planning to apply for? For some reason, she called out to Yi Chengxian's retreating figure. Probably Jiangcheng University, it's closer to home. Yi Chengxian replied without turning around. Chapter 21, Invitation to join Dawn Academy. Join Jiangcheng College? Kong Yuro widened her eyes slightly. With Yi Chengxian's grades, he could apply to any university in China during the enrollment process. While Jiangcheng University is decent, it pales in comparison to the top-tier institutions. But if he decided to join Dawn Academy, inviting someone like him might help increase the number of local superhumans in Jiangcheng? The thought of inviting Yi Chengxian to join Dawn Academy grew even stronger in his mind. For some reason, she was absolutely determined to apply to Jiangcheng University. When Yi Chengxian returned with his tray again, she couldn't wait to ask, with your college entrance exam results, you could apply to any university nationwide. Are you still sure about going to Jiangcheng University? This genuinely surprised Yi Chengxian. He only knew he'd attended Jiangcheng University in the future, but never realized his scores had been that exceptional. Percent. But he nodded and said, my younger brother is still in Jiangcheng, so I won't be going to any other cities. After speaking, he turned to leave and get back to work, when Kong Yuro suddenly called him back. Wait a minute. What is it? He turned his head and eyed Kong Yuro suspiciously. Kong Yuro realized she might have seemed a bit abrupt and composed herself before saying, when do you get off work? There's something I'd like to discuss with you. I get off work at 1 o'clock. Yi Chengxian paused his movements, filled with inner confusion. Could the other party actually be thinking of inviting him to join Dawn Academy? 1 o'clock. Kong Yuro wrinkled her nose, then made up her mind. I'll wait here until you finish work. Yi Chengxian was speechless. If it had been a few months ago, Kong Yuro's words would have surely sent his imagination running wild. But now he understood, she was probably saying such easily misinterpreted things just to persuade him to join Dawn Academy. 1 in the morning, a man and a woman alone this late at night. Putting that aside, how was he supposed to explain his awakened supernatural ability when the time came? Uncle Lin had told him that awakened individuals couldn't take the awakening serum again. He only learned later that the serum was meant to help ordinary people awaken their abilities, making it extremely valuable. The rarity of the awakening serum seems to lie primarily in its production materials. Among these, the most precious ingredient is the demon core from Emperor, King, and General class monsters. The size of monster cores corresponds to their classification. A single General class monster core can yield only 2 doses of awakening serum, while a King class core produces 100 doses. The output from Emperor class remains unknown. When Yi Qingxian first heard Uncle Lin explain this, he found it puzzling why King class monsters could produce 100 doses while General class yielded merely 2. Go do your work, don't mind me. After saying this, Kong Yuro lowered her head to play with her phone, as if the skewers on the table were invisible. Yi Qingxian shrugged helplessly and went to attend to his own affairs. However, the moment he stepped into the kitchen, the proprietress grabbed him. Xiaoxian, did that girl come by some time ago? The landlady asked with a gossipy tone. Yi Qingxian could only reply, Auntie Lu, she's my classmate. She said she needed to discuss something with me. Your girlfriend? The landlady abruptly changed the subject, making Yi Qingxian nearly choke on his own saliva. How could that be? Auntie Lu, don't jump to conclusions, she probably has other business with me. Yi Qingxian replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation. He remained fully aware that even though in that previous timeline he'd traveled to, Kong Yuro had been quite, well, attached to him, that was the Kong Yuro from the future timeline. He wouldn't confuse the Kong Yuro from that future timeline with the one in the present reality. If she needs something, you should go keep her company. Don't worry about working here, it's not that busy right now anyway, the boss lady said, her eyebrows practically dancing with excitement. Clearly, she seemed to take this matter as a dating scenario between a man and a woman. Yi Qingxian didn't catch on and instead shook his head. I've been quite busy lately. I'll go find her when it's less crowded. You silly boy, how can you treat your girlfriend classmate like this? Listen to me, go talk to her first, then come back to help. The boss lady wasn't pleased. If Yi Qingxian didn't go find the girl, how was she supposed to enjoy the juicy gossip and drama? Yi Qingxian had no choice but to agree. Then I'll try to finish talking with her as quickly as possible. How can this be rushed? Take your time, don't give people the impression of being abrupt or unreliable. The proprietress advised disapprovingly. Yi Qingxian, is the boss's wife a love fool? But usually love fools don't realize they're love fools. He glanced at Lin Yizhou in the kitchen. He had originally planned to have a word with Uncle Lin, but unexpectedly, the landlady had driven him to join the rebels instead. He walked over to Kong Yuro's side and inadvertently glanced at her chat interface, where a male profile picture was displayed on the other end. Was Kong Yuro chatting with a guy? Yi Qingxian took a deep breath, trying his best not to let his jealousy show. Classmate Yi. Kong Yuro noticed Yi Qingxuan's arrival and instinctively hid her phone. Little did she know, this small gesture of hers made Yi Qingxuan's heart ache even more. Though they barely had any real connection in reality, he still felt intensely displeased. Shall we talk here? Yi Qingxian pointed to the chair across from her. Sit beside me. Kong Yuro pulled out the nearest chair next to her and patted the seat, saying. The chair was positioned quite close to her. If Yi Qingxian actually sat down, he might end up touching Kong Yuro's legs. Because of the summer heat, Kong Yuro had left her impressively long legs exposed, making it hard for Yi Qingxian, who had a thing for legs, or rather, was just plain lecherous, to tear his eyes away. Yi Qingxian? Kong Yuro's icy tone carried a clear edge of displeasure. Oh, right, no, where should I sit? I'll sit right away. Yi Qingxian stumbled over his words, quickly sitting bolt upright beside Kong Yuro without daring to glance sideways. His flustered demeanor drew a faint smile to the corners of Kong Yuro's eyes. The two sat together in silence. In the end, it was Yi Qingxian who spoke first. Classmate Kong Yuro, did you seek me out this time because of college entrance exam results or that kidnapping incident from before? I already told you, ever since that kidnapping case, it's had nothing to do with you. Kong Yuro turned her gaze toward Yi Qingxian and asked uncertainly once more. Are you absolutely certain you'll apply to Jiangcheng University? I'm certain. If all you wanted to ask was which university I'm applying to, I can tell you definitively, I won't be leaving Jiangcheng because I've still got a younger brother in middle school. Yi Qingxian nodded firmly. Then he saw Kong Yuro's eyes light up at his words. Actually, I want to invite you to join an organization. Kong Yuro slowly revealed her purpose. I don't join illegal ones. Yi Qingxian made a small joke. Not illegal, official. Kong Yuro spoke very seriously. with no hint of joking. Do you remember the kidnapping incident? The place you woke up in last time was actually our organization's base. Oh, Yi Chengxian controlled his emotions, aware that Yuro possessed an ability to peek into others' feelings. Chapter 22, The Lost Abyss, Truth? Our organization is called Dawn Academy. Sounds pretty edgy, Yi Chengxian remarked. Yuro. Alright, that was her initial thought too. Actually, our academy has another name, it's called the Supernatural Academy. Supernatural Academy? Yi Chengxian echoed in response, his right hand rubbing against the supernatural inhibitor on his left wrist. Yes, the Paranormal Academy. Yuro confirmed his words. Are you trying to tell me that science is all fake, and there are actually superheroes and stuff like that in the real world? Yi Chengxian had rehearsed this speech days ago, practically reciting it verbatim now. Pretty much. Yuro's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She sensed something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. If I join your academy, will there be any life-threatening dangers? Yi Chengxian asked. Yuro was at a loss for words. This person was so strange. None of the lengthy arguments she'd prepared had even been brought up. If it's life-threatening, then I won't join. Won't join? Yuro felt a headache coming on, struggling to maintain her calm exterior as she said, if you refuse to join, I'll erase all your memories of Dawn Academy. That ruthless, huh? Yi Chengxuan's lips twitched slightly as he hesitated, then let me think it over and give you an answer tomorrow? Alright, but don't tell anyone about our conversation today. Yuro shot Yi Chengxian a distinctly threatening glare before standing up and leaving. Before leaving, she'd only taken a few bites of the barbecue on the table, such a waste of food again. Watching Yuro's retreating figure, Yi Chengxian chuckled softly. So her facade cracked already? As expected, she's still a very girly little thing at heart, not nearly as ice cold as she appears. After clearing away the leftover snacks Yuro had left on the table, Yi Chengxian returned to the kitchen. Lilia was already inside the kitchen. Did she invite you to join the Dawn Academy? Yeah, I didn't give a direct answer. Told her I'd think about it for a day, Yi Chengxian replied to Lilia. Meet me outside at 3 a.m. tomorrow, Lilia said before focusing back on his barbecue. 3 a.m.? So he's only giving me 2 hours to sleep. Yi Chengxian was cursing internally. After Yi Chengxian returned home, his younger brother Yi Hongxian told him about his college entrance exam results. He was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to score this well. Before, he had only ranked in the top 10 of his grade at school, but this time he had a small breakthrough, leaping straight into the top 5. After setting the alarm, he woke up at 3 and went to the bridge in the forest park. Lilia was waiting for him at the usual spot. Put on your sunglasses, Lilia said with an extremely serious expression. Okay. Yi Chengxian didn't ask further questions. He took out the specially made glasses Uncle Lin had given him a few days ago from his bag and put them on. No matter what you see in a moment, you must remain absolutely quiet. Remember not to scream, otherwise even I might not be able to protect your life. Lilia said solemnly. This serious? Yi Chengxian became nervous under Liniao's grave demeanor and quickly nodded in agreement. So, with him following nervously behind, Liniao led him to the little riverside shack they visited daily. Uncle Lin, this place. Yi Chengxian was speechless. Wasn't this Uncle Lin's training base? What possible danger could be inside? Shoo, Liniao's face showed no trace of joking. Don't speak later. Yi Chengxian had no choice but to shut his mouth. Soon after, he watched as Liniao cautiously opened that dilapidated door. The moment the door cracked open slightly, Yi Chengxian suddenly felt a chilling shiver. A sinister sensation instantly spread throughout his body, as if he had plunged into some icy cellar. The scorching temperature became utterly insignificant under this frozen dread. Hurry up, keep up. Liniao grabbed his arm and swiftly pulled him inside the house door, then shut the wooden door behind them. This was an extremely dark world. Yi Chengxian looked around and realized he and Lilia were actually standing on the edge of a cliff. All around them were rocks gleaming with a black sheen. The two stood perilously close to the edge. One wrong step, and they would plummet down. Is this still Jiang City? Yi Chengxian was utterly terrified. He had a premonition that if he stayed here any longer, his sanity would completely collapse. He desperately wanted to ask what this place was, but since Uncle Lin had just instructed him not to make a sound, he could only suppress his burning curiosity. Stay focused and keep close, Linia said gravely from ahead. Yi Chengxian followed closely behind Linia as they advanced along a gravel path hugging the edge of a cliff. This is an Emperor-class wormhole leading demons to Blue Star, Linia explained. Don't speak, just listen to what I have to say. Hearing this, Yi Chengxian fell silent. A Class D wormhole means this place can transport at most one Class D demonic creature. As I told you the other day, Class D demons are the most terrifying beings among demonic entities. Even a single Class K demon possesses overwhelmingly horrific combat power, capable of annihilating an entire city at will. You can imagine just how terrifying a Class D demon would be. Lin Yizhao said slowly, so this is the terrifying aspect of this monarch-level wormhole. At any moment, a monarch-ranked demonic beast could emerge from it, and this creature could very well threaten the safety of the entire river city. Rest assured, the probability of an emperor-level demon appearing in this wormhole in recent decades is extremely low. The concept of an emperor-level wormhole is akin to a supervolcano on Blue Star. The likelihood of an emperor-level demon appearing is comparable to a supervolcanic eruption, so you needn't worry. On Blue Star, the probability of a supervolcanic eruption occurring within 100 years is less than 5%. Yi Changxian listened intently. Lin Yizhao had forbidden him from speaking, so he dared not voice any questions. Instead, he stayed close to Lin Yizhao's side, fearful of losing sight of him. This is the place I wanted you to see, the Abyss of Desolation. Abyss of Lost Souls. Yi Chengxuan's heart skipped a beat. During his previous journeys to the future timeline, he distinctly remembered the ruined Jiang city being called the City of Lost Souls by those superpowered individuals. Could the emergence of that City of Lost Souls be somehow connected to this Abyss of Lost Souls? Fear crept into his heart. Had he inadvertently stumbled upon something earth-shattering? His mind raced as he desperately tried recalling the earlier conversation between Xiao Xiao and Yuma. 5 years from today, Jiang City suddenly underwent a drastic transformation, besieged by creatures known as insect demons. The entire city fell completely, ultimately earning the name, the Lost City. Insect demons are a type of demonic creature. Those horrors likely emerged from this Emperor-class wormhole, also known as the Abyss of Loss. He surmised that 5 years later, the Abyss of Loss would erupt, Jiang City would fall, and insect demons would rampage through the streets, slaughtering humans and tearing down buildings, leaving a scene of utter devastation. In the chaos, he would heroically sacrifice himself while covering the retreat of Kong Yuro and a group of students from Dawn Academy. Yi Chengxian broke out in goosebumps. He felt his deduction was almost certainly accurate, yet somehow, he couldn't shake the feeling that he'd overlooked something crucial. Chapter 23, Awakening Progress, 5%. Although the Abyss of Despair won't spawn Emperor-class demons, it's teeming with rabid insects, low-ranking soldier-class demonic creatures. Once your awakening progress reaches 10% and you unlock your genetic constraints, you should be able to slaughter these low-level rabid insects effortlessly, Lin Yizhao explained. Rabid insects? Not insect demons? Yi Chengxian nodded without dwelling on the distinction. Just like that, he was brought to the mouth of a cave by Lin Yizhao. Here we are. I'll catch a rage worm for you to practice on in a bit. Lin Yizhao rolled up his sleeves and walked straight in. Yi Changxian quickly followed. After walking for about 10 minutes, he found himself standing before a massive pit. At the bottom of the pit swarmed densely packed black creatures, innumerable in number. The creatures filled the pit so completely that their edges were nearly impossible to discern. Because he was slightly nearsighted and the lighting here was extremely dim, he could only make out countless black limbs squirming beneath the pit. Anyone with trypophobia standing here might faint from the horrifying sight. He blinked his eyes, staring dumbfounded at Uncle Lin in front of him. But then something happened that nearly made him scream. Lin Yizhao suddenly leaped forward, jumping straight down. He instantly covered his mouth to stifle his shocked outcry. Did Uncle Lin commit suicide? Fortunately, Lin Yizhao didn't make him wait long. After only about 20 seconds, Lin Yizhao reappeared, this time carrying a strange creature in his hand. The creature was pitch black all over, with 8 elongated limbs supporting its entire body. Viewed from below, it resembled a centipede. From above, it looked more like a cockroach, as if combining the most repulsive features of various creepy crawlies into one grotesque form that provoked an instinctive revulsion. Yi Chengxian felt profoundly unsettled. Though Uncle Lin had described these extra-dimensional demons many times before, witnessing one firsthand was an entirely different psychological experience. This is a juvenile Li insect. If you can't even handle this, I suggest you renounce your supernatural ability and go back to being an ordinary person. Lin Yizhao flung the juvenile Li insect towards Yi Chengxuan's direction. The larval rageworm had barely touched the ground when it immediately crawled rapidly toward Yi Chengxian. Yi Chengyuan watched helplessly as the malevolent insect gaped its maw wide, unleashing a putrid stench of unimaginable foulness. Facing an alien monster from beyond Earth for the first time, Yi Chengxian felt every hair on his body stand on end, his entire being tensed to the breaking point. He didn't immediately turn and run, because his legs were trembling uncontrollably. Not only had he forgotten about his special ability in that first moment, but his legs had gone weak, rendering him completely immobile. The ferocious insect moved at terrifying speed, its 8 slender limbs rapidly scuttling across the ground. In the span of a breath, it was before Yi Chengyuan, its bloody maw gaping wide as it viciously snapped toward his neck. The breath of death was so close. Yi Chengyuan could only watch helplessly as the monstrous insect sank its fangs into his throat. Am I going to die now? Images flashed through Yi Chengxuan's mind, his younger brother Yi Hongshuan's figure, the retreating backs of his parents as they left, Kong Yuro's delicate body trembling faintly as she curled up in his arms. I can't die yet. Suddenly, a clear surge of strength flooded his heart. In an instant, his mind snapped into focus, and he activated his demon eye. His pupils instantly turned as black as ink. The demon eye ability seemed somewhat different. He had no time to study the changes in his ability. At this critical moment, he shifted his stance slightly, transferring his weight to his left foot as his body moved swiftly. By sheer luck, he narrowly avoided the killing strike of the violent insect. However, the violent insect still managed to bite into his shoulder. A sharp pain shot through him as he gritted his teeth. With his left hand, he fiercely gripped the juvenile insect's neck and wrenched it away from his shoulder with brute force. After activating his supernatural ability, his strength became unprecedentedly powerful, and this time he remained exceptionally calm, even when facing a life-or-death crisis. He viciously hurled the juvenile ragebug away. Its body hit the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lifting his eyes, he saw his hand covered in a sticky, unknown fluid from the creature's neck. How disgusting! Suppressing his physical revulsion, he strode decisively toward the ragebug, determined to finish it off while it was weakened. To his surprise, the savage worm was actually waiting for him right where it was. As soon as he approached, its tail lashed out fiercely toward him. Yi Qingxuan's pitch-black demonic pupils showed not a trace of emotion. The tail's reflection flickered in those dark eyes. Just as the tail was about to strike his legs, he suddenly leaped upward and grabbed the savage worm's tail with his bare hands. Idiot, the savage worm's tail is poisonous. That was Lin Yizao's voice shouting. Yi Changxian didn't release his grip. Weaponless, he knew this was his best chance to kill this juvenile savage worm. With a sudden exertion of his right hand, he swiftly retreated to prevent the eight-legged rageworm from launching a surprise attack. Ignoring his bloodied right shoulder, he gripped the rageworm's tail and, with sheer brute force, dragged the creature over 10 meters. Dazed from being hauled around, the rageworm seized the moment he paused to frantically wave its 8 limbs and lunge forward with its gaping maw. Yi Chengxian seemed to have anticipated this. As the creature leaped, he suddenly raised his foot and kicked its lower jaw. Simultaneously, he yanked its tail with his right hand, throwing it off balance. The bite meant for his head instead clamped down on the left arm he deliberately extended as bait. Yi Qingxuan's leg also struck its chin with full force, knocking the violent insect unconscious in one kick. He didn't relax for a moment, pulling out the sunglasses Lin Yizhou had given him from his chest pocket. Using the sharp edge of the frames, he drove them straight into the head of the malice worm. Luckily, the sunglasses material proved tough enough it plunged effortlessly through the creature's cranial tissue. After a sharp, piercing scream, the malevolent insect collapsed to the ground, its fate unknown. With the juvenile ragebug thoroughly dead, Yi Chengxian finally let out a relieved sigh. He collapsed onto the ground, releasing his awakened ability. After killing the violent insect, he realized his ability had gained a new power, Absolute Calm. The emergence of Absolute Calm indicated his ability awakening level had broken through 5%. Had he really reached 5% ability awakening after just 10 days of intensive training at Uncle Lin's secret base? The thought startled him. With the sense of crisis gone, he noticed his wounds, a bloody hole on his left arm where the insect had bitten him, and another on his right shoulder. These were the most serious injuries. Apart from these two wounds, his right hand had also turned a purple-black color, clearly poisoned. Damn, that's brutal. Lin Yizhou walked up to him, pulling out a healing potion from somewhere, ready to dab it on his shoulder. Yet Yi Chengxian shifted his shoulder away, refusing Lin's touch. Oh, pissed off now, are we? Lin Yizhou said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. How do you expect to break through to 5% psychic power without a life-or-death battle? If you don't want to die, let me apply the medicine quickly. Otherwise, the venom from the savage worm could leave you half dead. Upon hearing the threat of death, Yi Chengxian obediently let Lin Yizhou lift his clothes and began applying the medicine. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, but finding the application too cumbersome, he simply pulled it off, revealing his six-pack abs. Chapter 24, S-Class Ability, Engraved Memory. Impressive willpower, not even crying out in pain, Lin Yizhou nodded approvingly. No wonder he was a child capable of supporting a family on his own, his willpower was far stronger than most kids his age. Deep down, he felt a little awkward himself. When he had flung that aggressive insect onto Yi Qingxuan's face moments ago, it suddenly dawned on him he'd forgotten to equip Yi Chengxian first. The original plan was for Yi Chengxian to face the rageworm with just a small knife. When he saw Yi Chengxian frozen in place, he nearly intervened. But to his surprise, Yi Chengxian actually managed to kill a soldier-class demon with his bare hands. Although this soldier-class demon was the weakest and still in its juvenile stage, no matter how you look at it, it was still a soldier-class demon. Of course, there was no way Chengxian could find out about this. He had to maintain that infuriating everything's under control expression at all costs. Yi Chengxian was somewhat surprised by the potion's efficacy. Just minutes after applying it to his wound, a scar was already beginning to form. Perhaps it won't take long for these scars to completely fade. The main purpose of bringing you here today is to help you break through the 5% awakening threshold of your supernatural ability. That way, once you return, you can normally use the ability suppressor to keep your awakening level below 1%. Lin Yizhao continued, even if you join Dawn Academy, those people at the institute won't discover you've awakened abilities. But you must remember, now that you've awakened, you must never take any more awakening serum. Later, bring me the serum the academy issues you, then use the ability suppressor to pretend you've just awakened your powers. Hearing these words, Yi Chengxian finally understood why Lin Yizhao had insisted on bringing him to the Lost Abyss today. Only by experiencing life and death crises can one break through in desperate situations. And the purpose of this breakthrough is to enable him to normally enroll in Dawn Academy through Kong Yuro's recommendation. As for why I didn't allow you to speak, I can explain that too, Lin Yizhao said while leading him back the way they came. There are many lieutenant-classly insects here. These creatures have a passive ability to memorize people's voices. Through the timbre, frequency, speech patterns, and accents of a voice's owner, they can etch that person into their memory. If these lieutenant-classly insects slip out of Lost Abyss unnoticed, they'll track you down in the city using your voice imprint from their memory. If you encounter those lieutenant-class insects in the shadowed corners of the city, you'll be dead without a chance of survival. After walking for over 10 minutes, Yi Chengxian and Lin Yizhao spotted a wooden door at the edge of the cliff. This was the very door leading to the forest park. It wasn't that the house beneath the park bridge concealed hidden depths, rather, Uncle Lin's supernatural ability was undoubtedly space-related. That's why Uncle Lin could guide him through various spaces, yet when he opened the wooden door alone, there was nothing beyond. After leaving the wooden door, the two arrived beneath the park bridge. Lin Yizhao said to him, "You can speak now. Go ahead and ask any questions you have." Uncle Lin, are you absolutely certain that abyss of despair you mentioned won't erupt completely and endanger the entire river city? Yi Chengxian asked. Impossible. You don't need to worry about that scenario at all, Lin Yizhao declared with absolute conviction. Even if the world were ending, the abyss of despair wouldn't necessarily descend into complete chaos. Yi Chengxian looked at the resolute Uncle Lin with complicated emotions. If he didn't possess the ability to traverse timelines, perhaps he would have believed what the other said. But, the abyss of desolation might truly erupt in 5 years. Go back and get some sleep. We'll skip training today. Lin Yizhao patted the still-dazed Yi Chengxuan's shoulder considerately. Rest well now. Oh, and don't tell Dawn Academy about the abyss of desolation or anything concerning me. That includes the girl with the engraved memories ability. Engraved memories? Yi Chengxian echoed. Yeah, that pretty little girl who came to your stall last night. If my instincts are right, her special ability is the S-rank number 16 mind brand. Be careful with her. Her power lets her peek into others' emotions, and in later stages, she might even be able to control them. She's terrifyingly good at detecting lies. If you don't step up your game, you might end up being a victim of domestic violence. Just mentioning domestic violence seemed to get Lin Yizhao all fired up. If anyone familiar saw him like this, they might assume he had some unusual kinks. Then again, who knows, maybe he actually did. Uncle Lin, Kong Yuro and I are completely innocent, Yi Chengxian replied helplessly, too preoccupied with defending himself to notice Lin Yizhao's excitement. Cut the crap. You were staring at her face so hard yesterday you zoned out. Lin Yizhao shot back. I wasn't staring at her face, I was clearly staring at her legs, okay? Yi Chengxian didn't voice this last thought aloud, because saying it would make him sound like a total pervert. Clearly what? Lin Yizhao looked at him with a teasing smirk. Blushing slightly, Yi Chengxian stubbornly lied through his teeth. Clearly I was just daydreaming. Ha, seems he's still acting so self-righteous. Ha, as long as you can deceive yourself, go home and rest. I'm going home to sleep with my wife. Lin Yizhao saw through it but didn't expose it. This was the first time he'd seen Yi Chengxian show a thinner skin side. He'd always thought this kid's face was thicker than a city wall. Yi Chengxian bid farewell to Uncle Lin in the park, then walked home with hands in his pockets. After experiencing what had just occurred, he felt his strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. Absolute calm? Yi Chengxian recalled the emotions when activating his demonic pupils earlier. He had seemed unnaturally calm at that time. He could even watch himself being bitten by vicious insects and cold-bloodedly trade injury for survival. That version of himself was terrifying, having lost certain aspects of humanity. If I activate the demon eyes, perhaps I can resist Kong Yuro's mind-reading ability. That way, I wouldn't be caught lying in the future, and family discord caused by deception could be avoided. I'm getting ahead of myself. Now, there's another problem. Clutching the torn, bloodstained t-shirt, he watched Lin Yizhao's receding figure and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Can't wear short sleeves anymore, now bare-chested. He weakly held the clothes, not daring to put them on. After all, being bare-chested and wearing blood-stained garments were two entirely different matters. The first might just get you labeled as an exhibitionist or pervert, while the second could earn you a nice little invitation to the police station for tea. Yi Chengxian tossed the clothes into the trash bin, then pretended to go for a morning jog as he slowly made his way back to his rented apartment. No one sees me, no one sees me. Yet his hopes often drifted far from reality. Just as he entered the residential complex, he bumped into the breakfast stall owner's daughter, who was setting up shop early. Xiao Xian? Bu Xiaoyuan stared in surprise at the shirtless boy before her. Her gaze traveled downward from Yi Qingxuan's face, and when it reached the boy's toned muscles and abdominal definition, her cheeks flushed slightly. Chapter 25, Money Doesn't Matter. The most awkward thing in life is running into an acquaintance while you're doing something embarrassing. This was exactly what happened to Yi Chengxian at the moment he least wanted to meet someone familiar. Xiaoyuan, I was just, out for a morning jog, Yi Chengxian attempted to explain. Bu Xiaoyuan's gaze lingered on his abs for a moment before she remarked playfully, you don't wear clothes for morning jogs? Haha, just the summer heat getting to me. Yi Chengxian forced a dry laugh. Right then, a cold gust of wind suddenly swept through, making him shiver. Well now, that sure backfired quickly. Even Yi Qingxuan's thick skin couldn't quite endure this. He hurriedly said, well then, Sister Xiaoyuan, I'll leave you to your work while I head home first. With that, without waiting for Bu Xiaoyuan to bid him farewell, he turned and fled in panic. Left standing there, Bu Xiaoyuan watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but chuckle. How come I never noticed before how well-built Xiao Xian is? Back in his bedroom, Yi Chengxian activated his demon eyes as he faced the mirror on the door. Staring at his reflection, he saw the clearly defined contours of his upper body muscles, along with those eyes, once bright and youthful, now pitch black, like bottomless voids impossible to discern. His mind became extremely calm at that moment. After activating the ability, drowsiness vanishes completely. I feel energized yet utterly calm, unaffected by external conditions in the slightest, Yi Chengxian analyzed coolly while observing his reflection in the mirror. Enhanced senses, improved smell, heightened vision, my nearsightedness disappears, but my myopia returns after deactivating the ability. Overall analysis, at 5% awakening level, besides gaining enhanced physical strength and sharper senses when activated, the ability also provides absolute concentration and absolute calmness. As he spoke, he sensed his stamina draining rapidly and promptly deactivated the magic eye. Lying horizontally on the bed, he felt not the slightest bit sleepy. Out of boredom, he could only fumble with the ability suppressor on his wristband. According to Uncle Lin, this ability suppressor could camouflage his awakened abilities once his awakening rate reached 5%. Wearing this thing, the people from Dawn Academy wouldn't be able to tell he had awakened his abilities. When he had worn the ability suppressor before, the device showed no reaction whatsoever. He examined the glowing white wristband. Seeing that it appeared to be just an ordinary wristband, he decided to test it by activating his abilities. At that moment, he felt an unusual connection form between himself and the supernatural ability suppressor. Turning his head, he saw a tiny black number appear on the suppressor's pearly white surface, 5.01%. Was this his awakened ability percentage? Then he discovered something even more astonishing. He seemed capable of adjusting this number's value. He tried adjusting the numbers slightly lower, and saw the black digits on the display begin to drop, decreasing from the original 5.01% all the way down to 1%. For testing purposes, he even activated his special ability. But this time, he was somewhat surprised because after activating his ability, the enhancement to his body wasn't as significant as when it was at 5%. This ability suppression device really has something to it. His eyes gleamed with amazement. If he had this thing, it would be much easier for him to play dumb and deceive others, feigning weakness while concealing his strength. It's practically the ultimate tool for a sly old fox. He then adjusted the numbers on the ability suppressor much lower, all the way down to 0.5%. This should be roughly similar to the initial awakened ability level during the first awakening, right? Yi Chengxian felt his physical condition, took a deep breath, and then sat cross-legged to begin practicing the cultivation technique Linizo had given him. This cultivation method still requires continuous practice. After all, ever since my breakthrough, I haven't felt drowsy at all. On the contrary, I've been extraordinarily energized. He practiced cultivation until the 8:30 alarm rang, then got up to tutor his students. Yi Chengxian knew he would inevitably encounter Kong Yuro again today, but he never expected to run into her at the Ida Hotel. When he saw Kong Yuro at the Ida Hotel, his heart skipped a beat. How could Kong Yuro, a single girl, show up in such a shady place, a hotel? His first reaction was sadness, followed immediately by terror. After all, he'd stumbled upon one of Kong's well-kept secrets. Would she silence him for good? But when Kong Yuro pulled him into an empty room, he realized she had come looking for him. You came to the hotel specifically for me, Kong? Yi Chengxian was utterly baffled. If I'm not here for you, what else would I come to the hotel for? Before Kong Yuro could finish speaking, she instantly grasped the hidden meaning behind Yi Qingxuan's words. Furious, she yanked Yi Qingxuan's ear and nearly roared, Yi, Sheng, Xuan, how dare you think I'm that kind of person? Ouch ouch ouch, that hurts. Yi Chengyuan hastily begged for mercy. Senior Kong, I really didn't mean it like that. I hadn't even said what you supposedly meant, yet you're already justifying yourself? Kong Yuro's gaze was dangerously sharp, her anger almost palpable to Yi Chengyuan. Yi Chengyuan, and here I thought all this time you were one of those genuinely simple and honest guys. Yi Chengxian, since when did you get the idea I was some honest guy? What's the matter? Run out of excuses? It's all a misunderstanding, Senior Kong. You've always been like an untainted moonlight in my heart. I wouldn't dare have even the slightest irreverent thought. Yi Chengxian felt like his ear was about to be torn off. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that Kong Yuro, the icy campus belle all the boys in high school admired, had such a feisty side to her. Hearing Yi Chengxuan's words, Kong Yuro's expression softened slightly. But the next moment, she realized that this behavior of hers might be undermining the persona she had carefully cultivated. Fine, I'll just drag this guy into the academy anyway. If he refuses, humph. When we erase his memory later, I'll make sure to delete everything that just happened too. She released Yi Chengxuan's reddened ear and crossed her arms, demanding, so, are you joining Dawn Academy or not? What are the benefits of joining Dawn Academy? Still rubbing his ear, Yi Chengxian asked casually. Benefits? Kong Yuro pondered for a moment before answering. There are many advantages. If you join the academy using my soul nomination right, you'll immediately receive a vial of awakening serum, granting you superpowers thereafter. Additionally, you'll have free monthly access to 7 sessions with a muscle relaxer and 1 session with the advanced AR-powered willpower training device. These instruments are exceptionally rare, and you'll understand their significance after enrollment. Moreover, if you make contributions later, the academy might even award you with extraordinary ability cultivation techniques. Upon hearing this, Yi Chengxian was stunned. He'd lost count of how many times he'd used these very resources at Lin Zhao's place. The muscle relaxer and willpower trainer were practically his daily routine. As for those cultivation techniques, Uncle Lin had gifted him a manual on the very first day. Could these things actually be valuable? Yi Chengxian sneered inwardly, even entertaining the thought of maybe I just won't join Dawn Academy after all. Kong Yuro continued, after your awakened ability surpasses 10%, the academy will provide you with a custom weapon free of charge. There's also another fringe benefit. After joining, the academy will give you 20,000 yuan every month. I'm in. Yi Chengxian declared righteously. The money doesn't matter at all, I mainly just want to experience what it's like to have superpowers. Chapter 26. Talking about money hurts feelings. Kong Yuro wore an extremely peculiar expression. Her engraved memories had just fed back to her Yi Chengxuan's emotional state over a certain period. When she mentioned abilities and superpowers, Yi Chengxuan's emotions remained utterly calm and undisturbed. But the moment she said 20,000 yuan, his mood erupted like a dormant volcano suddenly awakening. He couldn't have joined the academy just for these $20,000, could he? Now that you've joined, there are some basic things you should know. She took out a prepared book from her bosom and handed it to Yi Chengxian. Yi Chengxian looked at the book, then at where she had just retrieved it from. Well, the proportions matched perfectly. No wonder he hadn't noticed she was carrying a book there earlier. He was inwardly astonished. How could this current petite Kong Yuro grow into that version of herself 8 years later? What are you looking at? Kong Yuro couldn't help but laugh angrily. This guy really had some nerve. Other boys would at least pretend to be gentlemen when they saw her, despite whatever lewd thoughts they might harbor. But this Yi Chengxian didn't even bother hiding it. Last time he was ogling her legs, and now he was staring at her. Nothing to see anyway, Yi Chengxian muttered under his breath as he averted his gaze. What did you say? Kong Yuro seemed to have touched a nerve as she suddenly erupted in anger. I was just, reading. Yeah, I was reading. Yi Chengxian didn't dare say another word and quickly lowered his head to look at the book Kong Yuro had just given him. The book's cover bore several large characters, Orientation Guide for Dawn Academy Enrollment. He flipped open the first page with feigned interest. The first page described how the world wasn't as peaceful as it appeared. In another dimension connected to Blue Star, there existed creatures called demons that severely threatened humanity's survival. He'd already learned most of this from Kong Yuro 8 years in the future and from Uncle Lin. Yet he still put on a shocked expression, pretending this was all new information to him. Seeing him like this, Kong Yuro felt both angry and helpless. While Yi Chengxian was reading, she paced back and forth and said, the kidnapping case you encountered 10 days ago was actually me carrying out a mission, and I just happened to save you. Shouldn't you thank me for saving your life? I should thank you. Yi Chengxian replied instinctively, his eyes still glued to the book. So, how do you plan to thank me? Kong Yuro leaned back against the table, resting her hands behind her on its surface. Her fair, long legs swung slightly, glinting under the light. Yi Chengxian raised his head and accidentally caught the sight he'd been hoping to see. Anything to thank you would work, he said. Kong Yuro shrank her legs slightly and suggested, how about treating me to a meal? The next moment, she noticed the boy's gaze across from her. Those previously lecherous, murky eyes suddenly turned crystal clear. She swore this was the most ridiculous thing she'd ever seen. She'd merely suggested the boy treat her to dinner, yet his gaze had suddenly turned pure and clear. And not just clear, it carried a wisdom and steadiness she'd only ever seen in her father's eyes. Kong Yuro's words truly gave Yi Chengxian quite a fright. Who is Kong Yuro? The school's acknowledged wealthy beauty. Leaving aside the beauty part for now, just the word wealthy made him extremely wary. If Kong Yuro's family was already that rich, wouldn't a single meal at a restaurant cost several hundred or even several thousand yuan? Merely thinking about that number made Yi Chengxian shudder involuntarily. How terrifying. 1,000 yuan could sustain him and his younger brother for an entire month. Actually, there's no need to go through all that trouble. After some deliberation, he said, why don't you come to my place instead? I'll cook you a proper meal to show my appreciation. Making dinner at home would cost under 100 at most, but dining out? That's a different story. You want me to come to your place for dinner? Kong Yuro's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. How many guys would kill for the chance to take her out to dinner? Yet Yi Chengxian actually invited her over to his place to save money? Now she understood, when Yi Chengxian had agreed to join the academy earlier, it wasn't for the so-called superpowers or those precious training instruments. He was in it purely for the 20,000 yuan monthly stipend. Only a home-cooked meal can truly express my sincerity and gratitude. Yi Chengxian declared with such earnestness that, had Kong Yuro not already known about his stingy tendencies, she might have actually believed his lofty words. Kong Yuro was about to refuse when she suddenly remembered something. This boy came from a very difficult family background, working 3 jobs a day while supporting his younger brother. Fine, when do you plan to take me to your place for dinner? She raised her head and looked into the clear eyes of Yi Chengxian before her. Any time is, I'm usually unavailable in the mornings and evenings. How about noon? Yi Chengxian thought about his packed work schedule and realized noon was his only free time. Is noon okay? Kong Yuro frowned slightly. It wasn't that she was particularly busy at noon, she was just lazy. If she didn't have any assignments, she'd happily spend the whole day in bed, binge-watching dramas and sleeping. She had no worldly worries, her only troubles came from academy missions. Seeing her hesitate, Yi Chengxian said with pleasant surprise, if you really don't have time, then forget. I'll come to your place for lunch tomorrow. Kong Yuro blurted out. Another thing, I've already gotten you leave from the hotel. Come with me to Dawn Academy now. I'll help you awaken your supernatural ability. Did you ask for leave on my behalf? Yi Chengxian said with some displeasure. How could you make decisions for others without permission? My father is a shareholder of Ida Hotel. You won't miss out on your wages. Kong Yuro said coolly. I'll go with you to register at the academy right away. Yi Chengxian's displeased expression vanished instantly. Seeing his money-grubbing attitude, Kong Yuro couldn't help but shake her head. Why had she recruited this fellow into the academy? Yet she didn't feel disgust or impatience toward him because of this, rather, a faint pang of sympathy arose. Just how much hardship had he endured before to become so greedy for money? Chapter 27 Awakening Abilities. When Yi Chengxian and Kong Yuro emerged from the small room, many Ida Hotel employees who knew them were secretly watching the pair. Why did young Master Yi and the young mistress stay in that room for so long? A man and woman alone together. The staff were chatting excitedly, all very curious about the relationship between Kong Yuro and Yi Chengxian. Rumors said Kong Yuro personally helped Yi Chengxian request leave, and it was paid leave at that. Some male employees were so angry seeing Yi Chengxian walking side by side with Kong Yuro that they nearly gritted their teeth to dust. Yi Chengxian remained unaware of his colleague's attention. While adjusting his ability suppression device to lower his awakening index, he quietly flipped through his book. He and Kong Yuro took a taxi to the address of Dawn Academy. When he arrived here again, he carefully observed the Dawn Academy's base in Zheng City. The base was enormous, occupying a huge area in the city center. After seeing people greet Kong Yuro, he realized these individuals were all superhumans. Joining Dawn Academy doesn't mean you can immediately take the awakening serum. They must first pass the initial trial and accumulate sufficient experience before becoming eligible to receive the awakening serum. Kong Yuro explained, as an S-class cadet, I have the privilege of nominating one candidate. The nominated individual can directly receive the awakening serum without undergoing trials or meeting experience requirements. I've given that nomination to you. Thank you, Yi Chengxian said with heartfelt gratitude. Back in the previous timeline, Kong Yuro had given him her only slot, and 5 years later when the nodes erupted in Jiangcheng, he had sacrificed himself to cover Kong Yuro and the others' retreat. It is both cause and effect, yet also rebirth. Because of his past life connection, when he crossed over, he was mistaken for a shape-shifting demon and was experimented on with a new type of awakening serum. After a month of awakening, he gained the superpower of demon eyes. Remember, from now on you're mine. After saying these words, Kong Yuro realized her statement carried unintended implications and quickly clarified. What I mean is, you have to listen to me from now on, understood? Alright, I'll listen to you. At this moment, the two arrived before a counter. Kong Yuro stepped forward and asked the staff inside for a form. After filling this out, I'll take you to receive the awakening serum. Let's see what kind of ability you'll awaken. Kong Yuro's eyes sparkled with excitement. Watching someone awaken an ability was always like opening a blind box for her. though she hadn't encountered a second S-class ability in Jianqing yet. There are indeed A-level abilities, but not a single S-level ability has appeared other than hers. Who knows, Yi Chengxian might awaken an S-level ability too. However, she understood clearly in her heart that S-level abilities weren't as common as cabbages. It would already be quite impressive if Yi Chengxian could awaken an A-level ability. Facing Kong Yuro's expectant gaze, Yi Chengxian smiled bitterly to himself. His ability was only B-level even if it was sequence 100, just one step below A-level. A B-level was still just a B-level, far inferior to A-level, let alone S-level. The content of the form was mostly trivial personal information, and he filled it out quickly. Then, Kong Yuro led him to a tightly sealed room. The room had no windows, somewhat resembling an interrogation room at a police station. The moment Yi Chengxian stepped inside, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Kong Yuro pointed to a small hatch in the room and said, "Soon, this hatch will pop open to reveal a small vial. The liquid inside is the serum that will help awaken your special ability. When the time comes, just drink the serum and undergo your awakening in this room. This isolation room isn't meant to lock you away, its main purpose is to prevent any unnecessary damage to the academy caused by uncontrollable special abilities during their awakening process. Don't worry, there's surveillance monitoring your condition. If you experience any adverse symptoms after taking the serum, doctors will be nearby to provide immediate assistance." Little did they know, upon hearing these words, Yi Chengxuan's expression subtly shifted. Having already awakened his unique ability, according to Uncle Lin's explanation, he could no longer take the awakening serum. With a group monitoring his every move, how could he possibly tamper with the serum? "What's wrong? Do you have any other concerns?" Kong Yuro noticed his troubled expression and asked with concern. "Nothing really, just a bit nervous since it's my first time encountering something like this," Yi Chengxian replied in a joking manner. "Alright, I'll head out now. I'll be watching you from the monitoring room. After taking the serum, pay close attention to any changes in your body. The registration office will inform you what supernatural ability you've awakened later." After settling a few more matters, Kong Yuro left the confinement room. Yi Chengxian watched her departing figure and let out a soft sigh. He absolutely must not let others discover he had awakened his supernatural ability. There was no way he could explain it. What about the awakening serum? Go for it. Anyway, Uncle Lin said not to take it, but he didn't say what would happen if I took it again. Maybe it just won't have any effect at all. Moreover, the serum he used to awaken was the latest version from 8 years in the future, one that's injected, completely different from the current oral serum. Perhaps the two serums can be taken together without interfering with each other. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a small vial predictably popped out from that little window. He stared at the pale red liquid inside the small bottle, unscrewed the cap, gritted his teeth, and tilted his head back to gulp down every last drop. After drinking it, he smacked his lips. TSK, it had no taste at all. Not even as good as cough syrup. He checked how his body felt. Nothing had changed at all. So now, does he need to activate his supernatural ability and pretend he's awakened? Wait a minute, how do others look when they awaken? Should he put on a symbolic awakening performance? For some reason, he could almost sense numerous eyes watching his every move through the surveillance. If this keeps up, his secret of premature awakening might be exposed. Yi Chengxian gritted his teeth and simply pretended to faint, collapsing straight to the ground. The footage from the surveillance showed. After taking the awakening serum, Yi Chengxian showed no immediate reaction, but 10 seconds later, he suddenly lost consciousness. Suspected mental type superpower. Known mental type powers include S-Class, 1001 Threads, A-Class, Brainstorm, A-Class. The robot's voice sounded in the monitoring room. Chapter 28 New Student Class. In the monitoring room, Ouyang Mo gave Kong Yuro a helpless look. "You actually gave the only chance to this kid? Have you forgotten his parents were Krim? In my opinion." Kong Yuro cut him off, her gaze icy as she stared into his eyes. "He's 100 times better than a spoiled rich boy like you who's waited on hand and foot." "Wow, Kong Yuro, after all these years of friendship, you'd actually say such hurtful words to me for a guy you've known less than 10 days. Ouyang Mo clutched his chest, feigning deep injury. Kong Yuro ignored him, her gaze fixed on Yi Chengxuan's unconscious body reflected in the mirror, a trace of concern flickering in her heart. She understood the restrictive nature of confinement cells for awakened individuals. Unless Yi Chengxuan's special ability was officially recognized, there was no chance of him being released from that cell. So even now, as Yi Chengxian lay collapsed on the cold concrete floor of the confinement chamber, no one would lift a finger to help him, leaving him sprawled there alone. He won't be released until he regains consciousness and demonstrates his awakened abilities. Is there any way to make him wake up faster? Kong Yuro turned to Ouyang Mo, who had somehow started trimming her nails with a clipper. Crunch! Ouyang Mo clipped the overgrown nail on her pinky finger and shrugged. Just wait. Even though it's rare for someone to faint after awakening their ability, it's not unheard of. With no other choice, Kong Yuro could only anxiously glance a few more times at Yi Chengxian inside the confinement room. Actually, it wasn't just her who was anxious. In the confinement room, Yi Chengxian lying on the floor was also feeling rather impatient. Why hasn't anyone come yet? He fainted after taking the awakening serum. Why hasn't anyone come to take him to the infirmary yet? Then they detect his awakening level was less than 1% with the scanner. Earlier, to ensure things proceeded smoothly, he had deliberately used an ability suppressor to adjust his awakening level below 1%. After what felt like an eternity, he simply couldn't hold on any longer. So he pretended to have just regained consciousness, then stood up with a perfectly confused expression, surveying his surroundings. "Classmate Yi, activate your special ability." At that moment, the speaker directly above his head crackled to life. Was someone in the surveillance room watching him all along? At this thought, Yi Chengxian cursed the Academy's caution under his breath. He had been passed out for so long, yet they hadn't even sent anyone in to help him up? He touched his forehead, which had bumped against the ground when he pretended to collapse earlier. It still throbbed slightly with pain. However, those in the monitoring room interpreted his actions as unfamiliarity with using his special ability. The loudspeaker crackled to life again. Try to focus within your body and release that unique energy. Don't worry, the isolation room walls are extremely sturdy. You can freely use your powers without restraint. Yi Chengxian massaged his temples. Activate demon eyes. Everyone in the surveillance room saw it. The boy's pupils turned pitch black, sending chills down the spine of anyone who met his gaze. Damn, that's some Venom-level creepiness. Ouyang Mo's exaggerated exclamation instantly lightened the tense atmosphere in the surveillance room. Ignorant fool. If I recall correctly, his ability should be the B+ level, demonic eyes, remarked another man in a white lab coat beside Ouyang Mo. If Yi Chengxian were standing here right now, he would be startled to discover that this man bears an 80 to 90% resemblance to the scruffy bearded man whom those young boys and girls referred to as Captain Huang in the previous timeline. It was precisely this Captain Huang who confirmed his identity as a morph demon, causing him to suffer greatly during the early stages of his time travel. However, the current Captain Huang is nowhere near unkempt. On the contrary, he's remarkably handsome. For a man, he dresses with meticulous care and wears thick, elaborate makeup like a woman would. Huang, you think you're so worldly wise, don't you? Ouyang Mo was offended. Of course, he had also recognized Yi Chengxian's demon eyes. He'd merely been joking earlier. Yet this Huang Yu was lecturing him with such a sanctimonious tone, which pissed him off royally. Oh wow, and you're the expert now? Huang Yu didn't coddle him at all, tossing back the remark with dripping sarcasm. You son of a. Ouyang Mo's temper flared. Clearly, the two seemed to have long-standing grudges against each other, with tensions high the moment they met. Stop arguing. Kong Yuro's voice sounded in their ears, her tone icy, as if brimming with killing intent. Seeing her anger, the hostility between the two instantly dissolved, and they both actually settled down surprisingly fast. Who can explain to me what it means that he awakened a B+ ability? Kong Yuro glanced between the two of them. Demon Eyes is a sequence 100 ability, making it the strongest B-rank ability. Plus, Demon Eyes is a chosen ability with uniqueness, so everyone jokingly calls it B+ rank. Ouyang Mo secretly glared at Huang Yu while explaining. Has he awakened a chosen ability? Kong Yuro was somewhat surprised. She knew what a chosen ability signified. Even her own S-class ability, engraved memory, didn't qualify as one. Indeed, this guy's talent is quite unique. Just based on his chosen ability alone, he has no problem joining this year's elite freshman class. Huang Yu chimed in, stroking his chin. The Academy's understanding of the Demon Eyes ability is limited. His awakening of Demon Eyes could help expand the Academy's ability database. Not bad at all. Hearing that Yi Chengxian could join the elite freshman class brought a spark of delight to Kong Yuro's eyes. It seemed her recommendation spot hadn't gone to waste. At the very least, she'd helped Jiang City gain another ability user. The Aurora Institute's newcomer class is designed to train those who awakened their abilities less than a year ago, beginning annually on July 10th. This means regardless of when an awakened first manifests abilities, they'll attend their first newcomer class on July 20th. Even someone who awakened on July 11th last year would have to wait until this year's July 10th session. The newcomer class is further divided into standard and advanced tracks. The standard track covers common abilities, those with generally low combat potential. Most people manifesting these abilities get assigned to logistical support teams. The advanced class is only for those with combat-capable abilities, or for those possessing S-class or A-class abilities, or exceptionally powerful B-class abilities. The training intensity and resource allocation far exceed that of the regular classes. Though it's not particularly strong, it's still better than nothing. Kong Yuro let out a soft sigh. Her ability was S-class, and breaking through in mastery progression was exceptionally difficult. Yet, if Yi Chengxian could achieve the 10% gene lock awakening threshold sooner, his combat potential might even surpass hers in a short time. Chapter 29, The Value of the Demon Core. Yi Chengxian activated his demon eyes and waited for a long time before Kong Yuro finally arrived. What kind of ability did I awaken? Yi Chengxian used his ability to prevent Kong Yuro from reading his emotions, pretending to ask, I feel like as soon as I activate my ability, my body seems to be filled with power. Your ability is the 100th ranked, Demon Eyes. Kong Yuro walked up to him, gazing into those terrifying pitch-black eyes, yet strangely feeling no psychological aversion whatsoever. This puzzled her somewhat. Judging from Huang Yu and Ouyang Mo's reactions earlier, they seemed to experience physical discomfort towards Yi Qingshuan's black pupils, but she felt none of that. Her heart remained perfectly calm, as if she could see through those frightening demonic eyes to glimpse Yi Qingshuan's own clear, determined gaze. This bastard. Suddenly, that lecherous look Yi Chengxian had given her before flashed through her mind. Could it be that time he was actually putting on an act? He was deliberately portraying himself as unreliable in front of her. For a moment, waves of emotion surged within her, and her latent assessment of Yi Chengxian rose significantly. If Yi Chengxian could hear her thoughts, he would definitely tell her, you're overthinking it. How could he possibly be that scheming? Magic pupil? Is it powerful? Yi Chengxian asked with a puzzled expression. Kong Yuro pondered for a moment before replying, not quite sure. Your particular ability is rather unique. Come with me to the testing area, a professional will be there to register it. Yi Chengxian followed her to the testing site, a training room resembling Lin Yizhao's secret base. The space was expansive, packed with fitness equipment like a high-end gym on steroids. At that moment, only one technician was present in the training room. Well, the professional is Ouyang Mo. Yi Chengxian eyed Ouyang Mo in the white lab coat suspiciously. He remembered this guy seemed quite close to Kong Yuro. Ouyang Mo was also sizing up Yi Chengxian. So this was the inspirational top student Kong Yuro had gushed about endlessly? He didn't quite live up to the vibe. He didn't have the composed demeanor one would expect from a top student. Activate your ability and let me see the effects of the first stage of Demon Eye. Ouyang Mo pondered for a moment before speaking. Yi Chengxian nodded, adjusted his ability awakening level to 0.5%, and then activated Demon Eye. You've already reached a 0.5% awakening level right after activation? Ouyang Mo said in surprise. Is this due to the ability itself, or is it a matter of constitution? Did you get it high? Yi Qingshuan's lips twitched slightly. No way, even the weakest awakened individual should achieve at least a 0.5% awakening rate during their first awakening, shouldn't they? Such a high awakening rate? Kong Yuro also appeared surprised. Ouyang Mo's special ability had one unique trait. It allowed him to perceive the displayed awakening rate of others' powers. Remember, it's manifested due to the ability suppressor. Yi Qingshuan's displayed awakening level is only 0.5%. Indeed. Have you noticed any physical changes? Ouyang Mo looked at Yi Chengxian. I feel like my strength has increased. Yi Chengxian answered honestly, describing his initial experience when first using the Demon's Eye. He wasn't lying. Has your strength increased? Ouyang Mo asked in surprise. How does your eye feel? Yi Chengxian shook his head. I don't feel anything. If I hadn't just looked in a mirror, I wouldn't have known my eye has turned completely black. How strange. Both Ouyang Mo and Kong Yuro wore peculiar expressions. Awakening the Demon Eye ability, yet the eye itself shows no changes. Instead, his physical strength improved? Perhaps your eyes will only undergo certain changes once your awakening level increases? Ouyang Mo speculated. Yi Chengxian nodded to acknowledge that he understood. There's still one very important matter regarding your training camp arrangements. Ouyang Mo produced a pre-prepared contract of indentured service and placed it before Yi Chengxian. Sign this. The details about the freshman class can be explained to you later by Kong Yuro. Taking the contract, Yi Chengxian glanced at Kong Yuro. Seeing her nod at him, he didn't examine the document closely before picking up a pen and signing his name. Write down your bank card number 2. Ouyang Mo pointed to a blank space on the form. Your monthly salary will be deposited directly into that account. At the mention of salary, Yi Qingshuan's eyes lit up. He did have a bank card, though he'd seldom deposited money into it, leaving it largely unused until now. He never imagined it would actually come in handy one day. Swiftly, he jotted down the memorized card number in the designated space. Let's go. Right then, Kong Yuro tugged at his sleeve. Yi Chengxian checked his bank card number, confirmed it was correct, and then followed her out. That's pretty much it for the freshman advanced class, but I suggest you use your one-time chance for the month with the Will training device before joining the class, Kong Yuro said, hands clasped behind her back as she hopped along the dark stone pavement. Is that Will training device really that valuable? Yi Chengxian couldn't help but ask. That equipment was something he could use every day in Uncle Lin's secret base, seemingly without any limits. Kong Yuro shook her head. What's valuable isn't the Will training device itself. At most, it's just a machine, basically a pile of scrap metal. What's precious is the resource consumed when using the device. Each session drains 1/10 of a Baron-level demon core's energy. Because the willpower training device directly affects supernatural abilities, each use significantly boosts your ability awakening level. So it's understandable that it consumes 1/10 of a commander-level monster core per session. Even with her current strength, she couldn't single-handedly kill a single commander-level monster. The willpower training device requires commander-level monster cores every time it's used? Yi Chunxian was stunned. He just realized how extravagant Uncle Lin's secret base truly was. All those resources there, he'd been using them without any restrictions. Moreover, Uncle Lin never mentioned anything, so he always assumed that using those devices didn't incur any wear and tear. At most, it would just consume a bit more electricity. May I boldly ask, roughly how much cash could a commander-level magic core be converted into? He swallowed hard, barely managing to get the words out. Yuro gave him a strange look before replying. To put it this way, a single bottle of awakening serum sells for 50 million on the black market, and that's even when supply can't meet demand. Yi Chengxuan's heart skipped a beat. One general-grade demon core can produce 2 bottles of awakening serum, so the price of a general-grade demon core is 100 million. Chapter 30 Class Reunion? At this thought, Yi Chengxian almost wished he could go back and call Lin Yizhao daddy right then and there. Uncle Lin treated him better than his real father ever had. Your emotions, you're very shocked, aren't you? Yuro turned around, her long, curved eyelashes fluttering. Without thinking, she suddenly leaned in towards Yi Chengxian, her lashes nearly brushing against his face. Caught off guard by her sudden ambush, Yi Chengxian froze on the spot. With Yuro now mere inches away, he found himself torn between fearing she might come even closer, and fearing she might not. Why aren't you saying anything? Yuro waved her delicate hand in front of his face. Yi Chengxian snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied, I never realized how precious willpower training devices are. It costs so much just to use one once. Exactly, she said. That's why I told you those 20,000 yuan wages can hardly even be considered a perk. Yuro nodded in agreement. There was one more thing she didn't mention, the matter of the willpower training device. As an S-class student, she could use it 10 times a month, A-class students 3 times, while someone like Yi Chengxian, ranked B-class, was only granted 1 usage. Or, to put it another way, she practically enjoyed the willpower training device daily. Though her miserly father deducted heavily from her allowance, he was far more generous in other areas, like promising her unrestricted access to the training device. After exchanging contact information, Yi Chengxian bid farewell to Yuro and headed towards the barbecue stall. He couldn't bear to spend money on a taxi ride, even though his bank account would soon receive 20,000 yuan. He jogged to the barbecue stall, treating it as both exercise and a way to boost his awakening progress. It had taken about half an hour by taxi from Ida Hotel to the Jiangcheng district base of Dawn Academy in the city center. Yi Chengxian spent a full hour running to the barbecue stall, near Ida Hotel, on foot. After a whole afternoon of exertion, it was now 6 p.m. The barbecue stall had just begun business as he arrived. The proprietress was wiping down a table when she noticed his arrival and asked in surprise, Xiao Shen, why are you here so early today? Aunt Lu, the hotel isn't too busy, so I came over ahead of time. Yi Chengxian took the rag from the proprietress' hand while taking over her task of cleaning the table, asking, is Uncle Lin in the kitchen? He's secretly drinking in the kitchen, thinking I don't know. Reeking of alcohol, as if I couldn't smell it. The proprietress crossed her arms, though her tone sounded exasperated by his shortcomings. Yet, Yi Chengxian could detect the affection for Uncle Lin in her expression. Yi Chengxian replied with a few words of admiration, satisfying the landlady's vanity. After sending the landlady on her way, he prepared to enter the kitchen to tell Uncle Lin about today's visit to Dawn Academy. Before he could step inside, his cell phone suddenly rang. His phone was one of those basic models for elderly users, only capable of making calls and receiving texts. Hearing the ringtone, he curiously glanced at the caller ID. Lu Yuhuan, the class monitor in high school, someone he had a lukewarm relationship with, usually no interactions between them at all. Why is the class monitor calling him? With a strange feeling in his heart, he answered the call. Is this Yi Chengxian? Lu Yuan's voice came through the old-fashioned phone. Yes, it's me. What's up, class president? Yi Chengxian placed the rag on the nearby stove and answered. Lu Yuan paused briefly before continuing, well, the college entrance exam results are out now, and our classmates will soon be going separate ways to different schools. Before we part, I wanted to organize a farewell dinner for everyone. It's booked for a private room at Blue Ocean Club. Are you free tomorrow evening? I've got work in the evening. Sorry, class president. Yi Chengxian refused. His relationship with high school classmates had always been lukewarm at best. During school years, he'd been somewhat ostracized by those classmates. There was no reason for him to attend this class reunion and subject himself to their displeasure. Just take a day off. Our class 10, senior year will soon go separate ways. This is our final gathering, and everyone's coming. You shouldn't be the odd one out, right? Lu Yuan said in a joking tone. Yi Chengxian frowned slightly. The class monitor's words carried an undertone of emotional blackmail. Forget it, consider it a farewell to my high school life. Thinking this, he replied, alright then, I'll be there on time tomorrow. Okay, we'll coordinate by phone tomorrow. Lu Yuan's tone was quite cheerful. After saying this, he hastily hung up as if rushing to contact the next classmate. Beep beep beep. The phone emitted a series of dial tones. Yi Chengxian looked at his outdated flip phone and sighed helplessly. Once the academy salary comes through, I'll have to buy a smartphone. I hear university life requires one. Afterwards, he dashed to the kitchen and recounted everything that had happened that day at Dawn Academy to Lin Yizhao. When Lin Yizhao heard he had taken the awakening serum, his reaction seemed unusually disturbed. Circling around Yi Chengxian with visibly nervous tension, Lin examined him carefully. Uncle Lin, I really don't feel like anything's wrong with me, Yi Chengxian said helplessly. That's impossible. For others who take the awakening serum a second time, at best they vomit blood with severe injuries, and at worst their abilities are nullified and their bodies disintegrate. Lin Yizhao's expression was deadly serious. What? Yi Chengxian was stunned. Is using the serum a second time really that extreme? But why didn't he feel anything in his body? Could it be that the serum he injected didn't conflict at all with the serum he ingested? How strange, truly strange. Lin Yizhao clicked his tongue in astonishment. Uncle Lin, I heard that using the willpower training device requires a general-grade demon core. While saying this, Yi Chengxian kept observing Lin Yizhao's expression. Exactly, otherwise that thing wouldn't be able to boost your awakening level, Lin Yizhao said carelessly. Martial-grade demon cores aren't worth much anyway. If we run out, we can just go to the Lost Abyss and kill a few more. That place is overflowing with them. Martial-grade demon cores aren't worth much. Yi Chengxian was speechless. Damn it, Uncle Lin just had to flex his wealth like that. There's no need for you to feel burdened. Maybe martial-grade cores are valuable to you, but to me they're nothing special, just a matter of taking some time to go slaughter a few rage insects. Lin Yizhao waved off dismissively. We'll head back to the Lost Abyss tomorrow at 3. Chapter 31 An Unconventional Gift. Yi Qingxuan's face turned ashen when he heard they still needed to go to the Abyss of Loss. Didn't we already make a breakthrough? Why go back there? Because life or death crises sharpen your combat skills. Otherwise, you just have raw power without corresponding fighting techniques, Lin Yizhao explained. If the willpower trainer enhances your mutation awakening, then the abyss exists to hone your combat effectiveness. You must understand, combat prowess isn't solely determined by mutation awakening levels. Seeing Yi Qingxuan's somewhat confused expression, Lin Yizhao continued, after leaving the Lost Abyss tomorrow, head to my secret base to improve your awakening level. Now that you've joined Dawn Academy, it seems you're not short on money anymore. Other than the barbecue stall job, quit the other two, they don't provide any training benefits for you at this stage. As if working at a barbecue stall has any training benefits for me either. Yi Chengxian muttered inwardly. However, his sarcastic remark seemed to have been noticed by Lin Yizhao, who immediately frowned and snapped, What? After paying you for months, you think you can just quit like that? You already knew? Yi Chengxian was astonished. That money had been secretly slipped to him by the landlady, who had instructed him not to let Uncle Lin find out. Humph, did you really think your little tricks could fool me? Lin Yizhao said with evident pride. What little tricks couldn't you see through? Just then, the landlady stepped in from the kitchen doorway. At the sight of her, Uncle Lin immediately stiffened like a mouse spotting a cat, shedding his carefree demeanor as he chuckled awkwardly in explanation. This rascal Chengxian got himself a girlfriend and actually thought he could hide it from me. Sorry, little Xian. Uncle here had to sell you out to save my own skin. Yi Qingxuan's eyes widened as he stared at Uncle Lin brazenly lying through his teeth, utterly speechless. Hey Xian, was that girl yesterday really your girlfriend? Just as expected, the moment gossip was mentioned, the shop owner's attention instantly shifted from Lin Yizhao to Yi Chengxian. I'm not. Yi Chengxian denied vehemently, his voice filled with grief and indignation. Early morning on June 22nd. Hongxian, tidy up the house, we might have guests for lunch. I'm going out to buy some groceries to cook myself, Yi Chengxian instructed his younger brother while putting on his shoes. Hearing they might have guests, Yi Hongxian was puzzled. Brother, who would come to our house for lunch? Kids shouldn't poke their noses into everything they shouldn't. Yi Chengxian scolded him, then left home carrying a bag. Watching his retreating figure, Yi Hongxian bit off a piece of peeling lip skin with a peculiar expression. The way he's acting, could it be a girl visiting our house at noon? If it were a boy, his brother would have told him directly who was coming. Only when the person invited is a girl would brother say something like, don't ask about things you shouldn't know. An old flame of brothers. A glimmer of excitement lit up his eyes. While brother was out grocery shopping, he tidied up the already clean and orderly room once more. He didn't even spare the dirt in the corners, scrubbing every spot until it shone. After finishing the housework, he was already drenched in sweat. Unlike his older brother who worked outside every day, his physique was weak, and even such a small amount of chores left him panting and exhausted. Glancing at the time, he noticed the hour hand had already reached 11. Brother didn't go for his tutoring job today, did he take leave? He was surprised by the identity of the guest who would be visiting shortly. Just who could make his brother give up his tutoring income and still take the time to cook personally? Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Brother, you're back so soon? He came to his senses and mumbled as he walked to the door, pressing the handle to open it. What greeted his eyes wasn't Yi Changxian who had just left, but a beautiful young girl, with light makeup enhancing her already exquisite features. Her face had become devastatingly gorgeous. This, Yi Hongxuan's eyes widened in recognition. Wasn't this the best friend of that sister from Yumo's family? He still remembered a few months ago when Yumo's elder sister came to pick him up personally. He'd seen Yumo get into a luxury car where two extraordinarily pretty girls were sitting, and one of them was this girl standing before him now. At that time, he was utterly stunned by those exquisite features. He even thought to himself that perhaps only a girl this beautiful could be worthy of his older brother. Are you Yi Chengxuan's younger brother? Yuro studied with curiosity the child before her, whose eyes and brows bore some resemblance to Yi Chengxian. When she had previously investigated Yi Chengxuan's background, she'd learned about this younger biological brother. If she recalled correctly, didn't this child attend the same school as Yu Yueling's younger brother? Are you, the person my brother invited? Yi Hongxian also realized this girl was the guest his brother had mentioned. No wonder his brother had been so serious, taking time off work and going out personally to buy groceries and cook. That's right, is he not home? Yuro peeked into the room, and seeing the modest rental space, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow thinking about Yi Chengxuan's past struggles of working while studying alone. He went out to buy groceries. Only after saying this did Yi Hongxian realize he'd been blocking the doorway without inviting her in, so he quickly stepped aside. See, sister, please come in. A slip of the tongue, he nearly blurted out what was really on his mind. Yi Hongxuan's heart skipped a beat as he glanced guiltily at Yuro. Seeing that she didn't seem to notice, he quietly sighed in relief. I brought you some gifts when I came. I hope you'll like them. Yuro took out the presents she had specially prepared for Yi Hongxian. Hearing there were gifts for him, Yi Hongxuan's eyes lit up as he looked at the towering stack of items in her hands. So many. His heart leapt with joy, though he maintained a restrained expression as he said, Sis, this really isn't appropriate. You should take them back. Nobody else can use it besides you, so keep it. Yuro placed a stack of gifts on the table. Nobody else can use it except me? Hearing these words, Yi Hongxian felt a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Just as Yuro placed the gifts on the table, he took advantage of her inattention and stole a glance. At the very top of the pile, he saw several large characters. 5 years of middle school exams, 3 years of simulation. Yi Hongxuan's initially excited expression instantly froze on his face. These workbooks are enough to take you from middle school through high school graduation. You won't need to specially go out to buy extracurricular workbooks anymore. Yuro said gently. Humph, it's all the same worn path she stumbled down, having been drenched in the rain herself. She now wants to kick everyone else's umbrellas to pieces. Yi Hongxian had no idea about her devious nature, foolishly assuming it was a kind gesture on her part. With a smile uglier than tears, he said, Thank you, sister. I really like this gift, sob. As he spoke, he found his eyes brimming with tears. How wonderful, at such a young age you've already learned to hide joy with tears. Chapter 32, The price just went up. When Yi Chengxian returned home with groceries, he found his brother looking utterly devastated while Yuro sat comfortably on the sofa, leisurely sipping plain water. Why do you look like death warmed over? He looked curiously at his younger brother and placed the fish he had bought in the kitchen. Bro, Sis's gift is too precious, maybe we shouldn't take it? Yi Hongxian tugged at his brother's sleeve, making a final attempt to protest. Gift? Yi Chengxian turned his gaze toward Yuro sitting on the sofa. The girl appeared utterly at ease, her every movement graceful and poised, effortlessly embodying the refined demeanor of a well-bred young lady. How did you know my address? Yi Chengxian began to ask, then suddenly remembered he had written his home address on the registration form when enrolling in the academy. Switching topics abruptly, he continued, Whatever gift you brought for Hongxian, just take it back. Beside him, Yi Hongxian nodded vigorously in agreement. They're just small tokens anyway, and these are gifts for your younger brother, not for you. Since when do you get to make decisions for him? After finishing her sentence, Yuro turned the pressure onto Yi Hongxian, smiling amiably as she said, Little brother, didn't you just say how much you loved this gift? Yeah, I like it. Yi Hongxian mustered his courage and said, Exactly, so stop making decisions for him. Having achieved her goal, Yuro promptly ignored Yi Changyuan. Alright, I'll go cook then. Yi Chengxian shrugged, gave Yi Hongxian a light knock on the head, and left his stunned younger brother behind as he headed into the kitchen. Yuro watched Yi Chengxuan's retreating figure, her legs curled up, lost in thought. Her presence was overpowering, making Yi Hongxian feel restless sitting beside her, so he scurried off to the kitchen to help his brother instead. If the equipment were more advanced, I might have a chance to fully reconstruct the prototype of this creature. In a dimly lit room, a faint blue glow flickered. What puzzled observers was that despite it being daytime, the room's owner had drawn multiple layers of black curtains, preventing even a sliver of daylight from entering. Inside the room, a figure leaned toward the blue light, gazing intently at the fragment beneath its glow, his eyes reflecting tiny shimmering lights. I never expected I'd be so acutely sensitive to this creature's physiology. It's as if the creature has stripped away its exterior, standing completely naked before me. The figure's pupils emitted a faint glow. Any superhuman present would recognize this halo as a sign of awakening some special ability. The dining table was laden with a sumptuous lunch. Because Yi Hongxian was present, Yi Changxian and Kong Yuro avoided discussing matters regarding the Dawn Academy, filling their conversation mostly with campus news and amusing anecdotes instead. Of course, most of the conversation was Kong Yuro doing the talking, as Yi Changxian barely had any impression of school. After all, he scarcely had any friends there either. But what Yi Changxian never expected was that Kong Yuro turned out to be a little bit gossipy. Is gossiping just an innate trait of girls? Watching Kong Yuro chatter on about how some couple from a certain class got caught dating too young by the dean, how a certain teacher failed all 5 blind dates, or how someone underage got busted at an internet cafe by the police and had their parents summoned. If it weren't for Kong Yuro mentioning it, Yi Changxian would never have known such thrilling things were happening at their school. Kong Yuro was chattering away like a little gossip. Suddenly, her voice trailed off. Yi Changxian looked at her suspiciously, only to see her raise her head and gaze at the ceiling with an extremely puzzled expression. Was that an illusion? What's wrong? It's nothing. Kong Yuro glanced at Yi Hongxian, shaking her head without speaking. Truth be told, Kong Yuro also felt extremely uneasy inside. Just moments ago, Mingyan suddenly gave her a warning. Though it was fleeting, it indicated the presence of a supernatural being or demon nearby that could threaten her. However, the warning lasted too briefly, making her think it might have been her imagination. It's nothing. Let's keep eating. She picked up a piece of fish and changed the subject. By the way, have you checked your bank account balance? The money's in? Yi Changxian asked excitedly. Kong Yurong took a bite of fish and nodded in confirmation. What money? Yi Hongxian, who had been quietly stuffing his face until now, suddenly looked up at the two people before him. Kong Yuro took one look at Yi Hongxian's utterly confused expression and suddenly had a rather unethical idea. So she boldly threw an arm around Yi Changxian's neck and declared with bravado, "This is your sister's money for keeping your brother. 20,000 a month. Keeping him?" Yi Hongxian's jaw dropped, staring wide-eyed at his brother. Well, with those thick eyebrows and big eyes you usually look so honest. Who'd have thought you were this kind of person? Yi Changxian's face turned dark. Originally he wanted to explain that the hotel had paid him, but with Kong Yuro stirring things up, he had no choice but to play along. I mean, what kind of hotel pays waiters starting salaries of 20,000 yuan anyway? But what neither Yi Changxian nor Kong Yuro expected was, my younger brother thought for a moment and said seriously, my brother exercises regularly and is in great shape. Just yesterday I saw he even has a six-pack. Sister, you should know how highly coveted someone with his qualifications is in the dating market. Plus, my brother happens to be my dearest friend and closest brother, so, you'll have to pay extra. Yi Changxian, Kong Yuro, whether he's really in good shape or not, sister will have to try him out personally to verify. The first to react was Kong Yuro, who reached out with a playful smile to touch Yi Changxian's Adam's apple, her gesture carrying an unexpected hint of seduction. Yi Changxian swallowed hard involuntarily. A girl with Kong Yuro's usually aloof demeanor suddenly acting so out of character, this stark contrast was lethally effective on him. This wasn't Kong Yuro teasing his younger brother, she was clearly teasing him, the older brother. Meanwhile, the younger brother Yi Hongxian exclaimed in shock, Sis, you and my brother haven't tried it yet? Yi Changxian? This younger brother, why does he seem to know everything? Kong Yuro also blushed at her brother's words. Seeing that she couldn't quite handle Yi Hongxian's remarks, she silently released her hand and used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat to mask her embarrassment. Yet Yi Hongxian persisted relentlessly, Sis, I've got something to do at noon. You could stay in my brother's room, his bed is bigger there. Ahem, time to eat. Yi Changxian rapped the table, cutting off Yi Hongxian's increasingly impassioned rant. Fortunately, Yi Hongxian still listened to him obediently. With an "oh," he quietly resumed eating. As for Kong Yuro, she looked about ready to bury her flushed face right in her bowl. Chapter 33, Attending the Class Reunion. After finishing the meal, Kong Yuro fled in defeat under the hopeful gaze of her younger brother Yi Hongxian. Once Kong Yuro's figure disappeared down the corridor, Yi Hongxian shot his older brother a disappointed look. Bro, you should have walked her home. I was giving you hints forever. Yi Changxian flatly pressed a hand against his brother's head without changing expression. Go to sleep. Yi Hongxian's excuse about needing to go out at noon was just a pretext to make Kong Yuro stay. This little brat, who knew he had such tricks up his sleeve all along. And earlier he even claimed his type was highly valued on the market. Seems he knows more about these things than his older brother. Fine then. Yi Hongxian sheepishly retreated to bed. After Yi Hongxian went to bed, Yi Chengxian began clearing the table and washing the dishes. Once finished, he casually threw on some clothes, grabbed his bank card, and left the rental apartment. Ever since his awakened ability surpassed 5%, he discovered his need for sleep had significantly decreased, not only eliminating an hour of afternoon nap time, but now he slept only 4 hours each night. Despite sleeping less, he remained energetic throughout the entire day. After leaving home, he first went to the bank to withdraw 20,000 yuan, leaving 5,000 for Yi Hongxian to cover living expenses and rent after his younger brother would be left alone on July 10 when he attended the new student orientation. Then, carrying the remaining 15,000, he walked upstairs toward his own unit. The rented apartment was located right beneath Qi Yangyan's home. The 15,000 yuan was wrapped in a white cloth. Carefully cradling the bundle, he knocked on Qi Yangyan's door. He waited at the doorway for a full 2 minutes. Just as he thought Brother Qi wasn't home and prepared to leave, the door suddenly opened. Staring at the haggard, unshaven man before him who looked like an old man, he hesitantly called out, "Brother Qi?" Qi Yangyan saw it was Yi Chengxian, perked up a bit, and said, "Xiao Xian, the house is a bit messy, so I won't invite you in." He coughed a few times, and through the crack in the door, Yi Chengxian caught a glimpse of the cluttered interior. "How's Grandpa Qi's health?" He didn't enter either, just stood at the door and asked. At the mention of his grandfather, Qi Yangyan fell silent. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, "Not in good shape, might not be able to hold on much longer." The implication behind not being able to hold on went without saying. Yi Chengxian also fell silent for a moment before speaking with solemn expression. "Brother Qi, here's the money I've saved up these past months, though it's probably just a drop in the bucket." He lifted the white cloth covering the money, revealing a thick stack of banknotes beneath. "What's this?" Qi Yangyan's eyes widened as he glanced at Yi Chengxian, hesitating slightly before asking, "Xiao Xian, did you sell yourself?" He gave Yi Chengxian a once-over. The kid had seemingly grown more handsome lately, with a noticeably improved demeanor. "Yi Chengxian? This money, it's completely legitimate." He practically spat out the words through clenched teeth. I wrongly accused you." Qi Yangyan still wasn't quite convinced. After all, Yi Chengxian had just given him all his money not long ago. How had he saved up so much in just 10 days? If someone said Yi Chengxian was a socially experienced big shot, he might believe it, but the kid had barely just come of age, hadn't he? Thank you. He still took the money from Yi Chengxian, though it was barely enough to keep his grandfather clinging to life. Every extra day alive meant one more glimmer of hope. But the thought that the other had gone as far as peddling his own belongings to lend him money. Qi Yangyan's eyes reddened at the rims. This is truly blood and sweat money. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yi Chengxian left. "You're resigning?" The manager of Ida Hotel wore an extremely peculiar expression. Just yesterday, Miss Kong had been alone with Yi Chengxian in a room for half an hour, and now today Yi Chengxian came to resign? Yi Chengxian had already been working at the hotel for several months. It was one of his vital sources of income, after all. Under normal circumstances, quitting would be unthinkable, unless, of course, he'd been taken in by a sugar daddy. "Yes, sorry to trouble you, manager," Yi Chengxian replied somewhat awkwardly. "Alright, then go to the finance department to settle your salary. Since it's a voluntary resignation, there won't be any compensation. Do you have any objections to that?" The manager didn't make things difficult for him. No. Yi Chengxian quickly shook his head. "Go on, it'll be hard to meet again in the future." The manager sighed regretfully. Yi Chengxian gave a dry laugh, then greeted each of his former colleagues one by one. However, what puzzled him was the strange expressions on his colleagues' faces as he left. Some seemed to hesitate, as if wanting to ask him something. He didn't initiate conversation either, since they hadn't volunteered information. There was no need for him to ask. After collecting his paycheck, he left Ida Hotel where he'd worked for nearly half a year. Beep beep beep. The phone rang. Yi Chengxian took out his old-fashioned phone and saw the displayed contact name, Lu Yuhuan. It was a call from the class monitor. "Hello, is this Yi Chengxian?" Lu Yuhuan's familiar voice came through the phone. "That's me. Just letting you know, we've reserved booth number 2 in Area C of the Earth section at Blue Ocean Club. The adjacent booths are where other graduating classes from our school are gathering. Don't go to the wrong one." "What is Disciple Zone C?" Yi Chengxian murmured in response. "Got it, class monitor." "Okay, don't forget to be there at 6 p.m. Lu Yuhuan hastily hung up after speaking. Yi Chengxian silently repeated private room number 2, Disciple Zone C, in his mind. "I called Uncle Lin to ask for leave, and after explaining the situation, Lin Yizhao agreed that I wouldn't need to go to work that evening. Remember, don't drink too much. Your gene lock hasn't been opened yet. You need to be careful with your diet." Lin Yizhao reminded him over the phone. "Got it, Uncle Lin." After hanging up, Yi Chengxian had nothing else to do, so he went home and spent the afternoon cultivating. he activated the ability inhibitor, setting it to maximum. The display showed 5.18%, yet his cultivation speed was so rapid it was practically visible to the naked eye. However, he was fully aware that his rapid cultivation speed was also tied to his B-grade ability rank, not to mention he had a cultivation technique. For someone like Kong Yuro with an S-grade ability, the cultivation speed would undoubtedly be much slower than his. Low ceiling, he sighed. He sighed and glanced at the time. It was almost the appointed hour for the class reunion. Rummaging through his wardrobe full of old clothes, he pulled out the most presentable outfit he could find and set off for Bihai Club. Chapter 34, Bihai Club. Yi Changxian stood at the entrance of Bihai Club, watching the young men and women coming and going. He felt his introverted personality was utterly out of place in this boisterous environment. He even felt an impulse to turn around and leave immediately. The stylish men and women passing by also noticed Yi Changxian's shabby attire, giving him a strange glance before walking away on their own. Just as he stood there awkwardly at a loss, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of two familiar figures. They were his classmates, two girls. He remembered one was called Pei Yingxue and the other Gu Qianer. They seemed to be best friends? He waved at the pair as a greeting. Pei Yingxue and Gu Qianer were dressed in dazzling outfits, their faces adorned with exquisite makeup, enhancing their beauty by several notches compared to their usual barefaced school appearances. Both girls noticed Yi Changxian, but after giving him a once-over from head to toe, slight expressions of disgust flashed across their faces. Then, they pretended not to recognize him, hastily clutching their small bags as they hurried inside the Azure Sea Club. Their demeanor made it seem as if Yi Changxian were some kind of terrifying monster. Watching the two leave, Yi Changxian was somewhat taken aback, but recalling his general lack of integration in the class, he soon grew resigned to it. Shaking his head helplessly, he steeled himself and walked in anyway. The main hall of the Azure Sea Club had many seating booths. Perhaps because it was still early, the atmosphere hadn't yet reached its peak, and the music playing was soft and soothing. He had intended to follow Pei Yingxue and Gu Qianer inside, but suddenly a waiter stepped in front of him, blocking his path. "Hello sir, do you have a prior reservation?" This action inexplicably irritated Yi Changxian. While the staff member behaved politely, why hadn't they questioned anyone else? With so many people coming and going, why single him out alone? It should be Disciple C-Zone, private room number 2. Yi Changxian reported the room number he remembered. As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard bursts of mocking laughter erupt around him. No one openly mocked him, but the unrestrained bursts of laughter easily made one feel humiliated. Yet Yi Changxian merely stared expressionlessly at the girl before him and asked, "Was there something wrong with what I said?" The two girls, Pei Yingxue and Gu Qianer, also turned their heads at the commotion behind them. When they saw it was caused by Yi Changxian, their expressions turned to relief. Thankfully, they hadn't stuck with this guy earlier. "What's wrong with this guy, coming to the gathering dressed like that?" Gu Qianer muttered discontentedly under her breath. "Don't talk about him behind his back, let's just ignore him." Pei Yingxue tugged at her arm, signaling her to leave this place. "Let's watch a little longer." Gu Qianer didn't leave but remained where she was, observing Yi Changxian, the top student in their college entrance exam class. If only this guy Yi Changxian wasn't so eccentric. With his academic performance, he should have many friends in class, right? On the other side, the waitress couldn't help but chuckle, though her professional demeanor allowed her to reply politely. "Are you referring to Zone C in the ground section? Is it the Earth Room?" Yi Changxian felt somewhat helpless. This shabby place sure had a mystical way of naming things. "It should be the place you mentioned. May I go in now?" he said. "I'm sorry sir, could you have someone you know come out to meet you?" The waitress shook her head. Apparently, she didn't believe someone like Yi Changxian looked like he could afford to spend at the Blue Sea Club. Seeing the waiter persistently refusing to let him in, Yi Changxian grew somewhat irritated. But since the other party was the restaurant's staff member, adamantly blocking his way, he wasn't entirely sure he could force his way in. So, he had no choice but to pull out his phone and prepare to call his class monitor, Liu Yuan. "Yi Changxian, you're here too?" At that moment, a female voice suddenly sounded beside him. The next instant, he felt someone loop their arm through his. He tilted his head and saw Kong Yurong smiling warmly beside him. Kong Yurong nestled against his arm, looking delicate and dependent as she said to the attendant, "He's my friend. May we go in now?" "Miss Kong." The attendant's expression changed drastically upon seeing her. This Miss Kong was a regular at the Blue Ocean Club, where the manager always came out to greet her personally whenever she visited. This person was far beyond her ability to offend. "Damn it, how did I end up offending this man's friend?" Her expression shifted uncertainly as she quickly considered the situation, then immediately bowed and said, "Since he's your friend, of course he may enter." Murmurs of surprise rose around them. None had expected this ordinarily dressed, unremarkable-looking young man to have such a beautiful girlfriend. However, this incident significantly reduced everyone's contempt for Yi Changxian. Sometimes, a female companion's image can actually enhance a man's own standing. Naturally, Kong Yuro's elegance and beauty added considerable points to Yi Qingxuan's reputation. The most astonished were undoubtedly Yi Qingxuan's two classmates, Pei Yingxue and Gu Qianer, who had been watching the spectacle from the sidelines. The moment Pei Yingxue and Gu Qianer laid eyes on Kong Yuro, they froze in disbelief. That bookworm actually knew Kong Yuro, and judging by how close these two look, it seems they're on very good terms too. More than just good terms. With this level of intimacy, even boyfriend and girlfriend wouldn't be any closer. The two exchanged a glance, seeing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. The icy campus beauty Kong Yuro was actually Yi Qingxuan's girlfriend. Yi Changxian and Kong Yuro walked down the stairs when he finally couldn't hold back his question. What are you doing here? All senior classes are holding graduation parties here today. Kong Yuro was wearing a long dress that day, choosing not to show off her enviably long legs, a fact that left Yi Changxian somewhat disappointed. What are you looking at? Kong Yuro noticed his gaze and followed it downward to where Yi Changxian had just been looking. What she saw were her own 2 feet clad in sandals. Well, when she looked down she could see her feet directly. Those who get it. Wasn't looking at anything. Yi Changxian hastily turned his head away. If you like looking, I can let you see to your heart's content. Kong Yuro's eyes sparkled mischievously as she actually lifted the hem of her skirt right in front of him, revealing 2 pale slender legs beneath. Yi Changxian admitted that he truly didn't want to look, but those eyes of his seemed completely uncontrollable, just kept drifting toward those calves on their own. Do you like it? Kong Yuro clung to his arm, her tone extraordinarily gentle, if one ignored the murderous intent lurking beneath it. Ahem, not bad. Yi Changxian had to mentally recite numerous sorrowful memories to forcefully tear his gaze away from those calves. Chapter 35 Emergency Recruitment Mission. Kong Yuro escorted Yi Changxian to the 3rd floor before departing. Walking along the corridor of Zone C, Yi Changxian spotted their squad leader Lu Yuhuan standing guard at a private room's entrance. Class monitor. He stepped forward to greet him. Oh, it's Xiaoxian. You're early. Come on in, there are plenty of seats available. Lu Yuhuan greeted him warmly, pulling him inside the private room. The private room was spacious, capable of accommodating around 50 people. At this moment, there were only about a dozen people in the private room. Some of them gave Yi Changxian a perfunctory greeting when they saw him, while others barely glanced his way before lowering their heads again to fiddle with their phones. Yi Changxian didn't pay any attention to these unimportant people in his eyes, casually finding a seat in the corner and sitting down. He had intended to keep a low profile, but to his surprise, the 2 girls he'd encountered earlier at the Azure Sea Club entrance, Pei Yingxue and Gu Qianer, spotted him and actually left their original seats to sit next to him. He stared blankly at the 2 girls. Classmate Yi. Gu Qianer spoke first. She had strikingly beautiful eyes, likely enhanced by meticulous makeup today, with long, curled eyelashes that carried a faint, sparkling glow. What do you want? Yi Qingxuan's tone couldn't be described as polite, one might even say it was downright cold. Earlier at the entrance of Beihai Club, these 2 girls had pretended not to know him. If Kong Yuro hadn't stepped in to help, he might still be getting harassed by that waitress right now. How, do you know Kong Yuro? Gu Qianer asked carefully after some deliberation. Pei Yingxue stood beside her, watching Yi Changxian with an expectant expression. Just an ordinary friend, not particularly close. Yi Changxian said what he believed to be the truth. Kong Yuro had only stepped in to help him out of an awkward situation. He wouldn't mistake her kindness for romantic interest. Hearing his answer, the 2 girls clearly weren't satisfied. Pei Yingxue pressed further with unmistakable reluctance in her voice. Then could you introduce us to Kong Yuro? Has the fox exposed its tail? Yi Changxian glanced at her indifferently and shook his head in refusal. Sorry, I'm not close with her. She just helped me out earlier, that doesn't mean we're particularly acquainted. If you want to know her, you can approach her yourself. Approach Kong Yuro personally. If it were that simple, they wouldn't have needed to grovel by coming to Yi Changxian in the first place. Pei Yingxue and Gu Qianer simmered with silent rage, but with many classmates already casting them odd looks, they had no choice but to bookmark their grudge against Yi Changxian. Clasping hands, they retreated from his corner. I bet he's not even close to Kong Yuro. She probably just pitied him for being bullied and helped him out of kindness. Gu Qianer said indignantly. No way? Pei Yingxue hesitated. Have you ever seen Kong Yuro act so intimate with any guy before? Who knows? Maybe behind our backs, Kong Yuro enjoys quite the wild side. Shut up. Pei Yingxue covered her mouth and warned in a hushed tone. The Blue Sea Consortium has her family's stake in it. Gossiping about the young mistress here? Be careful, walls have ears. Gu Qianer hurriedly shut her mouth in fright. There was once someone who spoke ill of Kong Yuro publicly at school. The next day, that girl who had badmouthed Kong Yuro inexplicably dropped out and left Jiang City. It's said that the girl's parents also resigned from their original workplaces. Inside the private room, everyone wore their best outfits and chatted enthusiastically about their high school days. The youthful innocence could still faintly be seen in their eyes. This scene nearly made Yi Changxian believe he had returned to his high school days. He had become that person again, someone who cleaned rooms and tutored for meager earnings. During the toughest times, he'd even collected empty bottles. Subconsciously, he reached for the specially made sunglasses tucked in his jacket. Feeling the familiar metallic texture, he couldn't help but exhale in relief. Only when touching the sunglasses did he truly feel grounded back in reality. He had become a superhuman, a college-bound student with a monthly salary of 20,000. With no one around, he cracked sunflower seeds while waiting for his classmates to trickle into the private room. Huddled in a corner, he watched his classmates singing, drinking, and playing games. I'll leave after staying a little longer, he thought, quietly drinking alone. He rarely drank alcohol. It was only after working at a barbecue stall some time ago that Linizo had dragged him out for drinks a few times. Apart from those occasions, he had basically never touched alcohol. The drinks served by the Bihai Society were very sweet, almost like soft drinks. Yi Changxian didn't hold back either, downing one glass after another. Another 20 minutes or so passed, and by then, nearly everyone who was coming had arrived. The once spacious private room now felt cramped. Right here, Yi Changxuan's old-fashioned phone suddenly blared the nostalgic pop songs from the 1990s. The noisy atmosphere of the private room instantly quieted for a moment due to the abrupt ringtone. However, the group only cast him a brief look of surprise before resuming their conversations, allowing the room to return to its clamorous state. Yi Changxian answered the call with an expressionless face. Hello? A strikingly sweet female voice came through the phone. This is an emergency conscription mission. A general-class demonic wormhole has appeared on Wanlan Street. All nearby superhumans are urgently requested to proceed to Wanlan Street immediately to prevent these creatures from revealing themselves to the public. Hello? This is an emergency conscription mission. Hello? The sweet female voice seemed to be a pre-recorded message, automatically disconnecting after repeating the announcement 3 times. Yi Changxian stood frozen in shock. It took him 3 full seconds to process what had just happened. Wanliang Street was located less than a few hundred meters from Bihai Club. This was his first time encountering such a situation, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Pop, pop, pop. At that moment, Lu Yuhuan entered while clapping his hands, the sound instantly drawing everyone's attention in the private room. The private room fell silent as everyone turned their gaze toward Lu Yuhuan. Noticing all eyes were on him, Lu Yuhuan finally raised his voice. Having served as class monitor for 2 years, let me say a few words. Today, everyone has come for our graduation gathering. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted his speech. Then, the door of the private room cracked open slightly, revealing the person who had knocked, someone everyone recognized. They all knew who it was. Senior Kong, the campus belle. A male student murmured, addressing her by that familiar title. It was Kong Yuro. With an ascetic demeanor, Kong Yuro coldly swept her gaze across the private room before finally spotting Yi Changxian in the corner, still with a melon seed shell dangling from his lips. Excuse me, everyone. Her voice cool and detached, she strode purposefully toward Yi Changxian. Then, in front of everyone, she grabbed Yi Changxuan's hand and pulled him out of the private room. Chapter 36, The Portal Gate. What the hell happened? All the classmates in the private room watched helplessly as Kong Yuro dragged Yi Changxian away from the gathering. Did I see that wrong? Lu Yuhuan rubbed his eyes and muttered, was that Kong, the campus belle, just pulling away Yi Changxian? After a few seconds of silence, the entire class erupted in an uproar. How come no one had ever heard before that Yi Changxian, this unsocial but top-ranking student, actually knew Kong Yuro, the renowned school beauty? Could it be that Kong Yuro was into academically gifted guys like Yi Changxian? A phrase suddenly flashed across everyone's minds. When the wealthy heiress meets the impoverished scholar, they're openly holding hands yet still claim they're not close. In the corner, Gu Qianer bit her silver teeth and whispered to Pei Yingxue, that jerk just doesn't want to introduce us. So, Miss Kong, the campus belle, what brings you here suddenly? I'm still at a class reunion. Yi Changxian looked helplessly at Kong Yuro, who kept holding his hand tightly. If it were just holding hands like a couple, he would gladly accept it. The problem was that Kong Yuro's grip was incredibly strong, she was squeezing so hard it hurt, making him feel like the bones in his hand were about to be crushed. Haven't you heard the emergency mobilization order? Kong Yuro countered, did you not even properly read the Dawn Academy enrollment guide I gave you? Yi Changxian. Truthfully, he hadn't read it carefully. Back when he received the book, he had casually tossed it into a drawer. By now, it was probably covered in dust. He thought he had learned enough about superhumans from Uncle Lin, so he believed there was nothing left for him to study. Seeing his expression, Kong Yuro understood everything. She muttered under her breath, remember to study more when you get back. If you still don't know these basics next time, you'll be waiting to get kicked out. Emergency conscription tasks are issued to all superhumans who receive the message, regardless of their awakening level. As long as they are near the wormhole when the emergency mission is issued, they must proceed immediately. Failure to comply will result in expulsion from Dawn Academy. Expelled from Dawn Academy? Yi Qingxuan's face darkened. Was it just because of one mission? If he didn't go, he'd be kicked out? But don't worry, emergency summons missions are very rare. In my 3+ years at Dawn Academy, I've only encountered one emergency summons mission, Yuro said as they walked. That time actually happened during the advanced training class for freshmen, though I suspect that particular mission was deliberately arranged by the academy for our intensive training group. Hearing this news, Yi Qingxuan's lips twitched violently. So he just had the incredible luck of encountering a once-in-several-years emergency summons mission on his very first day at the academy? How dangerous is it? He cautiously asked the question weighing on his mind. His awakened ability was only at 5%, still a B-rank power. Against slightly higher-level demons, he didn't even have the ability to resist. While he had killed a demon before, that one was a juvenile grunt class, equivalent to a 3-year-old child among low-level demons. A demon of that level would probably be wiped out by Yuro with just a puff of her breath. I read the mission alert, this shouldn't be too dangerous. It's just that the wormhole appeared unexpectedly. If we don't handle it quickly, ordinary people might see it, take photos, and cause social media backlash. Yuro seemed just as nervous, gripping Yi Qingxuan's hand with increasing force. Yi Qingxian winced from the pain but couldn't suppress his curiosity. If there are so many wormholes, why haven't I ever seen pictures or videos of those monsters online? Otherwise, what do you think the Dawn Academy Logistics Department is for? Yuro shot him a disdainful glance. These are basics, it's all explained in the Dawn Academy admission guidelines about the logistics department's role. Not all gifted receive high-tier abilities. Those with weak C, D, or E-class abilities are assigned there after awakening. Yi Qingxian suddenly thought of Uncle Lin's portal-like ability and asked, Con, the campus bell, do you know if there's a special power that allows spatial teleportation through wooden doors? Don't call me Miss Campus Bell Kong anymore, it sounds awful, Yuro first retorted, then after some thought replied, the special ability you mentioned should be Sequence 89's A-class ability, the Spacetime Gate. An A-level superpower? Yi Qingxian thought about Uncle Lin's strength and quickly came to terms with it. For someone ruthless enough to single-handedly guard an Emperor-class wormhole's abyss of lost souls, he wouldn't even be surprised if the superpower turned out to be S-level. Why are you suddenly asking this? Do you know someone whose ability is the space door? Yuro suddenly stopped in her tracks, looking at him with puzzled eyes. Yi Qingxian. His facial muscles twitched slightly. If there was one thing he feared now, it was Yuro's questions. Yuro's supernatural ability could detect others' emotions to determine if they were lying. Only by activating his own ability of absolute calmness could he confidently withstand her lie detection. I've seen others use it before. He wasn't lying. Who? Yuro pressed. Someone from Jiangcheng? She seemed visibly agitated. Dawn Academy's special ability users were divided into logistics and operations departments, with the operations team being combat specialists who handled various missions. However, compared to the logistics division, combat ability users were pitifully scarce. Especially in Jiangcheng these past years, combat ability users were extremely rare. Even someone like her, whose awakening level didn't even reach 10%, had become one of the main combat forces in Jiangcheng's operations department. The shortage of combat ability users led her to pay special attention to Yi Qingxian after learning he had awakened combat abilities. There was even a significant possibility that if she decided to stay in Jiangcheng as a guardian in the future, Yi Qingxian might become her legally recognized husband. Of course, these were just possibilities. She still preferred to join the special team of Dawn Academy after her ability awakening reached 20%. Perhaps. It's been a long time since I last saw him. I only learned about ability users after seeing Dawn Academy, Yi Qingxian replied ambiguously. If a half-day could be considered a long time, then he wasn't exactly lying. Moreover, his first entry into Dawn Academy occurred on a timeline 8 years in the future. He's truly mastered the art of rhetoric. Chapter 37, Hall Master Chen. When Yuro brought Yi Qingxian to Curtain Street, the scene was utter chaos. There overturned vehicles and horses everywhere, blocked off by more than a dozen police cars, with barricades keeping away the curious crowd. Sir, may I ask what happened inside? Yuro stopped an elderly man and asked curiously. The old man glanced at Yuro and Yi Qingxian holding hands, muttered youngster's puppy-loving in his heart, then shook his head. I'm not sure either. I heard others say there was a car accident inside, and supposedly someone died. The body was burned to a crisp. What bad luck, he sighed. You two youngsters should leave quickly. With the barriers up, you can't see anything anyway. I've been craning my neck here for ages and still haven't seen a thing. I got it. Thank you, Grandpa. Yuro sweetly expressed her thanks, utmost politeness in her tone. Yi Qingxian simply watched as Yuro conversed with the elderly man, not uttering a single word. Come on, let's enter through the less crowded side. Yuro pulled him along, weaving through the bustling crowd of onlookers until they reached a secluded edge of the cordoned-off area. Prohibited area ahead, please leave. As they approached the barricade, a uniformed police officer blocked their path. Hello, here are our credentials. Kong Yuro handed the officer a small black booklet. The officer glanced at the booklet, gave them a surprised look, then silently lifted the barricade. Proceed. There was a notice above stating that whenever someone with this type of small booklet is seen, no matter how many people they have, just let them pass. Thank you. After expressing gratitude, Kong Yuro led Yi Changxian into Wanlan Street. The once bustling street had completely changed by now. At its center were several cars that had collided with each other, and a dark red liquid mixed with flesh and blood was flowing across the road. Witnessing this scene, Yi Changxian suddenly thought of Jiangcheng, which would turn into a ruined city 8 years later. The shattered state of the future Jiangcheng was eerily similar to Wanlan Street at this very moment. Was it the work of the legendary worm devils? His pupils contracted slightly, burying this shot deep within his heart. At this moment, no one except him knew what would happen to this city 5 years in the future. Nor would anyone imagine that 5 years later, this city would become a lifeless, forsaken wasteland. Last time he traveled through time, it took him a whole month to awaken his supernatural ability. When he finally regained consciousness, only 1 hour remained before he was transported back. During that hour, Kong Yuro spent over half of it being affectionate with him, then spent time educating him about many things he as an ordinary person hadn't known. Thus he remained completely unaware of the reasons behind the fallen city's emergence. When the time came to cross over again on the 20th, he was determined to uncover all the causes behind the drastic changes that would occur in Jiangcheng 5 years later. At the very center of the street stood a man with a somewhat sinister face, approximately in his 30s. His dark, deep-set eyes glinted like polished bronze bells beneath heavy lids, with a prominent aquiline nose. His expression revealed neither anger nor joy, making his emotions impossible to read. Seeing this person, Yi Changxian felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Elder Chen. Even the usually fearless Kong Yuro trembled slightly when she saw the man. Chen Hongrui, one of the elders of the Dawn Academy. An emergency summoning mission, and you arrived in just 20 minutes. Chen Hongrui slightly parted his thin lips, casting a cold gaze at the two, S-Class Ability Awakener Kong Yuro and B-Class Ability Awakener Yi Changxian, for showing negligence and laziness after receiving an emergency conscription order. Each will have 500 academic points deducted and receive 1 disciplinary warning. If this happens again, expulsion will be enforced. Why? Hearing such a severe punishment, Kong Yuro suppressed her fear of Elder Chen and protested indignantly. We were only slightly late, why such a harsh penalty? Questioning his superior's decision, another 100 academic points deducted. After delivering this verdict decisively, Chen Hongrui sneered coldly at the pair. As ability awakeners, you enjoy privileges granted by the academy yet fail to fulfill your obligations. Doesn't that warrant punishment? Kong Yuro lightly bit her lower lip, her heart still seething with indignation. Yet, fearing further deduction of academic credits by the other party, she could only glare at him resentfully. Meanwhile, the students beside Chen Hongrui, upon hearing such a terrifying punishment, sighed in relief while simultaneously feeling even more intimidated by their nearby Hall Master Chen. As for Yi Changxian, who was completely in the dark, he remained standing there with a blank look on his face. What were academic credits? Could someone please explain this to him? Seeming to know that Yi Changxian had just joined the academy and lacked academic credits, Chen Hongrui added while looking at him, if you have no credits, the credit card will record a negative balance. You won't be able to exchange items normally in the credit store until you've repaid the debt. Hall Master, this won't do. Once again, Kong Yuro objected. Yi Changxian is joining the freshman enhancement class this year. Without credits, he won't be able to exchange items and will fall behind others. What kind of nonsense is this? Yi Changxian looked at Kong Yuro, knowing she was speaking up for him, but he truly had no idea what academic credits were used for. Deduct another 100 credits. Elder Chen glanced at Yi Changxian, his tone dripping with disdain. A mere B-grade ability, even if he goes to the advanced class, he'll just be deadweight. Giving him credits won't change that fact, will it? Such scornful words finally riled up even the mild-tempered Yi Changxian. What are credits for? He tugged lightly at Kong Yuro and whispered. Credits are extremely valuable, they can be exchanged in the mall for many things you can't buy in the real world, like magic cores or access to willpower training equipment. It took me 3 years to save up 1,200 credits, yet Hallmaster Chen docked more than half of them in one go. Kong Yuro's voice brimmed with indignation. Is that really such a big deal? Yi Changxian hesitated before responding. Going by black market rates, 1 credit is worth 10,000 yuan, and even then, they're nearly impossible to acquire. Kong Yuro zeroed in on Yi Chengxuan's weak spot, batting her eyelashes for emphasis. How much? Yi Chengxuan's voice cracked with disbelief. Kong Yuro merely puffed out her cheeks in silence. Hallmaster Chen, I don't think this punishment is appropriate. A sudden surge of reckless courage flooded Yi Chengxuan's mind. Without thinking, he directly confronted Hallmaster Chen. Not appropriate? Chen Hongrui swept Yi Changxian up and down with his icy gaze, chuckling darkly. What makes you think you're qualified to argue with me? That pathetic barely 5% awakened ability of yours? 5% awakened ability? Kong Yuro looked at Yi Changxian with a peculiar expression. Not only that, but all the students who knew Yi Changxian had just joined the Dawn Academy turned to stare at him in shock. This guy, hasn't it been less than a day since he took the awakening serum? How could his mutation awakening rate already reach 5%? Chapter 38, Strength Exposed. Yi Changxian instantly felt his scalp go numb, his entire body filled with discomfort. Right now, he couldn't even care about having just lost 5 million. If he failed to explain this properly to Kong Yuro, old Lin's existence and his time-traveling ability might be exposed. He hadn't expected the strength he thought was well hidden to be seen through at a glance by this Hall Master Chen. Yi Changxian, has your awakened mutation level broken through 5%? Kong Yuro looked at him, her eyes filled with astonishment. Just as Yi Changxian was thinking what to say to wrap up his lies, Chen Hongrui's contemptuous voice rang out again. Temporary mutation causing fast breakthrough in early awakening stage. Such forced potential exploitation for breakthroughs shows no consideration for one's own future. Hall Master Chen, what do you mean by that? Kong Yuro turned to look at him. The awakened ability obtained by burning one's potential has no future or later stages. Your little boyfriend must have just awakened recently, right? Chen Hongru glanced at Yi Changxian out of the corner of his eye, looking at him as if he were despising an insect. How laughable, to waste such a divine-given ability so pointlessly. Yi Changxian looked at him with some surprise. Even though he'd just been criticized by this Hall Master Chen, given the situation, it seemed the man had actually provided him with a perfect explanation. He didn't know anything about burning potential, but he could tell Kong Yuro and the other awakened had accepted the explanation that his ability's awakening rate had broken through 5% in just one day. He breathed a small sigh of relief internally. Though Hall Master Chen's insight was sharp, it seemed he hadn't realized that the breakthrough in his awakened ability was genuine, not achieved by burning any kind of potential. It's a shame he had originally wanted to conceal his strength a bit, but now that his capabilities were exposed, he adjusted the power limiter to its maximum setting while clutching the specially made sunglasses tightly in his right hand. Have you been burning your life force? Kong Yuro gazed at Yi Changxian with concern, feeling deeply unsettled within. It's fine, I have great potential, it won't affect me. Yi Changxian said calmly, how could it not affect you? Kong Yuro's tone carried urgency, we clearly agreed, you're my person. How could you treat yourself like this? Perhaps her raised voice was slightly too loud, drawing sidelong glances from other students. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. Yi Changxian's tone softened considerably. He was already deceiving her, which made him feel even more guilty. The more concerned Kong Yuro was about him, the guiltier he felt. How could you be fine? Kong Yuro seemed even more anxious than he was. Yi Changxian gazed at her with an extremely complicated expression, recalling the warning Kong Yuro had given him before leaving in the previous timeline. Are you two done chatting? Elder Chen's voice interrupted their conversation. Yi Changxian looked at him impatiently and said, what? You still want to deduct more credits? Go ahead, deduct as much as you want. Anyway, he was already at negative 500 points, he had decided to throw caution to the wind. Just after receiving his 20,000 salary, he now owed someone 5 million. Humph, not much strength but quite the temper, sneered Hall Master Chen, exhaling a stifled breath with a trace of malice in his eyes. Without another glance at Yi Changxian, he turned his attention to the accident scene not far away. Following his gaze, everyone else also turned their attention toward it. The accident scene was a pile of twisted metal, with two unrecognizable corpses lying in pools of blood, a sight that instinctively triggered human primal fears. Including Kong Yuro, several students showed subtle expressions of discomfort. Only Yi Changxian, who had seen far worse, remained expressionless. Having witnessed the ruins of the lost city 3 times already, such scenes were child's play to him. The demon that first emerged from the wormhole has been dealt with by me, but I can't guarantee whether new ones might crawl out again. So I need someone to go in and scout the path. The scout will be rewarded with 200 academic credits. Chen Hongrui spoke calmly. Upon hearing the mission, even with the promised 200 credits, none of the students spoke up, not even Kong Yuro, the strongest among those present. This was a kernel-grade wormhole, meaning there was a high likelihood an adult kernel-grade demon could emerge from it. For a group of ordinary students to scout such a place, if they encountered a sergeant-grade demon, they might still put up a fight. But if they ran into a kernel-grade demon head-on, they might just lose their lives on the spot. Oh, just a simple scouting mission, and suddenly you're all mute? Chen Hongrui sneered. With this sorry bunch of misfits, if the academy dared to place the future's hopes in your generation, Blue Star would be overrun by demons sooner or later. Except for Yi Changxian, the expressions of all the trainees changed, and Kong Yuro even opened her mouth, ready to say, I'll go. But before Kong Yuro could speak, Chen Hongrui suddenly pointed at Yi Changxian and said, you go scout the path. I'll go, Hall Leader Chen. Kong Yuro pulled Yi Changxian behind her and faced Chen Hongrui, saying, I'm an S-class superhuman. Even if I encounter a general class demon, I can handle it to some extent. An S-class superhuman is a precious resource of the academy. I can't bear to let you throw your life away. Chen Hongrui's face, whose features defied normal human aesthetics, turned toward Yi Changxian. Do you intend to defy orders? You should know that disobeying means expulsion from the academy. Yi Chengxuan's expression darkened. He now fully understood Chen Hongrui simply disliked him and was going out of his way to oppose him. From the very moment he and Kong Yuro arrived, the other party had been looking for ways to target him. They had no grudges between them. Why was this guy determined to make things difficult for him at every turn? But then it occurred to him, what if their persistent targeting was precisely to pressure him into quitting the academy? If that was their intention, then he absolutely shouldn't give them the satisfaction. I'll go. He first calmed the visibly agitated Kong Yuro before raising his head to meet Chen Hongrui's gaze. I'll scout ahead myself. Having even survived an Emperor-class wormhole, the highest known threat level, how could he possibly fear a mere General Class 1? I'll go with you. Kong Yuro grabbed his arm, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Don't forget, you belong to me. Her gaze was so intense that Yi Changxian couldn't help but lower his head slightly. If your awakening level reaches 50%, maybe I wouldn't hesitate to believe those words. The mere thought of the mature version of Kong Yuro from the previous timeline made his emotions somewhat uncontrollable. He faintly sensed that this was the mature Kong Yuro using her, engraved thoughts, to influence his emotions, making him unable to fully trust the current Kong Yuro whose awakened ability hadn't yet reached 50%. Yet whenever this crossed his mind, his emotions would hijack his brain, indirectly diverting his attention elsewhere. Chapter 39, Exploring the Commander Class Wormhole. Hall Master Chen, can I go in with him? Kong Yuro asked the cold-faced man. Aloud. Chen Hongrui's unexpected concession surprised both Yi Changxian and Kong Yuro. The next moment, they felt a surge of delight. He was actually permitting them to enter together? Let's go. Kong Yuro gripped his arm and whispered, stay close to me later. If we encounter a general class demon, just turn and run immediately. Don't worry about me. Yi Changxian looked at her with a puzzled expression. Did you understand me clearly? Kong Yuro's tone grew more forceful. But, Yi Changxian hesitated, if we encounter a commander-level demon, I'm afraid none of us would be able to escape, right? Lin Yizhou had previously told him that an adult commander-level demon possessed strength roughly equivalent to an 80% awakening of his B-grade, Demon Eye, ability. Even an S-grade ability would require about 40% awakening to contend with it, wouldn't it? If we really encountered something, neither he nor Kong Yuro would stand a chance in a fight. Seems about right. Kong Yuro nodded thoughtfully, her somewhat naive expression drawing a chuckle from Yi Changxian. Still not moving? Waiting for the wormhole to fully erupt? Chen Hongrui's grating voice cut in. Let's go. Yi Changxian took the initiative and took Kong Yuro's small hand, leading her to the accident site. At the crash location, aside from the nauseatingly gruesome scene, there was a narrow gap between the two distorted vehicle bodies, just wide enough for a person to stoop through. Following the glow of the streetlights, he could see a tiny black hole through the crevice between the two vehicles. This was his first time seeing a black hole. The black hole wasn't pitch black but emitted a faint red glow. The reddish light carried a subtle pull, as if getting just slightly closer would draw him in. Could you even come back out after going into this thing? Yi Changxian asked curiously. A black hole is essentially a door. It allows living beings to both enter and exit. It's a two-way passage, similar to the teleportation gate you asked me about earlier. Don't worry, just go in. With those words, Kong Yuro stepped inside first. Kong Yuro bent down and crouched, only to transform into a streak of light sucked right into that tiny black hole. As for spatial doorways, Yi Changxian had teleported plenty already, so after psyching himself up, he copied her stance, bending down into a crouch. A peculiar sensation washed over his entire body. He'd lost all control over his limbs. A second later, his feet touched solid ground. That familiar sensation of firm footing returned, and he let out a relieved sigh. He surveyed his surroundings. Aside from Kong Yuro standing beside him, the environment was dim with extremely feeble light. A moon-shaped luminous object hung high in the sky, casting faint illumination across the dark space. The faint glow barely allowed the two to discern the surrounding rocks. This alternate space wasn't much different from the Lost Abyss, except the Lost Abyss had an additional chasm where densely packed monsters called gullworms dwelled in its depths. Drawing parallels to the Emperor-level wormhole known as Lost Abyss, Yi Changxian speculated this wormhole was similarly structured, likely harboring warrior-grade or commander-grade monsters lurking in certain locations. Be careful around you, stay focused, Kong Yuro reminded. Yi Changxian snapped back to attention, instinctively putting on his sunglasses and silently activating his demon eyes. An absolute calmness spread throughout his body as his focus sharpened to an extreme degree. That's a pretty cool pair of sunglasses you have, Kong Yuro remarked with some surprise, staring at his metallic shades. Of course, this is specially made. Yi Chengxian thought this way, yet his eyes remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Something's coming towards us. Kong Yuro's expression suddenly turned wary, her superpowers were warning her. ZZZZT, ZZZZT, ZZZZT. This voice, it's not insect gall. Yi Qingxuan's gaze narrowed slightly, a shadow flickering in the depths of his eyes. This is an incredibly fast demon. And this demon's target was precisely Kong Yuro, who had her back turned to it. Yi Chengxian reacted with unprecedented speed. Before Kong Yuro could even process what was happening, he threw himself at her with all his might. A searing pain spread across his back, he felt something sharp slash through his flesh. What kind of creature had claws like this? With absolute calmness, he turned over and saw the true face of this demon. It was a gray chameleon mantis, a type of assassin-class demon creature Lin Shu had told him about before, possessing incredible speed and environmental adaptability. It had the chameleon's ability to change its body color to match and automatically blend with its surroundings. Just like now, the chameleon mantis's body perfectly matched the grayish-white color of the rocks in this space, resembling a dust-covered rag. Under the moonlight, one could easily overlook this creature without focused observation. Yi Chengxian had just spotted it because the light reflected in his sunglasses appeared black, while the gray mantis was outlined in gray through his lenses. That was also why he managed to save Kong Yuro at the crucial moment. Is it in front of us? Kong Yuro asked. Yeah, it's right in front of us, Yi Chengxian replied cautiously. As the color-changing mantis remained motionless, its adaptive camouflage gradually blended with the surrounding light, making its position indistinguishable to Kong Yuro, who wasn't wearing sunglasses. You're wearing my glasses. Considering Kong Yuro's combat abilities surpassed his by several times, Yi Chengxian decisively handed the sunglasses to her. The moment she put on the glasses, the image of the color-changing mantis instantly appeared in Kong Yuro's pupils. Remember me. The words slipped from Kong Yuro's lips, and in Yi Qingxuan's perception, the color-changing mantis across from them suddenly went splat with a wet noise. The next moment, he felt flesh burst open as a stench of foul blood splattered onto his clothes. With this, the color-changing mantis revealed its true form, a garishly multicolored creature, standing as tall as a human, now fully visible before him. Its head had already exploded, leaving behind nothing but a grotesque, intact carcass. Is this death? Yi Chengxian, who had been bracing for a serious battle, nearly popped his eyes out seeing this scene. Phew, good thing it was just a growth stage soldier class Yama, came Kong Yuro's relieved voice beside him. Growth stage creatures are one tier below fully mature Yama. Regardless of their ranking, their combat ability is second only to fully matured Yama of the same tier. Just a juvenile growth form? Yi Qingxuan's lips twitched violently. He knew there was a vast gap between his strength and Kong Yuro's, but he hadn't realized it was this enormous. Previously, killing just one young soldier-grade mutant creature had required tremendous effort from him. Yet Kong Yuro merely uttered 2 words, and a juvenile soldier-grade mutant dropped dead? Chapter 40, Earning Credits. Thanks for the sunglasses. Kong Yuro took off the sunglasses and returned them to Yi Chengxian. After receiving them, Yi Chengxian replied, honestly, I didn't do much. You were the one who took down this monster almost single-handedly. But you still saved me. Kong Yuro gazed into his pitch-black eye sockets and pupils before suddenly speaking, actually, you're not that scary after awakening your ability. There's no need to wear sunglasses around me. It's so I don't frighten pedestrians, Yi Chengxian shrugged as he explained. Yet what truly shocked him was Kong Yuro's next question, which sent chills down his spine. 10 days ago when you taught those 2 drunkards a lesson at the barbecue stall, you were wearing colored glasses. Had you already awakened your superpower by then? Why do you ask? Yi Chengxian looked at her. If not for the absolute calmness effect, his expression would have already revealed to Kong Yuro that he was lying. Because the power you displayed that time didn't seem like something an ordinary person could possess. Kong Yuro propped her chin in her hand and stared at him. You'd already awakened before that, hadn't you? It seemed like an ordinary question, but Yi Chengxian felt an overwhelming pressure. After a period of silence, he nodded and said, yes, I don't want to lie to you. I did awaken before this. Thank you for not deceiving me. Kong Yuro patted his shoulder and said, don't worry, everyone has their own secrets. It's alright if you don't tell me when you broke through. After all, you're mine, and I'll always take care of you. Whenever you feel like telling me in the future, I'll be all ears. She blinked playfully with a mischievous smile. Maybe. Yi Chengxian smiled bitterly. The ability to traverse timelines was his greatest trump card, one he wouldn't reveal to anyone, not even to his own blood brother, Yi Hongxian. But the future, who could ever truly predict it? At that moment, a sudden, searing pain pierced through his back. He remembered this was the wound he'd sustained when shielding Kong Yuro from that sneak attack by the demonic creature. Are you hurt? Kong Yuro noticed this too and nudged his body slightly. Turn around, let me check your wound, she said. Yi Chengxian had no choice but to turn his back on her. From Kong Yuro's perspective, a long, savage gash stretched across Yi Qingxuan's back. Apart from the scabbed edges, there were still some traces of blood on the wound. Does your evolved ability also include rapid healing? Kong Yuro asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. How could such a gruesome wound already be scabbing over? Maybe? Yi Changxian wasn't sure either. In the past, after fighting young insect pods, Uncle Lin would always apply an ointment to his wounds, and they would indeed heal quickly. He had always attributed this rapid recovery to the medicine's effects. Take your shirt off. Kong Yuro carefully separated the fabric stuck to his flesh and suggested, take off your clothes, right here? Yi Changxian was somewhat startled. Yeah, if not here then where? Kong Yuro looked at him suspiciously. Isn't this inappropriate? Yi Changxian tightened his clothes and said, men and women shouldn't have improper physical contact. A blue vein suddenly bulged on Kong Yuro's smooth forehead. Seeing Yi Changxian remain stubbornly uncooperative, she gnashed her teeth and said, take it off now, or I'll do it for you. Before her words faded, a spatial fluctuation appeared. Then, several figures materialized before the two of them. Several male students were looking at Kong Yuro and Yi Changxian with extremely peculiar gazes. The moment they arrived, they overheard provocative remarks like, take it off or I'll help you. Was this something they should be hearing? Besides, since when would an S-rank student like Kong Yuro say such things? Come to think of it, did these two teleport ahead of everyone just to get up to something improper? For a moment, an awkward atmosphere lingered in the air. Well, I got scratched by a monster on my back just now, so Kong Yuro wanted me to take off my shirt so she could check it. Yi Changxian was the first to break the silence with an explanation. Hearing his words, the group's expressions cleared with sudden understanding. Then, the crowd also spotted the corpse of the chameleon mantis lying not far from the two. Is that sergeant-level demon? Someone recognized the creature's rank? This wound, Senior Kong must have killed it. Chen Hongrui, however, scanned the surroundings briefly and stated concisely, there's no lieutenant-level demon presence here anymore. Hearing his words, one of the trainees hesitantly asked, Hall Master Chen, have you previously dealt with and eliminated commander-level demons? Everyone turned their gaze to Chen Hongrui. I killed 2 commander-level demons that had wandered into the streets before. Chen Hongrui nodded in confirmation. Wow! The trainees gasped in amazement. Was this the true capability of their Hall Master? In terms of pure strength alone, it is said that Hall Masters are on par with the Academy Head. The Academy Head, after all, is the foremost figure overseeing the entire Aurora Academy. While Hall Masters wield considerably less authority than the Academy Head, their combat prowess is in no way inferior. Within the entire Aurora Academy, there are only 7 officially recognized Hall Masters, not counting those operating in the shadows. Among them, Hall Master Chen is one of the publicly acknowledged Hall Masters and ranks among Aurora Academy's 8 known mightiest combatants. This was something Yi Changxian only learned later after reading the freshman handbook. After reading the handbook, Yi Changxian became determined to cling tightly to Kong Yuro's coattails. After all, the campus belle Kong was a formidable figure who would become a top-tier powerhouse within 8 years. Truth be told, for most people, general-level demons are already the strongest enemies they might ever encounter. Most supernaturals would struggle to encounter even king-class demons in their lifetime, let alone emperor-class ones. Because encountering demons of that caliber isn't just rare. If you do meet one, it'll likely be the first and only time in your life. There are only 2 pawn-level creatures left in this space. You two go handle them. Chen Hongrui scanned the surroundings before looking at Kong Yuro and Yi Changxian. You'll each get 200 credits, 100 credits per demon. I'll keep track. With that, he stepped into the return wormhole, his figure vanishing from the space in an instant. Is Chief Chen giving us the remaining 2 pawn-level demons? Are you dumb? The chief just said it's 100 credits per head. Hurry up and find them. Someone nearby snapped impatiently. Most of the students here could handle warrior-level supernatural creatures if they worked together. It's unclear whether it was intentional by the academy, but the majority of students summoned for this emergency mission were those who had just enrolled 1 or 2 years prior, having barely completed their freshman year. Furthermore, they were exclusively combat-specialized students with middling abilities. They weren't quite qualified to be Jiangqing's guardians, yet assigning them to logistics would have been a waste of their talents. Their current strength puts them in an awkward position where earning academic credits is extremely difficult. This is precisely why they became so excited upon hearing about an opportunity to earn extra credits. Chapter 41, An Old Friend? Jiangcheng, near a certain barbecue stall. Honey, I'm stepping out for a bit. Keep an eye on the stove, will you? Lin Yizhao set aside all his work and called out to his busy wife. No smoking. If I smell cigarettes on you when you get back, you're dead meat. The boss's wife shook her fist threateningly. I swear I won't smoke. Lin Yizhao raised 3 fingers in a small vow before slipping out of the kitchen. Not far from the barbecue stall stood an elderly man with snow-white hair, dressed in a white lab coat, his face kind and adorned with a warm smile. Yet strangely, the people around seemed oblivious to his presence. Even those passing by didn't spare him a glance. And as he stood under the streetlight, his figure cast no shadow. Lin Yizhao strode purposefully toward the old man, arms crossed as he teased with playful sarcasm. what brings the esteemed principal to a small place like Jiangcheng? Xiaozhao, after all these years apart, must our reunion be filled with such hostility? The old man sighed helplessly. If a hall master from Dawn Academy were standing here, they would instantly recognize this elderly man as one of the strongest cultivators in the Huaxia region, the supreme leader of Dawn Academy and its principal. If you're concerned about the Lost Abyss, you can set your mind at ease. The Lost Abyss has remained exceptionally stable so far, without showing any strong fluctuations. Lin Yizhao patted his chest pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Just as he was slipping a cigarette between his lips, he suddenly remembered his wife's recent admonition. With a resigned expression, he merely sniffed the cigarette briefly before tucking it back into the pack. The principal saw this and pulled out a box of candies from his pocket. Chew on these. Lin Yizhao took the candy, picked out a red strawberry-flavored gummy, popped it into his mouth, and continued, "Why did you suddenly come to Jiangcheng? Elder Chen just told me that Yi Shan's son awakened his abilities a long time ago. I want to know, why did you let Yi Shan's son awaken his powers?" The principal suppressed his smile and looked at him with sudden seriousness. "What's wrong with that? Yi Shan was my brother, is there anything wrong with me looking out for his son?" Lin Yizhao countered, his words slightly muffled by the gummy in his mouth. He was actually chewing to mask the shock in his heart, because he knew very well that it wasn't him who helped Yi Changxian awaken his superpower. The first time he discovered Yi Changxian had abilities, the boy's power awakening level had already reached 1%. With the current efficacy of awakening serums, an ordinary person taking it would never exceed 0.5% awakening level, with the average being around 0.3%. To reach a 1% awakening level of superpowers, one must undergo an adaptation period lasting a month or even several months. Only after reaching 1% can the awakening level advance rapidly. This is precisely why he utilized abundant resources to help Yi Changxian break through from 1% to 5% in just 10 days. When he first witnessed Yi Changxian using his powers, his awakening level had already reached 1%. Considering the current development stage of awakening serums, Yi Changxian must have ingested the serum several months prior. He had always been curious about who administered the serum to Yi Changxian. Previously, he had wondered if the principal had secretly given Yi Changxian the serum, but now it seemed this mysterious person might not be the principal. "Sometimes, I really question whether you watchers are trustworthy," the principal said angrily. "You clearly knew the child had forbidden clan blood, yet you forcibly gave him the awakening serum. Luckily, he awakened only the demon eyes. What if he had awakened a forbidden ability? Have you forgotten the oath you swore in the academy? Principal, forbidden abilities aren't so easy to awaken. Besides, you're over-mystifying our forbidden clan bloodline. We simply have a 100% awakening rate for chosen abilities. There are many types, not just forbidden ones." Lin Yizhao spread his hands, glanced at his wristwatch, and thought of his wife working at the barbecue stall. With a cheeky grin, he said, "Principal, my time's limited. How about dropping by my family's barbecue stall for a bite? Out of respect for old friendship, I'll give you a 10% discount. 10% off? How generous of you." The principal laughed bitterly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Though his words were full of disdain, his feet moved anyway, following Lin Yizhao toward the barbecue stall. Inside the general class wormhole. "Lucky I managed to grab one, or else I would have lost 100 credits. Yuro formed hand seals while looking at the adult chameleon mantis on the ground and sighed in relief. The bystander Yi Changxian, who had been casually watching the scene, took the sunglasses she handed over and clicked his tongue in amazement. "You can actually take on a full-grown soldier-class demon beast by yourself? It's not that impressive. The chameleon mantis's strengths lie in stealth and speed. Its defenses are quite weak. Coincidentally, my engraved thought ability has early warning and tracking effects, so it's the perfect counter against this thing." Yuro thought for a moment before saying, "You're about to join the freshman class soon, so I'll lend you 300 credits first to clear your debt." 300 credits equate to 3 million. Yi Changxian hesitated. "This doesn't seem right. Maybe I shouldn't use credits after all?" "You'll understand how important credits are once you join the freshman class. Trust me, you can't enter it with negative credits," Yuro replied. Yi Changxian had no choice but to agree. By now, there wasn't a single living creature left in this general class rift, so the entire space was gradually collapsing. This space only has half an hour left before it ceases to exist. We should leave quickly. After briefly explaining how wormholes collapse after absorbing all living organisms, Yuro pulled him away from the wormhole. After a bout of dizziness, the two returned safely to the land of Blue Star. "Let's get your wounds treated at the hotel." Yuro draped her coat over his back to conceal Yi Qingshuan's injuries. Yi Changyuan knew that the Ida Hotel was nearby, so he nodded. The two of them left the barricaded Jolien Street through a gap in the roadblock and soon arrived at the entrance of Ida Hotel. Yi Changyuan recognized the front desk attendant at Ida Hotel, a pretty young woman in her early 20s. Yuro, supporting him by his bloodstained jacket, walked up to the front desk and said, "We need a room." One room? The receptionist looked up suspiciously, then her mouth fell open when she saw Kong Yuro and Yi Changxian. Xiaoxian? Ahem, Sister Su, could you help us get a room? Yi Changxian suddenly felt inexplicably awkward. Sure, I'll get one ready for you right away. After a brief hesitation, she quickly prepared a room for the two. She briefly recorded Kong Yuro and Yi Qingxuan's identities before watching the two enter the elevator with eager eyes. Chapter 42, Preparing for the Trip to the Capital. Ida Hotel. After playing on her phone for a while, the front desk receptionist noticed that the young Miss Kong had exited the elevator again and left the hotel. After about 5 minutes, Miss Kong returned with a bag of medicine and 2 black outfits, stepping back into the elevator. But she vaguely noticed something strange. Kong Yuro seemed to be clutching some kind of note in her palm, and her expression didn't look quite right. Yi Qingxuan's graduation party had already been over for a week. In just 2 more days, it would be time for the Dawn Academy's freshman class to begin. During this period, Yi Changxian had still been training his abilities at Uncle Lin's place, practicing combat against juvenile soldier class demons. This week, his awakened ability level reached 5.7%, showing slightly slower progress compared to before. As for Kong Yuro, he rarely saw her during the week. Even at the Dawn Academy's Zhangcheng branch base, he couldn't catch sight of her. He had no idea what she was busy with. The freshman class of Dawn Academy was located in the suburbs of Huaxia's capital. The academy had already booked his train ticket to the capital a week ago. It said there's a transfer station just before reaching the capital, where he needs to disembark, as special staff from the freshman class will be waiting there to receive him. As for Qi Yangyan, he'd been sensing something peculiar about this elder brother Qi lately. The man carried some strange odors about him. The smells were quite unpleasant, but his keen sense of detection caught them nonetheless. Later, when he visited Elder Qi at the hospital, he noticed the old man seemed much improved in health, his complexion glowing with vitality. But he knew that without sufficient financial support later on, Grandpa Qi couldn't afford the life-sustaining medication. This was something he couldn't help. He had already done everything in his power to assist Qi Yangyan's family. On July 8th, Kong Yuro came to his rental apartment and took him out to buy luggage, toiletries, and plenty of clothes to wear. Yi Changxian silently watched her, a trace of puzzlement stirring in his heart. More than a week had passed since he joined the academy, yet Kong Yuro remained his only awakened friend among the students. Whether it was his imagination or not, he couldn't shake the feeling that Kong Yuro was deliberately orchestrating this situation, as if her goal was to minimize his contact with other awakened students at the academy. Had he been an ordinary teenager, this circumstance might have fostered an unhealthy dependence on Kong Yuro. Unfortunately for her, he'd always marched to his own drum, and coupled with his lingering wariness toward Kong Yuro, he never developed any sense of reliance on her. Next time I travel the timeline, I must ask Kong Yuro in detail about reaching 50% awakened ability. After finishing his shopping, on the eve of his departure, he made one last trip to the barbecue stall. If you want to go, then go. I heard this year's batch has quite a few geniuses, just don't end up at the bottom, Linizo said while skewering raw lamb kidneys on bamboo sticks. Uncle Lin, do you really have that little faith in me? Yi Qingxian protested indignantly. It's not a matter of trust. This freshman class is adopting an unprecedented grouping method. Linizo shook his head with a smile. From your very first day, your teammates were already assigned. With your B-level awakened ability, your matched teammates probably aren't much better either. There was such a thing? Yi Qingxuan's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Yet there was nothing to be done about it. Although his awakened ability was better than most, it paled in comparison to the top-tier S-level and A-level abilities. Moreover, many others had awakened their abilities long ago. Some might have even reached 10% awakening progress and unlocked their genetic potential for all he knew. Uncle Lin, didn't you say you're not from the institute? How did you know about this? He asked suspiciously. Word on the street is that supernaturals do communicate with each other. You just wouldn't know since you don't have a smartphone. Lin Yizhao flashed a knowing smile. Yi Changxian was speechless. He really didn't have a smartphone. The main reason was still that he couldn't afford to buy one. Even when Kong Yuro contacted him, she had to call his outdated flip phone instead of messaging him through smartphone apps like everyone else. Go ahead, I understand your situation. I'll tell Aunt Lu you got early admission to Jiangcheng University. She'll understand. Lin Yizhao gave him a gentle push. Uncle Lin, what about you? Yi Changxian trailed off hesitantly. I won't leave Jiangcheng. Is it because of the Lost Abyss? You got it. Lin Yizhao shot him a glare, then seemed to recall something and added, by the way, when you get to the capital, watch out for that Hall Master Chen Hongrui. He's no saint. Keep an eye out for him pulling strings behind your back. Uncle Lin, he might have already pulled some strings against me. Yi Changxian recounted with a bitter smile how he'd been penalized 500 academic credits for tardiness by Hall Master Chen, along with the exposure of his true capabilities, all to Lin Yizhao. Luckily he didn't notice my awakened abilities didn't improve by burning potential just now, he said with evident relief in his voice. Unexpectedly, Lin Yizhao looked at him with a peculiar gaze. Are you sure he hasn't discovered the fact that you awakened long ago? He knows? Yi Chengshuan's expression darkened. Actually, you never told me when you first awakened? Lin Yizhao suddenly fixed his gaze on him and enunciated deliberately. I know your ability wasn't awakened at Dawn Academy. So where did you get the awakening serum from? Yi Chengshuan's scalp tingled with unease. Forget it. The pressure dissipated as Lin Yizhao continued skewering lamb kidneys. Everyone has their own secrets. As long as your heart remains on humanity's side, that's what matters. If I ever discover you're a demon spy, I'll deal with you personally. I'm human, how could I possibly be a demon spy? Yi Chengxian exhaled in relief. He genuinely feared Uncle Lin would keep pressing for answers. If there was one person most likely to uncover his time-traveling ability, that person would absolutely be Uncle Lin. Get lost. Lin Yizhao waved his hand dismissively. Uncle Lin, is your special ability the A rank, gate of transmission? Yi Chengxian couldn't help asking before leaving. Yet in the end, Lin Yizhao never answered him. Chapter 43, Tang Yuning. How long will you be gone, bro? Yi Hongxian held the black suitcase for him, asking curiously. About 2 months probably. If you run into any trouble while I'm away, call Sister Kong or go upstairs to find Brother Chi, got it? Yi Chengxian instructed. I got it. Yi Hongxian gripped his brother's suitcase tightly, struggling to contain his excitement. The thought of having no older brother at home for a while meant he could do whatever he wanted. Yi Chengxian gave his younger brother a slightly odd look but didn't dwell on it. After taking the suitcase, he still felt uneasy and reiterated, I might not be back before your school starts. If there's a parent-teacher meeting, ask Brother Chi for help, understand? Don't worry, bro, I'm not a kid anymore. Yi Hongxian acted more obedient than ever before. Yi Chengxian hailed a taxi downstairs and headed to the train station with his heavy luggage. After getting off at the train station, he pulled out his phone and looked at his outdated mobile that only had 1 bar of battery left. He suddenly remembered he'd forgotten to change the batteries. But he was already at the train station, where the crowd was dense. If he wanted to go back and fetch another battery for his outdated phone now, he probably wouldn't have the chance. Forget it, just turn off the phone and open it again when we're almost there. He turned off his phone and tucked it into the hidden compartment of his suitcase, adjusted the baseball cap on his head, and patted the sunglasses in his inner jacket pocket before dragging his luggage forward. This was his first time traveling alone on a long-distance journey. The train station was bustling with noise, and he had to ask for directions several times before finally getting through security with his ticket. Inside the waiting hall, he saw that all the seats were either occupied by people or piled with luggage, leaving him no choice but to stand nearby and wait. Since it was a direct trip, he wouldn't need to transfer midway, all he had to do was sit tight and wait for the final destination. Yet several times along the way, he still checked his phone to see if anyone had messaged or called him, someone like Kong Yuro. Unfortunately, Kong Yuro seemed to have completely forgotten about him. She didn't send him a single call or text message. He could only power off the phone again with a hint of melancholy. Half an hour passed. Passengers bound for the capital, please proceed immediately to gate 12. As the announcement sounded, Yi Chengxian paused his cultivation, picked up his suitcase, and followed the crowd into the platform. The ticket showed an ordinary soft sleeper berth, a lower bunk. After locating his carriage number and seat, he imitated others by placing his suitcase in the overhead compartment before settling onto his assigned bunk. This was his second time taking a train, and his first time traveling alone by train. To say he wasn't excited would be a lie. Amidst a burst of chatter, 2 more people settled next to him, a young woman and an elderly lady. The woman carefully supported the grandmother, helping her sit on the berth opposite Yi Chengxian. Grandma, please rest for a bit. I'll go put away the luggage, the woman said, placing her backpack beside the elderly woman and handing her a water bottle. Yi Chengxian was somewhat surprised that this young woman and the elderly lady were actually 2 generations apart. The young woman placed her backpack on the upper bunk opposite him, then headed out to retrieve an unusually tall suitcase left in the corridor. But her strength seemed quite limited. She tried several times without managing to lift the suitcase onto the rack. Unable to stand by any longer, Yi Chengxian stepped forward to lend her a hand. Yet the moment his hand touched the suitcase, his arm jerked downward, nearly failing to catch it. The weight of the luggage startled him thoroughly. A suitcase this heavy even felt somewhat burdensome for a young man like him. How could this slender woman have managed to lift it at all? Thank you, little brother. The woman flashed him a smile. You're welcome. Yi Chengxuan's eyes darkened slightly. This woman's strength was extraordinary, unlike an ordinary person. The woman wore short sleeves, revealing a pair of smooth, fair-skinned arms. He hadn't noticed before when he didn't help with the luggage, but just now when he assisted by steadying the suitcase and got closer, he realized the other person's arm was remarkably smooth, with only faint muscle definition showing. Being someone who frequently exerts arm strength, he recognized this as clear evidence that full strength wasn't being used. How could a woman lifting such heavy luggage not even be using her full strength? Even professional female weightlifting athletes probably don't possess this level of strength, do they? He seemed completely unaware of anything as he nonchalantly returned to sit on his lower bunk bed. After restarting his old-fashioned phone once more, there were still no missed calls or text messages. Letting out a faint sigh, he glanced at the blinking red battery indicator before silently powering off the device and putting it away. That brat Yi Hongxian had probably forgotten all about him by now, along with Uncle Lin and Kong Yuro. He gazed at the scenery outside the window, though the train hadn't yet moved. He stared blankly at the passing view. "What's on your mind, little brother?" The young woman suddenly leaned closer to him, handing him a bottle of mineral water. "Thanks for helping me earlier. I wouldn't have been able to lift that suitcase without you." "You're welcome, it was nothing." Yi Changxian declined the bottled water she handed him. There was no way he'd drink something offered by a stranger who might be an ability user. "Little brother, I noticed you staring out the window all alone. Missing someone?" The woman didn't seem to mind, sitting beside him as she made casual conversation. "I wasn't thinking about anything. And don't call me little brother." Yi Changxian couldn't quite adjust to her instant familiarity, frowning as he replied. "I'm Tang Nuning. What's your name?" Tang Nuning appeared exceptionally patient. The elderly woman who had come with her had already lain down to rest. Glancing at her, Yi Changxian answered absently, "Yi Changxian. Then how about I call you little brother Xian?" Tang Nuning blinked her eyes. "Sure." Yi Changxian nodded. At that moment, his peripheral vision suddenly caught Tang Nuning starting to take off her pants. He accidentally glanced over and noticed she wasn't actually removing her pants, but rather folding down the lower half of her jeans, revealing most of her legs' fair skin. What kind of pants could even be taken off halfway? The inexperienced Yi Changxian declared he'd been shocked for a whole year. Chapter 44, The Cold-Hearted Youth Gungguan Yuan. What leg-obsessed young man could withstand such a sight? Yi Changxian forcibly turned his head away, though his trembling right hand still clutched the phone tightly. "The sun's too scorching today. Without these my legs would get tanned." Tang Nuning murmured as if complaining, her long legs swaying back and forth. Yi Changxian took a deep breath. Although this woman wasn't as beautiful as Kong Yuro, her pair of long legs were no less impressive, nearly flawless with almost perfect proportions. Clearly, our young friend Changxian was facing quite a challenge. "Little Changxian, are you heading to the capital?" Tang Nuning suddenly asked him. "Yeah, you guys too?" Yi Changxian glanced at that fair-skinned hand out of the corner of his eye as he replied. "Right, I'm going to be a teacher." Tang Nuning's eyes sparkled faintly, her voice unable to conceal her excitement. "She's going to be a teacher?" Yi Changxian took another look at the gentle curves of her face, thinking that if this woman became a teacher, she'd probably be the cheerful, well-liked type most students adore. "The teacher seems really nice. If I get the chance, I could become one too someday." As Yi Changxian spoke these words, he suddenly realized he hadn't even applied to any universities yet. Kong Yuro had told him she'd already taken care of it, but he still didn't know what major she'd chosen for him. With his academic scores, he could practically pick any major offered at Jiangqing University, no need for academic adjustments at all. "What's wrong?" Tang Nuning swapped into slippers, tilting her head to let her hair cascade down. Her hair was very long, some strands even reached down to her waist. "Teacher Tang, which school are you going to teach at?" Yi Changxian didn't answer her question, but countered with one of his own. "Me?" Tang Nuning pointed at herself with a playful smile. "It's a secret, won't tell you for now." Acting all mysterious, Yi Changxian curled his lips and turned away. At that moment, the fourth guest arrived in the private room. He was a handsome yet icy-looking boy. He appeared to be around the same age as Yi Changxian, but on his right arm was a tattoo resembling a blue dragon. The tattoo made Yi Changxian glance at it twice. The indifferent boy merely placed his backpack on the upper bunk above Yi Changxian before taking off his shoes and climbing up. Yi Changxian stood up to look and discovered the other had already closed his eyes, apparently ready to sleep. Seeming to sense his gaze, the boy opened his eyes and stared back blankly. "Something wrong?" "Ahem, no, nothing. Go ahead and sleep." The train compartment had air conditioning, making it exceptionally cool inside during this scorching summer. Yi Changxian even felt slightly chilly, deciding he'd need to cover himself with the blanket when sleeping at night. Not long after the aloof young man arrived, the train started moving with a chugging sound. By observing the scenery shifting outside the window, Yi Changxian confirmed it was indeed his own train that had started moving. "Little Xian, do you know how to play Go?" Across from him, Tang Nuning finished tidying up and sat down facing him. "Nope." Yi Changxian shook his head. He didn't even know the basic rules of Go, let alone how to play. "What about Chinese chess?" Tang Nuning pressed on. "Chinese chess?" Yi Changxian hesitated before replying, just a tiny bit. He had only seen the grandpas in the park play chess, and because the elderly gentleman loved to gesture and comment while playing, Yi Changxian picked it up after watching a few times. At least he knew how each piece was supposed to move. "Great, let's play chess then." Hearing Yi Changxian's words, Tang Nuning's eyes suddenly lit up as she stood up directly and retrieved her backpack from the upper bunk. Under Yi Changxian's astonished gaze, she pulled out a chess set from it. Should we get off here?" He swallowed hard. Besides, aren't we bored right now anyway? Tang Yuning retorted. Hearing her say this, Yi Changxian also thought it made sense. Without a smartphone, he couldn't play games like everyone else, so chess was indeed a good way to pass the time. Even though what he'd originally had in mind was sitting on the bed to cultivate. He agreed. Truth be told, seeing the chess set made his fingers itch. He'd always just watched others play before, he'd never actually gotten to try it himself. Seeing him agree, Tang Yuning quickly laid out the chessboard and placed the round pieces on it. 10 minutes later. Little Xian, your skills aren't quite up to par. With a smile, Tang Yuning moved her piece, putting Yi Changxian in checkmate. This was already the second time she had checkmated Yi Changxian. A mere 10 minutes had passed, and 2 rounds of chess were already over. Sister Yuning, you're truly amazing. Yi Changxian set down his chess piece with a bitter smile. After 10 minutes of playing chess, he had grown much more familiar with Tang Yuning. Hurry up, let's keep going. Tang Yuning reset the chessboard, looking at him expectantly. Seeing her excitement, Yi Chengxuan's lips twitched as he said, maybe we should forget it, I'm too useless. It's okay, I'll teach you, little sister, Tang Yuning said with her legs pressed together, smiling demurely without showing her teeth. Fine. Yi Changxian had no choice but to tough it out and continue playing with her. And so the third game began. But 6 minutes later, Yi Changxian found himself in another deadlock. He stared silently at the chessboard before him, feeling like he and his opponent weren't even playing the same game. They both knew the rules of Chinese chess, so why were their moves worlds apart? Block her horse with your cannon. A detached voice suddenly rang out from above his head. He looked up and spotted the cold-faced youth crouching by the bedside, watching them play chess. Oh, this guy is even interested in chess? Oh, does this little brother play xiangqi too? Tang Yuning also noticed the boy's presence and looked up with evident interest. I dabble. The cold-faced youth uttered 2 words indifferently. Just somewhat knowledgeable? Isn't that about the same as me? Yi Changxian thought to himself, having initially assumed the other guy was some sort of badass. But soon enough, he realized he might have been jumping to conclusions. How about a round? Tang Yuning said to the cold-faced youth before casting an apologetic glance at Yi Changxian. Yi Changxian shook his head to indicate he was fine. Truth be told, being constantly beaten at chess had made him lose interest in the game, so he was perfectly happy to let someone else take his place. Good. He's practically finished in this game anyway. Let's start a new round. The aloof youth got out of bed, and Yi Changxian quickly moved aside to give him space. And just like that, Yi Changxian went from being a participant to becoming an onlooker. Little brother, what's your name? Tang Yuning asked curiously while tidying up the chessboard. Gungguan Yuan, the cold-eyed youth uttered icily. Gungguan Yuan? Yi Changxian inexplicably felt that this name sounded somewhat familiar. Chapter 45 Differences in the Train Car. Inside a direct train compartment from Jiangqing to the capital, a man and a woman were dominating the chessboard with fierce moves, while Yi Changyuan trembled nearby. Yi Changyuan realized that Gungguan Yuan's notion of knowing a little was quite different from what he had understood by the term. Gungguan Yuan and Tang Muning were evenly matched in chess, both rapidly laying out strategies on the small board with astonishing speed. As soon as one made a move, the other would counter within 2 seconds. Before even grasping what had happened, multiple pieces on the board had already shifted positions. These two are absolute masters. Yi Changxian etched the true meaning of the phrase just a little deep into his little notebook. To Yi Chingxuan's surprise, the eventual winner turned out to be Gungguan Yuan. Afterwards, the two seemed to have found kindred spirits, engaging in continuous discussions ranging from Chinese chess to Go. On the contrary, Yi Changxian seemed to have become an outsider, watching the two discuss from the sidelines. Jiangcheng is located in the northern part of China, and it takes a full day and night by train to travel directly from Jiangcheng to the capital. When dinner time approached at dusk, Yi Changxian took out a cup of instant noodles from his backpack and prepared to fetch some hot water from the train's restroom area. As he poured the seasoning packets into the noodles, he took out his old-fashioned flip phone and powered it on. Still no missed calls or text messages. After a moment of silence, he chose to dial Kong Yuro's number. Beep, beep, beep. After ringing for about 10 seconds, the call was answered. Kong Yuro's cool voice came through the phone. Xiao Xian? I've already boarded the train. Yi Changxian had originally intended to ask why she hadn't called him, but the words that came out turned into a simple statement. I know. You should have been on that train for 6 hours already. Kong Yuro seemed busy with something. Yi Changxian could hear wind noises on her end. Is she outside? Yi Changxian swallowed lightly before continuing. Yuro, are you busy today? Not particularly. Why are you calling me? Kong Yuro's cool voice seemed laced with impatience, making Yi Changxian feel like his heart had been plunged into ice water. It's nothing. You go ahead with your business. Good. The phone call ended with a sharp dial tone. Yi Changxian silently put down his phone. At this moment, the phone's battery was completely drained, shutting down entirely. Phew! He glanced at the instant noodle seasoning stuck to his hand but paid it no mind, casually tossing his phone into the backpack instead. The dead battery means this phone has become completely useless. He gazed silently at the ever-changing scenery outside the window and the setting sun sinking behind the mountains for a long while. He sat on the hallway seat for about 20 minutes before finally picking up his instant noodle cup and heading to the restroom to fill it with hot water. A single cup of instant noodles wasn't nearly enough for him, so he added another block of noodles into the cup before barely satisfying his hunger. After finishing his meal, he didn't return to the private booth. Instead, he picked up a stack of newspapers from the drawer beneath the table. The newspaper appeared quite aged. He quickly skimmed through several news articles titled Capital News from years ago, which mentioned two key points, one about an earthquake that occurred a couple of days ago in the outskirts of the capital, and another announcing the abandonment of the underground platforms at the suburban railway station downtown. The newspaper also included a simple map of the suburban railway station. That suburban railway station seems to be my destination? Yi Qingxian placed the newspaper back in the drawer and went to the bathroom to dispose of the leftover instant noodle soup. When he returned to the compartment, Tang Muning and Gung Guanyuan were still playing chess, though the table was now also strewn with various snacks. The old lady had woken up by now and was sitting on the side, munching on chips and sipping cola. Yi Chengxian found it somewhat amusing. This granny was quite trendy. Little Xian, want some snacks? Noticing Yi Chengxian, Tang Muning picked up a packet of snacks and asked. No thanks, I've already eaten. Yi Chengxian shook his head. Is that you, Yi Chengxian? If you're tired, you can sleep on my bed. These were the words spoken by Gung Guanyuan. Great. Yi Chengxian had the same idea. He placed Gung Guanyuan's backpack on the lower bunk and then took off his shoes before climbing onto the bed. He didn't sleep immediately but instead began his cultivation practice. The two on the lower bunk continued their discussion late into the night before finally turning off the lights and going to sleep. Yi Chengxian remained conscious all along. He listened as the two settled down to sleep, then continued practicing for several more hours before finally pulling up the covers to sleep. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, at the crack of dawn, Yi Chengxian rushed to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, he sat on the hallway seat eating breakfast biscuits and drinking milk. Aside from some cash, his bag contained nothing but basic sustenance, no snacks whatsoever. Old habits die hard. Even though life isn't as tight as before, he still maintains his frugal ways. Xiaoxian, why are you sitting here alone? To his surprise, Tang Muning was also awake. She looked at the already washed and dressed Yi Chengxian with some astonishment. Summer days were long, and it was only around 5 or 6 in the morning. She hadn't expected Yi Chengxian to keep such regular hours. Good morning, Sister Muning. I'm up for breakfast. Yi Chengxian took a sip of hot water to wash down the dry biscuits as he greeted her. We should arrive at the station by noon today. Time flies so fast. Tang Muning sighed, then left the corridor with her toiletries. Yi Chengxian watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. Time passed quickly today. People woke up one after another, grabbing their toiletries and heading to the bathroom. Among them were children and adults, but most were teenagers. Breakfast vendors with carts eventually appeared, though the prices were so steep that Yi Chengxian abandoned the idea of buying anything after just glancing at the menu. Yet the man selling breakfast caught his eye for an extra moment. There are so few elderly people in this compartment. He thought of the old lady in his own compartment. The soft sleeper compartments had doors between them, which were usually kept closed. If he hadn't been sitting in the corridor, he wouldn't have seen anyone in this car besides the 3 people in his own compartment. His eyes narrowed slightly as his right index finger unconsciously tapped against the table before him. The sky had fully brightened by now. Glancing at the ability suppressor bracelet on his right wrist, he finally sauntered into the compartment at a leisurely pace. Inside the train car, the 2 awakened individuals had resumed their chess game while the elderly woman, no longer sleeping, watched with keen interest as her granddaughter played against Gung Guanyuan. About 2 hours passed. Beep beep. The phones of Gung Guanyuan and Tang Muning buzzed simultaneously. Both abruptly halted their chess game, checked their smartphones, glanced down for a moment, then lifted their heads with peculiar expressions as they studied each other. After exchanging glances, their attention unexpectedly shifted towards Yi Chengxian. Why are you staring at me? Yi Chengxian looked slightly startled. Nothing, nothing. The two waved their hands in unison, then glanced at each other. Shall we continue the game? Thus, they resumed their earlier chess match. This situation seemed like just a minor episode. As time passed, noon soon arrived. Yi Chengxian habitually took out a cup of instant noodles and left the compartment, not forgetting to close the door behind him. After finishing lunch, he returned to the compartment as if nothing had happened. Chapter 46 The Blood Moon Emperor. Not long after lunch, the train arrived at the suburban station of the capital. Little Shen, I'll have to go ahead first, Tang Muning said apologetically to Yi Chengxian as she packed her backpack. Actually, I'm getting off at this station too. Gung Guanyuan picked up his backpack. Well, see you again someday. Yi Chengxian smiled and waved goodbye to the two as they departed. He didn't close the compartment door, instead watching the flow of people moving through the train car. At that moment, the figure he'd been observing for so long finally began to move. So it is indeed like this. A faint smile curled at the corners of Yi Qingshuan's lips as he watched all the moving passengers gradually leave the train compartment. Is this the Academy's purpose? He remained waiting in his spot. Only when the broadcast urged passengers to disembark did he finally pick up his suitcase, sling his backpack over his shoulder, and step out of the compartment. Since some time had passed, there were practically no people left outside the train. He took out his Dawn Academy student ID from his pocket and surprisingly walked in the opposite direction of where the crowd had gone. It was a very small train station. He hadn't walked far before arriving at the entrance of an underground passage, facing a card swipe checkpoint. He swiped his student ID card across it. Amazingly, the checkpoint was actually unlocked by the Dawn Academy student card. He stepped inside. The underground passage was dimly lit, and he walked for a good 10 minutes. Just as he began doubting whether he'd guessed wrong, a glowing light appeared before him. The light source turned out to be a small train carriage illuminated from within, seemingly designed to hold only 5 or 6 passengers. Through the train window's glow, Yi Changyuan could make out the silhouettes of approximately 4 figures inside. Is there someone inside? Upon realizing this, he cautiously dragged his suitcase towards the small train and saw the figures inside clearly. Bro, did you find this exit too? A chubby young man with a prosperous appearance spoke up. The boy wasn't old, probably around 18 or 19, about the same age as him. Besides the speaking chubby boy, there were also 2 girls and an extremely handsome young man sitting inside. Both girls wore different bodysuits, appearing to be sisters. Their delicate features were strikingly similar. One wore a white bodysuit while the other was dressed in black. Except for the overweight kid, the other 3 glanced at Yi Changxian but didn't even greet him before turning back to their phones. What's going on here? Yi Changxian curiously asked the portly boy who had initiated the conversation. This is the special passageway, the first round of eliminations for the advanced class, the chubby boy explained simply. Most geniuses from the advanced class never even notice this passage. How did you spot it, bro? What do you mean by first round eliminations? Does that mean people who don't make it here can't join the advanced class at all? Yi Chengxian frowned and asked. Not exactly. If we can find the passage here, we can reach the freshman class early and get to choose our dormitory building ahead of time. You should know freshman dorms are tiered into hierarchies. The chubby guy began rattling on endlessly. Coming here means we can get to the freshman training base early? Yi Qingshan caught his meaning and continued asking, so you've also figured out the trick to finding this passageway? The fat man paused, then whispered in his ear, actually, I paid for this information. Paid for the information? Can this kind of information really be bought with money? He couldn't help but ask. To his surprise, the fat man flashed a mysterious smile and patted him on the shoulder, saying, buddy, there's nothing in this world that money can't buy. If something can't be bought, it just means the money offered wasn't enough. Yi Changxian, what kind of twisted logic is this? So you must be quite wealthy? He fixed the chubby man with an eerie gaze. Yet the oblivious fellow remained unaware of the gravity of the situation and modestly replied, a modest amount, quite modest. A bit too much? Yi Changxian surveyed the extravagant accessories, the diamond-encrusted steel earrings, the necklace, the pricey wristwatch. He simply pursed his lips without saying a word. Hey, I'm Manhwa. What's your name? The chubby guy asked with a hint of excitement. Though his name meant easy to raise, he certainly didn't seem the type. Yi Chengxian silently quipped before answering, Yi Chengxian. What intel did you buy? He pressed on. To say bot isn't quite accurate. My think tank decoded the intel. How Manhwa produced his smartphone and handed it over, revealing the message displayed. Beneath this notice lies a string of code. This code contains classified information disseminated by Dark Hall Master Lang Husong moments before his death 25 years ago. Yi Chengxian leaned in to examine the screen. All students of the novice class, including advanced class, must proceed to platform 2 immediately after disembarking. Board carriage C12 for collective transport to the training camp. www************************.com. The middle part was just a string of special symbols he couldn't decipher. However, this string of symbols appeared to be a web address, which he curiously clicked on. The mobile web page began to transform, and what appeared was actually the beginning of a video. The environment in the video was dim and blurry, but one could barely make out that it seemed to be some kind of recording. The video began with nothing but faint panting sounds before, not long after, a blood-red full moon suddenly emerged in the dim sky of the footage. Next, he saw a pair of colossal black wings that blotted out the sky. Even through the screen, he could still feel an overwhelming sense of suffocation. But in the very second those black wings appeared, the footage abruptly cut off. This is one of the Demon Realm's monarchs, a creature ranked as an Emperor-class demon with the codename Blood Moon. It appeared in the Arctic 20 years ago. You should have heard about this news. At that time, global earthquakes occurred, though the United Nations explained it to the public as a natural phenomenon caused by tectonic plate movements. What do you mean I should know about this? Yi Chengxian was dumbfounded. He hadn't even been born 20 years ago, how would he know anything about global earthquakes back then? Moreover, technology wasn't as advanced at the time. Even if earthquakes really happened, people would likely believe whatever was reported on television. It's nothing like now, where any major news instantly spreads like wildfire across online platforms, reaching practically everyone in no time. Before he could ask, Hao Yanghua continued, my think tank informed me that the Blood Moon Emperor's title in the demon realm is underground. Its pair of blood wings closely resemble the chosen ability of sequence 110, demon wings. In the demon language, the term, demon wings, is translated as reverse direction. My think tank also sent me a lot of explanations to prove the origin of this underground passage, but I only remembered these 2 points. After saying this, he rubbed the back of his head somewhat sheepishly. So, this underground passage was uncovered through a mass notice sent by the Academy? Yi Chengxian gaped in disbelief. Brother Yi Chengxian, didn't you figure out this underground passage by deciphering the notice? Seeing his reaction, Hao Yanghua was somewhat surprised. Yi Chengxuan's face twitched slightly. He hadn't even received any message, how could he possibly crack that video? If you really want to know how he discovered this place, we'd have to mention that familiar face he saw in his previous timeline. Chapter 47. A train car full of superhumans. The timeline returns to when Yi Chengxian had just boarded the train from Jiangcheng to the capital. After entering the platform, he still moved with the flow of the bustling crowd. But upon locating his assigned car, he noticed the surrounding crowd had thinned significantly, allowing him to enter the compartment almost unimpeded. Because it was a soft sleeper compartment, the carriage consisted of several small cabins with doors, about 2/3 of which were closed. There were very few passengers boarding. This indicates that before he boarded this carriage, there were already quite a few people inside. At the time, he didn't think much of it, simply assuming those occupying 2/3 of the compartments were visitors from other cities who had arrived in Jiangcheng and were now continuing their journey to the capital from there. He wasn't mistaken in his suspicion either, because the remaining people in this train car were all superhumans from various regions across the country. The first person to reveal anomalies was, of course, the unnaturally strong Tang Muning. At the time, he suspected Tang Muning possessed supernatural abilities, but later he discovered that the Azure Dragon tattoo on that man named Gengguan Yuan wasn't ordinary either. While sitting next to him, he kept observing that Azure Dragon tattoo. Eventually he noticed the tattoo displayed slightly different shapes between night and day. He had never heard of any tattoo that could change its appearance. This proved Gengguan Yuan was also an ability user, and likely his power was somehow connected to the Azure Dragon tattoo on his arm. Now, let me tell you about that old lady. The old woman hadn't spoken a single word since entering the carriage, but he noticed something peculiar when he practiced his cultivation technique. The supposedly asleep granny suddenly squinted her eyes. Though it was just a fleeting movement, his keen eyes caught it nonetheless. Later, he sat in the train compartment's corridor. By observing the passengers moving about, he noticed that every private booth in this carriage was occupied, and most of the people he glimpsed inside were young, some freshly 18 like himself, others even younger children. Most crucially, on the second morning after the train's departure, he spotted someone he'd seen in the previous timeline. In that former timeline, Umo and Xiao Xiao had taken him to Kong Yuro's camp, where 2 guards had been stationed at the entrance. One of the guards was called Brother Yen, while the other guard's name he didn't know, but he remembered the man's appearance. While eating breakfast in the train carriage, he spotted that other guard who looked 8 years younger. That guard was a server pushing a meal cart. After serving everyone in the carriage, instead of leaving the compartment where Yi Chengxian was seated, he remained in the security room inside the compartment. Having long realized the other's identity, Yi Chengxian took advantage of when the guard went to the bathroom. Pretending to take out the trash, he stealthily glanced at the security room. He noticed a uniform in the security room that differed from the attendant's attire, emblazoned with bold characters reading Underground Train Station Platform Volunteer. The garment looked brand new, seemingly having been worn only a few times at most. He'd seen old newspapers stuffed beneath the corridor drawers, their yellowed pages reporting years ago that this suburban station's underground platform had been abandoned. Yet here was this man, clearly from Dawnlight Academy, wearing a pristine underground platform volunteer uniform. He discovered this blind spot, subconsciously believing it was all the Academy's doing. Especially when the train stopped, he saw the man put on a volunteer's outfit from the underground platform over his sunproof jacket before leaving the carriage. So he followed the map in the newspaper and came to this underground train platform. The reason he could find this place at all was because of his ability to traverse timelines. That's how he knew the male attendant wasn't just regular staff, but an insider at Dawn Academy. Another coincidence was that, when feeling bored, he happened to find the newspaper placed beneath the drawer. He now suspected that the newspaper had been deliberately left there by the Academy for freshmen to discover. However, everyone else remained secluded in their own compartments. Only a slacker like Yi Chengxian would idly flip through those old newspapers. Additionally, he had another suspicion. Tang Muning previously told him she was going to the capital to work as a teacher. Could it be that the teacher she referred to was actually teaching the freshman class? Perhaps Tang Muning's grandmother was some big-shot figure after all. An elderly person who could detect his cultivation certainly wasn't an ordinary character either. As for that simple-minded Gung Guangyuan, he might genuinely be just an ordinary freshman like him. Yi Chengxian shared his findings with his chubby friend Hao Yanghua, though he omitted the fact that he knew the waiter. Instead, he claimed he had merely noticed the underground platform volunteer's uniform and pieced everything together from there. Brother Yi, your luck is just too ridiculously good. Hao Yanghua couldn't help feeling a bit sour after hearing his story. After having my think tank analyze so much, I finally learned about the underground platform prepared by the academy. Yi Chengxian just got lucky he happened to come straight here. I couldn't help it, I didn't receive any messages either. Yi Chengxian shrugged and handed Hao Yanghua his old-fashioned phone that had run out of battery. Holy shit, you actually use this kind of thing? Hao Yanghua pinched the old phone between two fingers, his eyes practically popping out of his head. Yeah, but this should suffice. Yi Chengxian took his phone back. Hao Yanghua swallowed hard and said with difficulty, Bro, are things this tough at your place? Having lived a privileged life since childhood, he hadn't seen anything this antiquated since gaining consciousness, except for the actual antiques displayed at home, of course. Are you okay? When are we leaving? Yi Chengxian looked at the short stretch of train behind them, stepped forward to brush off the dust on it, and asked in surprise, can this thing actually move? It should be able to, right? Hao Yanghua's tone was also uncertain, but he still dragged his somewhat bulky body as he helped Yi Chengxian lift the luggage onto the back of the train and replied, we need one more person before this little train will start. What if we arrive at the academy later than the main group? Don't worry, the train will take the main group around in circles. Hao Yanghua grinned slyly. Rumor has it that those who fail the first round of assessment will face punishment. Yi Chengxian nodded, noticing his suitcase had been placed in the middle of a pile of luggage. The rear section of the train was now completely packed with suitcases of all sizes, many of identical design. Were all your suitcases issued by the academy? Yi Chengxian turned to the other three people. Cough cough. Hao Yanghua cleared his throat awkwardly, grabbing his sleeve to cover his face as he said, all those suitcases are mine. Yi Chengxian, all these suitcases belong to you? He silently glanced at his own small suitcase and remained wordless for a long while. My spatial ring is full. Hao Yang flashed the ring on his finger. Yi Chengxian then noticed that the slightly chubby fingers bore 10 identical white jade rings. These are spatial rings? He'd always thought spatial rings only existed in novels, turns out they're real. He desperately wanted to take one off to examine, but remembering it'd be impolite, he reluctantly gave up the idea. Exactly, this is made from space stone of the Katkin clan's parallel universe. It's extremely valuable. Hao Yanghua proudly displayed the 10 spatial rings adorning his fingers for a moment, but mid-boast, he suddenly remembered the impoverished circumstances of the young man before him and tactfully shifted his tone. Brother Yi, how about I gift you one when we reach the academy? Really? Yi Chengxuan's eyes lit up. That would be truly generous of you. Hao Yanghua, damn, you're not even pretending to refuse, are you? Chapter 48, Meeting Tang Muning again. Hao Yanghua felt his flesh beginning to ache. Brother Yi, you're in the advanced class for freshmen, right? He suppressed the heartache and asked this question. That's right, I am. Yi Chengxian took out his student card, which clearly displayed, Yi Chengxian, advanced training class for freshmen. Seeing this, Hao Yanghua finally breathed a sigh of relief. If trading his spatial ring for a future big shot's favor wasn't too bad a deal, so he casually inquired, Brother Yi, pardon my bluntness, I'm just curious, would you mind telling me what level your supernatural ability is? In the advanced class, many students possess S-class and A-class abilities. This year's cohort is even hailed as one of the strongest in history, to the point where A-rank talents are as common as dogs, and S-rank geniuses seem to walk everywhere you look. Even if Brother Yi here only has an A-class ability, it would still greatly assist him during his freshman class journey. B-class ability. Yi Chengxian observed the remaining 2 seats and chose one to sit down. Behind him, Hao Yanghua's smile froze instantly on his face. Damn it, now I've really tossed meat buns to a dog, it's never coming back. He thought gloomily to himself, how could this guy Yi Chengxian only be a B-level superhuman? Forget about counting on Yi Chengxuan's protection in the future, he'd be lucky if this guy didn't come begging for his protection instead. You mentioned some punishment earlier, could you explain that in more detail? Yi Chengxian noticed the 3 people ahead were all engrossed in their phones, so he could only shift his gaze toward Hao Yanghua. Hao Yanghua was fuming inside, but he wasn't the type to offend others. With a long face, he could only explain, this underground platform is essentially the first hidden test. Those who pass it get the privilege of entering the academy early to choose their accommodations. Is there something different about the accommodations? Yi Chengxian interrupted to ask. Of course there's a difference, Xiao Pang said excitedly. A good residence is equivalent to a luxurious five-star hotel, but a bad one is just like a pigsty, the kind even dogs wouldn't live in. Is the wealth gap really that obvious? More than that. However, I heard this time the groups were assigned in advance. That means early arrivals like us can choose accommodations for our entire group, and the whole team will live together, Hao Yanghua replied. Have the groups already been assigned? Yi Changxian thought that when he arrived, he'd just pick a decent residence. Brother Yi, considering I'll give you a spatial ring later, could you let me pick the housing first when we reach the academy? Hao Yanghua leaned closer to his seat and said. He no longer expected Yi Changxian to protect him later, just being able to pick a house first would be enough. I don't mind, but those three might feel differently, Yi Changxian said, tilting his chin toward the three people seated ahead. Unexpectedly, Hao Yanghua gave a bashful smile and said, Brother Yi, I already handled those three before you even arrived. Yi Changxian, damn, you're really something. At this moment, he gained a deeper understanding of Hao Yanghua's existing wealth. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, two figures walked in from the exit of the underground passage. All five of them turned to look at the source of the light. When Yi Changxian noticed who had arrived, his jaw dropped. The newcomers were none other than Tang Muning and her grandmother. Holy shit, that woman has an amazing figure. It'd be great if I could be in the same group as her. Yi Changxian heard Hao Yanghua's voice beside him, accompanied by the sound of swallowing saliva. Yi Chengxuan's lips twitched as he said, Have you ever considered that she might be our teacher? Hearing this, Hao Yanghua's eyes instantly lit up. That just makes me even more excited. Yi Changxian, I often feel out of place with you all because I'm not crazy enough. Seemingly hitting upon a cheerful topic, Hao Yanghua started speaking without restraint by his ear. Actually, compared to that long-legged teacher, the pair of sisters up front. Ouch! A sharp cry rang out. By the time Yi Changxian realized what was happening, Hao Yanghua's cheek had already made intimate contact with the train's floor. A filthy mouth can't utter decent words. If you dare spout such nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. He looked up and saw the woman in white form-fitting clothes, her face dark with anger. Is this the younger sister or the older sister? Cough, cough, I won't say it again. Hao Yanghua's lips were covered in dust as he mumbled indistinctly. Only then did the girl in the white bodysuit lift her shoe from his face. This scene put Yi Changxian on high alert. He hadn't even noticed the girl's movements at all just now. Clearly, her strength was most likely above his. Hao Yanghua clutched his waist as he staggered to his feet and sat back down next to him, silent, apparently having learned his lesson about running his mouth. On the other side, Tang Muning carried an oversized suitcase while supporting the old woman as they approached the small train. Spotting Yi Changxian seated inside, Tang Muning smiled. Classmate Yi, you're truly extraordinary. Mu Ning definitely isn't just any ordinary teacher either. Yi Changxian responded with a smile. Ever since Tang Muning had displayed her freakish strength earlier, he hadn't let his guard down around her for a moment. Hao Yanghua glanced at Tang Muning, then back at him, exclaiming in surprise, Brother Yi, you know this lady here? Of course I know him. Tang Muning teetered slightly in her high heels as she gave Yi Changxian a flirtatious glance, giggling coquettishly. Not only do we know each other, we even shared a room together for a whole day and night. Yi Chengxuan's face darkened. This Tang Muning didn't seem anywhere near as naive and sweet as she'd appeared during their first meeting. This was an entirely different personality altogether. Wow! Hao Yanghua gazed at him with a mixture of envy and admiration. Even the pair of sisters and the handsome man inside the train couldn't help but glance their way. Just happened to be assigned the same train compartment, don't get any wrong ideas. Yi Changxian explained with a face full of exasperation. Grandma, you don't need to see us off any further. Tang Muning didn't help clarify the situation, instead addressing the elderly woman standing outside. Yi Changxian also tilted his head and noticed the old woman's slightly clouded pupils. If those old fogies at the academy give you trouble, just give me a call. Good heavens, Yi Changxian finally heard the old lady speak. Got it, Grandma. Tang Muning responded sweetly in a high-pitched voice. Hallmaster Yun. A surprised voice rang out. Yi Changxian turned to see the speaker was that handsome young man who hadn't spoken a word until now. The handsome man no longer maintained his previous carefree demeanor. Instead, he stood up with an extremely solemn expression, even showing a trace of panic on his face. Hallmaster Yun? Yi Changxian looked at the old woman in astonishment. There were only a handful of hall masters in Dawn Academy. Counting Qin Hongrui whom he met a week ago, did that mean he'd already encountered two? Hearing someone call her name, the old woman narrowed her eyes. She studied the man for a long moment before finally recognizing him. Ah, it's Xiao Yu. How has your grandfather been lately? Grandpa has always been in good health, the man called Xiao Yu replied respectfully. Go back and tell him I'm craving a funeral banquet. He should stop holding on and hurry up and die already. Grandmother Yun Tang said matter-of-factly. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Let's go. Granny Yun Tang waved at her granddaughter and walked off toward the exit. Yi Chengxian watched as her footsteps were slow, yet somehow, In just the blink of an eye, the old woman's figure vanished at the exit. Chapter 49, The Protagonist Template? Holy shit, that was the thousand-handed Guanyin, Hall Master Yun. Not long after the old woman disappeared, Hao Yanghua began shouting excitedly. Do you know that Hall Master Yun from earlier? Yi Chengxian asked Hao Yanghua with surprise. Obviously, if it were some underground Hall Master I'd understand. But you don't even recognize a publicly known Hall Master? Hao Yanghua paused as if realizing something. Oh right, you don't even own a smartphone. Explaining this to you is like discussing skyscrapers with someone from primitive society. Yi Chengxian. Sister Muning, where's that Gungguan Yuan who left with you earlier? He turned to ask Tang Muning. I don't know. Tang Muning shook her head. Yi Chengxian widened his eyes. Weren't you leaving together? Who said we were leaving together? Tang Muning rolled her eyes at him. The moment I stepped out of the carriage, he'd already vanished. And to think I'd considered him a close friend earlier. Before she could finish complaining, she suddenly remembered. How did you know he's also a new student at the academy? Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly realized. You knew we were all superhumans from the very beginning, didn't you? Well, your suitcase was obviously too heavy, Yi Chengxian shrugged. Tang Muning took another look at the young man before her and pulled out her phone to check this year's roster of students. Soon enough, she found Yi Chengxuan's name second from the bottom on the student list. Yi Chengxian, sequence 100, Demon Eyes, Awakening Progress, 5%, tested 1 week ago. This was Yi Chengxuan's profile. What a pity. Even if his ability were only A grade, with his intelligence, he could have been someone notable in this year's special advancement class, she thought regretfully. She was indeed this year's freshman advisor and had access to all trainees' ability lists and information. She took another glance at the group list, and when she saw the members of Yi Chengxuan's team, a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. She shot a glance at the irritatingly smug Hao Yanghua beside her, then looked at Yi Chengxian once more, ultimately deciding not to say anything. Aside from Yi Chengxian, who appeared the most ordinary on the surface, every other member of this team seemed quite extraordinary. Now that everyone's here, it looks like we can depart. She gathered her thoughts as she looked at the only 4 people inside the small train, then clapped her hands and spoke. Can we finally leave? The expressions of the 4 underwent subtle shifts. Tang Muning carried her suitcase onto the little train and paused silently when she saw the uniform black luggage piled like a small mountain at the rear. Ahem, Sister Muning, let me help you. Hao Yanghua shamelessly moved closer, already addressing her as Sister Muning. Are all these things yours? Tang Muning looked at him dubiously. With the Hao family's wealth, surely you can afford spatial rings? All full, all full. Hao Yanghua chuckled awkwardly, displaying the spatial rings on all 10 of his fingers. Are all 10 spatial rings full? Tang Muning stood in disheveled shock amidst the wind. Even as the granddaughter of Cloud Hall's leader, she had only received 1 spatial ring from her grandmother as a coming-of-age gift when she turned 18. Yet this damned fatty before her actually had 10? Carrying too much stuff will be terribly inconvenient. Her tone grew slightly more stern. Hee, I got it, Sister Muning. Hao Yanghua promptly admitted his mistake, though whether he'd actually change remained to be seen. Shaking her head helplessly, Tang Muning set down her suitcase and tapped a small card against a smooth mirrored surface at the front of the small train. Yi Chengxian glimpsed what seemed to be the words tutoring on that little card, but couldn't make out the remaining characters. As Tang Muning's card touched the mirror-like surface at the center of the miniature train, the soft white glow it had been emanating suddenly transformed into a dazzling spectrum of colorful lights that illuminated the entire underground platform. Then, the tiny train emitted a creak-creak sound, like rusty metal sheets grating against each other, painfully shrill to the ears. Would this nostalgic little train break down completely if it started moving now? Listening to these noises, Yi Chengxian couldn't help but worry. However, he soon realized his concerns were rather unnecessary. The tracks beneath the small train suddenly parted, revealing an entirely new passage. Like an elevator, the small train began slowly descending. Why is it going down? This was the first time Yi Chengxian had seen something so magical. He craned his neck out, eager to steal a glance below. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Tang Muning noticed his little movement and quickly pulled him back. Don't stick your head out. Once we pick up speed, your head will get separated from your body. Hearing this, Yi Chengxian shrank his neck in fear, no longer daring to be curious. On the other side, Hao Yanghua wasn't paying attention to the two. Instead, he took out his phone and sent a message to the pinned group chat, investigating Yi Chengxuan's identity. Within minutes, most of Yi Chengxuan's profile information popped up on his phone. 5 years ago, his parents went missing, leaving him to rely on his younger brother while excelling academically and working part-time to support his studies. A month after the college entrance exams, he joined the academy, awakened a B-grade ability, Demon's Eye, and within just 10 days, burned his potential to forcibly boost his ability awakening level to 5%. 8 days ago, he participated in the emergency conscription mission for the general grade wormhole, making him the only freshman to have ever joined such an urgent conscription task. That's so inspiring. Hao Yang was so moved that his blood boiled. Yi Qingxuan's resume almost looked like something straight out of a protagonist's template. The only drawback was that his ability was only B grade. If it had been just one rank higher, even if it were just rank 99, it would have been an A grade ability. The small train carrying 6 people slowly descended. When it completely entered the passageway opened by the tracks, the rails above began to seamlessly close again. The closing left not a single gap, resembling the perfect metal joints seen in movies, leaving Yi Chengxian exclaiming in awe. Except for the inexperienced Yi Chengxian, the other 5 seemed accustomed to it, showing no signs of surprise. Only the handsome man noticed Yi Qingxuan's astonishment, an involuntary look of disdain flashing through his eyes. After the passage sealed shut, the small train didn't continue descending but began moving horizontally instead. Chapter 50, Arrival at the Academy. Winter arrives in a day. Upon entering the underground tunnel beneath the underground, transparent barriers resembling windshields emerged around the small train, completely encapsulating it. Before the 6 passengers could settle into their seats, the small train abruptly accelerated. Yi Chengxian felt the objects outside the transparent barrier begin to change rapidly. He lifted his gaze ahead and saw lights flickering continuously in the tunnel before them, as if their little train was heading toward a paradise beyond the mundane world. Perhaps due to the high speed, the passengers on the little train felt a slight rocking sensation. This speed lasted for about 7 or 8 minutes. Just as everyone's seated buttocks were starting to go numb, Yi Chengxian noticed the light ahead dimming, replaced by the emergence of a faintly glowing red cavern. This is a black hole. Yi Qingxuan's eyes widened in horror. Was this little train about to carry all 6 of them straight into a demonic insect tunnel? But before he could open his mouth to ask, Hao Yanghua's voice sounded by his right ear. Mu Ningjia, I heard all us freshmen are going to an alternate universe this time? You're quite well informed. Tang Muning's voice came from his left. This training camp was specifically set up on Desert Star to isolate certain participants with external assistance, to cut off all trainees' connections to Blue Earth. Hao Yanghua, isn't this obviously targeting me then? It's not entirely about you. I heard the Zheng family's youngest son came too. Tang Muning replied, seemingly reading his thoughts. That bastard Zhangwen is here too? Hao Yanghua immediately stood up in agitation. However, he quickly sat back down as the small train had already crashed into that wormhole. Yi Chenxian fainted the moment the train entered the wormhole. Welcome to the Sand Scorpion world, all who have passed the first trial. A voice, seeming both near and far, drifted in, causing Yi Chenxian to suddenly shiver. A chill spread throughout his body as he regained consciousness, opening his eyes to a sky full of snowflakes. He was jolted awake by the cold. After his brain rebooted from a 2-second freeze, he remembered where he was. Raising his head, he saw a young man in a tailored suit standing before him, holding an umbrella while silently observing them from across the way. Snowflakes settling on his umbrella created a strangely poetic beauty. The weakest one is actually the first to wake up. The man uttered a soft exclamation, which Yi Chenxian heard clearly. Is this the freshman class? Yi Chenxian tried to stand up, but the moment he did, a gust of icy wind forced him back into his seat. Huddled beneath the seat, he shivered uncontrollably. It was unbearably cold here. Isn't this supposed to be summer? Why is there such heavy snow? Shivering violently, he finally had no choice but to activate his special ability. Only after his physical constitution improved significantly did the biting cold lessen slightly. Realizing this, his face paled. When he came to the capital to join the freshman class this time, he hadn't packed any winter down jackets or cotton-padded clothes in his luggage. If this training camp was actually going to be held in this frozen snowy wasteland, he was in for a world of suffering. Yeah, why aren't you wearing a down jacket? The man in the suit looked curiously at Yi Changyuan, who was trembling uncontrollably. When he noticed Yi Changyuan's eyes suddenly turned pitch black, his expression registered surprise. Is this little fellow actually the chosen one with the supernatural ability, Demon Eye? I didn't bring a down jacket. Yi Qingxuan's teeth chattered as he spoke. Didn't you see the messages? How could you not bring winter clothes? This kind of behavior is just asking for trouble. The suited man's stern lecture stopped abruptly when Yi Chengxian pulled out his old-fashioned flip phone. He fell silent looking at the outdated flip phone with its distinctly dated aesthetic. Who wouldn't be dumbfounded seeing something like this? Hey, wake up! Yi Chengxian shook each person awake one by one. He feared that if he didn't rouse these fellow short-sleeved passengers soon, they'd all freeze to death on this little train. Little brother Xian? Tang Muning was the first to wake up. After briefly scanning their surroundings, she quietly retrieved a large pink down jacket from her spatial ring and put it on. Yi Chengxian noticed the white jade ring on her hand gleam briefly before the down jacket materialized in her grasp. What a miraculous spatial ring! Soon after, the sisters, Hao Yanghua, and the handsome young man all awoke one by one. When everyone woke up and felt the chill in their bodies, they immediately pulled out down jackets and cotton pants from their spatial rings to put on. In an instant, everyone was dressed in winter clothing, making Yi Chengxian the odd one out. Everyone had brought thick clothes with them, except him. Shivering for a few moments, he lightly nudged Hao Yanghua beside him. Hey, bro Hao Yang, lend me a down jacket, will you? It's not easy to raise, it's Hao Yanghua. Hao Yanghua muttered as he pulled a different set of down jacket and thermal pants from his spatial ring. Yi Changxian quickly put them on, and after a short while, his body gradually regained warmth. Brother Yi, your eyes changed color, is that your superpower? Hao Yanghua noticed Yi Chengxuan's eyes. At his words, everyone turned to look at Yi Chengxuan's eyes. Apart from Tang Muning, who already knew about Yi Chengxuan's special ability, the pair of sisters and the young man fell into thought after seeing his eyes. If everyone's ready, let's move out. The man in the suit started urging them on. Seeing this, the group had no choice but to disembark from the small train, leaving only the distressed Hao Yanghua staring mournfully at the mountain-sized pile of luggage. Yi Chengxian pulled his suitcase along while asking curiously, how did you manage to bring so many suitcases? Can trains even fit all these boxes? I didn't take the train. Hao Yanghua's chubby cheeks jiggled as he spoke. I was flown here on my family's private jet. These suitcases were all carried up by my bodyguards, and they left right after unloading everything. Hao Yanghua's jaw-droppingly extravagant remark stunned Yi Chengxian into silence. Suddenly, Yi Chengxian understood the saying, pity often masks contemptible traits. But after all, it's awkward to refuse a kindness, and since they'd just given him warm clothes, he kindly helped unload all the luggage from the train. After stepping off the small train, he also took notice of his surroundings. Behind the train stretched an endless stretch of railroad tracks disappearing into the distance. Yi Chengxian knew these tracks led to the wormhole's transmission point. Turning to the other side, he saw a campsite. At the sight of it, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him. This campsite closely resembles the one from the previous timeline where Kong Yuro had set up as chief, though this one is noticeably larger in scale. The camp consists of numerous yurt-shaped tents varying in size, some enormous ones spanning 40 to 50 meters in diameter, while others are as small as picnic tents. The most fantastical aspect is the semicircular energy dome enclosing the entire camp like an inverted bowl. Why does this energy barrier seem so familiar? He felt this energy shield was modeled after some sci-fi movie. Chapter 51, Yi Chengxuan's team. Follow me. The man in the suit glanced impassively at Hao Yanghua's dozen or so suitcases before turning with his umbrella and walking toward the energy shield. My suitcase. Hao Yanghua let out a faint whimper. Let's go inside first. Yi Chengxian tugged at him helplessly. Check the situation inside first. These suitcases won't go missing if we leave them here. With no other choice, Hao Yanghua followed them toward the energy shield, wearing a sorrowful expression. Apart from the man in the suit, none of the six carried umbrellas. The snow had blanketed their hats entirely, making them look like 6 snowmen. As they approached the energy barrier, the man in the suit turned and said, keep your student ID or any identification card with academy credentials on you. The energy barrier will open a small passage for you to pass through. With that, he stepped into the energy barrier, which rippled like water, slowly parting to reveal an entrance. After the suited man walked through, the recently opened energy barrier miraculously sealed itself, returning to its original form. The six followed his example and stepped through the energy barrier. The camp was still engulfed in heavy snowfall, which puzzled Yi Chengxian. How could this energy shield fail to block the snow? A biting cold wind relentlessly whipped at his cheeks, forcing him to tug his collar higher to shield his face from the chill. The man in the suit addressed the group. A map is posted at the entrance of the main camp ahead. Once you locate the freshman dormitories on it, you can go choose your preferred accommodations. This is your reward for passing the first hidden trial. Instructor, may I ask if the regular class freshmen will be staying with us too? Hao Yanghua pressed for an answer. Them? The man in the suit chuckled lightly and said indifferently, only you students from the advanced class can enter this alternate universe, 105 people in 21 groups, with only 21 dorm rooms. As for those ordinary class students, they can just train casually on Blue Star. There are 105 people in the advanced class? Yi Chengxian suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. Several people, including Uncle Lin, had mentioned that he was likely the worst performer in this advanced class, but he found it hard to accept. Whether in school or elsewhere, he had always been at the top of his class since childhood. But he also knew that relying solely on his B-rank ability, Demon's Eye, he would undoubtedly be at the bottom of this training camp. Yet, his greatest trump card had never been this ability. There are about 10 days left until the next time travel. That extra month of time is my hope for a comeback, he murmured inwardly. After the last time travel, he realized that if he died in the future world, he would immediately return to the real world. But if he survived, he could stay in that future world for a full month. The thought of meeting Kong Yuro, whose awakened ability had reached 50%, after the time travel made him secretly anticipate the journey 10 days from now. Alright, after you've studied the map, go choose your dorm rooms. Formal training begins the day after tomorrow. Teacher Tang, come with me. The suited instructor nodded at Tang Muning before dismissing the 6 students. Instructor, why does formal training start the day after tomorrow? The notice said it begins tomorrow, Hao Yanhua asked. This delayed start is your reward for passing the first round of assessments. As for those who failed, the suited man's lips curled slightly upward. I'll be giving them a proper evaluation soon enough. He emphasized the words proper evaluation with particular weight. Hearing his words, all 5 candidates who had passed the first trial couldn't help but shiver. Anyone with a brain could guess this trial wasn't something easily overcome. Ignoring their reactions, the man in the suit led Tang Muning toward the largest tent and departed. Let's go, Brother Yi. After picking our dorms, I still need to fetch my luggage. Hao Yanghua rubbed his chubby hands together. I'd heard desert planets' climate cycles between 4 years of summer and 4 years of winter, but I never imagined it'd be this cold. Several people carrying clothes walked to the entrance of the largest yurt. Outside the door, there was a bulletin board with a map pasted on it. The bulletin board was quite plain, and the paper on it strikingly resembled the kind of ranking charts posted in high schools to display the top students. On the bulletin board, there was a list in tabular form and a simple map. Hao Yanghua ran over to look at the tabular list, while Yi Chengxian walked over to examine the map. The map showed the canteen and dormitories, even including a circle indicating the sports field. The canteen was very close to the dormitory area. After locating the main camp on the map, he could roughly guess where the dormitory was. Holy shit, Brother Yi, we're in the same group. Hao Yanghua's surprised exclamation suddenly rang out. He turned his head to look at the position Hao Yanghua was pointing at. The first name listed in that row was his own, with Hao Yanghua's name following closely behind. Group 20, Yi Chengxian, Hao Yanghua, Sun Tianjiao, Lilia, Seat Songlin. There were 21 groups in total, and theirs was ranked second to last. In silence, he glanced at the visibly excited Hao Yanghua. With this guy around, how strong could the other members of this group possibly be? Ha! Hao Yanghua's surprised voice rang out. This Lilia's name sounds a bit like the catfolk princess. What are catfolk? Yi Chengxian asked curiously. You don't even know about catfolk. Well, it's another world, similar to this desert planet we're standing on right now. Hao Yanghua, recalling the other's outdated phone, proceeded to explain this common knowledge most supernaturals would know. Catfolk are creatures who look human but have extra cat features like tails and ears, and their voices are all soft and sweet. Hold on a second. Yi Chengxian looked at him with disgust. Wipe that drool off your mouth. Ahem. Hao Yanghua awkwardly wiped his lips and pointed at Lilia's name. I heard there's a felinoid participating in this advanced class. I wonder if it's this Lilia. What's strange though is that if the felinoid sent someone to attend our academy's advanced class, they should have been assigned to the first few groups. I don't know why they put her in ours. Yi Chengxian nodded half understandingly and looked toward the dormitory area. Let's go pick our dorm first. Unless something changes, we'll be living together from now on. Before leaving, he borrowed Hao Yanghua's smartphone to take a photo of the name list. Chapter 52, the prerequisite for slaying an emperor-level demon. Yi Chengyuan had heard there were differences between the dormitories, but only upon arriving at the residential area did he realize how vast the disparities truly were. The best accommodations consisted of just 2 Mongolian yurts. Inside each, there were 5 separate rooms, every one equipped with its own private bathroom. The less well-appointed yurts had only 2 rooms, with a single bathroom per yurt. It was clear each group's boys occupied one room while the girls took the other. But even so, the shabby interior of the yurt looked roughly the same as his rented apartment in Jiangcheng. Is this what you call not even fit for dogs to live in? He sneered, glaring at Hao Yanghua. Exactly, Hao Yanghua said with an air of indisputable logic. No matter how down and out someone is, surviving in these conditions would be impossible, right? This sentence made Yi Chengxuan's face darken with a frown. After returning to the nicest dormitory area, he found a private room inside and placed his suitcase there. The private room was quite spacious, featuring an extra-large double bed that looked so inviting he wanted to immediately flop onto it and roll around. After tidying up briefly, he accompanied Hao Yanghua to fetch the remaining dozen or so suitcases from outside the camp. After 5 or 6 round trips, the two of them, panting heavily, finally moved all the suitcases into Hao Yanghua's room. Brother Yi, you're truly a good man. Here's the spatial ring I promised you earlier. Hao Yanghua took off one of his spatial rings, emptied its contents, and handed it to Yi Chengxian. How could I possibly accept this? Yi Chengxian said politely, yet he took the spatial ring and immediately slipped it onto his finger. Hao Yanghua, you seem to have no trouble accepting it at all. Yi Chengxian was still wearing an ability inhibitor on his left hand when he slipped the ring onto his ring finger right in front of Hao Yanghua. The spatial ring seemed to have an automatic shrinking function. After he put it on, it contracted slightly, fitting his ring finger perfectly. Brother Yi, that thing on your wrist, it wouldn't happen to be an ability inhibitor, would it? Suddenly, Hao Yanhua's trembling voice broke the silence. Yi Chengxian glanced at him with a hint of suspicion before openly admitting, yeah, what about it? If this fat guy even has something as precious as a spatial ring, he probably doesn't lack the ability suppressor Uncle Lin gave him either, does he? Yet Hao Yanghua's heart was anything but calm. He cast a complicated glance at Yi Chengxian, and all the disdain he had harbored for him dissipated without a trace. What's wrong? This is an ability suppressor we're talking about. Although space rings are precious, they still have a market value, at least they can definitely be purchased with money. But the ability suppression device is different. It's an exclusive item of exiled clans, not only priceless and unavailable on markets, but also the only thing capable of freely controlling the awakening level of abilities. It's said that when the owner's ability awakening level reaches a certain threshold, the effect of the ability suppression device greatly increases. Though he didn't know exactly what this effect was, he was certain of one fact. Every human Slayer Emperor had an ability suppression device on them. The Emperor Slayer is a human who slaughters Emperor-level demons. However, no human who has slaughtered an Emperor-level demon has ever emerged unscathed. They all meet their demise in the end. Yet, this is the only way to kill an Emperor-level demon. Every Awakened knows it. The sole method to slay an Emperor-level demon is to trade life for life. No one has ever survived after killing one. His father once spent a fortune to buy 5 king-level demon cores, hoping to exchange them for an ability suppression device, but the attempt failed every time. The value of the ability suppression device is unmistakable. The reason he could recognize the ability suppression device was because he had been present during his father's transaction with that forbidden clan member. As he watched Yi Chengxuan's indifferent expression, Hao Yanghua was utterly astonished. Unconsciously, Yi Chengxuan's stature in his mind grew exponentially, so much so that he even entertained the illusion that this man before him could one day trade blows with an emperor-class fiend. Yi Chengxian tucked his wristband back into his sleeve, blocking Hao Yanghua's gaze. He asked Hao Yanghua for a few more winter outfits before retreating to his small room. The room had a charging outlet. He plugged in his outdated mobile phone. Watching the screen flicker back to life, he pressed the power button. The smartphone from his pocket had been confiscated by Hao Yanghua, though the chubby man promised to gift him the latest market model once they left this alternate universe. The phone turned on, and as expected, there was no signal. Interestingly, though, there was one unread message. He opened the message. The sender wasn't Con Yuro or his younger brother Yi Hongxian, but Ji Yangyan. Xiao Xian, thank you so much for the money you left. I've found a job with good benefits. Grandpa Chi's health has improved a lot. I know you left Jiangcheng yesterday, so I just wanted to update you. I plan to take Grandpa to the capital for thorough treatment and will be away for about 2 months. If you return and don't find us, don't worry. I'll help with your university tuition. You don't have to keep working so hard every day. The message was long, yet Yi Chengxian could deeply feel Brother Chi's care for him. This is truly fantastic news. He heaved a long sigh, his gaze falling upon the spatial ring on his finger. The spatial ring is akin to a Qianquan ring, containing its own small pocket dimension that allows for item storage without adding any weight. When he focused his attention on the spatial ring, he suddenly sensed a void space of approximately 4 to 5 cubic meters materializing in his mind. He tried to fit the bracelet suppressor inside. It wouldn't fit. Picking up the suitcase again, he attempted to store both his backpack and the suitcase. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the suitcase miraculously vanished before his eyes and appeared within that small mental space. With another flick of thought, the suitcase materialized before him once more. This is actually pretty fun. After storing items several more times and becoming proficient with the spatial ring, he neatly packed the suitcase contents inside it, trying to maximize the available space. After roughly tidying up the room, he put on winter clothes, ready to go out and find Hao Yanghua. The map on the bulletin board earlier showed the cafeteria was located not far from the dormitory, so he planned to take Hao Yanghua there to check for any available food. Chapter 53, Earthquake. Inside the camp. The camp seemed to be draped in a snow-white garment as snowflakes fluttered down endlessly from the vast sky. Countless pure white snowflakes, jade-like in their beauty, landed on the tents, accumulating several centimeters thick in no time. Brother Yi, I'm not hungry right now. How about we head back first? Hao Yanghua shivered, the flesh on his face trembling rhythmically. Let's check out the cafeteria. Yi Chengxian squatted down and brushed away a thick layer of snow, revealing the soil beneath. I heard this is supposed to be a desert planet? Right, there are many creatures called sand scorpions here. Are sand scorpions also a type of demon? Yi Chengxian inquired. Not exactly. You could say they're similar to cat people, creatures outside Earth's biological chain. Think of this desert planet as a place where humans keep livestock, except these livestock are alien creatures, Hao Yanghua explained. As they chatted, the two arrived at the dining hall marked on the map. The cafeteria was also a yurt-like tent, resembling a university dining hall. When the two entered, it was eerily quiet inside, with only a cafeteria lady busying herself. Yi Chengxian stepped forward and asked, "Hello, may I ask if there's any food available here?" Without even looking up, the cafeteria lady replied, "No hot meals, but over there are dry rations and boiled water. Help yourself." They followed her pointing finger to a table. On it stood a row of compressed food items resembling emergency ration biscuits, tightly sealed in plastic packaging. Is this some kinda superhuman ration? Hao Yanghua seemed to recognize the item. What superhuman ration? Yi Chengxian stepped forward, grabbed a compressed food packet, tore open the wrapping to reveal an unappetizing black lump. He took a tentative bite, not exactly tasty, but not awful either. So he took a few more bites. Brother Yi, let's head back. My spatial ring still got plenty of self-heating meal boxes, tastes way better than this superhuman chow. Hao Yanghua eyed the ration in his hands with undisguised disdain. The flavor's actually not bad. Yi Chengxian took a few more bites. The taste remained somewhat strange, slightly salty, probably the only flavor the superhuman ration had to offer. Brother Yi, you call this stuff not bad? Hao Yanghua looked utterly astonished. If you mixed this with water to feed a dog, the dog wouldn't even glance at it twice. Yi Chengxian. This little fatty had found multiple ways to insult him, but it was fine. He'd remember this. Humph, eat it or don't. In a little while, you'll be begging for this ration and still won't get any. The middle-aged woman nearby overheard Hao Yanghua's comment and sneered. You don't need to worry about that. Hao Yanghua glanced at her indifferently. All the food in my spatial ring is enough for Brother Yi and me to last half a year. Really? Yi Chengxian gave him a strange look. This guy had so many spatial rings all filled up, could they really all contain just food? No wonder he had so many bags and suitcases, adding up to more than a dozen. Earlier, when Hao Yanghua was unpacking the suitcases, Yi Chengxian saw that one entire suitcase was packed with all kinds of snacks. I originally thought only that one suitcase contained snacks, but it seems like all the suitcases are packed with food. Ha! The middle-aged woman just let out a cold chuckle. Let's go, Brother Yi. I'll treat you to something delicious back at our place. Hao Yanghua glared at the woman in annoyance as he pulled Yi Chengxian to leave. Wait a moment. Yi Chengxian paused to think, staring at the entire table densely covered with these superhuman ration packs. Since no one seems to like eating this stuff, with a sweep of his hand, he stuffed half the dried rations on the table into his spatial ring. After packing them away, he stole another glance at the cafeteria lady. Only when he saw she didn't react did he finally relax. Brother Yi, why'd you take all that? Hao Yanghua asked, puzzled. Yi Chengxian blinked. These rations should have a long shelf life, right? I'm just stocking up for a rainy day. He had a hunch that this dry ration might just save his life in the coming days. Alright, as long as you're happy. Hao Yanghua felt somewhat helpless, but recalling Yi Chengxian's background, he automatically attributed this behavior to a personality prone to chasing small advantages. After taking the food, Yi Chengxian filled 2 more thermoses with hot water and stored them in his spatial ring. He had no intention of drinking Hao Yanghua's carbonated beverages. After finishing the self-heating hot pot at Hao Yanghua's place, Yi Chengxian returned to his own room. After showering in the bathroom, he immediately sat on his bed and began meditating to cultivate his energy. He had always been a diligent person, whether in academics or the tedious practice of cultivation. His attitude was consistently serious and meticulous, possessing remarkable perseverance that ordinary people seldom achieved. The monotonous training began. After an indefinite amount of time, he suddenly sensed a faint vibration, which immediately snapped him out of his focused state. He quickly scrambled to his feet, noticing the ceiling lamp swinging overhead, then hastily threw on a down jacket and rushed outside. Arriving at Hao Yanghua's door, he knocked several times, but received no response from within. Could it be that guy noticed something was wrong and ran off ahead of time? He pondered for a few seconds before abruptly lifting his foot and delivering a powerful kick. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the door before him was kicked wide open. Yi Chengxian looked at the person lying on the bed like a corpse inside, strode right in, and yanked Hao Yanghua out of dreamland. Earthquake! Run! He slapped Hao Yanghua's face, the icy touch instantly jolting him awake. Hao Yanghua stared at the swaying light bulb on the ceiling, finally realizing the earthquake was happening. In one fluid motion, he sprang up, threw on thick clothes faster than ever in his life, and bolted for the door without even grabbing his luggage. Witnessing this, Yi Chengyuan could only shake his head helplessly before following suit. The heavy snow outside had stopped at some point without notice. Apart from him and Hao Yanghua, the pair of sisters and the handsome young man were also standing outside. Clearly, everyone had been awakened by the inexplicable earthquake. When the two of them emerged, the trio merely glanced their way before averting their eyes. A bone-chilling wind seeped through the gaps in their clothes, making Yi Chengxian want to immediately turn back and burrow into his warm blankets. Chapter 54, Point System, Special Squad? It's alright, you all can go back now. Everyone turned toward the direction of the voice and saw Tang Muning walking toward them. This is normal. You can all go back to sleep without worrying. Tang Muning's expression didn't look particularly relaxed. Okay, Sister Muning. Hao Yanghua was the first to speak up. Without hesitation, he turned around and went back to sleep. Getting back under the covers now, the bedding should still be warm. You four should head back too. Once the main group arrives the day after tomorrow, you won't get to be this relaxed anymore. Tang Muning blinked playfully. As she finished speaking, she seemed to remember something and addressed the four of them seriously. The rules for this year's freshman advancement class are slightly different from last year's. She played a coy little game, watching the four of them with curiosity etched on their faces before continuing. This year will follow the same point-based scoring system as before, but I've heard that the top scoring group this time might qualify as a reserve special squad. Yi Chen didn't feel anything out of the ordinary yet, but he noticed that handsome man and those expressionless twin sisters were all suddenly showing signs of excitement simultaneously. What is the special reserve squad? With the good habit of asking whatever questions came to mind, Yi Changxian posed the inquiry that made several people glare at him simultaneously. Tang Muning hesitated for a moment before saying, "You should go ask Hao Yanghua when you get back. He should know what the special squad is." Special squad. Yi Changxian pondered for a bit. The name of this squad seemed vaguely familiar. He might have heard it from Kong Yuro. Got it, Sister Muning. He turned around, preparing to wake up someone who'd just laid down. Watching his retreating figure, Tang Muning thought helplessly, "Your team basically has no hope of winning first place anymore, little Xian. You should just give up. That's the special squad." At the mention of this name, a glimmer of hope surfaced in her eyes. This title represented something that even she yearned to become. Yi Changxian marched purposefully to Hao Yanghua's room door and delivered a powerful kick. "Who is it?" Hao Yanghua immediately flipped over and sat up. "Wake up!" Yi Changxian sat on his bed and said, "Teacher Tang Muning just announced that the top scoring team this time will directly qualify as a reserve special squad. Can you tell me what a special squad is?" "What?" Hao Yanghua bolted upright, looking astonished. "You're saying the top scoring team this time gets a chance to become a reserve special squad?" But barely a second later, he slumped back down dejectedly. "Never mind, since we're talking about first place on the scoreboard, that obviously has nothing to do with our team." This was the plain truth. What right did they have to compete for the top spot against a team composed of S-rank and A-rank ability users? "Tell me about this special team." Yi Changxian patted his blanket and asked with curiosity, "Bro, how come you don't even know about the special unit?" Hao Yanghua seemed utterly exasperated, though he still managed to explain weakly, "The special unit isn't subordinate to any city or region in China. This organization takes orders only from the central authorities. No local city government has any authority over them. One more thing, the special unit holds immense authority. No matter which city they visit, that city must do everything possible to meet their demands. If they delay the special unit's mission." As he spoke, he made a slicing motion across his throat. The Huaxia Special Squad is the dream organization every Huaxia superhuman aspires to join. This squad operates across all of Huaxia, handling unresolved wormhole incidents and special events in various regions. For instance, wormholes above king level. By the way, each special squad has the capability to independently resolve a king-level wormhole. Seemingly thirsty from talking, Hao Yanghua took out a bottle of cola from his spatial ring and gulped down half of it in one go. After drinking for a while, he remembered there was someone in front of him, so he pulled out another bottle and asked, "Do you want some?" "No, keep talking," Yi Changxian urged. Hearing this, Hao Yanghua disappointedly put the cola away and continued, "Joining the special squad is every superhuman stream. You should know, even the Hall Masters and the principal of Twilight Academy have to show some respect to the captain of the special squad. If the reward for winning first place in this group competition is becoming a reserve member of the special squad, I bet those elites will go all out." Yi Changxian looked puzzled. "Since you said the special squad handles wormhole incidents that local organizations can't manage, doesn't that mean joining it comes with huge life-threatening risks? Why are all those superpowered individuals so eager to join? How can you be such a coward?" Hao Yanghua widened his eyes, looking at him incredulously. "The special squad is an organization every superpowered person dreams of joining. Just getting in means you're a national hero of China, worshipped by everyone. You must have been brainwashed beyond help." Yi Changxian curled his lip but kept this thought to himself. The special squad sounded intriguing, but they always had to go to the most dangerous places in China. He wasn't fond of that life-on-the-line feeling. Such thrills were better left to the adventurous youth. Thinking this way, he reassured, "Alright, I get it. I'd like to join the special squad too, but I doubt our team's strength is enough to take first place." "Yeah, what a shame," Hao Yanghua sighed. "By the way, what does this points system mean?" "Teacher Tang Muning just told me the group competition will be scored on a points basis," Yi Changxian inquired. Apparently realizing Yi Changxian understood nothing, Hao Yanghua had no choice but to explain these basics. The point system assigns scores based on different tasks, with the total points determining each team's ranking. For example, say the academy assigns a task to all teams. The team that completes it fastest and with the highest quality earns the maximum points towards their total score. Other teams receive progressively fewer points, with the last place team getting none at all. Of course, points are also calculated based on task difficulty. The harder the mission, the more points you can earn. One important note, the final assessment accounts for 70% of the total score. It's like regular points make up the usual grades, while the final assessment is the exam that carries enormous weight. I've heard that in the past, many teams with originally low scores in the advanced class have managed to turn things around during the final assessment. Chapter 55, Earthquake repeats, advanced class students arrive one after another. The next day, there was still one day left before the other students of the advanced class would arrive. With nothing better to do, Yi Chengxian decided to go out for a stroll. But as soon as he left the dormitory, he noticed 5 new students had arrived in the dorm area. These newcomers seemed to have also discovered the underground platform and taken the small train over. 2 of the 5 new students appeared to be foreign in appearance. He glanced at them briefly before paying them no further mind. This incident reminded him of something. He returned to his room and wrote down the names of all 5 members in his group, then posted the list on the dormitory door. This way, there'd be no worry about group members arriving and having to search for other dorms. Around 2 o'clock that afternoon, the earthquake-like tremor occurred again. But this time, he didn't run away. Instead, he stayed in bed, lost in thought. Could this earthquake be the second phase of the academy's assessment? He put on his clothes and left the dormitory, noticing that several tents were already lit with lamps inside. Clearly people had settled in there. Judging by the brightness of the tents, members from 6 groups have already arrived by now, 10 people in total across 6 groups. This means besides him and Manhwa, other teams were also paired up. That pair of sisters I ran into on the little train earlier seemed to be part of our group too, didn't they? He was about to leave. Are you the magic eye ability user teamed up with that dead fatty Hao Yang? He turned his head and saw a blonde teenager in golden-trimmed pajamas speaking. The boy was handsome, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this guy bore him ill will. And you are? He asked. My name is Zhangwen, you must have heard of me. Never heard of you. Yi Chengxian turned to leave without hesitation. This Zhangwen had come with immediate hostility, though Yi Chengxian was certain he'd never offended the man. In that case, he saw no reason to give the guy any courtesy either. Still, why did Zhang Wen's name sound so familiar? Wait a minute. Zhang Wen's expression shifted. No one had ever dared to ignore him like this. What do you want? Yi Chengxian stopped walking and turned to look at him. Zhang Wen's face darkened as he lowered his voice. You don't honestly think cozying up to that fat bastard means I can't touch you, do you? Have you lost your mind? Yi Chengxian frowned. I don't even know you. Stop barking at me with that ridiculous emo haircut of yours. I don't have time for your childish games. With that, he paid no further attention to Zhang Wen and left the dormitory area directly. Watching his retreating figure, Zhang Wen's face darkened like coal. Yi Chengxian had no idea that because of Hao Yanghua's actions, he had unwittingly offended a certain young master. Holding his trainee card, he left the camp and spotted the tracks not far away. These tracks were the same ones the small train had traveled on earlier, but now there was no trace of the train in sight. Has the little train gone back to Blue Star to pick people up? He trudged slowly along the tracks. Since it hadn't snowed all day, the accumulated snow wasn't as thick as yesterday. Now his shoes only sank slightly with each step, instead of plunging knee-deep like the day before. He looked up at the sky, a monotonous gray expanse with nothing discernible. Who knows if this desert planet even has visible suns or moons? It's supposed to be a desert planet, yet it's bitterly cold. He trudged along the railroad tracks step by step, walking for about half an hour before finally spotting the entrance to the dark tunnel. Who is it? Before he could get close, 2 red dots suddenly appeared, one fixed on his forehead, the other directly over his heart. Those couldn't be sniper rifle lasers. Yi Chengxian suddenly felt a wave of deathly aura rushing toward him, goosebumps rising all over his skin. Instinctively activating his demon eyes, his pupils instantly darkened into an ink-black hue. Don't shoot, I'm a student. With absolute composure, he quickly pulled out his student ID from his pocket to prove his identity as a trainee. Simultaneously, he discreetly kept an eye on his surroundings. There were no places to hide nearby, except for that wormhole towering like a house, massive as a small hill. Where did these 2 guys hide? His eyes narrowed slightly. First-year recruits? The voice sounded puzzled, but the next moment it turned stern. Return to your dorm immediately. If you leave the camp without permission again, you'll be punished for violating military regulations. I'll go back right now. Yi Chengxian slowly turned around and began retracing his footsteps along the snowy path toward home. Only after walking several hundred meters did that ominous sensation of being watched finally fade away. Why do I feel those 2 weren't actually guarding that wormhole? He shoved his hands into his coat pockets, and gradually his frozen fingers began regaining warmth. If he had been slightly more ruthless just now, he could have charged straight into that wormhole. Those 2 snipers would never have reacted in time to stop him. He remembered that the 2 red dots only landed on him when he was already within 10 meters of the wormhole. If the 2 figures in the shadows were supposed to be guarding the wormhole, their vigilance was alarmingly lacking. They only noticed him when he was already so close to the wormhole. He concluded that guarding the portal was merely incidental. Whatever they were truly protecting must be something else entirely. He followed the same path back to the camp, rubbing his trembling hands together while the image of those 2 people aiming red dots at him still echoed in his mind. Strange. He felt like he was missing something. Back in his own room, the earthquake didn't occur again. After taking a hot shower, he lay down to cultivate his energy. The night passed without incident. On the third day of arriving at the desert planet, before daybreak, though Yi Changxian had never witnessed dawn here, the sounds of lively discussion outside the window roused him from deep sleep. He turned and walked to the window, where he saw dense crowds of people standing outside. Have the other students from the advanced class arrived yet? He was slightly nearsighted, able to make out the bustling crowd but unable to discern any individual faces. Before long, the group of people began heading toward the dormitory area. Gradually, he could make out the expressions on the faces of those in the front row. Their expressions seemed worn and defeated, as if they had endured some ordeal. They staggered forward, most hunched over, some clutching their waists. That posture was a sign of exhaustion, he thought to himself, having been pushed to utter fatigue by Uncle Lin's training countless times before. It's worth mentioning that this group consists entirely of attractive men and women, all with remarkably high looks. Chapter 56, The Cat Girl Lilia. Yi Changxian went to Hao Yanghua's room. After knocking yielded no result, he kicked the door open again and slapped awake the heavily sleeping Hao Yanghua. Is it mealtime? Hao Yanghua muttered groggily. Our teammates are here, get up and greet them. Yi Changxian had barely finished speaking when a knock sounded at the door. He remembered distinctly that he hadn't closed the door earlier. Turning his head, he saw a woman with cat ears standing at the doorway. Observing their somewhat compromising position, the woman awkwardly said, "Excuse me, are you Yi Changxian and Hao Yanghua? Cat people?" Hao Yanghua instantly sobered up. "Hello?" Yi Changxian quickly scrambled off Hao Yanghua's bed. "Hello everyone, my name is Lilia. May I ask where my room is?" Lilia was indeed the cat person Hao Yanghua had mentioned earlier, and Yi Changxian could now see a fluffy tail swaying behind her. The tail was also adorned with a pink furry sleeve-like accessory. Let's temporarily call it a tail sleeve. The tail sleeve swayed back and forth, just like a cat's tail in motion. Only 3 rooms left, just pick whichever you like. Yi Changxian covered the drooling Hao Yanghua with a blanket, shielding this embarrassing spectacle from view. "Thank you, you're a good person." Lilia blinked her beautiful eyes at Hao Yanghua lying on the bed with a peculiar glance. Just then, her peripheral vision caught the pile of snacks stored in the corner of the room. Her eyes faintly gleamed for an imperceptible moment before quickly returning to normal. Neither Yi Changxian nor Hao Yanghua noticed this fleeting change in her expression. Pretending nothing had happened, Lilia then stepped out of Hao Yanghua's room wearing odd green boots, dragging her suitcase behind her. It was then that Yi Changxian noticed her mink coat and the black skinny pants beneath. However, the mink coat covered everything above Lilia's knees, leaving the leg enthusiast slightly disappointed. Hao Yanghua pulled the blanket off his head and protested with a grievance. "Brother Yi, why did you cover me with the blanket again? I need to ask you something." Yi Changxian recalled the outrageous teenager from yesterday and inquired, "Do you know a rebellious punk named Zhengwen?" "Of course I know that little bastard." "Wait, you just called him a slaughtering mat?" "Ha ha ha ha, yeah, he's exactly that, with that mop of yellow hair on his head, thinking he's so damn cool." Hao Yanghua burst into laughter. The next moment, he asked in confusion, "Brother Yi, why are you bringing him up? Don't tell me that little bastard went looking for you? We ran into each other yesterday." Yi Changxian got up from the bed, frowning as he said, "Somehow he seems to hold a huge grudge against me, but I've never even met him before. He probably heard you're hanging out with me." Hao Yanghua gritted his teeth and said, "That bastard wants to mess with you just to get at me sideways." "That truly was an undeserved misfortune," Yi Changxian said impassively. "Brother Yi, I'm the one who got you into this mess." Hao Yanghua indeed wore a face full of guilt as he apologized. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, the sound of footsteps echoed as both of them turned to look toward the door. A man and a woman stepped inside together. The man appeared to be around 20 years old, lean and standing roughly 190 centimeters tall, half a head taller than Yi Changxian. The girl looked about 14 or 15 with a doll-like face. Seeing her reminded Yi Changxian of Yu Yueling, the girl with similarly youthful features who had accompanied Kong Yuro to the barbecue stall earlier. She cradled a long object wrapped in white cloth, taller than she was. Having seen many edged weapons before, Yi Changxian guessed it was probably a spear. These two must be the remaining names on the team roster, Sun Tianjiao and Si Tsonglin. He glanced at Sun Tianjiao, feeling an inexplicable sense of impending danger. "Are you two Yi Changxian and Hao Yanghua?" Sun Tianjiao asked curiously, dragging 2 suitcases as she looked at them. "We have 2 rooms left, you each can pick one." Yi Changxian glanced back and noticed Lilia was quite adept at choosing rooms. She had somehow picked the one right between his and Hao Yanghua's. When choosing rooms earlier, he had opted for one on the outermost edge, while Hao Yanghua had picked the central unit. The only remaining rooms were the 2 on Hao Yang's opposite side. Si Tsonglin strode in holding what resembled a long spear, a small bundle slung over her back as she entered the outermost room. Sun Tianjiao shrugged and walked into the chamber position between Hao Yanghua and Si Tsonglin. Yi Changxian took another glance at Si Tsonglin. The girl carried only a small bundle, and he didn't notice anything like a spatial ring on her fingers. Could she really have come to the elite freshman enhancement class with just that little? Her clothes didn't seem particularly thick either. He instantly felt a sense of kinship with her. This girl looked just as poor as he was. As for Sun Tianjiao, that exceptionally tall man, though the other party towered over him with an overwhelming height difference, that wasn't the reason for his vigilance. Even when the other hadn't activated his supernatural ability, facing him inexplicably gave Yi Changxian a sense of mortal danger. Not even when confronting Lin Yizhou, the barbecue stall owner he calls Uncle Lin, who also possessed abilities, had he ever felt such oppressive pressure while the man remained in dormant state. Seeing the others retreat to their respective rooms, he casually inquired Hao Yanghua about Zhang Wen before finally returning to his own bedroom. Zhang Wen, like Hao Yanghua, was a young master hailing from one of Huaxia's prestigious conglomerates. In short, both were filthy rich. Learning that he had somehow acquired such an enemy out of the blue, Yi Changxian felt thoroughly unsettled. Less than 10 minutes after returning to his room, a knock sounded at the door. Hao Yanghua, this better be important. Yi Qingxuan's words trailed off when he saw the tall figure at the door. Hey buddy, do you know where I can grab some food? I'm a bit hungry, Sun Tianjiao said, rubbing his stomach with a slightly goofy expression. There's one in the cafeteria, I'll take you there. Yi Qingxian turned around to finish dressing, preparing to take this future teammate to the cafeteria. Sun Tianjiao bowed slightly with gratitude. Thank you, my good friend. Is this guy always so polite? Yi Qingxian cast a sidelong glance at the towering fellow, noting how the form-fitting suit accentuated his clearly defined contours, clearly the type who appears slender in clothes but ripped underneath. He's all muscles. Ah! Just as the two were about to set off, Hao Yanghua's pig-slaughtering screams suddenly erupted from outside. Chapter 57, Vessel. When Yi Changxian and Sun Tianjiao arrived at the scene, they saw the disheveled Hao Yanghua kneeling on the bed with a completely devastated expression. Seeing the two of them, he wailed like a child about to tattle to his parents. Which damn bastard stole all my snacks? Yi Changxian. Sun Tianjiao, confused face? What's going on? Yi Changxian had just stepped forward when he suddenly noticed all the snacks that had been piled in the corner were completely gone, not even a single bottle of soda left. Huh, why would anyone steal something like snacks? His lips twitched in disbelief. I was sleeping peacefully when suddenly I heard some movement beside me. Hao Yanghua sobbed, snot and tears streaming down his face. I immediately felt like something was wrong, so I turned my head and saw a shadowy figure sneaking around where I keep my snacks, but I couldn't tell what it was doing. I screamed, and then that shadowy figure seemed to get startled and just vanished right before my eyes. Sun Tianjiao frowned skeptically. Sounds like a paranormal incident. Could our room be haunted? The moment he said that, Hao Yanghua trembled in fear. Don't tell me it's ghosts? The chubby boy's lips trembled as he spoke. Probably not. Yi Changxian walked over to the corner but found nothing. Might be some spatial-type superpower. He had personally witnessed the marvel of Uncle Lin's dimensional doors. But why would a spatial ability user stoop to stealing Hao Yang's snacks of all things? The more he thought about it, the weirder it seemed. No one else knew about Hao Yanghua's hidden snacks except the two of them, so how could someone have deliberately stolen the snacks stashed in that corner? No, that's not right. There was one other person who knew where Hao Yanghua kept these snacks. That person was... Yi Qingxuan's mind conjured up an image of a girl with cat ears and a cat tail. But that girl seemed so gentle, fragile, and polite, surely it couldn't have been her? He was somewhat puzzled too. No matter how you looked at it, that girl didn't seem like the culprit. Besides, she didn't seem like someone who enjoyed snacks much. Do cat people like eating snacks? Cat people probably prefer fish. Whoa, my snacks. Hao Yanghua cried particularly hard, as if realizing the real culprit might never be found. Seeing him so heartbroken, Yi Changxian thought all the snacks in his 10 spatial rings had been taken away, so he asked, did they take all the snacks from your spatial rings too? Are you kidding? Hao Yanghua stopped crying, puffing out his chest as he declared, even squirrels know to stash their food in multiple hiding spots. You think I'd keep all my snacks in one place? He actually seemed rather proud of himself. Did something happen? At this moment, the catgirl Lilia and Seat Songlin, who carried what appeared to be a spear while sporting a baby face, were drawn over by the commotion on their side. Yi Changxian deliberately glanced at Lilia. Currently wearing white pajamas, her delicate face seemed to have the fine downy fur unique to cats. Yet this layer of fur didn't detract from her beauty, instead adding a subtle charm that enhanced her allure. As for Seat Songlin, she was still wearing those same thin clothes from before. This chubby brother's snacks were stolen by her. Did you guys see any dark figures passing by just now? Sun Tianjiao asked the two newcomers. Haven't seen anything. Seat Songlin shook her head. I've been in my room cleaning my gun the whole time. It's proper gun cleaning. Any naughty-minded little readers, go stand in the corner. What are snacks? Lilia's fragile voice chimed in. Are they something very valuable? Yi Changxian noticed her long eyelashes fluttering, as if they could speak. Ahem, it's not valuable, but it's very important to me. Hao Yanghua felt embarrassed by her questioning, even experiencing a sense of guilt for making a fuss and causing everyone to go to such trouble. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave then. Lilia's ears twitched slightly, a subtle movement that Yi Chengxian caught with his eyes. Meisham, everyone can go back now. Hao Yanghua apologized. Sorry for disturbing you all. Hey, toughen up buddy, it's just some snacks, let's just forget about them. Sun Tianjiao comfortingly patted his chubby shoulder. It's not like you're the one who lost anything. Hao Yanghua grumbled internally, but managed to smile on the surface. I'm fine, thanks bro. For a moment, the air was thick with the scent of brotherly affection, superficial though it may be. Bored, Seat Songlin muttered before turning to head back inside. Wait a minute. Yi Chengxian called out to the two girls preparing to leave. Since we're destined to be teammates in the same squad, I suggest we share our unique abilities with each other. That way we can coordinate better in the future. I agree. Sun Tianjiao voiced her approval. Me too. Hao Yanghua temporarily forgot about his lost snacks. Seeing this, Lilia turned back as well. Alright then. Meanwhile, Sikon Lin didn't say anything, merely leaning against the doorframe. This posture alone conveyed her willingness to stay. Let me explain my ability first. My power is B-grade, Demon Eyes, currently at 5% awakening level, Yi Chengxian said before turning to Hao Yanghua. Hao Yanghua had no choice but to respond. My ability is A-grade, Digestion, Sequence 88, currently at 8.8% awakening level. Digestion? Yi Chengxian glanced at his large belly, thinking this superpower seemed somewhat impractical. My superpower is Sequence 450, Class C ability, Courage. As the name suggests, when activated, my bravery increases significantly. Currently awakened to 17.6%. Sun Tianjiao scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. A Class C superpower? Aside from Lilia, the other three looked at him with extreme astonishment, with Hao Yanghua even saying directly, how did someone with just a Class C superpower get into the advanced class? Sun Tianjiao smiled awkwardly without offering any explanation. Hao Yanghua immediately felt displeased. Had he joined a team that was perhaps a bit too lame? He initially thought Yi Chengxuan's B-grade ability was weak enough, but never expected they could sink even lower. Was even a C-grade ability acceptable here? Just as he was about to curse, my ability is Sequence 90, Vessel, with a current awakening level of 4%. Holding her long spear, Seat Somlin interrupted Hao Yanhua's words, calmly stating her ability. Vessel? What's your relation to the sky-piercing spear Patriarch C? Hao Yanghua suddenly turned to look at Seat Sonlin, or more precisely, at the spear she held in her arms. He's my grandfather, Seat Sonlin replied indifferently, as if stating the most mundane fact. Is that rifle in your arms your vessel? Wait no, I recall the Hall Master's successor was supposed to be a boy. Hao Yanghua muttered to himself. That boy is my cousin. Seat Sanglin's expression gradually turned frosty. Chapter 58, Training begins. Seemingly sensing Seat Sanglin's displeasure, Hao Yanghua promptly shut his mouth. Yi Chengxian resisted the urge to ask about the functions of vessel and digestion, shifting his gaze instead to the final member of the team, Lilia. As you can see, I'm a cat girl, so I don't possess human superpowers, only the unique talents of the felinid race, Lilia said, maintaining her usual delicate demeanor. Though she appeared harmless, the assertiveness in her eyes made it impossible for the four to ignore her presence. Is this the aura belonging to the catfolk princess? Yi Chengxian recalled how Hao Yanghua had previously told him that the catfolk had a princess named Lilia. This girl was probably her. After all, ordinary catfolk wouldn't have the qualifications to join the elite freshman advancement class. He glanced at Hao Yanghua, planning to ask later about what kind of innate abilities the catfolk possessed. Finished talking? If yes, then I'm leaving. Seat Songlin hugged her spear and walked away just like that. Sun Tianjiao moved closer to him. Buddy, let's head to the cafeteria now? Let's go. Yi Chengxuan's peripheral gaze swept past Lilia's room. When this catfolk princess was choosing her room earlier, she seemed to intentionally pick the one between his and Hao Yanhua's. At the time, he thought it was just a coincidence. But what if this catgirl had an ulterior motive? But her purpose in choosing the middle room was to steal Hao Yanhua's snacks. That explanation seems far-fetched. After all, would a dignified catfolk princess like her really be lacking for human snacks? The more he thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. If anyone was suspicious, it had to be this catgirl. But they were just missing a few snacks. Yi Chengxian shook his head and didn't dwell on it any further. Leading Sun Tianjiao toward the cafeteria, light snow fell outside, and the usually quiet dormitory area was now brightly lit, finally bearing a trace of human warmth. Brother Yi, you and that chubby fellow are truly impressive, actually passing the first round of assessments. Otherwise, we'd never have gotten to stay in such nice rooms, Sun Tianjiao remarked, rubbing his hands together with admiration. Found it by luck. Yi Chengxian lowered his gaze to the snow-covered ground. Luck is just another part of one's abilities after all. Before Sun Tianjiao could finish speaking, a broadcast suddenly blared from the loudspeakers. Notice, all freshmen must arrive at the sports field within 5 minutes. Late groups will have points deducted and face punishment. Notice, all freshmen must. Notice. The broadcast repeated 3 full times before abruptly fading away. Brother Yi, should we head to the sports field now? Sun Tianjiao implored pitifully beside him. He clutched his stomach. But I'm starving. Will you eat superhuman rations? Yi Chenxian looked at him. I love eating superhuman rations, salty and way better than the bland flour soup my sister-in-law makes, Sun Tianjiao said, his eyes gleaming. Very well, Yi Chengxian retrieved 2 pieces of dry rations from his spatial ring and handed them over. Find a spot to eat these. I'll go back and wake Hao Yang up. Got it. Sun Tianjiao took the dry rations from his hands and quickly nibbled at them while sheltering under the eaves. But he was quite loyal after all. Instead of heading straight to the sports field, he waited for them while eating his food. Meanwhile, after some deliberation, Yi Chengxian took out 2 pieces of dried provisions and tucked them into the inner pocket of his down jacket before returning to their largest tent. At this moment, Lilia and Seat Songlin had already stepped out from inside. But this time, Seat Songlin wasn't carrying her long spear, and Lilia had changed into another blue winter outfit. In just 3 encounters with this cat girl, she's already changed outfits 3 times. Yi Chengxian asked, have you guys seen Hao Yanhua? The 2 girls shook their heads. Lilia spoke up. I knocked on his door earlier but got no response. With how loud the broadcast is, he should have heard it and gone ahead to the sports field, right? Yi Chengxian glanced at the innermost door and noticed how Yanghua's was indeed tightly shut. He stepped forward and raised his foot. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of the 2 women, he kicked Hao Yanghua's door wide open. Who's there? Came the panicked and angry roar from inside, unmistakably Hao Yanghua's voice. Get up and assemble. Yi Chengxian tossed a down jacket at him. Be on the playground in 3 minutes, or run 10 kilometers as punishment. This was his way of scaring Hao Yanghua. Being extremely sensitive to time, he could vaguely sense its passage, though he couldn't retain memories over long stretches. Estimating that about a minute and a half had slipped by since the announcement, he knew if this chubby guy dawdled any longer, they'd definitely be late. At the mention of a 10-kilometer penalty run, Hao Yanghua's face changed color. He leapt out of bed at the fastest speed of his life, threw on his clothes, and completed the entire process in under 30 seconds. Let's go quickly, he urged, pulling Yi Chengxian along. They hurried outside to find the room empty. Lilia and Seat Songlin seemed to have already left. As they exited the tent, they spotted Sun Tianjiao still munching on dry rations. The guy ate surprisingly fast though. Yi Chengxian had given him 2 portions of dry food earlier, yet he'd already finished one in barely a minute. Stop eating now, let's head to the playground first. Yi Chengxian signaled him to stash the dry rations inside his down jacket's inner pocket, then quickly followed the crowd toward the sports field. At this hour, many others were just emerging from their warm tents too. Most looked confused but were being pulled along by teammates from their own groups. Yi Chengxian calculated the timing in his head. Despite seeing some people still shuffling sluggishly, he kept forcefully dragging Hao Yanghua forward at a brisk pace. Brother Yi, huff huff, I think, huff huff, we could slow down a bit. Hao Yanghua gasped between labored breaths. Perhaps noticing some around him slowing their pace, he entertained the thought of doing the same. You can't stop, stopping means being late. Yi Chengxian had barely opened his mouth when a gust of icy wind forced its way down his throat, irritating his airways unbearably. Sun Tianjiao remained silent, simply following the pair quietly. When he noticed Hao Yanghua moving too slowly, he even bent down, scooped up a handful of snow, and stuffed it into his mouth. Just choked on some dry rations, eating some snow to push it down. Finally, when Yi Chengxuan's countdown showed roughly 10 seconds remaining, they finally arrived at the sports field. Dozens of trainees were already standing on the field, all clad in differently styled down jackets that created a colorful mosaic at first glance. At the front podium of the playground stood a suited man holding a megaphone. The man in the suit was the same one who had picked up the 6 of them earlier, except today he wasn't holding that black umbrella. Time's up. The suited man's voice rang out, all those arriving late, line up behind me. Seeing this, Hao Yanghua gave Yi Chengxian a thumbs up. Brother Yi, from now on you're my elder brother. That was absolutely badass. If we'd slowed down just now, we might have ended up behind that guy. Sun Tianjiao also nodded in agreement. The 3 searched everywhere, yet unexpectedly couldn't find Lilia and Seconglin among the crowd. At the sight before him, Yi Chengxuan's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition welled up inside him. Chapter 59, 10-kilometer penalty run. Big bro, when you came to get me earlier, did you see that cat girl and the little girl from the sea family? Hao Yan gulped hard before asking Yi Chengxian with difficulty. When I went to call you, the 2 of them were preparing to leave. They should have arrived by now, Yi Chengxian said gravely. As he spoke, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned to Sun Tianjiao. Brother Tianjiao, while you were eating by the entrance, did you see those 2 girls from our group? Nope. After you went inside, you came out with this brother here. Sun Tianjiao shook his head. I didn't see those 2 girls at all. Hearing this, Yi Chengxian seemed to realize something. Before long, they spotted Lilia and Seat Songlin, who was clutching her long spear, arriving late amidst the crowd of tardy students. Just as he had suspected, Seat Songlin had initially come empty-handed but then realized she'd forgotten her spear. She went back to her bedroom to retrieve it, with Lilia accompanying her. At the time, he happened to be leaving the room with Hao Yanghua and didn't see the two girls. Assuming they had already left, he directly pulled Hao Yanghua and Sun Tianjiao along to the sports field. Judging by the speed of the two women, they must have lingered briefly in the tent after retrieving their spears before realizing he and Hao Yanghua had already left. By the time they rushed toward the sports field now, it was already too late. Shouldn't everyone be here by now? The man in the suit waited until no more latecomers trickled in before raising his voice. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Heshu, your chief instructor for this advanced training course. You may address me as Instructor Jiang. For the coming period, I will be fully responsible for your training. His voice rang out clearly through the loudspeakers, reaching all 105 freshmen standing on the sports field. But on the very first day of gathering, someone actually showed up late. His voice suddenly turned serious. To ensure everyone learns from this lesson, I've instructed the academy to activate the spatial suppression of the energy barrier. Starting today, no one will be able to use their spatial rings. Hearing this news, most people on the sports field were startled. Yi Chengxian even attempted to communicate with his spatial ring, only to discover that he had completely lost contact with it. Before this, he had stored all his worldly possessions inside that spatial ring, though truth be told, his entire fortune wasn't worth much to begin with. But compared to him, Hao Yanghua howled in anguish. Damn it all. That snack-stealing thief, I swear I'll hunt him down. Earlier, to prevent his snacks from being pilfered again, Hao Yanghua had stashed every last treat back into his spatial ring. But just now, Instructor Jiang Heshu mentioned that someone activated the space suppression of the energy shield, making all spatial rings unusable? If we're talking about the biggest loser present, if he claims second place, no one would dare claim first. Brother Fatty, honestly, having your spatial ring sealed isn't such a big deal. Seeing Hao Yanghua so heartbroken, Sun Tianjiao kindly comforted him. Can't you use your spatial ring either? Hao Yanghua looked at him. Sun Tianjiao shook his head. I don't have a spatial ring. Hao Yanghua. Now, any group with late members, everyone in that group, go stand behind me. Drill instructor Jiang Heshu's voice boomed across the field. At these words, the expressions of many who hadn't been late changed instantly. For a moment, no one moved at all. Yi Chengxian sighed and said, let's go over there. Let's go, he said, taking the lead as he left the field with Hao Yang, who wore a look of resignation, and Sun Tianjiao, seemingly indifferent. They found Seat Songlin and the cat girl Lilia, taking their places beside them. Sorry, it's all my fault for forgetting to bring the stuff in the first place. I ended up dragging you all into this. Upon seeing the three of them, Seat Songlin whispered guiltily. Seeing the little girl looking so guilty, Hao Yanghua scratched his head sheepishly and said, it's my fault for sleeping so soundly and holding everyone up. If it's all your fault, then I've got nothing left to say. Yi Chengxian quipped playfully. But with his interruption, Seat Sonlin's guilt-ridden heart felt a little lighter. Meanwhile, over at the playground, spurred by Yi Chengshuan's group taking the lead, members of the other teams reluctantly followed suit and walked over to stand behind Jiang Heshu. After a while, most people had gathered behind Jiang Heshu. However, 10 people remained on the field. These were the two groups that had no latecomers. The two groups without any latecomers will jointly receive first place, earning 200 points each. As for the rest who were late, Jiang Heshu turned and addressed all the tardy groups. The late groups will be punished by running 10 kilometers along this lit path. The first team to finish will receive third place points, the second team will get fourth place points, and so on. He pointed to another path, where a distinct blue halo shimmered, seemingly guiding the way forward. Yet this road stretched endlessly ahead, and everyone vaguely sensed that following it would lead them away from the camp. Seriously, 10 kilometers of penalty running. Hao Yanghua wailed as he looked at Yi Chengxian. Brother Yi, I thought you were just trying to scare me before. Yi Chengxian, is there any possibility that I was actually just bluffing you before? I should have kept my damn mouth shut. He felt like slapping himself twice hard across the face. On such a freezing day, still bundled in bulky winter clothes, running without taking them off was exhausting, but taking them off meant freezing. Winter jogging is pure torture. Captain Jiang, how do we know when we've run 10 kilometers? At that moment, someone directed the question to Jiang Heshu. I just told you follow the lights along that path. They'll guide you back here exactly 10 kilometers later. Jiang Heshu turned his stern gaze toward the speaker and snapped, next time, remember to shout report before asking. Yi Chengxian glanced at the speaker and noticed the gloomy-looking guy with spiky punk hair standing beside him. Zhang is this person from Zhang Wen's team? As if sensing his gaze, Zhang Wen looked over from a distance. Yi Chengxian locked eyes with him for a few moments before turning away. Still, this encounter etched itself into his memory. Waiting for the time jump 8 days later, he needed to investigate Zhang Wen's history. Having such a potential opponent around made him feel uneasy. Run! What are you all waiting for? Seeing no one move, Jiang Heshu couldn't help but urge them. I suppose none of you have had lunch yet? Those who finish running first can head to the cafeteria to eat. Hearing this, Yi Chengxian felt his stomach growl a little. The assembly broadcast rang out right before mealtime. What a dirty trick the academy pulled. Fortunately, he'd secretly stashed 2 pieces of dry rations in his clothes before coming. Feeling the superhuman rations hidden against his chest, he congratulated himself for having the foresight to save these 2 pieces. Chapter 60, the powerful ability called digestion. Quite a few people were genuinely hungry. Hearing Jiang Hashu's words, some immediately rushed out. The first few to leave were clearly far superior in physical condition compared to the others. Yi Chengxian realized those individuals must have unlocked their genetic locks, meaning their supernatural awakening had reached 10%. At the thought of awakening levels, his gaze shifted to the only genetic lock opener in their team, Sun Tianjiao. Maybe I should stay with you guys? Feeling his gaze, Sun Tianjiao hesitated before speaking. Alright, let's hurry up and run so we can finish early and eat. Yi Chengxuan's group also started moving. As they began running, he noticed Si Tsonglin carrying the exceptionally long spear strapped to her back. As for Lilia, she was wearing a furry hat that concealed her cat ears. Curious about this, he made sure to glance at where her tail would be. It seemed her cat tail was also tucked away inside her clothes. From the outside, Lilia looked almost indistinguishable from an ordinary human girl. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't notice the fine white down on her cheeks. He originally thought 10 kilometers wouldn't be too difficult. After all, he exercised regularly and was much fitter than his peers. But once he started running, Yi Chengxian quickly changed his mind. The icy wind rushing into his mouth made it hard to breathe, immediately giving him a stitch in his side. After running for a while, he could already feel his stamina plummeting. The other trainees around him gradually thinned out. Some speedy ones surged ahead, while some girls lagged behind, their strength giving out. He turned to glance at his teammate beside him. Hao Yanghua was already exhausted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he panted heavily. The biting cold wind sent him into a violent coughing fit. Si Tsonglin wasn't faring much better either. Her cheeks burned red, but she was gritting her teeth and pushing through, clearly determined not to hold the team back. Yi Chengxian glanced at the long spear strapped to her back and couldn't help feeling somewhat helpless. Had this little girl not insisted on carrying that spear with her, she probably wouldn't be suffering like this right now. Most importantly, everyone was starving, and the gnawing hunger was continuously draining their physical strength. The only 2 who could still hold on were Lilia and Sun Tianjiao. Lilia's face was slightly flushed, and it was obvious that she wasn't feeling relaxed either. As for Sun Tianjiao, when Yi Chengxian saw Sun Tianjiao's expression, his jaw dropped in shock, even forgetting to breathe. The price of his astonishment came instantly, another coughing fit from the biting wind. No wonder he was stunned. Sun Tianjiao's demeanor was simply too relaxed. He wasn't even breathing heavily, his complexion normal, looking completely at ease as if he'd just been taking a stroll. What kind of monster is this? Yi Chengxian was somewhat astonished. He was beginning to understand why someone with just a C-level superpower could join the advanced freshman class. If they don't have any outstanding abilities, how could they possibly join? At this thought, he patted Sun Tianjiao and gestured toward the exhausted Hao Yanghua and Si Tsonglin. Cough, cough, let's hold on, someone's about to collapse. He was the first to stop in his tracks. The 4 in the group followed suit and stopped when he did. Hao Yanghua, unable to hold on any longer, slumped to the ground, gasping for breath in ragged bursts. What's wrong, brother Yi? Sun Tianjiao asked suspiciously, glancing at Hao Yanghua. Tianjiao, how come you don't seem tired at all? Ha, what's so tiring about that? Sun Tianjiao asked in confusion. I could already sprint 10 kilometers through snow when I was 6 years old. Yi Chengxian was speechless. Listen, just listen to what he's saying. Sprinting 10 kilometers in the snow? He actually calls 10 kilometers a sprint? Hey Xiaoxi, do you need help carrying that thing? Sun Tianjiao deliberately ignored Hao, who was slumped on the ground, and went straight to Si Tsonglin. No need, you can't lift this thing. Si Tsonglin waved her hand, declining his offer. It looks pretty light, how could I possibly not be able to lift it? Sun Tianjiao strode forward indignantly, grabbed the shaft of the spear, and exerted his strength. Plop! Sun Tianjiao and the spear tumbled together into a snowdrift. Sorry, my ability awakening level is too low. Once my awakening reaches 10%, you'll be able to pick it up too. Si Tsonglin apologetically crouched down and retrieved her spear. It's the unique trait of the vessel ability. Before gaining complete control over one's bonded weapon, only the vessel themselves can lift it, Hao Yanghua explained breathlessly, still slumped on the ground. No wonder, I was wondering how a young girl like Xiaoxi could possibly carry such heavy things. Sun Tianjiao sprang up from the ground, full of vigor and vitality. Despite having been pinned into the snow by the spear moments ago, he now appeared completely unharmed. Yi Chengxian stared in astonishment at Si Tsenglin's spear, but soon remembered his own team had another Class A ability user. Giving Hao Yanghua a light kick, he asked, "Your ability is called digestion, right? What does it do?" With the strength of an A-grade supernatural ability, one shouldn't perform as pathetically as how Manhwa does. My innate awakened ability is speeding up food digestion, how Manhwa whispered softly. And what's the skill after awakening reaches 5%? Yi Changxian remembered his own awakening level was 8.8%. How Manhwa hung his head even lower, super accelerated food digestion. Yi Changxian. Just goes to show, there's all kinds of strange birds in this big forest of abilities. This so-called digestion A-class ability, how does it sound even worse than Sun Tianjiao's C-class ability? Their abilities at least boost courage, while yours just increases appetite? Rest up and let's get back to running, quite a few people have already passed us. Yi Changxian said irritably, at this point, it looks like we'll be stuck with last place. Not necessarily. Lilia, who had been standing quietly by the side, finally spoke up. During the earlier assembly, Instructor Jiang calculated tardiness based on the entire team's attendance. I think the ranking later will also be determined by the last arriving member of each group. That makes sense. Sun Tianjiao's eyes lit up. Get lost. Yi Changxian pushed him away helplessly. Let's just focus on finishing the run properly. The points don't really matter to us. Are you guys actually considering competing for that reserve special squad title? What special reserve team? Except for Hao Manhwa, the other three all looked at him with puzzled expressions. It's like this. Yi Changxian proceeded to explain what Tang Muning had previously told him to the other three. That's the special squad we're talking about. Hao Manhwa leaped to his feet at the mention of those 4 words, as if electrified. Even if there's the slightest chance, we must seize it. Alright, let's start running. Seat Songlin also stood up, slinging her spear across her back again, her expression hardening with determination. Lilia said nothing, but her earnest expression clearly conveyed her stance. Yi Changyuan was somewhat surprised. Initially, he just wanted to ease everyone's pressure, but how did they all become so fired up now? Just as everyone regained their momentum and prepared to press forward with renewed vigor. Excuse me, but I'd like to ask, what exactly is a special squad? Sun Tianjiao timidly raised his hand and spoke in a soft voice. Chapter 61, Rank 10th. Yi Changxian gave him an approving glance, his eyes conveying a sense of agreement. He loved this naive, ignorant foolishness about her, it reminded him so much of his past self. I can't be bothered to explain it to you now, you'll understand eventually. Hao Manhwa rolled his eyes at him before turning his gaze to Yi Changxian. Brother Yi, I'm hungry. Why are you staring at me when you're hungry? Yi Changxuan's lips twitched, but he still fished out a ration from his pocket. I've got 2 superhuman rations left. Want one? Let's eat. Hao Manhwa's eyes lit up as he snatched one, tore open the wrapper, and immediately started chomping on it. At first, he ate too fast and nearly choked, but he quickly shoved a handful of snow into his mouth to wash it down. Seeing his demeanor, Yi Changxian knew he was genuinely hungry. Otherwise, why would he be wolfing down those ration bars he used to despise? Just as he was about to pull out a second one for himself, he suddenly noticed 2 pairs of pitiful eyes fixed on him. He turned his head and saw Lilia and Seat Songlin staring at him with longing eyes. Crunch! He broke the remaining piece in half and handed it to the 2 girls. This is all I have left. Share it between you. Thank you, you're such a good person. Lilia accepted half of it, lowering her head to nibble at it in small bites. What Yi Changxian didn't notice was the flash of cunning that flickered behind Lilia's eyes as she bowed her head. Thank you. Seat Songlin, being the bashful girl she was, accepted the other half somewhat shyly and began eating too. Apart from Yi Changxian and Hao Manhwa who had arrived early, all the others present had passed certain trials before reaching this alternate universe. When they first arrived here, their bodies were exhausted and hungry, yet the 3 of them still chose to rest first. Before they could rest enough, the broadcast summoned them to the playground. By now, the trio hadn't eaten anything for a full day. Sorry, Brother Yi, I ate both bars you gave me earlier while running just now. At this moment, Sun Tianjia walked up to Yi Changxian with an apologetic expression. It's nothing. Yi Changxian waved his hand and said, after we finish eating, let's get moving. Skipping a meal was nothing, he had long grown accustomed to it. When Yi Changxuan's group gritted their teeth and finally reached the destination, Chief Instructor Jiang Heshu, dressed in a sharp suit, was already waiting there. Besides Jiang Heshu, there were many eager trainees standing around him, their expressions tense as they kept peering nervously down the road they had come from. Did you come together as a team? Seeing the 5 members of Yi Changxuan's group assembled, a glimmer of approval flashed through Jiang Heshu's eyes. Yes, Instructor Jiang. After reaching the finish line, Yi Changxian tossed aside Hao Manhwa whom he'd been supporting along the way, then collapsed to the ground himself, panting heavily. For that final stretch, he'd even activated his special ability to enhance his physical strength, just to drag Hao Manhwa across the finish line. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Heshu clapped his hands. You're in 10th place with 50 points. If you can still move, head to the infirmary on your own. 10th place? Out of 21 teams, with their slow progress, how did they manage to rank 10th? It seems Lilia guessed correctly, the ranking was indeed calculated based on the last member of the group. Where was the infirmary again? Yi Chengxian felt oxygen deprived, and only after thinking hard did he recall the location of the infirmary on the map. But the next moment, he passed out. The warmth pressing against him nearly drew a moan from Yi Chengxian. He opened his eyes and found himself sitting naked in a bucket, his body submerged up to the neck. The water had a darkish hue, with many unfamiliar flower petals floating on its surface. Where is this place? His mind was filled with confusion. He instinctively glanced at his wrist and saw that the spatial ring was gone, but the ability suppressor remained, clinging tightly to his skin like a biological shell. When he saw the number on the inhibitor gauge, his eyes widened in shock. 6.32%. Unknowingly, his supernatural awakening percentage had actually broken through again. Was it this barrel of medicinal liquid that did the trick? His eyes flickered with contemplation. Come out now that you're awake. This barrel's usefulness is spent, came a flippant voice. Yi Chengxian looked over and exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the approaching figure, Sister Muning. What are you doing here? I'm the teacher taking care of you in the infirmary. Tang Muning blinked at him playfully. Hearing this, a look of understanding crossed his face as memories from before his faint gradually returned. He asked, where are my teammates? What happened to them? Several still haven't woken up yet. Tang Muning was jotting something down in a small notebook when she noticed Yi Chengxian still sitting in the wooden tub. With some surprise, she said, why haven't you come out yet? Yi Chengshuan's expression turned somewhat awkward. Could he really just come out stark naked like this? But seeing Tang Muning's teasing gaze, if even a girl wasn't afraid, what was he afraid of? With that thought, he gritted his teeth and directly rose from the bucket. Stark naked, he picked up the towel beside him and began drying himself off. Only after drying his body did he put on his clothes. When he spotted the spatial ring lying beneath his clothes, he breathed a sigh of relief and slipped it onto his finger. Every single one of his actions had been completely observed by Tang Muning. Heh, still acting shy. Tang Muning chuckled lightly, her eyes inadvertently glancing at the bracelet on his left wrist before gesturing toward the door. That chubby kid is still waiting for you. Better go check on him. Sure thing. Yi Chengxian didn't want to stay another second. After straightening the wrinkles on his clothes, he pushed open the door and left the hospital room. Outside was an area resembling a lobby, filled with rows of seats occupied by numerous teenagers receiving 4 drips, with girls slightly outnumbering the boys. He quickly spotted the distinctive figure of Hao Yanghua among the crowd. The guy was currently leaning in toward a cute, well-behaved little girl, the two of them chatting about something unknown. But he could see the faint impatience in the girl's expression, maintained only by good upbringing to keep basic courtesy. Yanghua. He walked up behind Hao Yanghua and gave his shoulder a pat. Hao Yanghua turned his head and exclaimed with joy upon seeing him, Brother Yi, you're finally awake. How long have you been waiting? Yi Chengxian sat down to his right. The girl who had been besieged breathed a sigh of relief at seeing someone intervene, then picked up her 4 drip and vacated the seat beside Hao Yanghua. Nearly 2 hours, Hao Yanghua replied. You and Seat Sonlin both passed out back then some people carried us here for the medicinal soak. I thought Sun Tianzhou and Lilia would be the first to come out. Never expected you'd emerge before them, Brother Yi. Chapter 62, Fight. How could you have been waiting here for 2 hours? Yi Chengxian eyed him suspiciously. My ability lets me absorb medication effects much faster than you guys. Hao Yanghua scratched his head. Right, this guy's superpower was digestion. Yi Chengxian rubbed his forehead, but then immediately realized, wait, that bucket of potion must be pretty expensive, right? He didn't have much money on him, even the academic credits he used were borrowed from Kong Yuro. But the effects of that potion were undeniably good. Just soaking in it once had significantly boosted his awakened abilities. It's not worth much. Hao Yanghua waved it off. Did you really buy it with money? Yi Chengshuan's heart skipped a beat. It may not be worth much to you, but it's already very precious to me. At this moment, the little girl Seat Sonlin carefully approached the two, clutching her long rifle. To be precise, she walked right up to Hao Yanghua. The little girl bent sharply at the waist in a full 90-degree bow. Thank you for the academic credits. I'll find a way to repay you. Her dramatic gesture drew many eyes in the hall, but the girl paid no attention, maintaining her deep bow without flinching. Hey, what are you doing? Hao Yanghua hadn't expected such politeness from the other party and flusteredly stepped forward to help them up, but the girl's clothes were so thin that he found himself unsure where to place his hands. Shao Si, maybe you should stand up first. Yi Chengxian glanced at Hao Yanghua before saying, tell me exactly what happened. Seat Sonlin finally stood up, though her height fell noticeably short, almost 2 heads shorter than both Yi Chengxian and Hao Yanghua. After you all passed out, it was this big brother who paid the academic credits for us to undergo the medicinal bath treatment. Sun Tianzhou, who had surprisingly followed behind Seat Sonlin, spoke up first. The infirmary staff gave us 2 options, standard treatment, which was free, or the medicinal bath requiring 100 academic credits. Big brother here covered the cost for all of us. Just 100 credits, it's not like it's worth much. Besides, if it wasn't for you guys, I might not have even completed the 10-kilometer mission. Hao Yang waved his hand dismissively. Yi Chengxian stared at him in shock. 100 academic credits didn't sound like much at first glance, but when converted to currency, that amounted to a full million yuan. By the way, there's something I should tell you. Noticing the heavy atmosphere, Hao Yanghua changed the subject. Yesterday afternoon after we reached the finish line, I heard Instructor Jiang mention that many teams had members acting alone. But if any group member failed to arrive, those who reached the finish line first had to wait there. They couldn't leave until all their teammates showed up. Then we were pretty lucky, huh? Sun Tianjiao said with relief, glad he hadn't left early back then. The interesting part comes next. Before you guys woke up, I heard some serious news. Hao Yanghua leaned closer to the three of them, lowering his voice. Apparently, 3 girls collapsed on that road and barely survived after being rescued by the medical team. I heard all 3 girls had support-type abilities, and combined with their frail physiques, they just couldn't make it through. When Instructor Jiang found out, he was furious. Not only did he dock those 3 teams 100 points, but he also made the other members run an extra 10 kilometers. It seems this isn't testing individual ability, but rather team cohesion. Yi Chengxian recalled how later during the run, Hao Yanghua had completely lost the strength to continue, yet they never abandoned him. Instead, they supported him the entire way, with Sun Tianjiao even carrying Hao Yanghua on his back for a stretch while he steadied him from the side to prevent falls. Meanwhile, Lilia helped support Seat Sonlin, who was on the verge of collapsing. Against all odds, their group managed to stumble across the finish line together. In the end, only Yi Chengxian and Seat Sonlin were completely drained of energy, partly because Hao Yanghua had gotten to rest for a portion of the journey. By the way, where's Lilia? Yi Chengxian glanced towards the row of ward doors. Hasn't she come out yet? She was the second to wake up. She left without saying a word after regaining consciousness, probably went back to the dormitory first? Then let's head back too. Before Yi Chengxian could finish his sentence, the window beside him suddenly emitted a screeching sound, the harsh noise of winter wind slapping against the glass. Everyone in the hall instinctively looked out the window. From their perspective, a massive ice and snow tornado suddenly appeared outside, swirling with innumerable ice fragments and snow chunks. Soon after, the sharp crackling sounds of ice battering against the windows erupted. Is this a natural phenomenon? Yi Chengxian wondered, as the ability suppressor on his left wrist bracelet suddenly flickered to life. It's Qiu Jinxue fighting a catgirl, someone shouted in the hall. At the mention of catgirl, everyone in Yi Chengxuan's team tensed up and turned to look at the speaker. The one speaking turned out to be a boy around 15 years old, his eyes gleaming with a golden light. Clearly, his supernatural ability was tied to his vision. The boy was watching the scene outside the window with great interest, occasionally making commentary. That catgirl has an amazing figure, but Qiu Jinxue is no slouch either. Those 2 pairs of long legs, big bro, what's up with you guys? His terrified voice rang out. Yi Chengxian grabbed him by the collar and whispered urgently, tell me exactly what you saw. The boy shuddered uncontrollably as he met the man's pitch-black eyes like pools of ink. Without thinking, the words tumbled out. There were 2 women fighting outside. One was elementalist Qiu Jinxue, and the other had cat ears and a tail, must have been a catgirl. Oh, and that blizzard? Qiu Jinxue summoned it. Yi Chengxuan's fathomless gaze showed no emotion as he turned to Hao Yanghua. Who is Qiu Jinxue? Qiu Jinxue is one of the 2 strongest freshmen in this year's class, possessing an S-level superpower, element, with an awakening degree exceeding 10%, introduced the well-informed Hao Yanghua. A 10% awakening degree? Yi Chengxian knew what this meant. She was someone who had unlocked genetic restraints. Without exaggeration, Qiu Jinshua's strength might even surpass that of senior Kong Yuro, who graduated 3 years ago. How is this possible? She broke through the 10% awakening threshold in just 1 year? Her ability isn't even C-tier. Seat Songlin blurted out, then immediately realized her companion had a C-tier power. Turning to Sun Tianjiao, she hurriedly apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean you. It's fine. Brother Yi, what do we do now? Why is Lilia fighting that snow-wielding woman? Sun Tianjiao looked towards Yi Chengxian. Go save people. Without much thought, Yi Chengxian made up his mind. Chapter 63, The Dormitory Battle. According to rumors, Qiu Jinxue awakened her superpower 3 years ago, but after awakening, she remained in seclusion until this year when she answered the academy's call and joined the freshman class. Hao Yang followed behind the group, recounting everything he knew, and so their squad marched out of the dormitory in an impressive procession. After the 4 left the infirmary, the remaining people inside burst into animated discussions. That's a B-grade special ability, Demon Eyes, right? Pretty cool to be honest, though it's a shame that guy hasn't awakened his genetic lock yet. I know that fat guy. He's the only legitimate son of the Hao family, but his special ability is useless until the genetic lock is opened. This squad probably ranks near the bottom, right? Combined, they probably can't even handle an elementalist with one hand. The blizzard's intensity was staggering. Apart from the expressionless Sun Tianjiao, Yi Chengxian, and the other two struggled to make progress, their movements painfully slow. And they knew this was merely the peripheral force of elementalist Qiu Jinshue's attack. Lilia was currently at the epicenter of the assault. At this thought, the worried group couldn't help but quicken their pace. Soon, they discovered the fight was actually taking place near the dormitory area. When they reached the dormitory area, they found it surrounded by students watching the spectacle. Aside from the students, there were even several instructor-looking individuals standing nearby, pointing and commenting on the ongoing fight. At the heart of the battle zone, two graceful figures stood amidst the chaos. Yi Qingxuan's vision was obscured by the blizzard and swirling snowflakes, making it difficult to clearly see the battle inside. However, he faintly glimpsed a white figure standing motionless at the eye of the tornado, while another silhouette continuously flipped and maneuvered around the white figure. Lilia is inside, Sun Tianji shouted. The blizzard howled fiercely, its roar so deafening that Yi Chengxian could barely make out his own voice. He kept the demon eyes activated as he walked up to a bystander watching the commotion, patted the guy on the shoulder, and shouted loudly, "Hey, man, how did those two inside start fighting?" The guy shot him a glance and yelled back just as loudly, "Did you just come from the infirmary? Today's the dorm battle. The winner gets to move into the loser's dorm." Dormitory battle? Everyone in Yi Chengxuan's group heard his voice. Didn't they fucking say this was a perk of the first assessment? What the hell is going on here? Hao Yanghua's face twisted with anger. His roar made Yi Chengxuan's heart tremble inexplicably. Now they knew how Lilia ended up fighting Kajingsu. Lilia returned to the dormitory early and happened to encounter Qiu Jinshue's group, who wanted to move into their dorm. Qiu Jinshue then challenged her, and the two of them ended up fighting right then and there. Lilia can't hold on much longer. At this moment, Sun Tianjie once again shouted at Yi Chengxian, "Sai, let's prepare to change dorms." Yi Chengxian sighed, addressing everyone. Upon hearing this, Hao Yanghua and Seat Sonlin were visibly displeased but ultimately acquiesced. After all, the sheer disparity in strength was undeniable. They truly stood no chance against an S-level awakened who'd unlocked their genetic limit. That's a class S. However, Sun Tianjiao remained clueless. Why do we need to change dorms? Because in the dorm battle, we can't beat them, so we have to move. Yi Chengxian said loudly. Are you talking about that woman in the middle of the blizzard? Isn't she supposed to be weak? Sun Tianjiao asked with a puzzled expression. Yi Chengxian looked at his silly expression and barely resisted the urge to say, "If you're so good, you go." He was afraid this simpleton would actually charge forward to duel Qiu Jinshue one-on-one. If accidentally injured, they'd have to make another trip to the infirmary. Wait here for a while, I'll go get her down. Yi Chengxian shed his heavy coat and charged into the snowstorm. By now, the battle between Lilia and Qiu Jinshue had reached a critical moment. Yi Chengxian put on his sunglasses, barely managing to discern Lilia's agile movements through the swirling snow. Lilia seemed to have reached her limit too, her dodging movements gradually slowing down. Seeing her figure, Yi Chengxian became even more certain that this girl was the one who stole Hao Yanhua's snacks yesterday. With such nimble footwork, she'd undoubtedly make an excellent assassin. Then Lilia misjudged a movement and was struck squarely by a snowball. The snowball was even larger than her body, and upon impact, she was sent flying backward instantly. Yi Chengxian immediately rushed toward the spot where she was being knocked backward. Fortunately, his speed was sufficient. He caught Lilia just before she hit the ground. He thought he could successfully catch her, but the recoil was far too powerful. He and Lilia were sent flying backward together. Boom! He and Lilia crashed heavily onto the ground, vaguely hearing the mocking laughter of many people around them. Ahem, Lilia, are you alright? He glanced at Lilia in his arms and found she had already lost consciousness, curled up silently without making a sound. Panicked, he touched beneath her nose with his fingers. Only when he felt her breath did he finally relax. As long as she's not dead. But it really hurts. He felt like his old back was about to get twisted off, his butt nearly splitting in two from the fall. He knew there was a gap between him and that Qiu Jinshue, but he never imagined it would be this vast. All this was just the recoil from Lilia getting hit by the snowball. If he had faced that snowball alone, the impact might have knocked him out cold. So feeble. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness, hating how weak he was, so weak that he didn't even have the ability to confront Qiu Jinshue head-on. The disparity between them would only grow wider with time. After all, he only possessed an ordinary B-rank ability while the other boasted an S-rank power. Gasping for breath in ragged gulps, he stood up, ignoring all the mocking gazes around him, and declared loudly, "The dorm is yours. We admit defeat." As he spoke, within the reflection of his pitch-black eyes, a towering figure flickered past at incredible speed. The towering figure moved with the speed of a sports car at full throttle, charging into the blizzard with overwhelming force. The white figure in the snowstorm also seemed to notice the appearance of the towering figure, immediately launching countless chunks of snow and ice spheres toward it. Boom! 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 The towering figure shattered each incoming snow rock and ice sphere one after another, sending shattered fragments flying toward the onlooking bystanders. Cursing under their breaths, the crowd swiftly retreated from the edges of the battlefield. Yi Chengxian also carried Lilia back to Hao Yanghua and Seat Sunlin's side, preventing himself from getting accidentally injured by the two ruthless combatants in the middle of the battlefield. Where's Sun Tianjiao? Not seeing Sun Tianjiao's figure, he looked questioningly at the two who remained in place. Hao Yanghua gulped, then pointed toward the fierce fighter who had just charged into the blizzard. Chapter 64, The Prodigy of a Martial Arts Family. On a desert planet, in the largest room of the main tent at the camp. Inside this room stood an enormous display screen, where scenes of an icy, snow-covered landscape played like a projected film. If anyone from the dormitory area were to see this projection now, they would surely recognize it. The footage playing was none other than the ongoing fight in the dormitory area itself. Standing before the projection were two figures, one of whom was Chief Instructor Jiang Heshu, while the other was a terrifying-looking individual with an extremely grim expression. Hallmaster, isn't it unfair to suddenly announce the dormitory battle rules for those students who passed the first assessment? Jiang Heshu muttered beside him. How is it unfair? Chen Hongrui narrowed his sharp eyes and glanced at him. The strong deserve to live in better places. If the weak can't even protect their own belongings, then they don't deserve them. Jiang Heshu's eyelids twitched. Carefully studying Chen Hongrui's expression, he cautiously probed, Hallmaster, are you trying to settle a score with Yi Shang's son? Get lost. Chen Hongrui, who had always maintained excellent emotional control, had a rare outburst. He directly delivered a hard kick to Jiang Heshu's rear. With a loud smack, Jiang Heshu, caught off guard, made intimate contact between his face and the floor. Wow, little Ruizi, you're so cruel. Now that you've become the hall leader, you don't even have room for your old teammate in your eyes anymore, huh? Jiang Heshu rubbed his butt as he sat on the floor, complaining pitifully. Where had all his commanding presence from the playground gone? His current coquettish demeanor was that of a delicate maiden. Chen Hongrui's forehead throbbed with veins, his face turning livid as he held his breath for a long moment. At last, he spat out the words, don't call me Xiao Rui, and, get out. I'm not going anywhere. Jiang Heshu brushed the dust off his pants and stood up from the ground. At that moment, the fight scene on the screen caught his attention. Looks like that catgirl princess is about to lose. TSK, our human prodigy is truly formidable. He hasn't even exerted much effort, and that catgirl is already spent. Would you just shut up? Chen Hongrui snapped impatiently. Little Rui, don't always look so gloomy like that. No girl would like you like this. That girl you liked before. Ouch. Don't hit me. I won't say anymore. MMMPH. No, let me go. Chen Hongrui clapped his hands. After gagging this guy's mouth, the world instantly became much quieter. MMMPH. Little Rui, you can't treat me like this. Jiang Heshu's mouth seemed sewn shut, closed so tightly not even a breeze could slip through. Chen Hongrui acted as if he heard nothing, his eyes fixed on the screen in front of him. At this moment, the catgirl had already been struck by the enormous snowball, sending her tumbling through the air before crashing into a young boy. When Chen Hongrui caught sight of the boy's face, a flash of ruthlessness couldn't help but flicker through his gaze. In the scene, Yi Chengxian had just caught Lilia when the image shifted once more, this time to a tall figure, approximately 1.9 meters, charging into the blizzard. Woo. Let me go, I have something to say. Chen Hongrui waved his hand, lifting the silencing spell on Jiang Heshu. I know that guy, he's Sun Tianjiao from a martial arts family. I heard he completed the Ozaki 8 before coming of age, making him the most talented martial artist the family has seen in 100 years. You could say his physical prowess is the absolute peak of human capability, and what's more, he awakened his abilities naturally without taking any enhancement drugs. Jiang Heshu exclaimed with admiration, his tone tinged with regret, this ruthless man who completed the Extreme 8 challenges, I noticed him the moment he arrived at camp. It's just a pity his awakened ability is only grade C, otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of our academy in the future. Abilities don't define everything. Don't forget that 25 years ago, the man who killed the Blood Moon Emperor possessed only a grade B ability, Chen Hongrui remarked, glancing again at the two fighters in the arena. True as that may be, an ability sequencing still heavily impacts combat potential in later stages. Jiang Heshu disagreed. Still, right now, Sun Tianjiao should be the strongest among the freshmen. Even Lin Feng might not be able to defeat him. That kid grouped with Qiu Jinxue? Well, this advanced class has a total of 3 S-rank power users and 1 quasi-S-rank power user, Jiang Heshu said. Quasi-S-rank? Chen Hongrui slightly furrowed his brows. It's one of Sect Master C's granddaughters, named Seat Sunlin. She's grouped with the Catfolk Princess and this Sun Tianjia. Pity, though, I heard that Sect Master C intends to pass down his legacy to his grandson, so this little girl will forever remain quasi-S rank, likely never reaching S rank in her lifetime. Jiang Heshu sighed. Their group also has young Master Hao. Logically, with their lineup, they should rank in the top 5 overall. But for some reason, the academy decided to toss in Yi Shang's son as well. Who assigns the group members? Chen Hongrui picked up the list of all team compositions. I don't know, it was handed down from the higher-ups at the academy. Speaking of which, little Rui, aren't you the hall master? Surely you'd have frontline information? Jiang Hushu patted him on the shoulder. I accompanied the principal on a trip to Jiangcheng the other day, so I wasn't involved in planning the freshman class roster. Chen Hongrui shook his head. Did you go to Jiangcheng? Did you meet the Watcher? What does the Watcher look like? How much stronger is he than you? Jiang Hushu poked his arm, eyes sparkling with excitement as he asked. I didn't see it, but why are you talking so much? Chen Hongrui's gaze held a dangerous glint. Woo, woo 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 woo. Ah, don't mess around. In front of the dormitory area, the colossal snowstorm had seized everyone's attention, yet few noticed how, amid such terrifying natural disaster, every single tent remained miraculously intact. Had anyone scrutinized closely, they would have discovered all structures were shielded by a faint golden glow. In one secluded corner, a teenage boy's 3 eyes emitted this delicate radiance, tirelessly sustaining the structural integrity of every dwelling. Why speak of 3 eyes? Because upon his forehead stood a vertical golden orb, pulsing open and shut. When closed, it resembled nothing more than a scar devoid of lashes. When opened, it blazed with divine majesty, exuding overwhelming awe. On the other side of the battlefield, was that person just now Sun Tianjiao? Yi Chengxian turned his gaze back toward the tall figure in the snowstorm. Judging by the silhouette alone, the person did bear a strong resemblance to the Sun Tianjiao he remembered. Is this the kind of power a level C superhuman can demonstrate? He found it hard to comprehend as he watched Sun Tianjiao charging recklessly forward. Chapter 65, Sun Tianjiao vs. Lin Feng, Part 1. Sun Tianjiao's figure soared like a swimming dragon, utterly unfazed by the impact of the snowballs. He moved like a bulldozer, advancing at a steady speed toward the white silhouette at the storm's center, the violent explosions crackling around him like a string of firecrackers. The figure in white seemed to realize that prolonging this would spell her defeat. Gathering all her strength, she leapt into the air, riding the frigid wind with her skirt billowing behind her like a celestial spirit. An angel descended to earth. Every bystander lifted their gaze toward the graceful figure in the sky, its owner, Xiao Jinxue. Sun Tianjiao seemed momentarily stunned, but quickly gathered strength in his legs and stomped down violently. The marble beneath him shattered instantly, spiderweb cracks spreading across the ground. In the next instant, he launched himself into the air like a cannonball, whooshing straight toward Xiao Jinshua's position. Holy crap, that guy just took flight. Hao Yanghua, watching the battle, gaped in astonishment. In one astonishing leap, Sun Tianjiao soared over a dozen meters high, arriving before Xiao Jinshua in the blink of an eye. Now at close range, Sun Tianjiao finally got a clear look at the girl's face before him. The girl was dressed in a white dress, her features exquisitely delicate, like a blooming white lotus. Yet, behind that refined beauty, her expression was one of sheer panic. Usually, she relied on her wind manipulation abilities to take to the skies, enjoying an overwhelming advantage against her opponents. But never had she imagined that someone could leap to such heights with pure physical strength. Sun Tianjiao showed no mercy whatsoever. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he closed the distance. With a fist the size of a sandbag, he struck directly at the girl's chest. That single blow was enough. She instantly lost control over her supernatural ability. The blizzard vanished without a trace in an instant, and the light snow that had been suspended in the sky began to drift down slowly again. Xiao Jinshua's body plummeted from the sky, but the next moment, a large hand gripped her slender neck, steadying her out of control form. Thus, Sun Tianjiao descended from the sky, holding the snow-white-clad girl as if she were a little chick. Boom! He landed safely on the ground and casually tossed the girl into the snow-covered earth. My goddess! Many boys around showed expressions of pity. Xiao Jinshua, the freshman goddess who combined both strength and beauty, was treated like trash, thrown to the ground by that man as if she were nothing. Now, bro, wasn't that a bit too harsh? Just then, 4 figures emerged from the corner, 2 men and 2 women. Among them were the twin sisters who had arrived earlier with Yi Changxian. And standing behind the sisters was none other than Gengguan Yuan, the young man Yi Changxian had encountered on the train. At the forefront stood a boy with 3 eyes, his trio of golden orbs emitting a faint afterglow. When people caught sight of that third eye, an inexplicable urge to worship would surge within them. The one who had spoken earlier was none other than this 3-eyed boy. Speaking of going too far, little Erlangshan, aren't you being a bit of a hypocrite? At that moment, Yi Chenxian, who was holding Lilia, and the other 3 arrived beside Sun Tianjiao, standing together to confront the 3-eyed youth. The 3-eyed boy pursed his lips upon seeing Lilia in Yi Chenxuan's arms. Oddly, he showed no anger at being called little Erlangshan. We were the ones at fault first. He spoke softly, his tone gradually turning solemn, but we didn't continue humiliating our opponent after your side had lost their fighting capability. You call this humiliating an opponent? Sun Tianjia bared his teeth. If this were a normal enemy, I'd have crushed her neck long ago. The three-eyed youth didn't respond to his words. Instead, he raised his right hand as his third eye blazed with golden light. Then, Xiao Jinshua's body lying in the snow pit also began emitting a faint golden glow before slowly levitating. It floated to his position, ultimately being caught and carried down by that pair of sister flowers. Sequence 12, S-Class Ability, Judgment Eye. This guy is the strongest among this year's freshmen, Lin Feng. How Yanhua's grave voice echoed in Yi Qingshuan's ears. This was the third S-Class ability Yi Qingshuan had heard of so far. Up to now, every S-Class ability he had witnessed was both mysterious and formidable, just like Lin Feng before him. Lin Feng's methods closely resembled Kong Yuro's, both possessing the ability to manipulate objects from a distance. Yet while Kong Yuro's ability was only sequence 16, this young man had reached the terrifying 12th rank, perilously close to the realm of forbidden abilities. No matter what, my teammate was insulted and hurt by you. As the team leader, I have to settle this score. Lin Feng rolled up his sleeves, revealing a tattoo of golden double pupils on his arm. Gungguan Yuan seemed to have a similar tattoo. Yi Chengxian instinctively turned to look at Gungguan Yuan behind him, only to find the expressionless boy silently staring back. This was their first meeting as fellow trainees. You want to fight me too? Sun Tianjiu licked his lips, his gaze darkening. Our battle will have nothing to do with the dormitory dispute, this is purely a sparring match. Lin Feng's eyes also lit up with excitement. Burning with fighting spirit, he stared at Sun Tianjiu and shouted, "Non-combatants, clear out now." No sooner had his words fallen than the twin sisters, carrying Xiao Jinxue, retreated backwards along with Gungguan Yuan. Brother Yi, you guys step out too. I want to see what this young punk is all about. After speaking to Yi Chengxian, Sun Tianjiu cracked his neck, producing crisp popping sounds. Stay safe. Though eager to help, knowing his presence would only be a distraction, Yi Chengxian could only utter these words before leading Hao Yanhua and Si Tsonglin away. Go for it, bro. When you smash that three-eyed freak, I'll treat you to a feast. Hao Yanhua waved his fist encouragingly. Go on, big guy. Si Tsonglin hugged her long spear and whispered her support. The four of them left the center of the battlefield and moved to the sidelines to observe. Yanhua, if Sun Tianjiu defeats this Lin Feng, does that mean he'll be the strongest freshman of this year's batch? Watching the two figures at the center of the battlefield poised for action, Yi Chengxian couldn't help but ask Hao Yanhua. Actually, we can already declare him the strongest among the freshmen, Hao Yanhua whispered. From what I know, even someone as formidable as Lin Feng couldn't instantly defeat Xiao Jinxue, but our teammate Sun Tianjiu completely crushed her. Indeed, the combat prowess Sun Tianjiu had just displayed left Xiao Jinxue utterly outmatched. Though part of this was due to tactical counters, like how a ranged attrition mage stands no chance when pinned by a lightly armored warrior. Chapter 66, Sun Tianjiu vs Lin Feng, Part 2. Sun Tianjiu and Lin Feng stood facing each other for dozens of seconds. Just as the surrounding spectators were growing impatient, Sun Tianjiu suddenly moved. His fighting style was remarkably straightforward, close-quarters combat. As long as he got in close, he could unleash 100% of his combat power. Lin Feng also noticed this point. The moment Sun Tianjiu moved, his body swiftly drifted backward. However, he didn't descend into the sky like Xiao Jinxue, because flying upward would also be affected by gravity, making aerial movement slower than gliding across the ground. A single explosive leap from his opponent would bring the man right before him in an instant. Retreating swiftly, he continuously formed hand seals, golden light flickering between his palms like a radiant lantern. Meanwhile, Sun Tianjiu pursued him with thunderous strides, each step shattering the ground and sending debris and snow flying. Despite the tremendous force exerted beneath his feet, his body moved with the grace of a swallow, covering over 10 meters with every bound. At this moment, Lin Feng's movements came to a halt, and the bright lantern in his hand solidified completely. Witnessing this scene, a faint sense of crisis rose in Yi Chengxuan's heart as he observed from afar. The next moment, that lantern drifted lightly towards Sun Tianjiu. Indeed, its speed was akin to a sniper bullet's. While everyone around could clearly see the lantern's floating appearance, no one could clearly trace its trajectory of movement. Tear whoosh! Sun Tianjiu patted the still burning flames on his shoulder, the fire having ignited his collar, exposing his smooth skin beneath. Incredibly, not a single mark was left on his shoulder. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng's pupils violently contracted in the distance. That man is actually on par with Lin Feng. The spectators trembled in astonishment. That was Lin Feng's attack. How many in the entire advanced class could withstand a blow like that? If this is all you've got, I suggest you concede now. Sun Tianjiu's body only paused slightly before immediately giving chase the next moment. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, and the golden light that had been stabilizing the dormitory area's tents quietly dissipated. He withdrew all the energy of his supernatural ability, focusing entirely on dealing with the man before him. However, Sun Tianjiu had already sensed an unimaginable surge of energy appearing around him. In a flash of his gaze, an intense golden light suddenly manifested before him. No one knew when Lin Feng had concealed this golden beam. It erupted unexpectedly from behind Sun Tianjiu. This is an ambush. Yet Lin Feng still underestimated the resilience of Sun Tianjiao's physique. The golden light only managed to tear the fabric at his back. What? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. This was usually his foolproof technique, yet today it had failed. Forget injuring his opponent, why hadn't it even grazed his skin? My turn now. When he came to his senses again, Sun Tianjiao's honest face was already right in front of him. Sun Tianjiao's sudden acceleration startled Lin Feng. Instinctively, he used his ability to yank the massive tent beside him. The nearby tent was pulled directly towards Sun Tianjiao, crashing into him with force. That's our dorm. A group in the distance paled at the sight. Bang! Sun Tianjiao was buried under the collapsing tent, while Lin Feng seized this brief respite to swiftly retreat, putting dozens of meters between himself and Sun Tianjiao. Is that all you've got? Sun Tianjiao's figure gradually emerged from the wreckage of the tent. Step by ominous step, he advanced toward Lin Feng, each footfall sending tremors reverberating through the ground. You asked for this. Seeing his adversary completely unharmed, Lin Feng's resolve hardened. The vertical eye on his forehead blazed with golden radiance. He was preparing to unleash the true power of Judgment's gaze. Didn't I fucking tell you? House battles are fine, but don't you dare damage school property. At that moment, a booming voice rang out across the sky. The next instant, a heavily muscled brute appeared at the center of the battlefield. Before the onlookers could react, the burly man seized both Sun Tianjiao and Lin Feng with each hand, gripping them like helpless chicks. The two freshest and strongest contenders, who had been locked in a standoff moments ago, now found themselves utterly powerless as they were grabbed by their collars. Let's talk about compensation. This tent you ruined costs 20 credit points. Who's going to pay for it? The big man grinned menacingly at the two. If you can't explain yourselves clearly, I'll have to invite you to my room for some tea. Officer Chow, I'm willing to compensate for all the damages, Lin Feng quickly assured. At that moment, his third eye also closed, the golden light around him completely vanishing. He now appeared like an ordinary youth, devoid of all the mysterious brilliance from before. You truly are the sensible one, little Feng. The big man lowered the two of them to the ground. The dormitory battle ends here. Everyone, return to your own dorms. Having said that, he seemed to recall something and pointed at the wreckage of tents on the ground, addressing the spectators around them. Which squad's tent was this? Quickly check if there's anything still usable left. As for the compensation matters later. Seeing his pause, Lin Feng quickly raised his hand and pledged, I'll take full responsibility. Good. The big man nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, a group of trainees rushed to the pile of rubble, frantically digging through it in search of something. Only then did the surrounding spectators cautiously move forward to get a closer look at Sun Tianjiao, the fierce individual whose ruthlessness rivaled Lin Feng's. Ahem! The burly man deliberately coughed twice, waiting until all eyes were fixed on him before bellowing loudly, at 7 o'clock tonight, everyone assembles on the training ground. If anyone's late, the punishment this time won't be as simple as last time's 10-kilometer run. Instructor Chow, what about our team members still lying in the infirmary? A male student spoke up and asked. The big man glanced at him, his tone turning displeased. So you're the group that abandoned someone and caused that young girl to faint on the road? The boy gave an awkward smile, feeling the mocking gazes around him, and shrank his neck sheepishly before retreating to the back of the crowd. The medical staff just told me everyone should recover by 6 p.m. Spread the word, don't be late tonight. The big man flashed a row of white teeth, his mischievous expression sending a chill down everyone's spine. With that, he scanned the room for reactions before leaving, thoroughly satisfied. Tianjiao, are you alright? Were you hurt? Yi Chengxian and the others gathered around Sun Tianjiao. I'm fine, but that guy earlier was really strong, I was no match for him. Sun Tianjiao kept staring at the burly man's retreating figure, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. But one day, I'll definitely defeat him. Alright, we know you're strong. Suddenly, Yi Chengxian felt a strange intuition and abruptly turned his gaze in one direction. Not far from him, a young boy's third golden eye was silently fixed upon him. Instinctively, he activated his demonic eye. For a brief moment, a pair of cold, pitch-black pupils met with a sacred golden eye in an intense stare. Chapter 67. Even the cafeteria doesn't serve rat meat anymore. Cousin, what's wrong? Dongguan Yuan asked Lin Feng with an odd expression. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and asked his team members gravely, who's that black-eyed guy standing next to the tall one? Just an ordinary B-rank Esper. Why do you ask? The black-clad girl from the twin sisters responded. B-grade ability? Lin Feng's tone carried disbelief. Yeah, he's really weak. Captain, why did you even notice him? Lin Feng shook his head. I don't know, but I sense an inexplicable threat from him, especially when our eyes met. The Judgment's gaze gave me a warning. That's strange. Why did the demon eye activate on its own? Yi Chengxian withdrew his gaze and voluntarily deactivated his supernatural ability. Brother Yi, what's wrong? Hao Yanghuan noticed his unusual behavior and couldn't help but ask. I'm fine. Yi Chengxian massaged his temples and asked, by the way, are you guys hungry? Should we go to the cafeteria for dinner? There was still some time before 7 p.m., and he hadn't eaten anything all day. I agree. At the mere mention of food, Sun Tianjiao immediately raised both hands. But the cafeteria only has superpowered rations. Hao Yanghwa's expression showed clear disdain. You weren't saying that when you were starving earlier. Yi Changxian rolled his eyes and said bluntly, if you're not coming, we're going without you. Seeing Yi Changxian actually preparing to leave, Hao Yanghua remembered the unbearable hunger pangs he'd suffered during the long-distance run and quickly shouted, holy crap, I'm coming too. Seat Songlin hugged her long spear and shouted timidly. After the three of them placed the unconscious Lilia on Seat Sunlin's dorm bed, since Lilia's room door was locked, the four of them headed to the cafeteria. Perhaps because they just witnessed quite a spectacle, everyone was starving, and the cafeteria was still quite crowded. Many people in the cafeteria noticed their group's arrival. Some recognized Sun Tianjiao's identity and came forward to greet their team. Sun Tianjiao commanded great respect from many due to his formidable strength. The four acknowledged them one by one. Though they had no intention of befriending these people, they certainly didn't want to make enemies of them either. Upon entering the cafeteria, the four were surprised to find that, unlike before when only superpowered rations were available, today's selection was as diverse as a university dining hall, filled with an array of delicious foods. Wow, we came to the cafeteria at just the right time this time. Spotting a sign that read free food, take what you need, Hao Yanghua let out an excited whoop and charged straight for it. Grabbing a few oversized plates, he immediately began piling them high with food. His actions drew the attention of those nearby, who started murmuring and pointing discreetly. Perhaps due to some lingering fear of Sun Tianjiao, the onlookers merely whispered among themselves, careful not to let Hao Yanghua hear their comments. Brother Hao, are you getting food for all four of us? Isn't this a bit too much? A baffled Sun Tianjiao couldn't help but ask. Who knew Hao Yanghua merely glanced at him and uttered flatly, all of these are mine. Take whatever you want to eat yourselves. Sun Tianjiao was left bewildered. So much food, could this fatty really finish it all? Is this the terrifying power of the A-grade ability, digestion? Yi Chengxian, who had eaten with Hao Yanghua before, knew this guy's appetite and wasn't surprised. He simply took some of the meats he liked and piled them onto his plate, foods he rarely got to eat normally. Only during festivals would he splurge on meat dishes for himself and his younger brother. Eating the beef and potatoes in his bowl, his thoughts drifted to his younger brother far away in Zhangcheng. He wondered how his brother was faring, whether he could afford meat at all. Suddenly, the meat on his plate seemed to lose all flavor. Zhangcheng, a 4-star hotel. Achoo! Yi Hongxian sneezed with a steak dangling from his mouth. Caught a cold, little Hongxian? Kong Yurong elegantly wiped her lips and paused what she was doing. Not sure, maybe someone's thinking about me? Yi Hongxian shook his head. Beside him, Yu Yueling let out a melodious giggle, our little Hongxian is so witty. Little brother, you should learn from him instead of always wearing that sour face like someone owes you money. Across from them, Umo looked somewhat impatient. Cut it out. When you've learned to be as graceful and dignified as Sister Yurong, then you can lecture me. Fine, now you're lecturing me? Yueling planted her hands on her hips and jumped up, ready to pinch his ear. Little did she know, Umo had already reacted, nimbly dodging her sister's ambush with ease. At the dinner table, the four of them happily enjoyed their steak and drinks together. Lilia woke up in Seat Sanglin's bed, and the first thing she saw upon opening her eyes was the food placed beside the bed. Noticing the unfamiliar surroundings, her gaze turned cold as an aura of unapproachability emanated from her entire being. You're awake? Now that you're up, eat something, we've got to assemble at the sports field by 7 tonight. Yi Chengxian hadn't expected the catgirl to wake up the moment he placed the steaming meal by the bedside. He'd eaten the fastest, so he'd return first to bring Lilia her food. Eating? Lilia looked at the dried fish in the lunchbox with a slightly strange expression. Wasn't sure if you'd like it, so I only brought this one, Yi Chengxian continued on his own. I searched the cafeteria for ages but couldn't find any rat meat. You. Feeling insulted, Lilia's face turned cold. What's wrong? Aren't you from the felinid race? Don't you like dried fish and rats? Yi Chengxian frowned. Could it be that felinids have different dietary preferences from cats? Hearing his words, Lilia's face turned pale with rage. I won't eat. Get out. If you don't like it, just say so, Yi Chengxian muttered while pulling out 2 more pieces of supernatural ration bars, his face lighting up with relief. Lucky I was smart enough to grab extra rations, was worried you might not eat regular cat food like normal pets do. Ha! Lilia's eyes darkened. I've killed 3 humans, do you want to be the 4th? Yi Chengxian, so did I do something wrong? Chapter 68, The Night-Long Day of Desert Star. Yi Chengxian felt the temperature around him drop significantly. Get out of my sight before I change my mind. Lilia's voice trembled with barely contained fury. Earlier you were acting so weak and fragile, turns out it was all an act. Yi Chengxian muttered under his breath as he left the room under Lilia's murderous glare. By the way, don't forget about 7 o'clock at the playground. Get lost. Got it. Yi Chengxian darted away in a flash. Before leaving, he couldn't help but turn back and ask, By the way, do you really not like eating rats? A nearly tangible aura of murderous intent inexplicably permeated the air around him. Reacting swiftly, he left the room in one fluid motion, slamming the door shut behind him, cutting off the lethal energy that had saturated the space. That cat girl doesn't seem like a good person. He let out a huge sigh of relief. Back in his bedroom, he resumed his cultivation. After soaking in the medicinal bath worth $1 million, he felt not only had his psychic awakening improved, but his physical constitution had also undergone significant enhancement. According to Uncle Lin, before the awakening degree reaches 10%, meaning prior to unlocking the genetic lock, one should strive to train their physical fitness to the utmost, ensuring they unlock their genetic lock at the peak of their bodily condition. After the gene lock awakens, the body's strength increases exponentially based on its original state. The higher the initial physical strength, the greater the enhancement gained upon awakening. Perhaps Sun Tianjiao's enhanced physical abilities were due to genetic alterations. He decided that when he had time, he would thoroughly inquire about the source of Sun Tianjiao's formidable strength. Sun Tianjiao was a formidable individual who could go toe-to-toe with two S-class superhumans relying solely on raw physical strength. He had once experienced the power of an S-rank from Kong Yuro, utterly incomparable to abilities of other grades, as if they existed on different scales entirely. He even had a feeling that, given Lin Feng's strength, even if his demonic eye's awakening level reached 20%, he still wouldn't be a match for him. Even if the opponent's ability awakening level reaches 50%, even if his own awakening level reaches the absolute peak of 100%, he still wouldn't be a match for them. He had personally experienced Kong Yuro's strength after she became the sect leader. In the previous timeline, when he first faced her, the suffocating pressure was beyond description. It was only after Kong Yuro clung to him like a little bird that he could truly feel the warmth and emotions emanating from her, undeniable proof of her humanity. After cultivating for several hours, he was jolted awake from his meditation by a knocking sound. Glancing at the clock hanging on the wall, he noticed the time had already reached 6:50. There were still 10 minutes left before assembly. He pushed open the door and saw the three people already dressed and waiting at the entrance. As for why there were only three, little Shen, that Hao Yang guy, no idea where he went. We knocked on his door for ages but got no response, Sun Tianjiao said hesitantly. Songlin still held her life-bound weapon, the long spear, in her arms, looking utterly idle. Yet her eyes were fixed on her toes, lost in thoughts unknown. As for Lilia, the moment she spotted him, she glared at him furiously, though Yi Chengxian conveniently chose to ignore that scorching gaze. It seems she still hasn't gotten over that rat meat incident from before. Knock but no answer? The reason dawned on Yi Chengxian in an instant. So he strode boldly toward Hao Yanghua's room. Songlin and Lia seemed to anticipate his intentions, raising their heads to watch him with hopeful gazes. Meanwhile, the oblivious Sun Tianjiao asked in confusion, I knocked earlier, but he didn't respond. Holy shit! Bang! Yi Chengxian kicked the door open with his foot. The poor door, ever since they moved in, had now been violently forced open for the third time. Under Sun Tianjiao's utterly dumbfounded expression, Yi Chengxian walked in with a calm face, scooped up the obese man lying on the bed, and lifted him in one swift motion. Who is it? The warmth of the blankets disappeared, jolting Hao Yanghua awake like a startled bird, bolting upright from the bed. They're gathering soon. If you don't want another 10-kilometer run through the icy snow, get dressed now. Yi Chengxian walked to the coat rack, casually tossing pants and a shirt his way before turning to leave. We're heading out first. Hurry up. Hey, wait, don't leave me behind. Before Hao Yanghua's frantic voice could ring out, Yi Chengxian mercilessly shut the bedroom door. Brother Xian, should we really not wait for him? At the doorway, Sun Tianjiao asked hesitantly. Facing his inquiry, Yi Chengxian merely shook his head and extended 5 fingers, counting down slowly. 5, 4, 3, bang! The door was violently slammed open, revealing Hao Yanghua's somewhat flustered figure. Okay, everyone's here, let's head to the playground. Yi Chengxian withdrew his 2 still raised fingers and was the first to stride out of the dormitory. What's going on? Hao Yanghua asked while pulling up his pants, staring blankly at the remaining 3. Put. Songlin couldn't help but burst into laughter, then quickly scurried after Yi Chengxian with petite steps. Lilia also found it somewhat amusing but pretended to remain aloof as she pushed the door open to leave. Only Sun Tianjia comfortingly patted Fatty's shoulder inside. Bro, you're really quick. With that, he also quickened his pace to catch up with the other 3. Hao Yanghua watched as the trio walked away, hastily tightening his belt before striding after them with legs wide apart. Hey, wait, what are you all laughing at? He called out. On the playground. When Yi Chenchuan's team arrived, the playground was already packed with 70 or 80 people. Nearly everyone had come in groups. Evidently, the punishment of that 10-kilometer run had driven home the importance of teammates. At the very front of the playground still stood Chief Instructor Zhang Heshu, holding the same megaphone model as last time, standing there with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture ramrod straight. It might have been an illusion, but Yi Chengxian felt that instructor Jiang Hushu had glanced at him when he stood on the playground. As they arrived, the playground gradually filled with more people, and soon everyone had gathered. Only when the last group of members arrived did Jiang Hushu pick up the loudspeaker, his deep voice echoing across the open space. Today marks your second day at the camp. According to the schedule, your formal training should have begun yesterday, however. His tone shifted sharply. Your performance yesterday left me deeply disappointed. Abandoning teammates, acting selfishly, completely devoid of any sense of unity. 3 groups even had girls collapse during the punishment march. If this were a battlefield, you can imagine what would have happened to those girls. At his words, members from several groups hung their heads, unable to meet his gaze. Tomorrow marks the first day of Sand Planet's Eternal Night. To be precise, at exactly 11 tonight, the Eternal Night will descend. Chapter 69, Sand Scorpion, Long-Term Mission. What is overnight day? Yi Chengxian poked Haoyanghua's waist. Yet he hadn't expected that the moment he finished asking, Jiang Hushu at the front suddenly pointed at him. You there, the one who spoke, you seem to have some strong opinions? The crowd turned to look at them, but upon seeing Sun Tianzhao's towering figure, everyone's expressions shifted. Yi Chengxian cursed his luck under his breath. Weren't there others whispering just now? Yet Instructor Jiang had singled him out, clearly picking on him. Reporting, Instructor. No objections here. I just don't know what overnight day means. Straightening his posture, he answered loudly. Perhaps from frequently being chosen for public speaking in high school, he didn't feel particularly nervous under so many watchful eyes. Good question, but you spoke out of turn without permission. Go run 10 laps around the playground first. Jiang Hushu looked at him with a half-smile. Xiao Rui clearly harbored quite some resentment towards this little fellow. Wouldn't it be a good opportunity to help Xiao Rui get a bit of payback? Hearing this, everyone fell silent, and even the faint murmur of discussions that had lingered earlier vanished completely. Yi Chengxian gritted his teeth as he stared at the track's length, calculating in his mind. 1 lap was 400 meters, 10 laps would be 4,000 meters, that's a 4-kilometer distance. I ran a full 10 kilometers yesterday, and this is only 4. He gave Hao Yang and his 3 teammates a reassuring glance, then shouted Roger, before dashing onto the inner track to begin running. Who told you to run the inner lane? Get to the outermost lane, Jiang Hushu barked. Yi Chengxian's face fell. The outer lane was over 450 meters, meaning 10 laps would add an extra 500 meters. But with Coach Zhang's orders, he had no choice but to move to the outer lane and start running. Luckily, Jiang Hushu's megaphone was loud enough to carry across the entire field, so even as Yi Chengxian ran in circles, he could still hear Zhang's instructions clearly. Many don't understand the day-night cycle on Desert Day, so let me explain briefly. Unlike Earth's 12-hour day and 12-hour night alternation, Desert Planet has 240 hours of daylight followed by 168 hours of darkness. That is to say, 10 days of daylight and 7 nights. On the Desert Star, there is a type of alien creature called sand scorpions. These creatures are highly aggressive but only active at night. Most sand scorpions are in a sleeping state during the day. Just as Jiang Hushu was speaking, he suddenly noticed someone staring at Yi Chengxian, who was running. Pointing at him, he shouted loudly, "Seems like you really want to join that guy, go run 5 laps with him." Haoyanghua's expression changed. He was the one who had been watching Yi Chengxian run the whole time. He swallowed hard, lifted his head, and after seeing Jiang Hushu's stern gaze, he meekly uttered a yes, then walked onto the field to run. However, he played a little trick. While near Jiang Hushu, he stayed on the 8th lane, but once he was farther away, he stealthily switched to the inner lane. Jiang Hushu naturally noticed this sly maneuver but surprisingly didn't point out his cheating. Because of your terrible performance yesterday, the inspector gave me an earful. So, before the overnight shift arrives, I plan to assign you all a long-term mission. His expression was tinged with worry. This mission had only just been sent to him by Chen Hongrui, and when he saw its contents, he was utterly shocked. He even suspected whether Chen Hongrui was trying to use this mission as an opportunity to eliminate Yi Shang's son. A long-term mission? A sense of foreboding rose simultaneously in everyone's hearts. Even a formidable team like Lin Feng's couldn't help but frown. The nightfall was about to arrive, and now this instructor was going to assign them a long-term mission? Anyone with half a brain could guess this long-term mission must be related to the nightfall, right? The night of the eclipse is when the sand scorpions awaken. If Instructor Jiang doesn't force them to engage in close combat with those creatures, the situation shouldn't be too serious. It looks like everyone's quite excited about this long-term mission, Jiang Hushu said with a benevolent smile. Excited my ass. Everyone cursed inwardly. And the mission is, to survive until dawn in the giant sand scorpion cave located 100 miles from camp. Surviving until dawn wasn't just about making it through one ordinary night, it meant enduring an entire night of 7 sunrises, a grueling week-long stretch. The expressions of all the newcomers changed slightly, especially among the weaker teams. Upon hearing this news, a ripple of unease ran through everyone. The giant sand scorpion cave. The word giant alone indicates that this cavern might harbor sand scorpions with the strength of a general class. What does general class represent? It signifies combat power equivalent to an S-grade awakened ability with over 20% manifestation. To put it bluntly, all the incoming freshmen combined might still not stand a chance against a single general class sand scorpion. Even Yi Changxian, who was in the middle of jogging, caught the unsettling scent of danger. He wasn't entirely sure just how terrifying a giant cave could be, but he did know this long-term mission would last a full 7 days. For others, these 7 days might seem ordinary, just a normal week, but for him, it was different. In 7 days, it will be August 20th, the final day of the mission, when he will travel to the future, and his physical self in reality will remain unconscious for several hours. At that time, he was trapped in the perilous Scorpion Sand Cave. Following the usual logic of story progression, the later the mission, the greater the danger. And during the most perilous phase, he would be unconscious. However, considering you're all newcomers, this time I will allow you to bring anything except spatial rings. Jiang Hushu's tone softened slightly as he scanned the group, gauging everyone's expressions before continuing. If you want to bring food, you can get it from the cafeteria. If you'd like snacks or daily necessities, you can visit the general store next to the cafeteria. The store will selectively open for you today, and the food inside is free, today only. However, anyone who owns a spatial ring must leave it in their dormitory. If I catch anyone secretly carrying one, I'll confiscate it permanently. I hope someone will be generous enough to gift me a spatial ring to play with. After saying this, Jiang Hushu glanced at the watch on his left wrist. You have 3 hours to prepare. Assemble here promptly at 10 p.m. tonight. As for you two still running, keep going. Once you finish, you're free to leave. Now, dismissed. Chapter 70 Tang Muning's Assistance. All the freshmen in the playground scattered at once, casting pitying glances at Yi Chengxian and Hao Yanghua as they continued running before leaving. Meanwhile, Sen Tianjiao, Lilia, and Si Tsonglin quickly jogged over to Yi Chengxian and Hao Yanghua's side. Go stock up on supplies. Yi Chengxian panted. Grab 5 backpacks and load them up with bottled water and superhuman rations, and don't forget some anti-inflammatory meds and alcohol. Yanghua and I will meet you after our run. Hearing Yi Chengxuan's words, Hao Yanghua suddenly found strength from somewhere and quickly grabbed Sun Tianjiao's hand, saying, Don't bring ration supplements for superhumans. Bring some salt and chili powder, those barbecue seasonings. Sand scorpions are different from demons. Their meat is edible. We can gather ingredients on the spot when the time comes. Ever since first encountering the desert planet, the people of China had tried the flesh of sand scorpions. To their pleasant surprise, they discovered that sand scorpion meat was edible. If we trace further back, when the demonic wormholes first appeared on Blue Star, humanity's first batch of superhumans also attempted to use demon flesh as food. But in the end, they realized demon meat couldn't be eaten. Consuming it could lead to mild symptoms like diarrhea or severe consequences such as unconsciousness and even life-threatening danger. After a period of researching recipes, the first humans who discovered demons found that grinding demon cores into powder and consuming them could awaken supernatural abilities in ordinary people. However, as time passed, human research on demon cores deepened, and their utilization of the cores became more efficient. Later, awakening serums were developed, which not only allowed awakened individuals to possess higher ability levels upon awakening but also significantly reduced wasted demon cores. Previously, grinding a general-grade demon core into powder could only awaken one person's abilities. With the development of awakening serums, one general-grade demon core can now awaken 2 ordinary people. Then I'll take some medicine and seasonings first. After Yang Hua and I finish our run, we'll come find you. Yi Chengxian thought for a moment. The crowd was simply too large. He feared all the rare survival supplies would be snatched up before he could finish running. Upon hearing his words, the 3 who escaped punishment left without hesitation. After finishing his run, Yi Chengyuan helped the exhausted Hao Yanghua complete his remaining laps. That's right, even after running 10 laps himself, Hao Yanghua hadn't even finished 5. Just as the 2 finished running, another earthquake rumbled across the playground. The constantly shaking ground forced Yi Chengxian and Hao Yanghua to support each other just to barely stay upright. Damn it, why is this earthquake happening again? I never heard this alternate universe had frequent quakes before, Hao Yanghua grumbled. It's just an earthquake, no big deal. Yi Chengxian offered a few words of comfort, but he silently filed away the other's casual remark in his mind. Both of them were still trembling in their legs. Only after the ground stopped shaking did they finally leave the playground. Sun Tianjiao, Lilia, and Si Tsonglin were highly efficient. By the time the 2 returned to the dormitory, the group had already evenly distributed daily necessities like drinking water and barbecue seasonings into 5 backpacks. Little Shen, there were no medicines available. Xiaoxi specially went to the infirmary, but all the anti-inflammatory drugs and medical alcohol had already been snatched up by those guys. Seeing Yi Chengxian, Sun Tianjiao briefly explained what had just happened. Yi Chengxian frowned slightly but still said, I'll go to the infirmary alone then. If all else fails, he could swallow his pride and seek out Tang Muning, hoping she might recall their old friendship from playing chess in the train compartment and spare him some medicine. When he arrived at the infirmary, he found quite a few others like him who had come to try their luck. The freshmen were visibly surprised to see Yi Changxian, not expecting him to have completed his punishment so quickly. After searching the infirmary, Yi Changxian finally spotted Tang Muning sipping coffee in the head nurse's office. Sister Muning. This was the most affectionate he had ever sounded, calling her name. Tang Muning, calling her so sweetly. Was this guy trying to ask for her help? Needs something? She set down her coffee and calmly looked at the young man before her. When she first met this youth, she thought he seemed like an honest, simple kid. But after getting to know him, she realized this little rascal not only had strong opinions of his own, but was downright sneaky at heart. Ahem, we're about to go on this long-term mission soon, and I'm worried someone on our team might get hurt. So I wanted to ask Sister Muning if you happen to have any medical alcohol or anti-inflammatory meds? Yi Changxian maintained an extremely sincere expression, his eyes exceptionally clear, with a gaze so pure it carried a hint of foolishness. Tang Muning wasn't buying his act at all. Crossing her arms, she retorted, if you need medicine, go to the pharmacy. Why come to me? It's not like I can magically conjure up medicine for you. Well, all the good stuff at the pharmacy's been snatched up already. Yi Changxian, never one to be easily deterred thanks to his thick skin, pressed on regardless. You little. Tang Muning let out an exasperated laugh. Seeing his determined stance of not leaving without the medicine, she sighed, you're really impossible to deal with. With that, she bent down and retrieved a white medical kit from beneath her desk. Thanks, Sis Muning. Yi Changxian swiftly seized the opportunity to approach, taking hold of the kit. It was unexpectedly heavy, seemingly stuffed with quite a few items. The kit had both an upper and lower compartment, which appeared nearly identical to each other. This was originally prepared for Gungguan Yuan, but since he didn't come, I'll give it all to you. Tang Muning waved her hand and took a small sip of coffee. Sister Muning, you want to? You're so biased. Yi Changxian almost blurted out, you want an old cow to eat tender grass, but at the last moment, he changed it to you're so biased. Humph, at least he can play chess with me. You don't know the first thing about it, who else should I favor if not him? Tang Muning gave a somewhat smug snort. Thank you, Sister Muning. Shall I go now? Yi Changxian hugged the medicine box to his chest and asked cautiously. Wait a moment. Tang Muning seemed to recall something, retrieving a small plastic bag from her pocket. Inside, Yi Changxian could make out 10 syringes filled with liquid. What's this? Curious, Yi Changxian halted in his tracks. Adrenaline. Tang Muning carefully handed him the small bag. Take it. That first aid kit was indeed meant for Gungguan Yuan, but these 10 vials of adrenaline were prepared specially for you. Adrenaline? Yi Changxian had heard of this substance. As he cautiously accepted the small bag, he couldn't help but feel touched. Sister Muning, you're so good to me. Humph, Gungguan Yuan's team is the strongest among the freshmen, and he even has a cousin who's the top rookie. With your pitiful skills, I'm afraid you'd die in that cave without some special preparations, Tang Muning said exasperatedly. Yi Changxian sighed helplessly, am I really that weak? Chapter 71, Defying the Storm. Yi Changxian walked out of the infirmary with 10 adrenaline syringes tucked in his pocket and a medical kit cradled in his arms. Seeing the items hanging on his body, many freshmen around him were stunned. Where on earth did this guy get his first aid kit from? They peered behind Yi Changxian and spotted a door labeled Chief Medical Officer's Office. Someone hatched a plan, stepping ahead of others toward the office. But before they could reach the door, a loud bang sounded, the office door slammed shut. Crack! The sound of locking doors echoed in the ears of all the freshmen gathered around. Locked? It's locked? The crowd's faces twitched involuntarily as they stared enviously at the medical case nestled in Yi Changxian's arms. Someone's gaze lingered on what Yi Changxian held in his hand, a thought stirring within. But the person next to him seemed to read his thoughts and quickly held him back. Are you crazy? He's got a teammate who's tough enough to go head-to-head with Lin Foam. You dare mess with them? Hearing this, the person immediately dismissed the idea. Holy shit, where the hell did you get this medical kit? Yanhua, fresh out of the shower, couldn't suppress his scream when he saw what Yi Changxian was holding in his hands. The other 3 members of the team heard his shout and rushed out of their bedrooms. When they saw the medical kit in Yi Changxian's hands, their expressions all turned to shock. Facing everyone's astonishment, Yi Changxian simply smiled shyly before casually placing the medical kit on the lobby table. Does anyone here know how to use medical supplies? He asked. I've learned a little. Sun Tianjiao raised his hand, he'd often used this sort of thing before. That's good. Tidy things up as you see fit. I'm going to take a shower. Yi Changxian set down the medical kit and went to take a shower. He probably wouldn't have another chance to wash for the next 7 days. Besides, having just finished 10 laps, his body was sticky with sweat. After he left, all 4 of them gathered around, watching curiously as Sun Tianjiao opened the medical kit. Time passed quickly. As the clock approached 10 p.m., Yi Changxian distinctly noticed the sky darkening considerably. Ever since his arrival at this camp several days earlier, the skies had remained perpetually overcast, sometimes snowing, sometimes shrouded in dense fog. Were it not for checking clocks, he'd have completely lost track of time. He initially thought the local environment made it impossible to distinguish day from night, until later discovering this place had 10-day periods of daylight alternating with 7-day stretches of continuous night. After tucking the spatial ring beneath his pillow, Yi Chengxian adjusted his pre-packed mountaineering backpack and followed his similarly loaded teammates toward the training grounds. There were quite a few people dressed like them, but a few oddballs actually brought suitcases. That's right, apparently their backpacks weren't spacious enough, so they just wheeled out luggage directly. Those in the know understood they were heading out for a long-term mission, but to the uninformed, it looked like they were going on vacation. When they reached the field, Jiang Hushu also noticed those peculiar individuals with suitcases. He didn't react outwardly but chuckled inwardly. Those guys were in for some serious trouble later. By 10 p.m., the field was entirely packed with all the freshmen, armed and ready to move out. Since everyone's here, I'll explain the content of this entrance examination to you all. Jiang Hushu picked up the familiar loudspeaker and announced to all the fresh students, the basic task for this entrance examination is. On the playground, Yi Changyuan noticed his sudden pause and couldn't help but look up at him. But then something completely unexpected happened. The freshman who had been standing perfectly fine to his left suddenly collapsed for no apparent reason. Before he could react, this student's fall seemed to trigger a chain reaction. All the surrounding trainees dropped like harvested wheat, falling thud-thud across the ground. This scene caught him completely off guard, but instinctively, he let himself slump onto Yanhua's soft, fleshy stomach. Well, at least this way he wouldn't have to hit the freezing snow. The bizarre situation lasted only 5 seconds before every freshman on the field had passed out on the ground. Of everyone present, the only people still conscious were him and at the very front, Jiang Hushu. What he failed to notice was the faint glow emanating from the ability suppression device on his right wrist. Squinting slightly with one eye, he wanted to see what this chief instructor intended to do after knocking everyone unconscious. From a distance, he heard Jiang Hushu's irritated voice shouting, "What the hell are you all standing around for? Hurry up and search these brats." Then his half-squinted eye saw numerous pairs of feet approaching them, followed by scattered rustling sounds of objects being rummaged through. Is this the sound of body searches? He slowed his breathing slightly, letting his half-closed eye open just a crack. But now the downside of collapsing onto Yanhua became apparent. The man's rising and falling belly with each breath completely blocked the direction he wanted to observe. Helpless, he could only close his eyes completely. Beep 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 beep. A mechanical instrument sound rang out, and soon he heard a man's voice. "Commander, I found a spatial ring on this guy." Someone actually dared to break the rules and secretly brought a spatial ring? The unconscious Yi Chengxian thought in astonishment upon hearing this news. The person's voice wasn't far from him, just about 10 meters to his left. "Oh, let me see which little guy refuses to give up." A gruff voice rang out. He recognized it. It belonged to Instructor Chao, the same one who had stopped Sun Tianjiu and Lin Feng from fighting earlier. TSK, this is the young master of the Zhang group? Instructor Chao clicked his tongue, his tone suddenly shifting. "I remember there's also that chubby kid from the Hao family. Go search that little fatty, these two brats are loaded. They might have gotten lucky and sneaked in spatial rings." Yi Chengxuan's heart trembled as he indeed heard footsteps approaching his hiding spot. A gentle breeze brushed past, and he felt a push against his body, then his cheek met the snowy ground with a quiet thud. Beep 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 beep. The familiar mechanical alarms sounded in his ears. "Commander, there really is a spatial ring on this chubby kid." Yi Changxian, you sly little fatty, hiding your true colors so well. How Yanhua had secretly hidden a spatial ring on his person, and chances were that apart from himself, neither he nor Sun Tianjiu and the others had any idea about it. This guy had smuggled it in without any of their team members knowing. Take it straight. Hurry up, everyone. The night leaping hour is almost here. Get the transfer rings on these kids, and leave one task dispenser behind for the remaining team. Yi Changxian felt the surrounding noise was overwhelmingly chaotic, as if many people were busily moving about. Chapter 72, The Arrival of the Night Leaping Day. Big Brother Jiang, why did headquarters suddenly change the orders? Wasn't the sand scorpion den we raised meant for the kids' final assessment? Why use it for the entrance exam instead? Instructor Chao's words were clearly heard by someone pretending to be unconscious. Sprawled on the ground, Yi Changxian keenly focused on the sensitive terms breeding grounds, entrance assessment, and final evaluation. So this assessment was originally the final evaluation, and the long-term mission site is a cave cultivated by humans themselves? Armed with this knowledge, Yi Changxian dared not move a muscle. Soon he felt something being fastened around his wrist, followed by an object the size of an old-school phone slipping into his jacket's inner pocket. After years of using senior phones, he could tell this thing was definitely a senior phone. The thing on his wrist must be the teleportation ring that Instructor Chao mentioned, while the senior phone in his arms was likely the mission device. You shouldn't pry into matters that aren't your concern. Jiang Hushu's voice grew closer. When Jiang Hushu's footsteps were just over 10 meters away, Yi Chengxian suddenly felt a wave of danger lock onto him. He nearly jumped in fright but forced himself to stay flat on the ground. Ha! How is there still someone awake? Jiang Hushu's eerie voice rang out. By the time Yi Changyuan realized he'd been discovered, an excruciating pain exploded at the base of his skull, plunging him into complete unconsciousness. This guy actually didn't pass out. Did any of you expose anything just now? Jiang Hushu withdrew his slapped hand and raised his head to look at Instructor Chao. I don't think I said anything, right? Coach Chao's usually gruff voice unexpectedly softened several notches. You idiots! Jiang Hushu rubbed his forehead, staring with mixed emotions at the unconscious Team Yi Chengxian lying on the ground. After a long silence, he sighed and murmured, "Deploy their team to the 6th floor. Yes. Where am I? My head hurts so much." Yi Changyuan felt groggy, as if the back of his neck had been smashed hard with a brick. Brother Shaoxian, are you okay? Brother Shaoxian, don't you dare die on me. We're all awake, why is he still unconscious? Ah, which damn thief stole my spatial ring? This was the anguished cry of Little C, Tianjiao, Lilia, and Hao Yang's gang. Yi Chengxian opened his bleary eyes to see Sun Tianjiao's honest, broad face looming far too close to his own. The sudden proximity startled him so much that he jerked backward, managing to extricate himself from Tianjiao's embrace. Shaoxian, you're finally awake, Sun Tianjiao exclaimed with delighted surprise. Where is this place? Yi Chengxian rubbed his sore neck, pushed Sun Tianjiao aside, and began surveying their surroundings. The environment was unusually damp, filled with black stones and glowing red rocks. Looking up, he saw only more stone overhead. This must be an underground cavern. Lilia produced a specially prepared wristwatch and announced, the current time is 22:52. There are 8 minutes remaining until the arrival of the overnight day. How did we get here? Not sure, we only woke up 5 minutes before you did. Lilia shook her head. Yi Chengshuan's memories gradually returned. Recalling the instructor's conversation while unconscious, he spoke up, this is a human-bred scorpion den. Hearing this, the expressions of all four changed. Why do you say that? Lilia raised her eyebrows slightly, asking in advance. Seeing the curiosity of all four, Yi Chengxian briefly recounted all the information he'd heard before losing consciousness. So according to you, this assessment was originally meant to be our final graduation exam, but due to some reason, it's become our entrance evaluation instead? Lilia grasped the key point. Exactly. Yi Chengxian nodded. Shaoxian, how come everyone else passed out, but you're still awake? Sun Tianjiao asked curiously. He too had blacked out without realizing it, not even remembering the moments before losing consciousness. The last thing he recalled was listening to Instructor Jiang explain the rules, and the next thing he knew, he woke up in this godforsaken place with his 4 teammates lying unconscious beside him. I'm not too sure either. If this bracelet really is a teleportation device, could it transport us out if we're in mortal danger? Seat Songlin held up her fair wrist to show the small loop. Give it a try, Yi Chengxian quipped. Then, he remembered the old-school phone in his inner pocket and hastily rummaged through it, pulling out the glowing device. There was a message displayed on the phone. Seeing this, everyone gathered around. Amidst the expectant gazes of the group, Yi Chengxian tapped open the text message. The contents of this enrollment assessment are as follows. 1. Basic task. Survive in the cave for 7 days using any means necessary. No rewards. 2. Advanced task. Slaughter sand scorpions. Killing 1 juvenile sand scorpion earns 5 credits, while killing an adult sand scorpion earns 20 credits. Note, only the final blow that kills the sand scorpion qualifies for credits. 3. Clearance task. Escape the cave within 7 days. Each survivor will receive 100 credits. For ultimate task, slay the boss tier sand scorpion, the final hitter earns 3,000 credits, while assisters earn 500 credits each. 5. Hidden task, unknown, explore at your own discretion. The text message contained the assignment issued by the academy. This is way too little. Hao Yanghua complained angrily. Only 20 credits for a full-grown sand scorpion? My dragon beard tea costs more than that. The 4 of them turned to look at him simultaneously, their gazes as calm as still water. Hao Yanghua inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively hunched his shoulders. Beep. At that moment, the faint ticking of his watch sounded, and Lilia's icy voice rang out. Time's up. The night of consecutive days has arrived. Roar! A piercing shriek erupted from the pitch-black depths of the cave as all 5 sensed the sound of some massive reptilian creature moving ahead of them. The sheer scale of those sounds was terrifying. Camp area, monitoring room. At this moment, over a dozen military uniformed instructors stood in the monitoring room. Before them were hundreds of display screens, each showing footage of all the newly awakened trainees. Probably none of the freshmen would have guessed that the confined cave was already filled with the academy's surveillance. Practically every move they made fell under these instructors' watchful eyes. Crash! The nightfall sun has risen, those beasts are all becoming active. Jiang Hushu didn't check the surveillance feed, but instead walked to the window. Watching the snowflakes pattering against the frosty glass, a shadow of worry flickered through his eyes. Don't worry, Instructor Jiang, all trainees are wearing teleportation rings. The moment they sustain fatal injuries, they'll be transported back. Someone who noticed his concern came forward to reassure him. I'm not worried about that. Jiang Hushu shook his head and lowered his gaze to the manual in his hand. The person beside him also looked down, catching sight of the bold words displayed on its cover. Latest draft plan proposal. Trainer Jiang, wasn't the plan finalized from the very beginning? Someone beside him exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Hushu's gaze grew profound. That's precisely why I'm concerned. Has something happened at the academy? Never before had there been instances of tampering with project plans like this. An inexplicable sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Chapter 73, General Class Sand Scorpion. Yi Qinshuan's team didn't dare make a sound, all of them pressing tightly against the wall with their backpacks held against their chests, waiting for that enormous noise to draw closer. Soon, the sound seemed to be just over a dozen meters away from them, right in the adjacent cavern next door. Thud, thud, thud. Noticing the creature drawing closer, everyone held their breath. Thud, thud. The creature didn't enter the cavern where they were hiding, but instead moved further away, its footsteps gradually fading. Only when the footsteps had completely faded away did the five of them dare to relax, gasping heavily for air. Was that guy just now the boss from the ultimate mission, the Sand Scorpion Commander? Hao Yanghua supported his waist, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. That must be it. Yi Qinshan also felt a sense of relief after narrowly escaping death. Had they really just encountered this cave's most powerful creature immediately upon entering the enormous cavern? My luck is absolutely the worst. Hao Yanghua grumbled. We need to get out of here fast. There's no way we can defeat a commander-class sand scorpion. Lilia frowned. I agree. Sun Tianjiu also concurred. That thing's vitality is simply overwhelming. I'm no match for it at all. But once I cultivate my righteous chi art to the 6th level, I should be able to handle it. What is the righteous chi technique? Everyone looked at him curiously. Why are you all staring at me? Sun Tianjiu rubbed his cheeks. Is there something on my face? I haven't asked you yet, what's the deal with your abilities? How can you go toe-to-toe with an S-class psychic? Hao Yanghua initiated the questioning. My strength? Sun Tianjiu scratched his head and pondered for a moment before explaining. Because I come from a martial arts family, and I've completed the Ozaki 8 and cultivated the righteous chi art. So that's why I reached this level of strength. Are you from one of the martial arts families? Could you be that once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy from Kunlun Mountain who descended recently? Hao Yanghua seemed to have realized something, looking at Sun Tianjiu with a startled expression. I'm the only one from the younger generation who came out of Mount Kunlun, so you must be talking about me. Sun Tianjiu felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. Watching the utterly astonished Si Tsonglin and Lilia, outsider Yi Chengxian couldn't help wishing he could be an insider too. Seeing everyone looking so shocked while he remained completely in the dark was truly frustrating. He had heard of the Ozaki 8 before, 8 extreme human sports, each with life-threatening dangers. That stuff had a terrifyingly high mortality rate. Let's get out of here first. We can talk about strength later, Yi Chengxian mentioned in passing. For the other 4 people present, those few academic credits might be utterly insignificant, but credits were extremely important to him, especially since he still owed Yuro quite a few. So he couldn't help but feel tempted to complete those missions. But given his current strength, taking down a full-grown sand scorpion might prove challenging. If possible, he'd prefer to hunt some juvenile sand scorpions to earn academic credits. Or, wait 6 days for the next time jump. You're right, we need to leave quickly. It's terrifying that we're this close to a colonel-class sand scorpion. Hao Yanghua also came to his senses, shouldering his backpack as he walked in the opposite direction of the departing giant scorpion. In a way, encountering the colonel-class sand scorpion first was actually good luck. Yi Chengxian pondered for a moment before speaking. Good thing? Hao Yang couldn't comprehend. How exactly is encountering a general-class sand scorpion first supposed to be a good thing? That's truly a good thing. Lilia lifted her chin and cast a cold glance at Yi Chengxian before adding, at least we now have a general idea of the Sand Scorpion General's location. If we don't plan to attempt the final mission in the coming days of sleepless daylight, we can effectively avoid this boss. Later, when we're ready for the ultimate mission, we can retrace this path to find it again. Noticing the catgirl's gaze, Yi Chengxian helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Ever since the rat meat incident, this catgirl's eyes seemed to have contracted some strange condition. She'd roll them defiantly at him for no reason whatsoever. If only he could actually defeat her in a fight. He'd teach this impudent little brat a proper lesson then. So what if she's a princess? That makes her special? Sun Tianjiu, the strongest among them, led the way at the front while the others cautiously followed behind him. Whether it was because they were still within the territory of that commander-grade sand scorpion or not, they didn't encounter a single ordinary sand scorpion along the way. After walking for an indeterminate amount of time, the group noticed clear signs of an uphill slope. Although they didn't know where this ascent led, surely it couldn't be more dangerous than the territory of the general class sand scorpions? With such thoughts in mind, the group supported each other as they moved forward. After walking for what seemed like an eternity, the hour hand on Lilia's wristwatch pointed firmly at 2 o'clock. 3 hours had passed. During this time, they hadn't encountered a single sand scorpion or any other rookie squads. At this moment, everyone realized just how massive this large cave truly was. Eek! Suddenly, a faint chirping sound reached their ears. Turning toward the source, they spotted an 8-legged desert scorpion. The creature was small, barely a meter long, with brown carapace and claws that gleamed crimson under the glow of luminous red stones. Its body was encased in a hard shell resembling a tortoise's, though the texture appeared brittle. A juvenile sand scorpion? How Yanhua licked his lips. The meat in a young scorpion's claws is the most tender. Yi Chengxian, Sun Tianjiao, Si Tsonglin and Lilia. Anyone here want to give it a try? Sun Tianjiao looked at the three of them. Of course, the three of them didn't include a certain fat guy. It's too weak. Lilia glanced at Yi Chengxian, a faint smirk curling at the corners of her lips. Classmate Yi, why don't we see what you're made of? Of course, she'd never admit this was her way of settling a personal grudge. But what she didn't expect was that Yi Chengxian had been waiting for this very moment. He nodded and said, "In that case, I'll embarrass myself with my poor skills then." With that, he directly activated his magic eyes. Pitch black, pupil-less eyes appeared in his sockets as he gazed expressionlessly at the sand scorpion. The juvenile sand scorpion seemed unaware of the danger posed by these humans before it. Instead of fleeing, it actually let out a series of threatening growls. Chapter 74, Si Tsenglin's Fighting Style. Yi Chengxian didn't let his guard down. With all his muscles tensed, he slightly crouched in a ready stance, lowering his center of gravity. The juvenile sand scorpion interpreted this movement as a provocation. Brandishing its 2 large pincers, it lunged toward Yi Chengxian to grab him. Hao Yanhua, who was watching the battle from the side, suddenly cried out in alarm, "Don't damage its pincers. The tastiest meat is in a juvenile sand scorpion's pincers." Hearing this, Yi Chengxian froze briefly, but still adjusted his combat strategy accordingly. He dodged to the left, barely avoiding the sand scorpion's attack, then drew a small knife from his waist. After all, the sand scorpion had 8 legs and moved with extreme agility. With just a few quick movements, it turned around and charged straight at him again. The scorpion's swinging claws whipped up a cold gust of wind that tore through Yi Chengxian's clothes. A small rip appeared at the hem, scattering bits of cotton fluff into the air. At this sight, Yi Chengxian's face instantly turned pale. If this fight continues, his winter coat will be ruined. He only brought this one winter coat for this long-term mission. With that thought, his legs swiftly moved backward, while his hands didn't pause, quickly shrugging off the outer garment. After removing the coat, a form-fitting bodysuit became visible beneath. He casually tossed the coat to Hao Yanhua, who was spectating on the sidelines. "Hold this for me." Freed from the bulk of heavy clothing, Yi Chengxian focused entirely on the sand scorpion before him. Gripping the dagger in his right hand, his heightened physical abilities made him feel an enormous boost in stamina and speed. When the juvenile sand scorpion charged at him for the 3rd time, a glint flashed in his eyes. This little guy's attack pattern was far too mechanical and predictable. Seizing the split second when both of the scorpion's pincers dipped downward, he drove the dagger in his right hand forward with full force. Ryup! Scarlet blood spurted out. Yi Chengxian seemed to have anticipated this, swiftly retreating the moment the blood sprayed to avoid the scorpion's gushing fluids. The sand scorpion's tiny head was cleanly severed by his strike. Bang! The juvenile sand scorpion collapsed to the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Yi Chengxian's swift and methodical slaughter left the trio, excluding Sun Tianjiao, frozen in shock some distance away. Hao Yanghu even gulped nervously. "Xiaoxian, this can't be your first time killing these things, right?" Sun Tianjiao hesitantly ventured. "I've killed young warrior-class demons before." Yi Chengxian didn't deny it. "No wonder your moves were so clean and decisive." Sun Tianjiao seemed to see his own reflection in Yi Chengxian. In the monitoring room, the boy with the demonic eye ability claims he's killed a juvenile soldier-class mutant before. Instructor Chow recorded this statement on paper. Ever since Yi Chengxian uttered these words, his evaluation score had risen significantly. That Xiao Jinxue is quite impressive too. She used earth elements to trap and kill an adult sand scorpion. Someone nearby had been closely monitoring Lin Feng's team surveillance feed. Nothing Lin Feng's squad does would surprise me anymore. Instructor Chow waved his hand dismissively. They're practically guaranteed first place already. Just keep casual watch. Call me only when their team encounters a general-class sand scorpion. Yes, sir. All instructors responsible for recording academic credits acknowledged in unison. It's been ages since I last tasted the claw meat of a juvenile sand scorpion. Hao Yanghua excitedly sorted through the ingredients, preparing to grill some sand scorpion claw meat later. Meanwhile, Yi Chengxian was wiping the bloodstains off his dagger. Just as everyone was about to clean up and bag the corpse of the juvenile sand scorpion, two figures suddenly appeared before them. When Hao Yanghua caught sight of the arrivals, the flesh on his face trembled with fright. Four enormous figures gradually emerged from the shadows. TT2A adults, and two subadults. Hao Yanghua's lips trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't just him, the complexions of the other four had turned deathly serious. Facing four such powerful sand scorpions simultaneously, everyone felt unprecedented tension gripping their hearts. Even the normally fearless Sun Tianjiao felt a weight in his heart at this moment. I'll handle two adult ones, you guys deal with the remaining two. Come help me when you're done. Sun Tianjiao casually shrugged off his jacket, revealing a sleeveless shirt underneath. The tight shirt accentuated his well-built muscles, making a certain young girl blush crimson. I'll take care of the other one. Leave the last one to you three, Lilia said indifferently while slipping off her coat. Her slender legs were clad in black leggings, and her tail swayed faintly behind her, barely moving at all. Only Hao Yanghua, familiar with the catkin tribe, knew that a catkin's tail would slow to an almost imperceptible sway when they were extremely tense. Then I'll take care of the last one. Seat Somlin unwrapped the white cloth covering her spear, revealing a sleek black metallic lance. This was the first time Yi Chengxian had seen what her spear actually looked like, and he examined it with curious interest. He had never seen Sikon Lin fight before. Previously, he had witnessed Sun Tianjiao in battle, seen Lilia fight, and was well aware of Hao Yanghua's incompetence. Only Little C's combat style remained unknown to him. Just as Sun Tianjiao charged in, she grasped two adult sand scorpions and plunged deeper into the cavern. Soon after, agonized shrieks from the two scorpions echoed from the depths of the cave. Just from the sounds alone, one could tell they were in excruciating pain. Lilia transformed into a phantom, circling around the near-adult sand scorpion. Yet Yi Chengxuan's focus remained fixed on Xiaoxi. He noticed the girl wasn't wielding her spear as a weapon, but had instead positioned it behind her back while her hands continuously formed seals, conjuring some sort of phantom before her. Indeed, before her materialized a phantom spear, identical in appearance to the physical one on her back, yet the aura it radiated sent tremors through Yi Chengxuan's very soul. It carried an archaic, primordial presence. Then he watched as the spectral spear shot straight toward the sand scorpion opposing her. Put! The illusory spear seemed to solidify into substance, piercing directly into the monstrous creature's body. This is the true power of the vessel. What a shame Xiaoxi couldn't obtain the final inheritance, otherwise. Hao Yanghua sighed wistfully, his tone filled with helpless regret. Or else what? Yi Chengyuan pressed curiously. Otherwise, she might instantly become the strongest among our group of five, and leap to become the strongest among all new recruits. Hao Yanghua emphasized each word deliberately. Chapter 75, S-Class Superpower Biogenic Material. Yi Chengxian tilted his head. Why did he get the feeling that everyone in this team of his was remarkably extraordinary? First, there was Sun Tianjiao, who could stand against Lin Feng, the strongest freshman, and complete the Ozaki 8 challenges. Then came the cat people Princess Lilia, though he wasn't entirely sure what the cat people were. But just the title of princess suggested her background must be impressive. Lastly, there was the super wealthy Hao Yanghua, who casually gifted him a spatial ring as if it were nothing. Through hearsay, he'd also learned that Hao's digestion ability supposedly undergoes a qualitative transformation once the awakening threshold reaches 10%. And what about Si Tsong Lin? What kind of inheritance can this little girl's ability receive? After obtaining that so-called inheritance, she seems to become quite formidable? Judging by the current situation, isn't he the most ordinary one in this team? Wait, no actually, he's the most extraordinary of them all, because he possesses the ability to travel through time. Fatso, what changes would occur if her ability receives that inheritance? He asked Hao Yanghua, who was currently engrossed in admiring legs, while watching the little girl controlling illusions to battle the sand scorpions. If her ability receives the inheritance from Hall Master C, it could evolve into the S-grade chosen ability, Life Genesis, in the future. But the probability is almost zero. That cousin of hers is too outstanding, the inheritance would never go to her. Hao Yanghua withdrew his gaze from Lilia's legs and spread his hands as he spoke. An S-grade chosen ability called, biological source, huh? Yi Chengxian narrowed his eyes slightly. In the monitoring room. This Sun Tianjiao is truly formidable. Instructor Chao, if you hadn't stopped him and Lin Feng last time, who do you think would have won? One of the instructors observing Yi Chengxuan's group turned to look at Instructor Chao. I don't know who will win, but if it comes down to a life or death fight, Lin Feng will definitely prevail. Instructor Chao took a sip of hot tea and said leisurely, how could that be? I can see that Sun Tianjiao's physical strength is extremely high. Even in Lin Feng's battle against an adult sand scorpion, he didn't demonstrate such terrifying dominance. He expressed his confusion. Ha, you don't actually think the title of top freshman is just for show, do you? Instructor Chao chuckled lightly, an inexplicable sense of intellectual superiority rising from within. Why is that? You should know his supernatural ability is sequence 12, Judgment Eye. But do you know what power Judgment Eye possesses upon awakening? Instructor Chao paused for effect. I don't know. The first ability of Judgment Eye is called Judgment, and this skill has an utterly broken power named Execution. Instructor Chow narrowed his eyes. Lin Feng can only use Execution 5 times in his lifetime. Once activated, unless the opponent possesses a chosen supernatural ability, no matter who they are or how powerful, they can be instantly executed. What? All the surrounding instructors stood up, with one even muttering with difficulty, "You're saying, if he wanted to kill any one of us, none of us could resist?" That's exactly it. Instructor Chow nodded bitterly. At the time, I was terrified they'd get carried away in the fight. If Lin Feng had used execution, that promising talent Sen Tianjiu would have been done for. And Sen Tianjiu is a once-in-a-century prodigy from a martial arts family. If he were to die at our academy. Huaxia, Jiangcheng. Kong Yuro, clad in black combat attire, darted swiftly through the night. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning, and she hadn't slept a wink in 20 hours. But she didn't dare entertain the slightest thought of closing her eyes. A few days ago, several corpses had gone missing from Jiangcheng Central Hospital. The incident itself was utterly perplexing. After all, corpses shouldn't hold any significant value. Why would anyone target them? Moreover, there was no connection whatsoever between the identities of those corpses, making it clear this couldn't have been an act of posthumous retaliation. The only unfortunate circumstance was that the mortuary's surveillance system at that hospital happened to be damaged that day and hadn't been repaired, leaving no way to identify whoever stole the bodies. This task was originally assigned to the police for investigation, but the day after several corpses went missing, yet another hospital's morgue lost several more bodies. Fortunately, the hospital morgue had surveillance cameras, and when the police reviewed the footage, they clearly spotted the suspect who had stolen those bodies. Moreover, the suspect's face was clearly visible on the surveillance footage. The several police officers reviewing the surveillance footage initially thought the suspect in the corpse theft case had finally surfaced and that the investigation was nearing its conclusion, when suddenly, the suspect's face transformed into the grotesque head of a disgusting insect. The insect's head was a gaping maw of blood, from which countless root-like tendrils emerged, presenting a truly horrifying sight. And as if it had sensed the surveillance observing it, the next instant, a sharp, pitch-black spike shot out from its bloody maw, shattering the camera. The footage inside the surveillance froze on the frame just before the destruction. After conducting investigations, the officers discovered that the suspect's face matched that of a deceased person whose corpse had been stolen just 1 day prior. The dead inexplicably came back to life, their heads transformed into the grotesque forms of insects. This terrifying turn of events sent chills down the spines of the officers. The detective in charge of the case suspected it might involve someone with supernatural abilities, so he forwarded the case to the Dawn Academy's Jiangcheng branch. This task ultimately landed on Kong Yuro's desk. After reviewing the surveillance footage, Kong Yuro realized that the insect head with countless tendrils growing inside it was the exact likeness of the insect demon they had lost earlier. At that time, the insect demon dropped a piece of its bodily tissue, which they had been searching for a long time without success. But what angered and astonished her most was that the insect demon had parasitized a human corpse. Or rather, it wasn't purely an insect demon, it was some new, semi-human semi-insect creature. She had no intention of seeking help from her superiors, determined to investigate and apprehend the mastermind behind everything herself. But what she couldn't foresee was that in one of Yi Qingshuan's previous timelines, because of this very decision, she would regret it for a long, long time, so much so that, in the end, she even lost Yi Chengxian. After days of staking out the hospital, she finally found a corpse, one that had once been human, on a certain night. That human was actually one of the discarded corpses from earlier. This was precisely why Kong Yuro had noticed him. She carefully trailed that human using the concealed ability of Ming Yan, and sure enough, found them sneaking into the morgue. He actually wanted to steal corpses? Witnessing this scene, she remained silent, watching as the human arranged several corpses into a small bundle with some kind of bag, then stuffed them inside and carried it away. She trailed after the figure. Chapter 76 Ambushed. Kong Yuro followed behind that human, carefully controlling her breathing. When she saw the human carrying a corpse wrapped in burlap enter a sewer, her eyes lit up. She felt she was getting closer to the truth. Yuro, don't follow him down yet, we don't know how many of these enemies there are. Oh, Yang Mo's voice came through the earpiece. This might be our only chance. If I back down now, it'll be difficult to get another opportunity like this. Kong Yuro shook her head, rejecting his suggestion. She had been lying in wait for over 10 hours. Having finally discovered a lead on the enemy, how could she simply give up? Using Ming Yan to conceal her presence completely, she quietly slipped down through the manhole cover. The sewer was filthy and foul. She could only cover her nose and mouth with her sleeve and slow her steps. Drip, drip. Unidentifiable liquid trickled silently through the underground passage. Apart from the sound of dripping water, the entire sewer was filled only with the footsteps of that human. That guy had somehow gotten hold of a janitor's uniform to wear. When he carried body bags outside, he hadn't drawn anyone's attention at all. Yet in this place, the janitor's uniform seemed downright eerie. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, Kong Yuro seemed to spot a faint glimmer of light at the end of the passage. Here we are. Her expression stiffened as she lightly bit the tip of her tongue to sharpen her focus. Yet exhaustion from prolonged sleeplessness crept inexplicably upon her, a drowsy veil descending. No, she's been drugged. The moment this realization struck, she knew her cover was blown. But why hadn't Ming Yan alerted her? Yuro, what's wrong? Did you walk into a trap? From the headphones came Ouyang Mo's voice. Hold on a little longer. I've already requested emergency assistance from the academy. Beep beep beep. A continuous busy tone came through the headphones. Kong Yuro's connection had been abruptly severed. Realizing her movements were now exposed to the enemy lurking in the shadows, Kong Yuro immediately quickened her pace, charging toward the illuminated area deeper inside. She needed to eliminate the mastermind behind all this before collapsing from exhaustion. Kwa, 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 kwa. Just as she was about to see the scene behind the lights, several bizarre cries echoed around her. 5 or 6 pseudo-humans with insect demon heads. Seeing so many horrifying creatures surrounding her, her heart sank to the bottom of a lake. Every single one of these pseudo-humans possessed combat prowess equivalent to adult warrior-class demons. Even at her peak, dealing with so many warrior-class demons would have been challenging, let alone now when she'd been drugged. Gritting her teeth hard again, her eyes shone with unusual intensity in the dim sewer. Bloom! With a wave of both hands, she released invisible rippling waves that resembled rolling tides, forcing all the pseudo-humans back several steps. Then she sprinted at top speed toward the source of the distant light. The person capable of transforming human corpses into these humanoid creatures was most likely a summoner-type ability user. Such users typically possess very weak combat capabilities themselves. If she could eliminate that ability user before losing consciousness, all these pseudo-humans would instantly lose their fighting capacity. Kong Yuro, her body radiating white light, charged into the glowing sewer. As she rushed inside, she couldn't help but freeze momentarily. The glowing space was filled with various instruments and surveillance monitors. When she saw the footage on the screens, she realized the places she'd just passed through had all been under surveillance. At that moment, overwhelming drowsiness completely engulfed his senses. Has Ming Yan's warning failed? Before passing out, this was her final thought. After losing consciousness, Kong Yuro's body collapsed limply to the ground. At that moment, a white-clad figure emerged from the shadows in the corner, tall and slender, almost gaunt in his leanness. Xiao Xian's girlfriend is actually investigating me. What a surprise, she's one of those freaks too, with abilities ordinary people don't possess. The man walked up to Kong Yuro and poked her with his white-gloved right hand. Xiao Xian's girlfriend has the same ability, so Xiao Xian. The man recalled how Xiao Xian had been acting very strangely recently and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Could it be that these weirdos are part of some organization? Were the unexplained sums of money Xiao Xian suddenly had also given to him by this group? The man removed the hat from his head, revealing his pallid cheeks under the instrument's harsh light. Forget it. Since she's Xiao Xuan's girlfriend, I won't dissect her. What a pity. I've never had the chance to dissect a freak before. He clapped his hands, and from the shadowy corner emerged an expressionless human figure. Protect her here. Their academy people should be arriving soon. I've got to get out of here fast. After issuing orders to the pseudo-humans, he proceeded to pack up all the instruments and surveillance equipment in the area. Kong Yuro would never have guessed in her wildest dreams that the reason Ming Yan didn't give her a warning was precisely because this man recognized her identity. From start to finish, he never once harbored any intention to kill her. And the imprinting warning only issues alerts when facing life-threatening danger. When Sun Tianjiao dragged the corpses of 2 adult sand scorpions out from the depths of the cave, the 2 nearly mature sand scorpions sensed something was wrong. They broke free from the entanglement of Si Tsonglin and Lilia, let out a strange shriek, and fled the scene. Brother Tianjiao is awesome. How Manhwa promptly offered his eager attentions. I'm not doing so well either. Sun Tianjiao's expression was far from relaxed, his face noticeably pale. Yi Chengxian noticed a gash on his lower right leg, streaked with blood. You're hurt? He rummaged through his backpack for the first aid kit Tang Muning had given him, pulling out gauze and alcohol. I can do it myself. Sun Tianjiao took the items, then rolled up his pant leg and deftly disinfected and bandaged his own leg. The practiced movements showed this wasn't the first time he'd done this. We need to find a place to rest soon. Yi Chengxian packed the remaining medical supplies back into the first aid kit while surveying the battle-scarred area. The battleground was now dotted with numerous pools of blood. He didn't know whether these bloodstains might attract more sand scorpions. Aloud, Sun Tianjiao nodded in agreement. No one objected, so, Yi Chengxian and Hao Yanghua, who hadn't participated in the earlier battle, dragged along 2 adult sand scorpions. As for the juvenile sand scorpion, only its claws had been removed by Yi Chengxian and stowed in his backpack. Their team continued walking for a while. After about half an hour, they encountered the first other group since the assessment began. Chapter 77, The Cave Pool. One person in this group was actually familiar to Yi Chengxian. It was that handsome man he'd previously encountered on the small train, the one whom Tang Muning's grandmother had referred to as Xiao Yu, if he remembered correctly. Right now, the team was hunting down an adult sand scorpion, and the battle appeared surprisingly strenuous. Clearly, not every squad had an overpowered member like Sen Tianjia. Seeing Yi Chengxian and his group appear, the members of the handsome man's team visibly panicked, their coordination faltering in their haste. "Don't worry, we won't interfere," Hao Yanghua called out reassuringly, recognizing their fear that his team might try to steal their spoils. Ironically, his words only made them more nervous. One member fumbled, allowing the adult sand scorpion to redirect its attack and break straight through their defensive formation. "Hao Yanghua, Yi Chengxian, 6. I'll go help them out." With those words, Sun Tianzhou rushed forward. In the midst of battling several opponents, the adult creature never anticipated being ambushed by a sneak attack. Caught off guard, it took a direct kick from Sun Tianzhou right to its kidneys. Ouch! It was kicked to the ground, struggling several times but unable to get back up. So, it just flopped on the ground and gave up. Seeing this, the handsome man, thinking Sun Tianzhou was trying to steal the kill, quickly plunged his longsword into the already helpless sand scorpion and severed its head. "What's wrong with you guys?" After decapitating the sand scorpion, he eyed Yi Qingxuan's group with wary suspicion. When he saw Yi Chengxian and Hao Yanghua, two familiar faces, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. Meanwhile, the other 4 members of his team eyed Yi Qingxuan's group with curiosity. "Don't misunderstand, we just saw you were in trouble and thought we'd lend a hand." Noticing the hostility in their demeanor, Yi Chengxian lost any desire to continue the conversation and strode past them without another word. Seeing him leave, Sun Tianzhou and the other 3 promptly followed, not even sparing the handsome man's team a glance as they walked away. However, Xiao Yu and the others didn't call after them, merely watching their departure with wary eyes. "What a bunch of ungrateful jerks. We try to help them, and they treat us like the enemy," Hao Yang grumbled irritably. "Whatever. Seems like everyone takes this long-term mission pretty seriously." Yi Chengxian felt a little dejected, but he wasn't particularly regretful either. Truth be told, he'd have been unhappy if forced to team up with members of another group anyway. After encountering the first group of members, they no longer held any hope of forming alliances with others. Some time later, they came across an uphill path and began ascending it together. Having fought a battle and gone without rest for so long, everyone was now ravenous with hunger and overwhelmed by exhaustion. "I can't go on. Let's eat something quickly, or I'll starve to death." Hao Yanghua plopped down on the ground, looking utterly unwilling to move another inch. "Look what's ahead." Sun Tianjiao pointed towards the front. The group turned their gazes in that direction, and Yi Chengxian spotted a small pool of water where he had pointed. Indeed, there was actually a water pool inside this cave. As they approached, they saw a pool of lake water. "Is this an underground cave? To think something like this could exist here." Hao Yanghua's mouth hung open in astonishment. Perfect timing to test if this water is usable. Yi Chengxian cautiously stepped closer and took out the senior-friendly phone issued by the academy, skillfully activating its flashlight function. A beam of light pierced into the lake, its waters exceptionally clear, though the dim glow from his outdated flip phone couldn't illuminate what lay at the bottom. He attempted to scoop some lake water into a container. The surface appeared perfectly clear, showing no signs of anything unusual. Maybe this water's usable? After all, this is a cave maintained by the academy, surely they wouldn't poison this lake? He dipped his hand into the water, instantly feeling its piercing coldness bite into his bones. Come to think of it, winter still gripped Desert Star, with snow currently falling outside. It's already a miracle that the lake hasn't frozen over in this weather. "Be careful, Brother Yi," Hao Yanghua shouted from afar before silently watching from a distance without any intention of approaching. This coward. Yi Chengxian took off the sand scorpion meat strapped to his back, then scooped some lake water to wash off the bloodstains. "Seems pretty safe here." Sun Tianjiao walked forward. "Let the 2 girls set up the tent. Fatty, go gather some firewood. Tianjiao, give him a hand. I'll handle the food." Yi Chengxian gave his orders, then rolled up his sleeves and got to work. In the monitoring room, who would have thought the water source on the 4th floor was uncovered by the 6th floor people first? The instructor watching Yi Qingxuan's team surveillance couldn't help but sigh. Lin Feng's squad already found the water source on the 5th floor, and the 2nd floor's been located too. Now only the 1st and 3rd floors remain undiscovered. When they run out of the water they're carrying, they'll know it's time to act. Jiang Hushu unexpectedly appeared in the monitoring room, a rare sight. "Sir, Zhou Jinshua has already started using water elements to descend into the lake. Shouldn't we prevent them from obtaining that thing so early?" The person monitoring Lin Feng's team couldn't help but speak up. "What?" Jiang Hushu shot him a glare. "If their team has the capability, let them take it. If other teams could retrieve that thing just as easily, I wouldn't say a word." Understood. The instructor had no choice but to shut his mouth. "Ha, someone in this squad actually brought a pot?" The person monitoring Yi Qingxuan's team exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Everyone gathered around him to look at the surveillance screen. At the center of the screen, a young man was carefully chopping meat with a kitchen knife, even sprinkling some chopped green onions into the pot. The boy still seemed hesitant about whether the lake water was drinkable, continuing to pour bottled mineral water from his backpack into the pot instead. And below are some combustible stones, those red glowing rocks. The red stones burned with fire, and so the boy began to stir-fry meat. Why did they bring so many strange things? One instructor muttered. Maybe they planned from the start to gather materials locally, someone chimed in. When I searched their backpacks earlier, I noticed they carried very little food, just a few pieces of supernatural rations. While others crammed their bags with provisions, these two stood out by bringing mostly daily necessities and seasonings. Is there even such a squad? Jiang Hushu listened to the discussions around him while gazing curiously at the young man on the screen. He recognized that youth. After reviewing all the records about the boy, he had even developed a sense of admiration for the lad's experiences. Chapter 78, The Fourth Crossing. After his parents left, the boy, still young, shouldered the burden of raising his younger brother and supporting his own education. The boy had collected trash, worked as a waiter, taken odd jobs in logistics. He had endured countless hardships and burdensome labor. Yet despite all this, the young man still managed to raise his younger brother while simultaneously gaining admission to Jiangqing's finest university with outstanding grades. That bastard Yishang actually managed to raise such an outstanding son. He thought bitterly that if he had originally considered helping his old teammate Chen Hongrui settle a minor score, now he had completely abandoned such thoughts. It's already no small feat for this child to grow up so outstandingly. He couldn't bear to add more hardships to the boy's path of growth. The footage on the monitor soon showed Ji Changxian cooking. A dozen grown men in the monitoring room sat together watching a teenage boy cook. The previously raw sand scorpion meat in Yi Qingxuan's hands had transformed into a vivid, appetizing sight that made mouths water just by looking at it. Gulp! The sound of gulping echoed through the monitoring room. A bunch of embarrassments. Jiang Hushu secretly swallowed his saliva before cursing out the disgraceful instructors in the surveillance room. Brother Yi, your skills are seriously awesome, even better than my family chef who earns 500,000 a month. Hao Yang enthusiastically gave Yi Chengxian a thumbs up. That's just because you're hungry. Yi Chengxian replied. Then his expression suddenly shifted. Wait, your family chef makes 500,000 a month? Does your family still need a chef? Whether hungry or not, Brother Yi's cooking skills are absolutely top-notch. Hao Yanghua's mouth was spewing compliments like they didn't cost a thing. Of course, this was mainly because the meat in his hands was too hot to handle, so he used his freed-up mouth to deliver praises instead. When useful he's Brother Yi, when useless he's just Brother Chengxian. Yi Chengxian cast a glance at the other three. Sun Tianjiao demonstrated just how delicious the meat was through action, slurping from the heat while still stuffing more into his mouth. The two girls ate far more delicately, taking small, measured bites. Oomph. It's just so. Feeling his gaze, Lilia gave him an insincere glare before turning away to hide her eating from view. Yi Chengxian cleaned and put away the pot and spatula. What time is it now? 8 a.m. on the first day of Eve night. Lilia glanced at her watch and spoke up. Everyone should rest after eating. I'll take the first watch, then we'll rotate shifts every 2 hours so everyone gets enough sleep. Yi Chengxian arranged. Sounds good, everyone agreed. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they retreated into their tents to rest. Yi Chengxian, however, silently washed the bowls and chopsticks everyone had used. After the battle everyone had just fought, he deeply sensed his own inadequacy and strength. If only he were a little stronger, perhaps he could have lent a helping hand when everyone was fighting? 2 hours passed quickly, and he didn't wake a single soul. After awakening his supernatural ability, he found himself needing less and less sleep, and now wasn't the slightest bit drowsy. Finally, he simply sat on the ground, pondering what to do next. If he had indeed time-traveled, his first stop would be the small room under the stone bridge in the park. He silently reminded himself that if he hadn't traveled through time, he should record everything that happened each year under that bridge, writing down as many years' worth of events as he managed to survive. This way, when he time-traveled again, he wouldn't have to run around blindly. Instead, he could head straight to the stone bridge to retrieve the information he needed before deciding how to spend the remaining month. Another 2 hours passed. He woke up Hao Yanghua and crawled into the tent to rest. At 5 in the afternoon, he awoke from slumber. When he stepped out of the tent, all 4 of them were sitting around the fire. The fire was fueled by those glowing red stones. Yesterday they'd searched for combustible materials in vain, until resorting to testing 2 rocks from the cave as a last resort. To their surprise, the red stones turned out to be highly flammable, the kind that ignited effortlessly once tried. Yi Chengxian used this to make a fire, and it has been burning ever since. Let me share the plan for the coming days, Yi Chengxian said as he sat between Hao Yanghua and Si Tsonglin. It took us a full day's walk yesterday just to find this lake, so my thought is, we should stay here and hunt the surrounding desert scorpions to earn credits. Of course, for the first few days we'll proceed like this. Then in the latter 2 days, we'll decide whether to attempt the hidden or ultimate missions. After all, we still have over 6 days left. I suggest we adopt the safest approach to handle this mission. The 4 listeners didn't immediately agree, but instead fell into thoughtful silence. I agree. Sun Tianjia was the first to voice his approval. That's a good idea indeed, but haven't any of you ever thought about going underwater to see what's actually down there? Lilia stood up, her gaze profound as she stared at the lake's surface. Let's not rush for now. We should familiarize ourselves with the terrain and surroundings here first. Yi Chengxian dusted off his pants and walked over to the raw meat. The temperature was quite low now, so wrapping and leaving the meat on the ground for a short while wouldn't spoil it. For the next 2 days, the group busied themselves around the lake, killing sand scorpions as they searched the surrounding area. The corpses of sand scorpions piled up like a mountain by the lake, and everyone had grown weary of eating their flesh. Even Manhwa began gnawing on dry rations. After all, we've eaten far too much sand scorpion meat. I think we should explore this lake now. Who knows if the academy left any valuable artifacts down there? On the 4th night, Lilia proposed the idea again. I've noticed groups approaching our lakeside these past 2 days. If others discover this place first, they might test the waters before us. Hearing her words, several people were visibly moved. Only Yi Chengxian remained frowning. It wasn't that he lacked curiosity about what lay beneath the lake, but rather that he wanted to be prudent to first scout the path in the future timeline. Only if it proved safe would he then venture into the lake's depths to seek treasure. How can a grown man be so timid? Seeing that Yi Chengxian hadn't voiced his thoughts, Lilia frowned at him with displeasure. Maybe I should wait a little longer. Yi Chengyuan was about to speak when suddenly an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him. This feeling feels so familiar. Quickly grabbing Lilia's hand, he asked with extreme nervousness, "What time is it now?" With her right hand grasped, Lilia blushed and tried to pull away, but seeing Yi Chengxuan's panicked expression, she first checked the time. July 19th, 23:59. Oh wait, it's already midnight now. Huh? What's wrong with you, Brother Yi? Xiao Xian? Big Brother Xiao Xian? The 4 of them, startled to see Yi Chengxian suddenly faint, all stood up and hurried to his side. Everything was just fine. How did he suddenly pass out? Manhwa anxiously checked Yi Chengxuan's breathing. Ahem. Yi Chengxian sat up and looked around his surroundings. Having not been prepared for the time jump, he still choked slightly on the swirl of dust. Looking around, he realized this place was still the respawn point of his previous timeline, the rented apartment. At least I didn't land on Desert Planet, but why is the date the 20th? Yi Chengxian frowned in confusion. According to the normal timeline, it should be the 16th or 17th now. How could it have jumped straight to the 20th? But this was no longer something he should dwell on. He supported his aching lower back and surveyed the rental apartment. Nothing had changed compared to a month ago. Without lingering further on the apartment, he opened the door. Gua! Gua! A ghastly pale human face appeared right before him. Yi Chengxuan's hair stood on end all over his body. Chapter 79, Controlling Insect Galls. The shocking transformation of the lost city. Holy shit! Yi Chengxian reacted with lightning speed. The moment he saw the figure, he lashed out with a kick towards this pale-faced stranger with an eerie complexion. As he kicked, both his eyes turned pitch black as ink. Demon eyes activated. Gua! The pale-faced human actually withstood his kick, then Yi Chengxian noticed its eyes turning completely white, its head suddenly transforming into a gaping maw filled with countless writhing root-like tendrils. What the hell is this? Yi Chengxuan's face turned slightly green. How could the figure not even budge when he delivered that powerful kick? Even Sun Tianjia would have stumbled back a step if he'd been kicked that hard. Sensing the opponent's strength, he quickly retreated, grabbed the doorknob, and swiftly shut the door in one fluid motion. Bang! The security door let out a tremendous crash. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Yi Chengxian inside the room slowly retreated step by step. By now, numerous holes had appeared on the door's surface, and countless octopus-like tentacles were wriggling their way through the gaps into the room. Yi Chengxian had initially thought that this vaguely humanoid monstrosity would smash the door open with brute force, but what happened next took him completely by surprise. The tendrils seemed to possess a will of their own. One of them slithered forward and, with eerie precision, curled around the door handle. Snap! The door was opened by it. Is this thing really that intelligent? Yi Chengxuan's lips twitched slightly, but he barely had time to think. Faced with this monstrous creature whose strength far surpassed an adult warrior-class demon, he stood absolutely no chance of fighting back. So without hesitation, he turned and ran toward his bedroom. Yet he never anticipated how foolish it was to turn his back on an enemy far more powerful than himself. Gua! Gua! A tremendous force knocked him to the ground, and then several tendrils, sharp as spears, plunged viciously into the ankle of his left foot. TSS. The wound on his calf soaked his pant leg crimson with blood, the searing pain nearly wrenching a cry from his lips. Am I really going to die here right after time traveling? In absolute calmness, he seldom felt fear, but at this moment, he realized how reckless this time travel had been. With this thought, he weakly closed his eyes and awaited death's arrival. Click! the anticipated excruciating pain never came. After hesitating for a second, he adjusted his four-limbed crawling posture and turned over. The figure, neither quite human nor entirely inhuman, crouched before him, its deathly pale complexion restored to that eerie snow-white hue, still horrifying to behold. The guy was staring at him with deadfish eyes, unblinking and motionless. However, Yi Changxian noticed some bloodstains on this guy's scalp. This was the blood flowing from his own leg. Man and insect locked eyes in silent confrontation. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Changxian finally gritted his teeth and staggered to his feet, clutching the wound on his leg. His movements were careful and subtle, as if afraid the creature before him might suddenly attack. Before he could fully stand up, the pseudo-human rose alongside him. This sudden movement startled Yi Changxian, instantly snapping his slightly relaxed nerves back into taut vigilance. Thus, man and insect rose once more, resuming their previous deadlock of locked gazes. If you're not gonna hit me, could you maybe take a step back? After about 2 minutes, Yi Changxian cautiously asked a question. If communication were possible, he wouldn't mind ending this conversation with them on friendly terms. Tap, tap. The pseudo-human actually obeyed his words, retreating 2 steps in silence. It didn't even take a single extra step. Yi Changxian, Sigma, A. Is this thing really this obedient? He took another glance at the bloodstain on the creature's scalp. If he remembered correctly, hadn't this thing stopped attacking him the moment it touched his blood? Recalling his previous 3 time travel experiences, he wondered, was that creature, resembling both human and insect, the very being Yumo's group referred to as the insect demon? Moreover, he'd been killed by such creatures the first 2 times. Back then, he'd been far too weak. He hadn't even gotten a proper look at the insect demon's true form. Who would have thought that without transforming, this insect demon could actually live disguised in human form? Yi Changxian limped back to his bedroom, who knew how many years into the future it was, and retrieved a small case from beneath it. Inside, he found a roll of clean gauze. He simply wrapped his injured left foot with gauze before limping back to the living room. He knew his body's healing capabilities. Even without effective medication, the wound on his ankle would recover swiftly. This was one of the passive abilities granted by the demon eye. The insect demon was still waiting in the same spot. When he emerged, its pale, lifeless pupils turned toward him. It seemed this creature wouldn't move without his command. Could it truly be obeying his orders? Yi Changyuan's eyes flickered slightly as he tentatively uttered, "Turn around?" Swish! The insect demon promptly turned around, presenting its back to him. Holy hell! Yi Changyuan was utterly shocked. This insect demon, whose power even surpassed that of an adult warrior-class monster, actually obeyed him so docilely, like some puppet. So what on earth happened during these 8 years? If those insect demons had obeyed him like this the first 2 times, he wouldn't have wasted those previous time travel opportunities. But now, isn't the transformation of this lost city a bit too drastic? Protect me carefully, understood? He issued the command to the insect demons. Gwa! The insect demon nodded, actually responding to him. This guy looks exactly like a human at first glance, except his face is deathly pale like a corpse that's been dead for several days. Yi Changxian scrutinized him a few times before preparing to leave the room. He was desperate to go check beneath the park bridge for any messages left by himself in this timeline. But as soon as he left the room, another human unexpectedly emerged from the hallway. When he locked eyes with this human, their sickly pale complexion and glassy fish-like eyes revealed the truth. This person was another demon worm, just like the creature lurking behind him. The insectoid demon did not attack him. Instead, it sniffed the air and paused. Then it stood motionless, silently observing Yi Changxian without making any further movements. It smelled the scent of my blood? Yi Changxian realized this and attempted to command, "Turn around." Whoosh! A second obedient worm demon appeared. Yi Changxian realized the first insect demon's obedience wasn't a coincidence. The real question now was, did all the insect demons here obey him? Before this joy could take root, another unsettling thought sprouted from the depths of his heart. The last time he crossed over, the insect demons weren't this densely packed here. In the previous timeline, Kong Yuro, who had become the sect leader, would come regularly every year to purge the remaining insect demons from the City of Lost Souls to avenge him. However, due to the creature's terrifying reproductive capabilities, she could never fully eradicate them. And now, aren't there too many insect demons here? He pondered 2 possibilities. First, there might have been an issue with Kong Yuro that prevented her from regularly dealing with the insect demons every year, allowing them to proliferate unchecked in this place. Second, the lost city could have undergone some unforeseen change because of him, triggering this sudden mutation evidenced by how these insect demons began obeying him after smelling his blood. The second possibility was most likely connected to the original owner of this timeline. Chapter 80, 10 years later? Yi the Demon. Eager to find out what had happened, Yi Changxian left his rented apartment floor. As he stepped out of the building, 5 insect demons were already trailing behind him. One of the insect demons was a 5 or 6-year-old boy. The little boy clearly wasn't as strong as an adult, like a juvenile among warrior-level monsters. All the insect demons obeyed his words. He even had a feeling that he was the king of the entire Lost City. The whole Lost City was his domain. This thought had just emerged when he quickly crushed it. His feverish brain soon cooled down. Right now, he was just a weakling with only 6% awakened abilities, and merely lucky enough to command all the insect demons here. The park was still a distance away, so he decided to first visit the clock shop he'd been to before, to check the year in this timeline. The street remained in its derelict state. As he arrived, he noticed numerous insect demons wandering about, all assuming humanoid forms. The scene somewhat resembled the mindless shuffling zombies typically seen in apocalyptic films. When Yi Changxian appeared on the street with several insect demons in tow, all the creatures turned their pale, vacant eyes toward them, or more precisely, toward Yi Changxian himself. They sniffed the air in unison and, upon detecting the scent of Yi Changxian's blood, advanced toward his position with eerie coordination. Swish swish! A fierce wind whipped across Yi Changxian's face. A chill surged from the soles of his feet, and his pupils instantly darkened to an inky black. Yi, you have returned. Yi Changxian lowered his gaze to see a middle-aged man kneeling before him. The man's eyes weren't as vacant as those of an ordinary insect demon, instead holding a glimmer of vitality. His demeanor was extremely reverent, as if facing the supreme deity of his faith. Who are you? Finally encountering one with some intelligence, Yi Changyue leaned in close to ask. Yi, I am codename 14, Gale Wind, the man replied respectfully. Gale? Yi Changxian sensed an extremely terrifying energy emanating from this man, an energy second only to a few Hallmasters he had encountered, such as Hallmaster Chen Hongrui, Hallmaster Yun, Tang Muning's grandmother, and Hallmaster Kong Yuro from the previous timeline. Among them, Hallmaster Kong Yuro had exerted the greatest pressure on him. As for this fellow called Gale before him, his strength was formidable, yet it still fell short of a Hallmaster's level. Military-grade aberration, this designation abruptly surfaced in his mind. Indeed, if one had to define the opponent's strength level, General Class Demon perfectly explained Hurricane's power. How does your strength compare to a General Class Demon? He asked. Yi, any insect demon with a codename is classified as a General Class Demon. Hurricane remained half-kneeling. Then, what year is it now? And what happened to this city? Why are you all so obedient to me? Yi Changxian fired off 3 questions in rapid succession. Yi, what are you talking about? The wind raised its head, looking at him with bewildered eyes. I don't understand what you mean. Huh, can't you even understand if I ask you what time it is now? Looking at Gale's confused expression, Yi Changxian seemed to realize that although this Gale codenamed 14 had a brain, there wasn't much of it. If those ordinary private-level insect demons were just minions, then Windstorm would be like an NPC able to give precise answers when you ask scripted questions, but when questioned about something beyond his programming, he'd simply express his confusion. Forget it. I'll find it myself. He glared at the insect demons surrounding him and shouted, clear a path for me. The moment the words left his mouth, all the insect demons obediently stepped aside, opening a passage for him. By the way, Windstorm, how many coded insect demons like you are left here? He walked along the passage toward Timepiece Row. During his second time travel, it was at Timepiece Row that he learned the current year was 2038 years ahead of reality. If nothing went wrong, that limited edition smartwatch in the shop should still have some battery left. Yi, what are you saying? I don't understand your meaning, Gale asked in confusion. Got it, you really are just an NPC. Yi Changxian didn't press him further. He passed by a narrow alley and saw the partially broken sign of Dayuan convenience store, so he trudged through the muddy path, crossed the alley, and soon spotted the Spacetime watch shop on the street. The watch shop was still dimly lit, and even from the entrance, he could hear the constant tick-tock of the clock hands moving. He signaled the swarm of insect demons behind him to stay back a few steps, then commanded the Gale, you go in first and scout the way. As you command. Only after the Gale entered did Yi Changxian cautiously follow behind it. Last time he traveled through, he got ambushed from behind by some sneaky bastard, still gives him nightmares to this day. Seeing Hurricane walk in without incident, he finally moved quickly to the innermost counter and retrieved the smartwatch from 2 timelines ago. Having used it once before, he deftly flipped the switch. Under his gaze, the watch emitted a bright glow. 11:30 a.m., July 20th, 2032. This timeline is 10 years later. Not the previous 2030, but 2 more years later, 2032. His breathing grew rapid as he casually tossed the tens of thousands dollar smartwatch back onto the counter and turned to leave. Come with me to the park's underpass. He can only hope the original owner of this timeline had left behind some useful information. The fact that it was 10 years later could only mean one thing. Although he had survived the catastrophic outbreak in the city of Loss in his original timeline, he still couldn't escape the clutches of death, perishing once more 2 years later. Forest Park. Perhaps it was the deathly aura shrouding the city of lost souls, but the entire sky hung oppressively gray, as heavy as Yi Changxian's tormented heart. As he neared the lake in the forest park, the inexplicable sounds of a scuffle suddenly erupted. Amidst the sounds of fighting came the occasional stream of human curses. Humans? Yi Chengxian perked up at the sound of human voices. Leading his army of insectoid demons, he marched toward the source of the commotion in a mighty procession. When he saw the scene before him, his face turned pale as he shouted, "Stop right there!" Before him, the heads of 5 or 6 adult insect demons transformed into gaping abyssal maws, from which countless writhing tendrils emerged. The tendrils were prodding at a nearly defenseless boy whose face Yi Chengxian recognized, the same child who had followed the scruffy-bearded Captain Huang in the previous timeline. Yi Chengxian only knew his face, not his name. But now this child's face had matured considerably, looking older than the version he'd seen before. However, by this point, the young man's limbs were already mangled beyond recognition, the scene unbearably gruesome, so much so that Yi Chengxian felt physically ill just looking at it. The boy seemed to have only a breath of life left, collapsing powerless on the ground as he hurled furious curses at several insectoid demons. Upon hearing Yi Chengxian's voice, several insect demons halted their attack simultaneously, turning their milky white pupils toward him. Yi Chengxian hurried over to the boy's side. "Are you alright?" The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. The boy's condition was clearly beyond salvation. No one could possibly save a youth who'd lost so much blood along with all 4 limbs. "Thank you." The boy used his last ounce of strength to turn his head and look at him. But when the young man saw Yi Chengxian's face, his previously softened expression instantly twisted into something indescribably complicated. Fear, panic, terror, disbelief, all these emotions were vividly displayed on his face. "Yi the Fiend, why aren't you dead?" Chapter 81, Annual Record. "Yi the Fiend, why aren't you dead?" The young man let out a miserable, furious roar. "Yi Chengxian, surprised face? What did this guy just call me? The demon Yi? I have no idea what you're talking about," he frowned and asked. "Ha ha." As if already resigned to his inevitable death, all fear had vanished from the boy's heart. He sneered mockingly at Yi Chengxian. "Demon Yi, you'll die again, and your death will be 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times worse than mine." He practically screamed those last words. And after shouting that last sentence, he lost all signs of life, as though those final words had exhausted the last of his strength. Yi Chengxian stepped forward and checked his breathing. There was none left. A living, breathing person had just died horribly right before his eyes. Yi Chengxian stood rooted to the spot, silent for a very, very long time. "Stormwind. Yi, I'm here." Feng Kuang respectfully approached his side. "Am I some kind of irredeemable villain in this timeline?" Yi Chengxian murmured softly. Ever since he crossed over, every scene that had transpired around him suggested that in this timeline, he might not be a good person at all. Being able to command the insect demons? This clearly proves he's collaborating with the one who turned Zhongcheng into the Lost City. If he truly partnered with that monster who slaughtered the entire Zheng City, then the boy calling him Demon Yi earlier would make perfect sense. Because in this timeline, he himself is an utterly irredeemable villain. He believed that in this timeline, something must have happened to make him begin his descent into darkness. "Yi, what are you saying? I don't understand you," Howling Wind asked in confusion. "Alright." Yi Chengxian took a deep breath, crouched down and touched the boy's body, finally retrieving a tattered diary from within his clothes. Though he knew reading someone's private thoughts wasn't right, he had to open this diary to learn more about what had happened in this timeline. Well, he'd found himself a perfectly reasonable justification. The diary had been severely damaged by those insect demons' tentacles. Most pages were nearly destroyed. He flipped through the entire diary but could only salvage a few complete sentences. "I'm determined to save her, can't let her keep living under the shadow of that Yi monster." Well, the first sentence is about him. Yi Chengxian curled his lips and looked at the second sentence. "Yuro was summoned by that demon Yi again today. I know what's about to happen, but I'm powerless to stop it. I'm so furious." Yi Chengxian's eyes widened. Is this Yuro referring to Kong Yuro? So what exactly did he do when he took Kong Yuro away? Can this guy explain himself more clearly? This phrasing is too vague. Anyone reading it would think he did something terrible to Kong Yuro. Demon Yi is finally dead. I went to check on Yuro, but she didn't seem particularly happy. Large missing section. I choose to believe in her. Yi Chengxian. So, in this missing section, did the two of you discuss something? Final complete sentence. She's still as beautiful and charming as ever, like a gentle older sister. Truth be told, this passage wasn't entirely complete. Yi Chengxian looked at the completely ruined diary inside. If only he had come here a bit earlier, perhaps this diary could have been preserved? Muttering what a shame under his breath, his expression shifted noticeably when his gaze returned to the remains of this young man. Could this little guy be one of Kong Yuro's admirers, a simp? Given Kong Yuro's charm, it's no surprise she'd have such an admirer, though she seems about 8 years older than this kid, doesn't she? Ah, to be so young and already love-struck. What a foolish boy. Yi Chengxian mourned silently for a moment before placing the diary back in the boy's arms and walking straight toward the small door beneath the bridge. The artificial lake water in the forest park wasn't as murky as in reality, but instead carried a layer of dark red hue. This was the color of blood. He took a deep breath, summoning fierce winds to flank and protect him as he cautiously stepped forward. Boom! Bang! Yi Chengxuan's vision flashed as two figures violently collided before him. Plop! A splash echoed through the air. Codename 01, the timekeeper, greets Yi. By the time Yi Chengxuan's mind and vision aligned, a strikingly handsome man was already kneeling before him. At the sight of the man's face, Yi Chengxuan's pupils contracted sharply. The contours of those features made him realize this was the same man who'd ridden the mini-train with him during the freshman enhancement class, the one Headmaster Yin had called Xiaoyu. This guy turned into an insect demon too? And his designation is actually 01? Whoosh! A figure flew out from the lake. Yi Chengxian turned to look, only to discover it was Fengquan who had just plunged into the water. The wind stood damply at his back, looking genuinely bedraggled. Judging by the situation, did Guangfeng get knocked into the lake by Xiaoyu? No, now he should be called Xiaoyu the timekeeper. Have you been guarding here all this time? Yi Chengxian looked at the timekeeper, whose expression hadn't changed at all, apparently another brainless NPC. It was, yes, order. The timekeeper responded haltingly. My order? Yi Chengxian blinked, but he quickly figured out the reason. It was probably because he had left the message under this bridge culvert. To prevent outsiders from intruding, the original owner of this timeline must have dispatched Timekeeper 01 to guard this spot. Then, can I go inside? Fine. The timekeeper replied tersely with just one word. Hearing this, Yi Chengxian gently pushed open the door beneath the bridge archway. As soon as he stepped inside, a sudden flash of light illuminated the space. Raising his head, he saw the incandescent bulb on the ceiling. The room remained as cramped as before. Stepping on the wooden boards inside, he noticed a homework notebook lying in front of him. Yes, it was just a very ordinary notebook. The kind you could buy for just 1 yuan at a stationery store near his high school. Next to the homework notebook lay a 2 yuan gel pen, still half filled with ink. The original owner of this timeline was truly thrifty. Yi Chengxuan's lips twitched. If even an outsider with the strength of a general-level demon could guard the place outside, how could things inside be such a mess? But disapproval aside, his hands couldn't resist picking up that notebook and opening to the first page. December 1st, 2023. From now on, I will come here every January 1st to record everything that happens during the year. So for now, I'll call this diary an annual chronicle. A diary called an annual chronicle? How interesting. Chapter 1, since July, I've stopped feeling the constraints of the timeline. I know this branch of mine may have already become a tributary, I've been abandoned by the timeline. Getting back to the point, if we're talking about major events in 2022, never, ever participate in the final assessment of the freshman advanced class. I'll never be able to believe it. I thought it was just a routine evaluation. But Fatty, Genius, Little C, they all died right in front of me, and I couldn't do a single thing. Chapter 82, have I gone insane? Yi Chengxuan's eyes widened impossibly large. Hao Yanghua, Sun Tianjiao, Si Tsonglin, all three of them are dead. What about Lilia? He continued reading. I was too weak to change anything that happened. I don't even know how I survived. Lilia survived with me. I never expected Lilia to possess the royal felinid talent. She has 9 lives. She later told me this was already her 3rd death. Lilia and I became the only survivors of our team. After the final assessment, Lilia left the human territory and returned to her catfolk world, while I went back to Jiangcheng. Something utterly unexpected happened in Jiangcheng. I truly never imagined that he would be the creator of the insect demons. End of page 1. Yi Chengxian stared at the protagonist's severed tail, completely frozen in place. Ha, that's it? No, just tell me who created the worm demon. This cliffhanger is even more brutal than that heartless author's usual tricks. He inwardly cursed the original owner of this timeline before continuing to read. Section 2. Over the past year, I've investigated matters concerning the desert planet. I discovered something unusual, a place where earthquakes had never occurred before. The source of the quake that killed those 3 was a king-class demon beast that somehow infiltrated the final assessment grounds. They were murdered. Reading this short chapter of diary records, Yi Chengxian felt a chill run down his spine. If he hadn't traveled to this timeline and remained unaware of this matter, then Hao Yanghua, Si Tsonglin, and Sen Tianjia would all die, with their final assessment site being the epicenter of the earthquake where a king-level monster lurked. That's a king-level monster we're talking about. Second only to the invincible Emperor-class monsters, a terrifying creature capable of annihilating an entire megacity. Section 3. This year, I'm still investigating the matter of the 2022 advanced training class for new recruits. I've discovered that while the chief instructor that year was Jiang Heshu, there was also an inspector whose status surpassed even the chief instructor. Through years of covert investigations and with the help of the Hao group, I've found that this inspector was none other than sect leader Chen Hongrui, the same Chen Hongrui who harbored intense hostility toward me from our very first meeting. I can't trust anyone anymore. Why am I so weak? With only a B-rank ability, I'm powerless to do anything. I crave strength. If I could be granted formidable power, I'd willingly sacrifice everything. Chen Hongrui? Yi Chengxuan's eyes were slightly reddened. Ever since he first met this Hall Master Chen, he had sensed a faint but persistent hostility from the other party. That foul-looking Chen Hongrui harbored some inexplicable prejudice against him. He never understood what enmity existed between them. They had clearly never met before. Moreover, if there truly was a king-level demon lurking inside for the final assessment, the deaths definitely wouldn't have been limited to just their 3 group members. Still, one question puzzled him: if even the exceptionally strong Sun Tianjiao had perished, how did someone as weak as him manage to survive? With all these questions in mind, he continued reading. When he turned to the 4th page, he was startled by how densely packed it was. The first 3 sections had been brief, but the 4th filled the entire page. Did something major happen in the 4th year? Section 4. 2 major events occurred this year. The Lost City erupted ahead of schedule. This is my greatest regret. I helped that person open the gates of hell. I unsealed Pandora's box. I'm tormented. It's my fault Uncle Lin died. I wanted to avenge them, but with my current strength, I could do nothing. Helpless, I had no choice but to call upon that person using the debt of gratitude owed to me. After breaking the seal of the Abyss of Loss, his army of insect demons annihilated the entire city of Jiangcheng in an instant. I watched as the once flourishing Jiangcheng turned into ruins, a lost city that shocked the world. I found it unbelievable. The birth of the lost city revealed Uncle Lin's true power. His ability was never the gate of space at all. Uncle Lin died in this disaster. Before his death, he gave me his. When I touched it, I knew this might be the only chance for a lowly B-class super like me to become stronger. I kinda regret it. Uncle Lin died because of me. But it wasn't my fault. Someone behind the scenes is responsible. Someone orchestrated all this in the shadows. What on earth? Yi Chengxian rubbed his eyes and stared at the spot marked ***********, but no matter how hard he looked, the string of characters remained blurred. It was as if some mysterious force was preventing him from deciphering those words. He recognized every single word in this string of text, but when they were strung together, he couldn't quite make sense of them. He recited word by word, carving these potentially crucial annual records into the depths of his memory. That same year, the existence of superhumans could no longer be hidden from ordinary people worldwide, and nearly everyone began ostracizing superhuman organizations. Indeed, when these weak creatures encounter beings different from themselves, their first thought is always to eliminate the other, completely unaware of the vast gulf in power between them. The government issued a series of policies concerning superhumans, yet there were still those who incited riots. Personally, I think the state has been far too lenient. If it were up to me to handle this, I'd execute every single troublemaker. I'd kill them until they no longer dared to utter a peep, until they obediently resigned themselves to being the ignorant masses. Yi Chengxian slightly furrowed his brows. Reading this far, he sensed that the original author had been in a somewhat unstable mental state when writing this journal entry. Why had the original owner become so violent? Could it be that the deaths of Uncle Lin and Fatty, along with the third person, had shaken him too deeply? In this annual journal, he discerned the original owner's contemptuous attitude toward all living beings, as if the original owner viewed human lives no differently than the fleeting existence of ants. When I emerged from seclusion after merging with its power, he had already been killed by a powerful expert sent by the academy. The one who killed him turned out to be Tang Yuning's grandmother, Hallmaster Yun. It was me who facilitated the connection between that person and the one beneath the abyss of loss. His death is inextricably linked to me. No one knows it was me who did all this. I must conceal my identity. Until I fully merge with it, I can't afford to show even the slightest hint of threat. The words brimming with utter hatred sent chills down Yi Chengxuan's spine as he read the diary. Now he could say with absolute certainty, the original owner had turned to the dark side. Hayanhua, Seed Solin, Sun Tianjiao, Linizao, and that unknown figure who caused the fallen city's demise, their deaths drove the original owner gradually insane, pushing him completely over to darkness. His hands trembled as he turned to the 5th page. When he saw the beginning of the entry, his shaking hands nearly threw the diary away. Section 5. That bitch Kong Yuro was definitely hiding something from me. Her bloodline is highly abnormal. In the second half of the year, I demanded her from the academy. After some conditioning, she became my plaything. Chapter 83. The whole world knows ye the devil. Wait, B-bro, are you trying to get yourself killed like this? Yi Chengxuan's face turned ashen with dread. Kong Yuro was the formidable woman who had ascended to the position of Kong Hallmaster in just 8 years. Yet the original owner of this body had actually treated her as his plaything? For some reason, he suddenly thought of that teenager's diary outside the bridge. Their brief exchange revealed that Yi the demon had gone looking for Kong Yuro. Could it be that Kong Yuro had already completely fallen under his sway by then? Unable to tolerate such a possibility, the young man developed a bitter resentment toward him. Damn, what kind of soap opera plot is this? In the second half of the year, my fusion rate with it exceeded 50%. I officially severed ties with the academy and became a wanderer. Oh, you might not know what a wanderer is. Let me briefly explain. Wanderers are what we call powerful supernaturals who don't belong to any organization. Heh, thanks so much for that. Even after going dark, you're still so thoughtfully reminding me. Yi Chengxuan's mouth twitched slightly at the corner. As for the original host breaking with the academy, he wasn't the least bit surprised. Putting himself in those shoes, if he'd gone dark side and gained such formidable power, he'd absolutely have cut ties with the academy too. Wait, that basically is him now. However, he was even more curious about what exactly was this it that could empower an originally B-grade superhuman to become immensely powerful, even to the point of daring to confront Aurora Academy, Huaxia's largest superhuman organization? Not only that, but after reading the earlier part, the original host had even threatened the academy, and made Kong Yuro his subordinate. Kong Yuro's strength grows very slowly, and I doubt she can become the Kong Sect master from the previous timeline in the 8th year. This puzzles me. I've seen other S-grade superhumans with awakening levels of 50%, yet none of them exerted the same pressure on me as Kong Yuro did in the previous timeline. No one else knows about Kong Yuro's future strength except me. Everyone merely regards her as an ordinary S-grade superhuman. I suspect this could be a mutation of inscription regret. Unfortunately, I don't know if I'll ever get to see Kong Yuro surpass a 50% awakening level again. The 5th section was short, but after reading it, Yi Chengxian fell into silence. Strangely, he found himself somewhat bewildered. Section 6, I killed Hallmaster Yin to avenge that person, and Tang Muning completely severed ties with me. But I know, I still owe her a favor. If she hadn't given me that adrenaline 6 years ago, I might have died in that disaster too. Killed Hallmaster Yun? Yi Chengxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Something wasn't right. This wasn't right at all. Only 6 years had passed. How could his strength have already reached the level where he could single-handedly kill Hallmaster Yun? No wonder people always say turning dark can unleash one's potential. In the previous timeline, Kong Yuro seemed to have turned dark due to his death, then erupted in the 8th year, becoming the powerful sect leader Kong. So in this timeline, Kong Yuro didn't erupt because she didn't turn dark? His expression turned somewhat strange, but he continued reading. I announced my return to the whole world. It was I who killed sect leader Yun, and I was dubbed Yi the Demon by the people. Yi Chengxian, no wonder you died. Who taught you to court death like this? He seriously suspected whether the original owner of this body had been possessed by something. With his own timid nature, he would never dare to do such earth-shatteringly reckless things. It's trying to merge with me. I feel like this will make me lose my sanity, but for the sake of power, I choose to accommodate it. Well then, he really was possessed. Yi Chengxian stared at the thing Uncle Lin had given him before dying. He felt that Uncle Lin probably wouldn't harm him, so when giving this item to the original owner, he might have simply wanted the original owner to possess greater strength. Or perhaps, there were certain conditions for using this thing. Is this a chosen ability? He narrowed his eyes, thinking of the only trait that set him apart from the others. His ability is unique, a chosen one's power. Could one of the conditions for using it be that the wielder must possess a chosen one's ability? In the latter half of the same year, Hallmaster Chen also died. Rumors spread that I was the one who killed him, but I knew the truth. Though I did desire his death, the opportunity never came. Unexpectedly, he perished before I could act. The pressure it brings me grows heavier by the day. The more I rely on it, the more violent my thoughts become. To ease this inner turbulence, I've killed many people. Yi Chengxian. Killed many people to ease the inner restlessness? Listen, is this even human language? Section 7, for various reasons, Dawn Academy dares not move against me. Perhaps what they truly fear is it. When I truly merge with it, entire cities will owe me compensation. I know it, they're just waiting for me to be fully assimilated. I went to see Kong Yuro. Her awakened abilities are still very weak, far from matching the strength of sect leader Kong. She said I've gone mad, that I'm no longer myself. Ha, I know I'm perfectly lucid. And so, I punished her severely. After reading this segment, the corners of Yi Chengxuan's mouth twitched violently. The original owner was absolutely insane. Also, this punishment you've devised for Kong Yuro, is it the kind of punishment I'm thinking of? After so many years of investigation, I've finally found traces of the suspect who killed Fatty and the others. But he's incredibly powerful, and it seems he's realized I'm investigating him. Section 7 ends here. At the sight of this, Yi Chengxuan's eyes narrowed to slits. From this perspective, could it be that Chen Hongrui wasn't the one who ultimately killed Hao Yanhua and the others? No matter what, Chen Hongrui remains the prime suspect. He might even be an accomplice. It's just that his death is far too bizarre. There was only one sheet of paper left in the diary with writing on it. He rubbed the edge of the page with his fingertip. Since each annual journal entry was written on January 1st of the following year, The 8th section should have been written on January 1st of the 9th year. The absence of subsequent entries indicates the original owner must have died during that 9th year, so he time traveled here in the 10th year. If nothing unexpected happens, each time he travels back in time, it's always to a period shortly after the original host's death. Based on the experiences from the first 2 time travels, it's possible that in those timelines he didn't interfere with Kong Yuro's kidnapping incident, hence never awakened his supernatural abilities. Even Uncle Lin treated him as an ordinary person and never revealed his true identity to him. Therefore, he died when the Lost City outbreak occurred. The 3rd time travel happened because he meddled in Kong Yuro's affairs, which led to her taking him into the academy, awakening his abilities, and giving him a 3rd life. This is also why the 3rd time travel differed from the first 2. When he went to intervene in Kong Yuro's business, he did so under the influence of his previous 2 time travels. After all, he wasn't originally the type to meddle in others' affairs, it was those journeys that had reshaped his mindset, which ultimately triggered a chain of butterfly effects. Bound to the timeline, he had effectively become a glitch-like existence himself. He turned his gaze back to the notebook and flipped to the final page, section 8. To my past self, this is the last annual entry I'll ever write because he's found me.